waking up at midnight, dreaming all day long. Maybe I'm nocturnal, baby, maybe I was wrong. Been on both sides now, looking for you. Don't feel the pain when I'm asleep, find peace in all this blue. Shake, shake, shaking me to the core. Break, break, breaking me like waves on the shore. Keep crashing into the truth. With both eyes closed, I'll be right next to you. To you, I'll be right next to you. With both eyes closed, oh, I'll be right next to you. With both eyes closed, oh, I'll be right next to you. Somewhere in the dark, I can feel your heart light up like a constellation. Somewhere in the black, I can feel your hand. Hold on to a love worth saving. Shake, shake, shaking me to the core. Break, break, breaking me like waves on the shore. Crashing into the truth. With both eyes closed, I'll be right next to you. To you, I'll be right next to you. Both eyes closed, oh, I'll be right next to you. Both eyes closed, oh, I'll be right next to you. I'll be right next to you. I'll be there. Both eyes closed, oh, right next to you. Oh, both eyes closed, oh, yeah.
Welcome back to the final day of the World's 2022 group stage, live from the Hulu Theater at Madison Square Garden. 6 teams have already secured their place in the quarterfinals, and today the final 2 will clinch their spot in the knockout stage. Will it be smooth sailing for RNG or Gen G, or can the Flying Oysters and 100 Thieves go for a miracle heist? As we can see, everyone is pumped up in the arena already, as they have been for 2 weeks. My name is Shox, and I am joined by Raz, Chronicler, and Azael to close out our group stage. And yeah, I'm the boss now.
Nice.
Orange was not the best choice. It says I'm the boss now, so I hope everybody
matches the shirt.
Matches the shirt.
Exactly.
Also, great timing. No EU teams for me to mauled over today, so hey, at least that can't go wrong. But yeah, excited to be here, Raz. It is the end of our group stage, and it's been a great 2 weeks, I think.
Yeah, it's gone by really fast.
Yeah.
I just didn't expect it. And just taking a look at the standings, for me, the biggest call out was probably just yesterday. Yesterday was a banger.
Was it?
Yeah, I mean, yesterday was a really exciting day, right? I mean, I think it was one where, you know, Europe obviously not having the endings of the group stages that they wanted, but still proud to see that Rogue gets through. Obviously, they had an incredible group week 1, and that's really kind of what they're getting through to the quarterfinals on the back of.
And I was very pleasantly surprised by how well DRX did. I have been very vocal about my lack of confidence in this team, and as it turns out, they were actually able to make it through.
And I feel like this is quite a controversial run, right? We saw a lot of, because of how the games went yesterday, Rogue barely scraped by, had to thank GAM in effect, and that is also true after that nail-biter versus Top Esports that they played. But you got 4 wins on the board, so then you book a ticket to the quarterfinals. It's as simple as that.
100%. Hey, Rogue had just an amazing first week, and now they have time between now and the quarterfinals to really hone in on what makes them great, and anything else, a bit of adaptation within the meta. So I think they're going to look a lot better than what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, it's the first time they've actually made it through to quarters, first time they had won the LEC, so I still think overall, you know, an incredible year for them, and it'll be interesting to see what their read is, you know, on what the changes they have to do are coming into quarters.
And I think after having seen that Rogue have actually proven themselves in a best-of-5 setting in particular, depending on which group draw they get, I still think that any team that faces them should be ready to kind of try and look for what they'll bring.
Yeah, and we won't mince words. It's going to be incredibly difficult for them, right,
yeah,
with the opponents there. But the most interesting game yesterday perhaps was the one of the 2 teams we won't be seeing again. Top Esports and GAM. Raz, for me, definitively the best one with the base turnaround.
100%. I was looking on Twitter just last night, and the CEO of GAM Esports was just asking for people if they had videos of the crowd on that moment. This moment, the base race, basically, it was incredible. Just this Karthus ultimate that wrecked all of Top Esports was nice to see.
And what the coolest thing to me is it felt like GAM, after having what was a tournament that was marred, especially in week 1, by every single early invade failing, them being able to finally execute on the strategy that they had been looking for the whole time, with Katie on something that could play very forward and Levi on a carry.
And it was finally nice to see Vietnam had that moment on the big stage, because they have not been able to come to the Worlds or MSI due to COVID issues.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I think, you know, week 1, definitely not how GAM would have wanted it to go. I felt that they were way more competitive yesterday. Really got to show that VCS flair, that VCS style. You know, they did win a game over Top. They were very competitive in their game against Rogue as well. So, you know, getting to showcase what they are all about. And you've got to love Levy, man. Like Levi, like in these interviews, he is so fun to cheer for, and it's great to see him back playing for the VCS and back on the international stage where he belongs.
That was a wonderful moment, but of course followed not shortly thereafter by emotions coming out of Jackie Love and Mark. Of course, Azael, the hopefuls, and again we lose a favorite in an LPL team in a group stage.
Yeah, absolutely, and for Top, it's heartbreaking, right? You know, they did get to showcase their level in these last couple games of the day. They showcased that they could take down the big dogs, and we know that Top playing at their best, had they made it through the quarters, who knows? They could have gone all the way. So it is going to be heartbreaking for those players, thinking back to these moments and the what-ifs on what could have happened differently.
Yeah, I know the players know it, the fans know it, the untapped potential of these players. Nye has been playing well throughout, but we wanted to see that from Jackie Love and Tien. The fact that we didn't get to see it's going to be sad.
It's going to be sad indeed, but we've got DRX as well. First seed at the end of the day after that tiebreaker. You seem like a happy man.
Obviously I was very happy, and even though I think we started to see some of the issues that DRX had kind of dealt with in the regular split, the reason why a lot of LCK people were maybe not too hot on this team, why they were not even a favorite to make it to the tournament in the first place. It was KT, it was Liv Sandbox that everyone was talking about, but in clutch moments, DRX, even though we also saw the worst side of drafts with the MF yesterday, also have an innate creativity that I think will really serve them well as they go into the best of fives.
Yeah, I mean, the Heimerdinger Ashe worked really, really well. You know, we got to see the Heimerdinger actually coming out for Sven the other day. Did not look like nearly as good, and being able to showcase that to great effect.
And I think that's a great segue into talking about the champion presence that we've seen here at Worlds so far. 107 champs picked or banned. That is 2/3 of all available champions. We're going to need a new graphic. Yeah, I mean, I was going to ask, but we saw a couple yesterday. And I think it's cool that you brought up the Heimer that we saw before as well, because it's not because you pick something that it's always going to be successful, right, Raz? But I think DRX impressed, and they threw Rogue's preparation into complete disarray by the end of the day. They didn't know where their head was because of the priorities out of DRX.
Yeah, usually you would have to wait a little longer into the best of fives to see kind of the grab bag of picks, that preparation. We're starting to see it really early. It was nice to also see the fiddlesticks there from Inspired. It was like, it didn't end well, but it was still something that we really wanted to see domestically, and we finally got to see on the big stage, and it's been the most exciting Worlds yet.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I also think when you bring out picks like the Heimer Ashe bot lane and you showcase how successful that can be, it changes priorities for BO5, which I think is so valuable to have that in the last day of groups. People now have to respect that, either ban it away or maybe they can't even go to the Kalista.
And that's when you get situations where Zeka gets to play a Kali or Silas, because you have to ban so many things, and it makes them really hard to prepare for.
Absolutely, and I think that's a great boon going into those best of fives. But now we're going to jump into a little bit of fun, playing a game called Tourist Trap or Attraction, with some of the crazy picks that we've seen so far, and I think we had a great introduction to that. You can vote with your whiteboards if you think this is a trap or an attraction, and the first one is Heimerdinger. Now that's a great start, I think.
Okay.
Yes. So basically, if you think it's a tourist trap, it's basically when, you know, you look up something on Google, you're visiting a city, and it's just not what you imagine. There's just too many people, and it's not good. Or is it a real attraction that people should take time out of their day or their solo queue for? Azale, you were quick.
Yeah, well, I'm going attraction. I mean, I think it was legit, right? You know, they actually made it look really, really good. It seemed like an answer to one of the prominent picks of the tournament. If you can bring this out against Kalista and play these kind of heavy poke lanes, as long as you're practiced with it, I think it's a legit pick, and I think teams are actually going to have to respect it going into quarterfinals.
I am obviously also going with attraction. I think that it really showcases that, yeah, it's a little Heimerdinger. With the current state that the meta is in, there are a couple of power picks that are beyond broken and will always be prioritized, like Aatrox. But outside of that, there is so much space for going deep into champion pools, and I think it really rewards teams with a lot of experience and creativity.
Across the board attraction. I mean, for me, just to add a little bit, usually we only get to see the theory, and sometimes it doesn't bode well. It worked perfectly, so more of that, please.
Yes, perfectly executed. Next up, Nasus. Okay, we did see it yesterday. This is something that we know of the tech, right? We've seen it on multiple people's streams. I know LS talks about it, and there is situations in which it can work, but I don't necessarily think it did yesterday. So I'll defer to you if you want to see more of it or not.
Oh, we already got it.
Here's my vote. I got both.
Oh!
So I'm gonna say it can be either or. It depends on the draft. I think it is really, really dependent upon your opponent's draft. To me, when Rogue picked it, it didn't make any sense. But if you are bringing it out against something like a Kalista or something that's very, very auto-attack focused, I think the Wither can really make it worthwhile. But when you're just picking it blind or you're picking it into a comp that's not really dependent on that, it looked useless for Rogue.
So they both are on the more positive side, but you're on the tourist trap side.
Yeah, so, well, previously to the tournament, Zeri obviously was very good, and I think into both Zeri and Kalista it's very valid. But after having seen the Heimer, I'm like, why would you pick Nasus when you can have Heimerdinger? Like, it's like going to the famous restaurant when the better restaurant that has been shown to you, like, no, I'm not going to go there. I'm going to go straight to the busiest. I'm going to stand in line. And I'm not a fan. Okay. I feel like Heimer does the same thing, but better.
The results-based analysis, but I think you're correct in this case.
Okay. I'm aligning there with Azale, as you already said. And I also think that it's an attraction because in New York, basically, It's Wither. This is what's happening here. This is Nasa's Wither animation. So, no, I think when it's picked in the right spots that we'll see and love at Nasus in that position.
I don't think we'll see it again, but we don't know. Okay, next up, we've got J4, Jarvan the Fourth. I mean, on the Rogue team, there was someone who definitely abused Malorang, rather, played Jarvan, abused the Jarvan, but...
Ooh.
It's funny because a very distinct priority for some junglers, not across the board though, but whenever we've seen it, it has had relative success.
Yeah, I'm gonna go trap on this one. I just feel like there's a lot of other picks that feel like stronger in the meta currently. We're seeing a big focus on a melee solo laner, so I think I'd prefer seeing Sejuani. I prefer seeing Maokai. I prefer seeing a lot of these types of picks. Even like Poppy feels like it's gonna have more success. And as you're getting to those really highly skilled junglers, I'd rather see them on Lee Sin than J4. I think that you can get a lot done early and scale better into the game.
I went for Attraction. So the J4 to me is a pick that does need to be picked later on in the draft. I don't think you should blind pick it. But with how a lot of the AD carries we've seen go towards the Ashe, go towards things like the Varus as well, though that hasn't been as successful, I think a pick that can reliably lock those down and keep backline Fred no matter what the situation is, Aphelios is another one, is very, very valuable.
Okay.
Yeah, and I just think that the way the bans have been going, I have it as Attraction. It's just that we're probably not going to see that many Maokais and Sejuanis. It's a strong flex, and we're just seeing consistent jungle bans. So, hey, J4 is going to have its time in the sun.
All right, let's see then. Finally, Set. I mean, I've really enjoyed seeing Set being played. Also, even just from the support position, and some really bloodthirsty supports can really make a difference. I'm a fan, but I'm not voting. So
I think Ming's already making my point.
Yeah, I'll start with you, Raz.
Yeah, I have an Attraction.
Okay.
Even in BA's hands, when they were losing, I'm glad we were seeing a little bit of it here. It had great success. So I think Set should be played a little bit more.
That's an Attraction right there.
Oh,
One more.
You're like, well, it was a trap, and now I'm...
How did they get video of you, Chronicler?
Don't you dare! No, not this early in the day. I'm gonna go straight onto my point. It's an Attraction, but not for Chovy. Because Chovy has been known to, whenever Set is good, just pick it in any given situation. And I know the player is incredible, but I'd rather see him on things that he can have more influence with in terms of his laning presence, and I think that's where Set falls apart. I love it as a flex pick. I think especially if you pick up an early Kalista, it can go towards the bot lane, it can go to the mid lane, even in sub matchups can flex at the top, and I always really highly value picks that you can flex.
Well, and even just thinking about today, it's been a big pick for Huhi, you know, for a long time from 100 Thieves, so it'd be interesting to see if they'll bring it out.
Absolutely. Some really fun picks we've seen, and some we're maybe not sold on yet, but maybe the best of fives will change our mind. And with groups coming to an end, each of you will now draft an all-star team, which is also always fun. You, of course, can also use players we will still see today. There are a couple of rules. You can choose only one player per team, and you only have 10 seconds to make your picks. And if you don't pick in time, I will pick for you. And, you know, depending on how I'm feeling, I might just, you know...
We're pretty good friends.
Throw a curveball.
It might end up being better for me.
My relationship with Shock, she wants me to fail.
It's the Shock draft.
Might be a Euphoria draft.
And it's going to go Raz, Chronicler, Azale, Raz, Chronicler, Azale.
It's already biased. I like that.
Blue side!
Raz is going to need the help, so it makes sense.
I don't know about that.
So Raz, you can kick us off. And, oh, you're trying to open something.
No, I already know what it is. I already know what my first pick is.
10, 9.
Raz,
Ming.
start writing.
Okay, it's Ming.
Nice.
So I have mine as Ming. I don't even need to write it down. The big point is that he has been the strongest support of the tournament by quite a margin. And I think the support pool, when you actually start looking into it, is a difficult one. So I have it.
You're on the clock there. Let's go, Chronicler.
All right.
Clock. I don't need a clock. Of course it's Zeus. Are you kidding me? This guy is insane. I think he's been one of, if not the best top laners of the tournament.
You
I think
took
top lane meta.
You took budget 369.
Whoa. The God of Thunder.
I'm picking after, wasn't I?
The God of
That's
Thunder
weird.
is better than a guy that rolls maybe
misspell?
1 out of 3. You know, I'm going.
Yeah,
going
but you
with my
can't.
boys.
He isn't wavering. So
Can't take it back.
369. All right, Raz, you're up.
Obliterate him.
That's kind of insane that we have gone to the second round and no one said Chovy. Guys, I think I'm winning. I will say right now, Chovy, we haven't even seen the best of him. He's going to create highlights throughout today. The farming that he's had, the team fight's been incredibly strong. He'll have a better showing versus RNG today. So I have Ming and Chovy. I think I already win.
I gotta say, you guys are doing great on time.
Yeah.
I don't even need to ring the bell, Chronicler.
That's looking very strong. I'm going to go with Kanavi. Kanavi has been an exceptional jungler. I think a large part of what gives JDG the amount of perseverance and stability that they have is due to how well he's able to get them to those later stages of the game. So, gonna be Kanavi.
That's interesting. I feel like you're just doing me such a favor here. You're gonna pick Kanavi.
Is that your?
It's Mr. Graves. It's Mr. Graves in a Graves meta. You're gonna leave Canyon up? This guy's trolling.
I've been
Look at this team. I already
Canyon
won
all year.
Don't
you last three about Canyon as
I didn't need last 3 picks.
Order.
Raz, you're up.
Oh my God. Well, I have my junglers
10,
available. I have
9,
to go. Wait,
8.
this is actually
Raz is
so hard.
panicking.
6,
He's crumbling under the pressure.
He's crumbling.
He doesn't know where to go.
I'm doing owner.
Okay.
Owner from T1. We already saw him. People will forget because they Group A was so long ago, but
Yeah, that was
boom.
what a convincing argument. People will forget because it was such a long
wait,
time
Group
ago.
A. I feel like these guys have forgotten. He is such a great carry player. We've seen him what he was able to do during MSI, and during this time of group, his work with Zeus and Faker has been spectacular.
All right, Chronicler.
I am gonna go for Mako.
Mako, yeah.
Big Mako with the wealth of experience that he has, his level of expertise in whichever role you slot him in, and maybe a small hint towards which AD carry I'm looking towards, which I hope no one will steal away from me.
He's catching. Do you have another budget?
I'm feeling pretty good. I'm going to go Ruler. I'm feeling really good about this team so far.
Yeah.
369, Canyon Ruler. It's like I'm drafting against no one.
Yeah.
I just get all the best picks.
Okay.
Like DRX yesterday versus Rogue, am I right?
Yeah, good.
All right, well, it's going really fast. I don't even just go ahead.
I have
You're gonna
hope.
surprise us.
I have hope. He has just been, especially his Kaisa game.
Oh, yeah, those 2v2s were great.
Performances
They were
were
doing
strong.
really well.
Hey,
Yeah.
We don't need to focus on that. We need to focus on the actual team fights. Hope, especially during his Sivir game when he was going into the late game team fight.
Yeah.
That was great.
When he had
yeah,
Yumi.
that one
Yes,
game,
love. We
really
didn't need
good.
to talk about
Just
that.
class.
We don't need to talk
Chronicler.
about that. Thank you.
Of course it's the Alpaca. Of course it's
Yeah.
Deft. Mako and Deft back together. I personally loved this duo back when they played together on EG, and seeing them reunited will make me very happy. Also, having them together
A
is
little
just
bit of history.
it's heartwarming,
I
isn't
like
it?
it. It definitely is.
All right, here's
You're
the
still
glue
feeling
that's
good.
going to pull it all together. Xiaohu. We have a lot of carries already. You can't have everyone being the carry here, people. You got to think about the cohesive nature of the team. We're getting Xiaohu. He's roaming to Ruler. He's roaming to 369. Cannon is his jungler. Are you kidding me? Look at this
I
team.
gotta say, I think you're smurfing this.
What? I would agree.
Okay.
I would agree.
Okay.
No, I don't.
Is.
I think the host has a great point.
I definitely think Raz is doing not very well, but I'm doing exceptionally. I don't know
I'll
why
agree
I'm
with
getting
you on
called
that.
out.
Yeah.
That's
Also, I
disgusting.
gotta say, between the two NA reps, I haven't seen a single name from North America
Oh,
on
interesting.
that.
Yeah.
That is interesting.
That's very interesting.
Shall we just not mention it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, to answer your question,
Yeah.
maybe for the future of North America, we have Odoamne. We have Odoamne.
Don't you dare. Keep
You
your
never
paws
know.
off Odo.
You never know. You're making a great case, Azale, about tank players in the top side of the map, and he's been doing a great job for that in Rogue in week 1. We just need to see a little bit more in quarterfinals.
Slim pickings, right, for top laners, it
Odoamne.
seems. Chronicler.
Well, I wanted to go Chovy, but he was taken from
And
me.
you failed.
So, oh no, I end up with Showmaker. Oh,
Wow.
oh no, that's a disaster. He isn't good at all. Yeah, no, this is I
pretty
feel like
stacked
as far as you can go, Showmaker has, to me, especially in 22-1, was the lifeblood of Damwon, and especially the last couple of weeks that we've seen in playoffs as well has just been exceptional. Has been coming back to his
I think
regular
you
form.
rounded out really, really well.
I think,
but
it was a good participation award. You guys both tried your best. But my bot lane is carry a ruler. I have Xiaohu roaming to carry a ruler bot lane with 369 in the top lane.
So you're
and
saying
Cannon
you have-
has Flame Horizon to your jungler.
Carrier, the
It's
person
gonna
who's
happen. He's
second
gonna
to
get
Ming.
Flame Horizon.
Carrier second to Ming. I think I have a
Ooh,
problem with
I
that.
don't know about that one.
I like how now we have this like imaginary rosters playing versus each other in our little imaginary tournament. I gotta say, from the gut check, I really like Azale.
I think we're winning worlds.
But this has an X factor, and you have Odo, so how can I
There
not?
we go, exactly.
Yeah.
You got to make the call.
Yeah.
Exactly. Here are the All-Star rosters. This is yours.
This is specifically mine, and I actually have a pretty good playstyle. Hope is really strong on his own within his own lane, so it allows Ming to roam to the only lane that matters, to Chovy's lane alongside Owner. So I feel like this is already a team that wants to play through mid. Hope's going to clean out in team fights. Odoamne is going to be looking pretty handsome as a tree. eating a lot of dives, and then coming into a team fight.
What happens when the tree is banned out and he has to play against 369?
Look at this. Look at this team. Before we go to Azils, I want you to remind you, I'm picking on the current form of these players.
Okay.
Right? How well they've performed at Worlds thus far. Deft has looked incredible. I think Showmaker, again, speaks for himself. And Kanavi, in my opinion, has been one of the best junglers at the tournament. And if I'm going to talk about Zeus, I'm not going to stop for another 10 minutes. So
yeah,
you can take it away, Azil. Let me hear what you feel like.
I've already been doing a lot of talking here.
Yeah, you have.
I love this team. I mean, this to me is like pretty much what I would have wanted to pick if I wasn't drafting against anyone. You have I think the best AD carry performing today in the world. 369 to me was my best player in the world coming into the tournament. Xiaohu, yes, it's less about the laning than someone like Chovy, but I do think you need that glue guy on any team. You can't have 5 carry players. It doesn't usually work out. And I think that's what pulls it together when you're pairing him up with a hard carry jungler like Canyon. You got Keria, who's just a beast. I got the pick of the litter. I like my team.
It looks great.
Well,
we know all-star rosters don't work, right? So we heard in the past. But I think that one just might. That one just might.
This one's too big to fail.
It is. But let's see how Ming Raz's first pick in the draft fares tonight as he and all of RNG face off against Genji in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
In today's featured matchup, presented by Mercedes-Benz, we have the uncrowned kings of the LPL facing off against a team that has denied them the world title before. This is a deep and old rival that goes back to 2014 when Genji was Samsung White and RNG was Starhorn Royal Club. But although the names have changed, the bitterness over that loss has not.
Through and Samsung White are on towards the Nexus turret. Look at the damage that they have there. The first Nexus turret is going to fall. Only Lulu really there to stop them. The second Nexus turret falls.
RNG, an organization beloved by all LPL fans, have had Ming and Xiaohu as part of their roster throughout all their highs and lows. And this could be the time for them to finally win the championship they have coveted for so long.
Chovy looking to be the difference maker. Xiaohu now taken down, but no, Gala! Monster damage from the Graves and the Aphelios. RNG slaughter Genji in the fight.
For Genji, they are here to prove that even with new members and new names, they are still the kings of the Rift and are not to be taken lightly.
Chovy getting knocked back into it might be enough. They find it someday. Getting the reset on one at least. Chovy potentially in trouble, but someday no. They just got nothing left. Ruler, one more tower shot. Ruler.
This is another battle between the LPL and LCK Giants with the pride of each region on the line. Who will come out on top?
Well, we also have a very high chance that this might be the fight for first seed in this group. But of course, things can turn on their heads. But that would be great, Chronicler. I'd like to go to you first because they have an enormous history together and between them when it comes to International League of Legends.
And what I really love when you get this deep into the lifespan of League is how much ups and downs there are for both respective organizations. I think that RNG, particularly when you see their international performances of MSI, always leave me with a can they ever replicate it at Worlds? And for Genji, it's kind of the opposite, where they are the one LCK team that has actually failed to make it out of groups in the history of Worlds.
And just taking a look at the images of the past, one thing that I was reminded of was, Ming coming in after Mata. So Mata started at Samsung, ended up finding himself in the LPL. Ming accredited a lot of his growth to Mata in his time. So it's like, even though they were rivals for quite a long time, and certainly the fans think that as well, but also it was interwoven by the players going within the team.
And I like that you called out now that we have kind of a decade of history to pull from, right? Who remembers the Starhorn Royal Club hopefuls with Uzi, of course, and then Samsung just swooping by in 2014. It's cool that we have these stories, and it is even more impressive that some of these protagonists are still here fighting for their chances.
Yeah, absolutely. Xiaohu and Ruler, who are going to be featured on my team together, not going to be playing against each other any longer, have had, quite a long and storied career for both of these guys. The head-to-head has gone pretty heavily towards Xiaohu, but both of them have just incredible careers, the exact same number of Worlds games played, a world champion on one side, multiple MSI titles on the other side. you know, it really is amazing, not just how good they are today, but how good they have been for so long.
And that's the most impressive part. The fact that Ruler wins his first LCK title after 5 years. This is a guy that has been an emotional rock for most of the interviews that I see him in. He's very confident, very cocky. And seeing him tear up after he finally got that one domestic title, to me, was one of the highlights of the year. And can't wait to see what his matchup is going to take us.
Yeah, and for Xiao, who has really taken the mantle as the leader of that team alongside Min throughout this history. He's always been with the squad, but like that new role and responsibility, moving to the top lane, coming right back into the mid lane, and now getting that respect that he rightfully deserves.
And the question if RNG will finally get their World Championship berth. We will see their title rather. But let's dive into the group today. Last day of groups. Last chance for some of these regions to make their mark on the World Championship. Azael, I'll give it to you first because, of course, 100 Thieves are up against it today, but we've seen crazier things at Worlds.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's an incredibly hard group. I'm just hoping, you know, that they come out and they can really showcase their level. Last year, they were able to take down EDG, even though they went out in groups. I'd like to see them be competitive. I'd like to see them play with confidence, and I'm hoping that's what we get from today.
And to me, I'm actually very curious to see what the Oysters are going to be able to do. Because I think the Oysters have the opportunity to maybe not just try and make for a run, but knock out someone like Gen G, someone like RNG, if they discount them, because I think that the Gen G Oyster game was actually extremely competitive, and it comes early in the day as well.
And while I expected the Oysters to be one of the weaker teams within the group, I always expected a player like Rest to come in, look much stronger than he actually did. So there it is. And I think that as a top laner domestically, he came out with MVP performance. So I want to see more of that.
Definitely. So also at the end of this day, we will be having our quarterfinal draw to see which matchups we have and which halves of the bracket. Super exciting. But we got to see who gets in there first. And also today, all of Flying Oyster will be playing from Isolation, as well as Abadaga and Huhi from 100 Thieves. But let's get into it then. Last time they played, I think, Azael, I'll go to you again, because I remember you being quite disappointed, right? Because when it comes to the names in this group, Oyster is not someone to downplay, but you should have a chance to beat them as 100 Thieves.
Absolutely. I mean, I think coming in, this was the one that, you know, most NA fans would have circled as like, this is the one we want to win for sure, right? This is that one that you really don't want to fall down on. I do think 100 Thieves had a really poor read on the meta, and I don't think they have any excuse with that. Now that they've seen every other group completely played out, they should have a better read on it. They went for this MF Fiora comp that we saw C9 going for as well. Everyone has lost with MF, has not won a single game at Worlds. I want to see them move towards team fighting. I want to see them playing more towards bruisers. We saw Someday actually dominating Dora, and in that 1v1 when he was playing Aatrox, so we know this guy can be a great laner. I just think they didn't have the right read on the meta.
And the team fights were just bad for 100 Thieves. The topside team fight that happened much earlier was like 15 minutes into the game, where they just didn't have either Someday or Abadaga for it, and then the Baron basically team fight that ended up when they pulled Baron and CFO ended up taking it for them. So just being able to know that they have all the players ready for the fight when they end up committing for it.
Yeah.
And the big thing to me is that there is so much pressure on 100 Thieves here, because even if they don't make it out of the group, which, as you pointed out, this is a very difficult group with RNG, who is definitely stronger than an average 4th seed, and then Gen G being one of the tournament favorites going in. Having this much pressure on you, even getting a game or two would already be really big.
Yes, and it's do or die. You know, you lose and you're out, and it's all for pride. But I think we also need to take the perspective of CTBC Flying Oyster, because they have a real chance here. If they can repeat what they did versus 100 Thieves, they actually have a real chance to make an upset happen.
I agree, and I think coming into this tournament, fans expected Shun and Rest to be their star players. What we ended up seeing was Mission stepping up and really Rest getting bullied. So I think a lot of that should be my focus, is Rest getting the resources that he'd once had, and also changing up the meta a little bit so he's not just on Renekton and Gnar.
Definitely so. And so for both of them, such an important game. Now let's get into our MasterCard fan prediction. It's Flying Oyster with... Oh, I've spoiled it. 59%. This is also,
my God.
This is also quite interesting. The fans are doing an EU impression.
That's what I'm talking about.
Because they had 100% win rate before the second round robin, but have since gone 0-3.
that's painful.
Yeah, you just see it happen.
You
That's a tough
cosplay.
take.
Man,
Yeah.
I will say, I feel like the fan vote has gone against the crowd vote every single time. The crowd here is definitely behind 100 Thieves.
Get on your phones, vote.
Thank you, thank you.
There we go.
We got some support. We got some life in
We should
us
change the
still.
percentage
I
there.
didn't hear no bell, Raz.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, of course, maybe the final words, Azale, I'll go to you because, as you said, we need to rally these fans. The final advice for 100 Thieves to make the NA crowd proud.
Play with confidence. You know, we saw it last year after they were already eliminated from the event, unfortunately, but they need to actually believe in themselves, believe in their own play style, play towards their strengths, you know, believe in the fact that FBI and Hui can be a dominant lane, look to set up dives and aggressive plays. Closer needs to be proactive on the map because he's the one who really can get this team going in the right direction, and I think if they can do that, they're going to look good.
I love it. Here is our countdown. Last day of the group stage. It is time to kick off our final day of the group stage.
This Worlds, it just feels like every team is very strong and every team is competing.
The worst first half of group stage in North American history in front of the home crowds. That's devastating.
We haven't found what works for us yet.
刚开始抽完签的时候会觉得压力蛮大的吧。
아무래도 슬로우 스타터인 이유에 대해서는 딱히 뭐라 할 말이 없는 것 같습니다. 그냥 저희가 지금 헤매고 있는 게 맞는 것 같습니다.
因为我相信下一轮的根基会比就是这一轮准备的更充分。我们想要再次战胜他们，应该要付出非常大的努力。
Throughout the year, they have won all but one of their tournaments. RNG 3-0 in the group.
我还是非常期待下一次跟俏贝选手的交手吧，因为跟他的对线，可以让我学到很多，我觉得非常的有意思。
The ward, there's the stun. Does he learn E? Yes, has to learn E. That's going to make his laning phase much worse, but I don't believe they have the damage to follow through. Oh, the Q slow! First blood comes across!
한 가지 확실한 거는 제 실력에 자신감이 있을 때 그 모든 평가들이 저에게 부담으로 안 다가오는데 그 이전에 해왔던 경험들 다 쌓아서 이제는 저의 것으로 활용해서 만들 줄 안다는 게
因为我的赛区实力没有相较 LPL 7K 没有那么强，但我是觉得我们还是蛮有机会跟他们打得有来有往。
We have a lot to show. We will have repair, and then if they underestimate us, then they will probably regret us. A new 100 Thieves is coming for you guys. Watch out.
我感觉CFO是一支很团队的队伍吧，感觉就蛮有机会赢下来。
이제 D조에 있는 다른 세 팀들 있잖아요. 그 세 팀들은 이제 저희 젠지가 이미 한 자리를 차지했으니까 세 팀에서 한 자리를 놓고 싸우셔야 할 것 같아요.
我觉得比起春夏更重要的是就是自己的自信吧，但是我现在还是非常自信的。
Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far and start walking. Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far and start walking.
Welcome, welcome. Moments away from getting into game one. See if 100 Thieves can turn their run around. Few faces on the stage. Of course, a lot of players playing from isolation. But here on the Cash Desk, I'm Dracos, joining me, Dagda, K-Droll, to bring you the first 3 games of the day. And there's always the chance, there's always the hope
I know New York is a believer, and I think 100 Thieves are going to have to convince us in this first game because they're already in a do-or-die position.
They have to win this game. They have to go 3-0 if they want to stand the chance. Flying Oysters right now sitting at 1 win, and they have to join the race with Gen G, RNG, 2 huge powerhouses, even world favorites that they need to catch up to. So it's going to be very tough, but it's best of ones. Anything can happen. This first game will basically determine which team can join that 2-man running. If CFO win, they'll be sitting at 2 wins, tying with Gen G, I believe. So they actually have a fighting chance, and 100 Thieves yet to get in that race.
And that's the thing. The last time these two teams faced off, it was incredibly close. It came down to a lot of those early skirmishes where, unfortunately, 100 Thieves weren't quite able to get their footing and CFO were able to pop off. So we'll have to see if they can try and right the wrongs that we saw from them the last time.
And we've seen so many teams change their performance significantly coming into week 2, whether it's better reads on the meta and better drafts or upticks in individual performance. It's been a big shift. Now, to be fair, we've also seen downticks. Rogue obviously struggled yesterday after a fantastic week 1, but for 100 Thieves, if you are a fan of the team, you got to hope that they can show more of what they showed domestically. This is a team that has won so much domestically and yet has really failed to transition their regular season success and playoff success to the world stage.
I just want to see no more Misfortune. Misfortune has not looked good in groups. I just don't want to see FBI pick it up. That's the big one coming in for this.
Yeah, hopefully they drop that bot meta. Sunday's been having a pretty good tournament, I think. So I think focusing on counter pick for him or some kind of strong first pick like the Aatrox. I mean, this team's been together for 3 splits here, 100 Thieves. They've been to 3 finals, yet it feels like the hope's not really there for them. You know, it just feels like their chances have already been ignored. The fact that their group's so tough, that the other NA teams have fallen, that they've never really stepped up on the world stage. If they ever want to make a miracle run, now is the time to do it, to change all the fans' minds as to how strong this team is or how strong this team could be. But I think carries for closer, someday on a carry as well. Top side's where the focus should be. And I think the bot lane needs to find some kind of stability. They've been struggling in 2v2s.
And I will say that man in the audience with that glorious mustache and 100 Thieves sign would vehemently disagree with you if I had to guess, Cadril. And we just have to see an uptick. I think that is it. It demands a higher level of performance because you never know what form Gen G are going to be in, what form RNG are going to be in after they're pretty solid week 1s, incredible week 1 from RNG, and these are teams that are terrifying. And RNG also a team that is playing a little bit outside of what the expected meta was. You know, so many of these LPL teams still busting out the Viego, the Lissandra's coming in too. So one good look is not going to be enough, I think, for anybody to make it out of this group if their name is not RNG. You need to show us so much in terms of depth.
Yeah, I think especially, as you say, coming into week 2, it feels like you have to evolve. And kind of like looking at some of the meta picks that we've looked at that have dipped out of contention, like the Misfortune. I think that's going to be a big change coming into this. But I also think you're going to have to change your playstyle here a little bit coming up against CFO. I feel like you really need to try and control Mission in that mid lane.
Yeah.
This guy has been absolutely incredible. He is the highest damage per minute of any mid laner at this tournament, which is absolutely insane. He's 4th highest overall against every other player. So if you can keep Mission in check, if you can limit his champion pool, that's going to be your best option.
The mid to late game is where Mission shines, and he plays those control mages so he gets those damage numbers. But the interesting thing is Mission is also the highest KP here at Worlds for his team, so he's involved in most of the things that they actually do on the map. Let's contrast that to Abadage, and my question is, where is Abadage? Yes, he's been more so of a facilitator this year, not flashing through the damage numbers, but he's sitting at 20% damage for his team right now. I don't like overreading into statistics after 3 games, but his side lanes in FBI and Someday are sitting at over 30% damage, and the worst part is Abadage has the lowest KP, 48%. He needs to find plays or get a control mage so he can actually impact these fights.
And that's the thing that I think is really important to highlight, because often damage is very pick reliant, it's very win reliant. The more, if you're winning, you're much more likely to have damage. But the kill participation was surprising because he played 2 games of Talia.
Yeah.
This is a champion that just generates kill participation automatically. She's got great setup for the junglers, she's got great and fantastic roaming, but it was very clear in those Talia games that sometimes, yes, they were falling behind early very quickly, and that limited his options. But in other games, it just seemed like 100 Thieves were not playing very well as a team. They were not leveraging this pick super well, and you know, based on what we see in the meta trends, yes, Talia is a solid control mage, yes, she's got solid roaming options, but she's not going to outclass the Victors, the Azirs, even the Orianas. So if they are going to continue to draft for a champion like Talia, you're right, we have to see more from Abadage.
Ease of execution is what I'm thinking here for 100 Thieves especially. I think CFO have got a pretty good plan coming into this. They seem like they found a kind of meta that works for them, but it's on 100 Thieves to change it up. They've been playing carries top, they've been playing more so tank-ish junglers and roaming mids and teamfight AD carries, but I think they should just default to what the other NA teams are doing and see if it works for them. I always think that going back to scaling in teamfight is a reliable way to pick up wins in best of ones, especially against a team like CFO, who's not as strong individually as teams like Gen G and RNG. As a guaranteed win, reliability is what you need.
And look, on the CFO side, I have to admit, I've fallen in love a little bit with Shun and Koala. These guys have been so much fun to watch. They're always going super aggressive, looking for the 2v2 kills. When you look at like Mission and Shun, it's those two are the only two players in the team that have like a gold lead at 15. Shun's got a CS lead every time he goes in at 15 as well. These have actually been a ton of fun to watch, and it feels like going up against FBI and Huhi, that's where they're going to be seeing if they can actually find that 2v2 advantage like they did last time.
Well, and if you see some of the draft trends that Cadro was asking for, maybe we see them play something more aggressive, and then it's going to be on Huhi and FBI to really weather that storm. Because to be honest with you, Dag, I'm a simple caster. I see a support play Pyke on an international stage, win or lose. I'm a fan. It's that simple. Just pick it, lock it in. Yeah. We're best friends now. It's just that simple. Pyke or Aphelios, we're best friends. It's very easy. One of those occurs more than the other. We're going to have to see. Of course, there was an audio issue. That's what was getting checked out. Players are getting ready checks now. We'll hopefully be into the draft shortly. Obviously, a bit more complicated when you've got some players here, some players playing from isolation. But draft is going to tell us so much about how both of these teams want to approach the entire day. Of course, the struggle for the side of 100 Thieves is this is a do-or-die draft. So you really only get one shot at this.
And one shot is everything. I don't know if we have the standings production that we could pull up, because we're just going to hammer home how important this game is. It really is, because when you're 0 wins coming into week 2, you need to go 3-0. And there's no other room for excuses, no other room for losses. You can't really just take these losses on the chin and go move on to the next. You're playing 3 games today. You need to win all 3 as 100 Thieves. You need to win all 3 as CFO. 3 wins is the sweet spot in terms of forcing tiebreakers. 4 wins is the sweet spot in terms of getting out of the group.
Yeah, and of course you can see on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, Group D, everything else has been resolved. 2 teams more to move into the top 8 today. Now, RNG Genji, again, easy favorites, but the fight is not over yet. Flying Oysters, of course, 100 Thieves, down at the bottom looking to crawl their way back up. And it is so important that you highlight it because, again, week 1, a best of 1 is just a best of 1. You know, you can come out with whatever scoreline, there's still a chance to recover. But as we get into week 2, when you start the week 03, it is do or die. It's no longer a best of 1, it's the best of 1. The only best of 1 that matters right at this moment.
And I think just looking at these standings, looking at these teams across the board, zooming out, this world is incredibly, incredibly stacked and really, really tough for the Western teams, for the wildcard teams in general. The amount of powerhouse names that are in these knockout stages already is a bit scary.
Even the fact that you've got like RNG there, kind of leveraging that play-ins buff as well. Yeah. Like they were very shoddy coming in week 1 in the play-ins, and then they kind of started to grow. They started to figure out the meta and move on. It kind of gives you that little bit of an advantage, say, for a team like 100 Thieves or Flying Oysters that are only just coming into this now, starting to figure out what works for them and how they want to approach the game.
Yeah, and it's obviously a huge opportunity for players to make a name for themselves when every single group is this incredibly stacked. I mean, we saw how easy it was for the analyst desk to draft dream lineups that looked world champion worthy, incredibly competitive. And that's just because the caliber of talent, the top-end talent at this tournament is stacked, is unbelievable. And it is something that makes it so hard to get out of these groups. But again, it's that much more of an opportunity for some of these players who aren't as well known on the international stage to make a name for themselves. If you're the guys who take down or knock out Genji or RNG coming out of groups, instantly you've got people rallying behind you as we move ahead to quarters. But it's going to be a long day ahead of both of these teams to try to find that.
It is, and I think the only real upset we've seen so far this tournament is Top Esports. I don't think you look at any other group and you're surprised by the you're surprised by the results.
I was upset.
Yeah, that's the biggest surprise. And now it's just on 100 Thieves if they can be the next surprise or the last surprise here in group stage. Quarterfinals looks already incredibly stacked. And like you said, making a name, making history for yourself as a player on an international stage is all about getting to those knockout stages. No one remembers the loser, no one remembers the group stage. Everyone remembers the knockouts and what could have been straight into draft. No more delay, audio issues resolved. 100 Thieves on the blue side.
Already seeing some top lane focus. Aatrox hitting the bench as well as the Fiora. I like the Viego ban coming out, something that obviously Gemini has played, something a lot of the LPL teams are playing as well. Terrifying pick when it gets going.
Yeah, I still think you're going to be looking at things like the Caitlyn that we've seen banned away a huge amount. If you're looking specifically at Shun, though, things like the Kalista also become a big point of contention. He's like these more aggressive AD carries like the Kaisa as well.
Yumi, 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 Yumi.
True.
Is CFO going to ban this away?
Please do.
From Huhi?
Please do it.
Probably going to be an insta-lock first pick, you have to imagine. It is going to get taken.
There you go. There you go. There it is. That's a ban for the people, not just for the draft. No one wants to see it. Sejuani now going to be the first lock-in. Maokai, of course, taken on the board, elevates that Sejuani priority, and could let us see 100 Thieves play more around topside if that is going to be in the jungle. Look to set up with some of those melee picks.
I'm really curious to see now for guys like Mission as well. Are we just going to go straight towards the Azir? Are we going to go towards Comfort for him? But it looks like, again, we are talking about these more aggressive AD carries on the bot side, and Lucian has really started to creep up in priority. We've seen him first picked a lot yesterday on blue side, but it actually will be the Caitlyn.
Ooh, okay, so they're going to go for the Caitlyn, expecting some kind of Lux here on 3 or Karma, any kind of pushing lane with the Caitlyn. You were talking about aggressive bots. Shun has been playing Kai'Sa, Tristana, Kalista, bot lanes that either want to have kill pressure or get the push. Will 100 Thieves match with the Lucian Nami? I'm not so sure. It does give you good sustain and a big power spike at that first mythic item, but we've seen lots of people try to dissect the Caitlyn dilemma in terms of contesting push.
And this is going to be a big step up, or at least a big point of contention here for FBI and Hui. They struggled against Shun and Koala the last time these two teams faced off, so now you're going up against one of the most dominant lanes that could possibly go into that bot side. You need to be coming out with strong picks that can actually contest against this.
And if 100 Thieves wanted to play around topside, this throws a bit of a spanner in the work. Okay, Bel'Veth essentially confirming Sejuani tanking on the top side. Now, Someday obviously an incredible player in the first week despite the losses, but wow, a lot of pretty volatile topside picks outside of the Sejuani.
I like the Bel'Veth, but I feel like when Western teams are getting knocked out, Bel'Veth is like their fallback. We saw it from, I think, C9 and G2 as well. On their
Elyoya busted it out too.
Elyoya. So hopefully this is a Bel'Veth that can actually impact the map and not just kind of not make plays happen, you fall behind, and then you just seem useless. We'll see what he can get done with the Sejuani. Of course, we'll have a really good time with getting that E stun lock and the Azir pickup for Abadaga. No surprise, Mission will match it with a control mage of his own.
And I think if you're 100 Thieves fans, you're just waiting with bated breath to see what FBI and Hui are going to come up with. Because if we see an Ezreal Karma on the bottom side, I am not a fan. This other strategy we've seen that has worked is almost equally terrifying, which is something like a Blitzcrank, something super aggressive that can shut the Lux down, but that is high stakes. If you mess that up, if you make a mistake in that bottom side, it falls apart so quickly.
They may not even get to take that bet, though. I could easily see, okay, it's not going to be CFO just banning away some of these more supports that can go well against the Lux, like the Blitz, like the Karma in particular as well, and then making that lane that even more oppressive, especially with the fact FBI and Hui have completely left themselves open.
So I think there's two ways that 100 Thieves can do this, depending on this next ban. Kalista is probably the easiest with the Kalista Blitzcrank something, or Draven Blitzcrank, but I'm not sure if that's something 100 Thieves will lean into. The second option is a Jinx lane, which can function well into the Caitlyn. Something like a Jinx with a melee support, something with Engage for setup to actually bridge the distance in terms of range.
I think Ashe would actually be sick here.
Yeah,
you've got like good push against the Caitlyn. You've already got a ton of damage coming through from your jungle and your Azir, and you just provide more CC, more setup for the likes of Bel'Veth and the Azir. Honestly, this could be one of the times we get to see the Ashe coming out as a counter to the Caitlyn that was talked about for so long as an answer to this.
What jungler will be picked up here for Gemini? I mean, they see jungle, they see top. There's no real room for counter pick here in terms of hiding picks for CFO. It's just a value of picking your jungler last. Maybe something like a Jarvan could work if they pick something immobile in bot lane, but it's just going to be a Lucian Nami, it looks like. Really spikes on that first mythic, and it's a very strong bot lane in the current meta. I'll hold my breath on the hovers for now and see what direction they're going. So they've gone for the Kalista. They go for the Blitzcrank as well. Kalista Thresh, not a huge fan, but Nautilus Blitzcrank, something with more all-in potential, I would prefer.
And this is a very high-stakes bot lane again. Just a quick highlight on Nar pick, of course, one of Rest's most played. He was a montage maker domestically on this pick. But honestly, the second I feel myself talking about top lane, I just get pulled right back down to bot because, again, such a high-stakes lane matchup. If you get the all-ins, if you find early all-ins, if you stop these champions from just taking over the lane with their range advantage, things can go very well for 100 Thieves. If you fail, they're taking towers left and right, and you are falling out of the game so incredibly quickly.
Yeah, not quite the Blitzcrank that we're going to get, but the Amumu I still think is a great pickup for Hui. Last time we saw these two teams face off at that first Rift Herald, Hui had a fantastic Curse the Sad Mummy that set up them for the bullet time from FBI that ended up actually winning out that engagement for them. So I like that they're trying to play back in towards this and just providing a ton of CC for a very damage-heavy team.
I like the last big jungle here from CFO as well. If that was a Jinx, Tahm Kench or something, or some kind of immobile AD carry, then this Jarvan last pick would have more value in terms of hiding it. I wonder if 100 Thieves were vocal and saying we need an AD carry that can actually do well into Jarvan and have mobility. So that's why they opted for a Kalista lane. But yeah, lots of engage now on 100 Thieves. Still a little bit to see whether they can land the engage. You know, Sejuani ult is a skill shot at the end of the day, Amumu Q as well, but they can find really good flanks and angles. And pulling out the Amumu, throwing him back in with a big ultimate. They have a lot of front to back here to work with. with, but CFO have a lot of pushing lanes that they need to deal with.
And we've gotten a lot of the changes that we want to see from 100 Thieves. Potentially too many changes. Very volatile composition. The Belveth paired with this early game bot lane. Gonna have to see how it plays out. See if this is the strategy, if this is the look. In the last dance for 100 Thieves, if this will be the composition that can keep them in the running.
I think there might be a... No, never mind. They've actually managed to swap on my screen here. It's just on the lower third there. It looks like it was a good Gnar bot lane, Caitlyn top, but no, they have swapped.
You've never heard of Gnar? You've never played Gnar bot lane before?
Gnar Lux sounds like really oppressive.
The Undying Caitlyn top lane, you know, from the 1v1 tournaments.
Yeah. Binding into Mega Gnar.
Full lethality.
Caitlyn top into Sejuani keeping her under a tower. Would be exciting. But no, we've swapped it all back. And yeah, we're just going to reiterate how important this best of one is for either of these teams to catch up and get in the running. 100 Thieves still looking for their first win. And if they need if they're going to get a first win, it has to be this one.
Certainly does. New York, let's get into game. 100 Thieves versus CFO. The last dance of North America. Do they know the steps? Of course, before we get into it, I think I left somebody, didn't hear who he said. 100 Thieves fans out in force, but of course, before we get into games, before this level 1 comes to fruition, make sure you link your league account with Prime Gaming to receive free digital goods.
So, CFO here warding middle bot brush to get early push. They might find Huhi here, but there's no real action to be done. Not a huge lot of follow-up. Binding not in range. So that second brush control is really important in getting the Caitlyn Lux to push, so they can test the third brush and they can look for auto attacks in and out of the brush. You know, you hit the Amumu, then you go back inside the brush. They don't have vision because you swap the sweeper, and then you can always win out on the trade. We'll see how Gemini paths this game. Expect him to focus bot lane.
And that's why I'm surprised to not see 100 Thieves trying to get deeper vision here, because it does feel like for Gemini, he wants to be trying to play around this bot side. So a red into, you know, your 2 camps on bot side makes a hell of a lot of sense here, but not actually having the vision of where he started now means that you're not actually going to be sure if Shun and Qual are about to get some help in that bot lane.
Absolutely, and that's so incredibly important when they're already set to win just the laning matchup as long as Amumu is not landing these Qs. So wondering if 100 Thieves are going to give their bot lane a little bit more support here. Harder with the Belveth than it is with the Jarvan. So keeping eyes closely on the jungle pathing here as both starting top side, so maybe expecting some action around bot early on.
Yeah, Camera is just going to be bot lane most of this game. Mid lane is just 2 control mages farming it out. The Azir on 6 will have some kind of threat with the jungle. Top lane will be quite slow as well, but 100 Thieves want to all-in bot, and CFO want to stack waves and push. All-in's not very good for the Caitlyn and Lux unless they have control over the wave, but the Kalista lane definitely wants to fight, so we'll see a little bit of respect here from CFO's bot lane as they try to get to level 2 and poke out the Kalista and Mumu. And then from that point onwards, they can stack waves when Jarvan's bot side. They'll win the 3v3. So 100 Thieves just trying to capitalize on any mistakes in these first couple waves.
And I think the biggest one that's going to be interesting to see is how this mid lane matchup then fends itself in towards the bot side as well, because Abbedagge should have a decent amount of push in this lane, so if he can then group up at closer, suddenly you have that numbers advantage on the bot side that 100 Thieves can try and leverage against what CFO were trying to do. So we'll have to keep our eyes on Abbedagge to see if he can up that kill participation a little bit and get a little bit more involved in these early stages.
Certainly, and I think the good news for all of the lanes of 100 Thieves is they have so much CC set up to help make sure that the Belveth can impact these lanes, especially level 6. Azir, this is one of the reasons that he has been considered above Victor, above the other control mages, is the mobility that he brings, is the playmaking that he brings post level 6, but it's all about making it happen, especially now as J4 double buffs moving down to the bottom side, maybe just covering for now, but all of these plays, pretty high stakes early on.
Yeah, it just looks like he's covering. He might pop the sweeper here or something, try to get some info and try push, but no, he's just going to put his spear down as a ward. Closer is going to go towards these Krugs as the crab is spawning. Gemini wants to secure that, but his bot lane now safe and happy to just keep stacking these waves. And I think you're right there, Draco. 3 and Azir is S tier as it just ticks every box. Pushing lane, scaling, playmaking, mobility, range, you know, it has everything. So it's just such a well-rounded champ that it's so incredibly strong in pro play, but in solo queue can never really perform at that level because of the game pace.
And I mean, that's the reason, right? The second Azir is anywhere close to meta, he's like always mid lane, because it just gives you everything that you want. And we'll have to see now if Closer will be able to get a little bit of help now. 400 Thieves on bot side, but looks like he's been spotted out. Shun and Koala well aware that this is going down.
Ooh, he's still stepping forward. He's getting a bit risky there, just poking around. Of course, Cleanse available for the Caitlyn does make it a little bit easier to get out of at least the initial play.
I would say not too bad for 100 Thieves, to be honest. They can start stacking waves back. CFO's bot lane has to play with respect. Gemini has to go to his top camps, and Closer still hovering around this bot side river, so looks not too bad. Only down a couple CS despite the Caitlyn Lux perma push, and now Closer actually going to go towards his top crab, expecting him to full clear back down as his Gromp respawns. Belveth always just wants to keep power farming and then matching the Jarvan to stop him from finding early plays. He might cover Sunday here on his top push, who might be calling jungle and saying, hey, my wave's pushing out, I might need a little bit of help. We'll see what he does though, because full clearing is always best for these farming junglers.
I think it becomes most interesting when we start to look at, you know, almost the dichotomy and the split we're going to see in the map here for CFO and 100 Thieves, especially on Rift Herald, right? Because as a Bel'Veth, you really want to try and make sure that you're able to get that first Rift Herald for yourself. But if you aren't able to kind of give that help to bot side for FBI and Googie to get those stacking waves, it becomes very difficult to move them out of this bot side. And if CFO are already to take a bit of a chunk out of this bot end tower, well, then that could be devastating if that Rift Herald goes into bot side. So I really want to see 100 Thieves getting involved in this bot lane early.
Oh, good initial stun. Big damage on the Qual. Ignite already ticking flash forward. They're just going to cut him down. First blood. Oh, man. 100 Thieves, exactly the start that they wanted. The advantage for the Caitlyn and the Lux falling away instantly.
That is huge for the Kalista Amumu lane, not only because they got the first blood, but the fact that Koala doesn't have summoners anymore means he's so vulnerable in pushing in these waves. Big pick there, big first blood. Gold went over to Amumu, but you don't really care. Nice Q here from FBI. He autos the creep and Qs through it with the E to get the reset. Then manages to flash forward and get the E again to get the slow. So good Kalista mechanics to pick up the kill. Cleanses the exhaust to try to trade on to shoot a bit harder.
And this now becomes terrifying as well for CFO, because you're going to get that crash wave. He's going to start to push back out. And look where Bel'Veth is on the map. Closer completely cleared at his topside jungle, then reset. So he's going to be here if they try to make a play, which is why you look at Gemini. He's been pulled down to this bot side just to make sure that Shun and Koala won't end up falling further behind or leaving them vulnerable to Closer on this bot end.
And this is so massive because you'd essentially bought yourself 3-4 minutes where Lux cannot walk forward in this lane without a creep in front of her. And the second that, and who I mean, he's holding on to Flash. The second level 6 comes around, they can go for the all-in again so effortlessly. Yep. And this is the danger of the Caitlyn Lux, is when it looks good and it's played flawlessly with no mistakes, it looks unstoppable, it looks unbeatable, it looks incredibly oppressive. But it's a high-stakes lane as well, and that if you fail one time, it falls down so quickly.
Execution is so crucial. Need to be at the top of your game to make sure you don't make these minute mistakes, because it can all fall apart at the second of a kill, right? You just lost your entire bot advantage you've been getting for the last 5 minutes. So now 100 Thieves are the ones who can actually start stacking waves. Koala is the one who has to play with a lot of respect without information. And then they can be the ones to dictate the pace of this bot lane. Can push in waves, can even look for dives, 3v2, or you could look to get the Herald first, as Dagda was alluding to, about getting this early Herald to start snowballing the game. Oh, Shun.
Stun. Ending Shun. First net back. Still has both of his summons. He's going to cleanse now. The follow-up still coming through. Big damage. Forced to flash out as well. Again, massive wins on the bottom side for 100 Thieves.
I mean, this is huge for them. They get so much control over this bot side. A little bit early, so Closer wasn't able to get in there, but still, the fact you get to crash this wave, you get the opportunity now for the Bel'Veth to have support from the likes of Huhi if he wants to roam after crashing this wave. They're going to get Dragon off of this. 100 Thieves are coming in, and they're looking good in game one.
They are. Easy objective here for them. 40 seconds until the Herald. Closer could take a base, they could push another bot wave and then meet each other on that objective. It's really hard for CFO to match with their bot lane because 1, they want to push all the time, and 2, they have no summoners to contest this Herald, and they're so vulnerable to a Sejuani ult and a Zir Shuffle. There's so many tools that 100 Thieves have to shut that bot lane down. So for CFO right now, it's about weathering the storm, getting a couple more items on this Victor and trying to get this Caitlyn out of bot lane into mid and then play the mid game.
I mean, even with the kill as well on Huhi, he's going to hit 6 pretty quickly as well, so he should have that ultimate available then for the Rift Herald fight as well, so it's going to become really hard for CFO to try and contest it, and I mean, that's exactly the start 100 Thieves wanted, especially if you're keeping this Lux and Caitlyn in check.
So the Bel'Veth is base and is now running towards the top side. Huhi looks like he's going to get a little bit of bot side vision. 8 minutes on the clock. And I expect 100 Thieves to accelerate this game a little bit and try to start this Herald up. The question is on what wave will they do it? Will FBI try to push this wave in and try to meet his jungler? Does he need to meet his jungler? Will they only need the Amumu? CFO trying to make a play on mid here.
Gemini just ticked over to 6. Just walking forward, waiting for Abadagi to burn any cooldowns. Knows he cannot just flag and drag in without the element of surprise. So just forcing him off of mid wave for now, just trying to get to a little bit of control there. And this is a crucial moment in the game for CFO. Bot lane falling apart a little bit. Yes, they can still use their range advantage, but this Jarvan level 6, if Gemini goes through this entire early game, 0-0-0, as his bot lane is falling apart, as Closer is power farming up, it's bad news. And already on the top side, plays being made, pressure being laid down.
Look at where Gemini is, though. He doesn't want to go 0-0-0 for the moment, but Huhi and FBI, they've read it. And they're doing a really good job of just trying to play around where these wave states are. And now you got the Bel'Veth on the top side with Closer going, hey, cool. Well, if you're going to play around bot end, I'll just take the Rift Herald solo.
Someday, looking for an ult in there. Doesn't get the proc E damage, but he can look for the ult here. Rest incredibly low, also on a split map, so needs to be careful. I feel like 100 Thieves dropped the ball here a little bit. They'll still pick up the Herald, but they're not involving their bot lane as much as maybe they could have with a push out, swapping them full on the top side, 4-man with a Herald. and start snowballing this game a little bit quicker. CFO will respond with a lot of gold here in their back pocket, denying experience. The Caitlyn's now up 10 CS. Yes, they get the Herald, and they should be able to pay 100 Thieves bot lane back, but with the kill and with the lead that they had, I felt like they could pressure a little bit harder.
Certainly could, but CFO happy to get some of those plays back, some gold back to the back pockets of their bottom lane, even if it takes a lot of their junglers' time, even if it means giving up the Herald. Question, of course, be how do 100 Thieves use that objective? A very empowered Bel'Veth ready to make it happen in mid lane, and this is got to be annoying for Mission. Look at those. God dang it. She just makes little fish, and you just have to deal with it. This champion with Rift Herald is so annoying.
Yeah, hello, Remora, isn't it? Open tower.
Remora, yeah, that's
there you go. I read the LoL wiki page, and I need the people to know it.
Yeah, Remora. I didn't even know they were called that.
That thing is, yeah.
Especially when the Bel'Veth has, like, she's so fed. First item, heralds your tower, almost takes your inhib. Really frustrating, but Mission will clear out those Remoras, has the TP. And now we need to watch 100 Thieves what their next game plan is, because Shun summoners are coming back up, Koala summoners are coming back up, Gemini will base, I presume, very soon and start matching towards this bot side, or at least trying to contest the 3v3. And 100 Thieves want to drop this Herald bot side. There's no point using it top. Could use it mid for Abadage, but ideally they want to get FBI's Kalista even further ahead. Still yet to get a kill. Down in creep, so probably even with Shun right now. And Closer looking for a little bit of vision. Now Gemini coming down towards the spot side, the 3v3.
We now going in, that's the level 6. The cleanse is up, but it might not be enough. The Kaelin's getting cut down. That's going to be one easy kill. Now here comes the Bel'Veth. Will they try to make it? Oh, no. He's still standing. Closer on the way in. Oh, and there it is. One slappy Stingray to finish the job.
Big kill by 100 Thieves there. We were a little bit skeptical of the Herald play and not actually playing around the Kalista as much, but they managed to pick up a kill. Flash Q here from Koala is going to miss. Too Closer. And they will crash the bot waves in. Doesn't look like they want to use their Herald. FBI a little bit low. Probably has a lot of gold in base here. So good proactive play. Gets the cleanse out of Shun.
Yeah, still though, you don't get that Rift Tower going down in that bottom side because you had Gemini linking up there with Koala in that bot lane. So at the moment, you kind of need to set that up once more. Now, Abadage has good push in the mid lane. So maybe you just need to bring more members down to this bot side. But you see here, FBI, I'm not sure. It looks like...
Solo Bolo.
Oh, wait.
Rest now running.
Oh. Flash.
And this is why so often we see Ignite taken in this top lane matchup is you have a lot of kill pressure on the Gnar. Someday opting for the flash, I think because of the J4, I think because of the backline on the opposite side that he needs to close the gap with, but Rest has been so close to death multiple times in this lane.
I'm keeping my eyes mid here though. Closer starting to move in, and this was kind of what we saw already, was Closer help Abadage get push, but it looked like they're just going to slam this Rift Herald down instead. Even Someday moving down from the bot side to help support 100 Thieves on this push. Yep. Should just get the charge, but won't be too much to ride home with it.
Gold over to the Azir never hurts though. That'll be an extra plate as well to full. But Someday having a good game so far. I mean, he gets counterpicked by the Gnar, and he almost gets a solo kill in his lane, which is really impressive, I think, on the Sejuani going even. So that'll help 100 Thieves out a lot when it comes to these team fights. The Victor so immobile against Sejuani might be his target, and we've talked about the amount of engage that 100 Thieves have, so the backline of CFO will need to be very careful, and it's about weathering the storm still for them right now. Dragon's up, 100 Thieves will just push in bottom, look to start it, mid push as well. CFO, no real response with Gemini on this top side, so 2 Dragons under their belt, 13 minutes into the game, getting closer and closer to that soul point.
And Jinkies, boys, what a turn from week 1 to this. This first game that they played against each other was such a disaster for 100 Thieves, and this is the level of performance I think 100 Thieves fans wanted to see. Confidence in their bot lane to pick this matchup to outperform, as we see Someday contesting the creeps, and tons of credit to the team for bringing it back like this in their first game of the day.
And for CFO, it's a bit of a rose Scooby, right? Because you can't actually get into any parts of this map right now. You're trying to move into topside there with Gemini, you're spotted out already, you're not able to go for a dive. It feels like every time 100 Thieves are making a play in the map, the trade for CFO is being denied. And that's why we're starting to see this road lead creep up. You now have 2 Dragons to your name. 100 Thieves are in such a good spot right now.
I just want to highlight Huhi. Just a really good performance on the Amumu so far. He's the one leading the charge with FBI and getting these Qs back to back, getting out cleanses, being tossed in with the ultimate. So able to shot call his way through this bot matchup, able to shot call his way through this pushing lane of Caitlyn Lux and shut it down next to the FBI, next to his duo of FBI. It's been the 2v2 that's been going in their favor the majority of this time, and we'll see what else they can get done. Closer picking up the second kill on the back half of the dive. Blue buff over to Abadage, cycling through the top camps. Herald spawning in the next minute, 30 seconds. We'll see how 100 Thieves decide to play out the map. CFO ideally would like to pick that up to shut down the snowball. When you have the first Herald crash on your mid tower, it means the second one will probably kill it. So CFO a little bit vulnerable right now in this control mage mirror in terms of this Herald coming onto the map. They need to look to contest it or try to shut it down. Otherwise, otherwise their mid tower will fall.
The big thing though is the mythics being completed for both their carries, right? Mission has his, Shun has his, and they're already kind of moving into position now. FBI should have his on reset, and I thought they were actually moving Shun in towards the mid lane. You can see they're kind of considering that, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case instead. So mythics will be matched now by Abadagi and FBI for the moment.
Rest, no flash. Mega Nar's about to time out. 2 people hiding in the bush.
Oh, waiting. Going in, instant stun, instant follow-up. There's no way! He's just a tiny little Yordle. There's too much damage. Ignite ticking. He's done. 100 Thieves finding the pick on the top lane. Crucial as the Herald is just 30 seconds away.
And they save the Amumu ult as well. Huhi decides not to use it. They get the kill. That means the Herald should be secured as well with the Caitlyn being on the bot side. CFO should get the first tower of the game here on the Caitlyn, but 100 Thieves have a lot of objectives to respond with. Top tier 1, Herald, mid tier 1, and the push in mid means that Mission might be vulnerable if Abadagi decides to go for the shuffle, decides against him.
Also just a great call from FBI, clearing out that entire bot side jungle before he makes his way into mid lane. So there isn't even anything for Gemini to try and answer with on the cross map. So really good job here from 100 Thieves. Now Shun will get bot lane tower, which will help out. They can now start to rotate him around the map, but you've always got to be so careful because with another Rift Herald now available for 100 Thieves, they can always quicken the pace on the map.
CFO trying to get this bot tier 2. I think they will get it, and I think 100 Thieves, Abadagi is saying, let's try to get top tier 2, trying to pressure as hard as he can on this top side.
Pushing him back, rinse and repeat, rest. Not getting a chance to take a break whatsoever.
Great play there by 100 Thieves. They realize that CFO are going 4-man bot, so Abadagi says, let's make a play top. They're not allowed to take our bot tier 2 for free. FBI then goes mid and pressures Mission away. 100 Thieves playing on these 2 lanes beautifully.
And he still haven't even taken the Rift Herald yet. So now you just have even more stuff going over in favor of 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves are playing this out so incredibly well, and CFO are starting to fall apart, especially when you look at just how strong Abadagi and Close are going to be as this game progresses.
And as more towers are taken, the map gets smaller and smaller for CFO. They get a lot of gold into the back pocket of that Caitlyn, but this is the last outer standing. And with the amount of engage, the amount of setup that this 100 Thieves lineup has, it is going to be difficult for Shun to find any safe space to farm as we get later into the game.
Oof, 100 Thieves have a really good map play right now with the Herald. Bot tier 1 is up. In one crash, it'll die, and they can look for a tier 2 as well. So I think the call here from 100 Thieves is probably, let's all go mid, get vision, play towards bot side, light up the bot side of the map, and if Mission wants to sit top and try to take this top tier 1, we can either force his TP or get 2 towers. But 100 Thieves have so many options now that they've taken towers and have the Herald.
I can also see an argument for hanging on to it for a little bit. I mean, a minute until third dragon, you have that opportunity to create pressure mid, which you can then use to actually threaten an inhib turret as well. So as you say, there's a ton of different opportunities here for 100 Thieves, and very, very few left for the Flying Oyster, so they really need to try and find some sort of pick, some sort of opportunity to take 100 Thieves off the map and disrupt this tempo and advantage that they're building.
So Closer's going to take the Scryer's Bloom, has the Herald. A lot of pings coming out onto this bot tier 1, but they don't have enough information right now. CFO going 4-man mid, trying to contest these mid waves so they can flush 100 Thieves out of this bot side jungle. 30 seconds on that dragon. When will they put the Herald down? But I think you're right, Dagger. They could actually pop it bot in the next 10-20 seconds to start pressuring a lane that CFO's playing away from. So when they come towards this dragon, there's 2 pressure points on the map. One is the dragon start, one is the Herald pushing down. We'll see if 100 Thieves go for it.
Getting the Scuttle Crab, getting control over the pit for now. CFO forced to group as 5 just to try to get their way, to bully their way in around this objective. Bot wave being deleted by the tower right now. Gold lost to CFO. Huhi on the flank. It was his stun that started the snowball on the bot side that denied the Caitlyn Lux. Can he find the angle again? Yes, he can. Locked down. No Mega Narc for the fight. It's massive for the Thieves. Huhi now locked up, the damage being fired back. That's the Victor ultimate down. But FBI ready to throw him right back into the thick of it if he needs to. There's no option here for CFO. They're desperate. They have to just go for the mid lane tower because there is no fight that they can take.
All right, Huhi needs to go back to his mid lane ways. He needs to start building AP in this movement. 3 kills now on the support here for Huhi. He is hopping off this game. And this is what I love seeing, like taking the Amumu, having that control, having those big engages that are putting 100 Thieves ahead.
I mean, it's just beautiful play from Huhi so far this game. Definitely my MVP in terms of setting 100 Thieves up. Now the Herald will come out. Rest will go bot, but he doesn't have TP. Abadagi does and has the ultimate. CFO get the mid tier 1. No one's really hovering around Abadagi right now, so I'm not too sure if he can get this bot tier 2. We'll keep our eye on it, see how much damage he can put down. Regardless, that tower will be low. They got the bot tier 1, and 100 Thieves are on sole point.
19 minutes into the game, gentlemen. That is pace. Normally when I'm talking about teams sprinting in this tournament, it is not a positive thing, but they are sprinting towards Seoul, and it's looking good.
And what a start for 100 Thieves. Thieves. I mean, when they have to try and make that miracle run, when they need to win every single game, this is the start you want on that day, and this is the plays you want coming out from your support. Quick pick onto Rest as he's separated from the team. Huhi find a perfect flank and sets up 100 Thieves beautifully.
His Qs have just been on points, really, haven't they? Closer's always been around. I think he has quite high kill participation as well. 2-0-2 next to Huhi's 3-0-1. The jungle support have been in team to get these kills together, despite that 2v2 kill bot. The first 4 or 5 minutes in, Huhi and Closer have been teaming up well.
And really, this is the start. You're going to take more wins after this. 100 Thieves can close this one out, but they have all the tools they need at their disposal. So much hard engage, so many members who are stronger than the ones on the opposite side. It has been an incredible game thus far. Huhi started it, the rest of the team keeping that ball rolling. And now the map and the options for CFO, few and far between. Again, the most reliable setup they have is a Jarvan, but they don't have other divers really to go back with it. Rest 0-3-0 has not gotten a single chance to use a Mega Gnar in a fight.
And it's a Kempug Sword Jarvan at that as well. He's not going to last very long if he jumps into 100 Thieves, so it really does feel like CFO kind of have to keep looking for picks or just find some way to disrupt this, because if you just let this keep happening, well, 100 Thieves, they're going to play out the map, they're further ahead, and they're going on
Here we
Gemini.
go! Rinse and repeat! Stealth of Mumu now running in. He's looking for some friends. CFO, you interested? He's getting thrown right into the backside. Now he has to wander his way out, though. This is a bit of a difficult situation. He's going to be forced all. He is going to get taken down. Fight initially starting positive for CFO as Gemini makes it out to safety. So far, a 1-for-0 in favor of the Oysters.
It's a 2-for-0. Someday also fell. The Rest TP'd in here, but I don't think they can actually get anything out of it. A little bit of miscommunication there from 100 Thieves looking for a mid play. Huhi kind of missed everything in that fight. We'll excuse it, despite how well he's been playing this entire game, but that engage really did not land. Someday was the one going in first. Abadage arrived a little bit late, and there was just no real follow-up on FBI tossing Huhi in. They get the summoners out of Mission and Shun, but that's a big shutdown over to CFO. Huhi had a 300 gold shutdown, I think.
And it should give CFO a bit of time now to kind of correct the wave states that they're in, because it was a bit of a mess, but this was super disjointed. Like, Huhi's wrapping around one way, you haven't even got the Kalista in position, and you're already fighting, and there's 4 members of CFO here, so Huhi not getting the initial bandage toss was a mess. Now you've lost your Sejuani, FBI sends him in, but everyone's running back. It's so disjointed from 100 Thieves.
Yeah, misses the first Q, flashes, misses the second Q, then he gets tossed in, ults, Abadage arrives a little bit late, and then Huhi has no real way out. So CFO have found some kind of play on this map to get the Caitlyn back into it, get the shutdowns, they can start contesting these mid waves. A little bit of topside vision, but 1 minute 30 seconds from now is the Dragon Soul for 100 Thieves, so CFO needs to make a call quickly in terms of what they want to do. Start up the Baron very, very soon, or just transfer this pressure towards the bot side. Looking for Abadage though, has the flash.
Death Ball in the enemy jungle, they spot Abadage. They can come over the wall, the flag, the Draggy's now been locked up. Mission now coming in, Abadage dashing out to safety, clean mechanics. He shifts over the wall.
Mission just used the ultimate there. That's going to be on cooldown, you have to imagine, for this next Dragon spawn. We'll see what CFO can get done regardless. They're going to get this mid-wave in once again. Someday has a lot of bot push that Rest will need to answer, and Rest doesn't have the TP, so CFO will have to give up this mid push and allow 100 Thieves back into the vision.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest problem right now, is just trying to get vision right now for CFO is not in a good spot. You've got Someday now who's stealing away all these camps. They've already had a lot of vision there for 100 Thieves that's now just going to be replaced. And suddenly you've got to try and walk into this Azir, the Amumu, the Sejuani blind. And that's not going to be the best spots, especially with how squishy most of the CFO are.
Yeah, given their champions as well, the Caitlyn really wants to set up traps around the objective and be first to it. But with this Azir tower, with this push, like you're talking about, with the pick potential, it's going to be really hard. CFO have 2 options here. Number 1, just go topside and just force a Baron and make 100 Thieves come into them and try to find a fight that way. Number 2, they have to brute force their way into this bot side jungle and face check this Amumu Sejuani. Both calls are very risky, but this is the position that they're in. We'll see which one they go for.
A good call in the Azir turret from Abadage, keeping that minion line in check, making sure that CFO can't actually contest this mid push. Now they should be able to, but the Dragon's already spawned, and once more, we're looking at flanks coming through from the jungle.
And this feels like the last, or what could be the last desperation death ball from the side of CFO. They're giving up so much CS on the bottom side just to contest because they know that this soul could be everything. Abadage off the flank, Huhi on the flank. Was he spotted out? Oh, whiffing, he might have a second charge. He's gonna Hex Flash over the wall. Have to be careful. Fighting into CFO is very dangerous. CFO pulling back, trying to bait 100 Thieves to walk into them, but there's a Kalista on the side of 100 Thieves. They can take this objective quite easily.
Rest, Mega Gnar coming up. They have to go soon. They have to go in. CFO on a timer.
Now Huhi now locking them down. They're instantly chain CCing. Rest is trying to lock them down. Abadage on the flank! Throwing the bottle egg back into the waiting
still standing, 2K, but they take the fight. They take the soul. They send Oysters running. Absolute domination from 100 Thieves.
It is flawless. 5-0. Dragon Soul. They're going to end through pot as well. They don't even go for the Baron. TP's coming in, and 100 Thieves pincer them. They rout them, and they shut them down.
An amazing performance from 100 Thieves on a day where they needed to step up. They have answered the call in game 1, and now they must continue to strive forward with this same presence.
NA's final hope will not go quietly. CFO, a last-ditch effort. No wave. They've got a wave behind them, but they can't risk it. They don't want to risk it. They've got the soul. They've got everything going for them, but we've seen what can happen when you try to rush down a Nexus and it goes just a little bit awry. 100 Thieves will not make the same mistake.
The GAM incidents right next to top esports. Don't want to go too far on that Nexus rush. There was a wave coming in, but the Victor has good clear. A little bit of base is being cancelled here, but someday really tanky should be able to get out of there. Gemini still on the respawn timer, but with this gold lead and with the soul point, I think 100 Thieves are going to feel very comfortable enforcing that Baron. It's Huhi who goes in first because CFO are on a timer, and then it's Abedage that shuffles them all in.
And great timing on both the CCs onto the Gnar, right? Rest actually can't get a good counter engage off. Abedage gets a brilliant swoop and boop into the back line. Even though he's exhausted, you've just got the damage coming through from Closer, from FBI on the back line, so it doesn't matter. CFO were just out of there.
And again, Rest for so much of his domestic season was incredible on this Gnar, was unstoppable on this Gnar, but this entire game, I don't think he's gotten to hit 2 people with his ultimate a single time. He has been shut down, 0-4-0, finally a bit of MR to his name, but that Belvez strong, that Kalista strong, and I just don't think it's going to be enough.
So much mobility on the backline in terms of shutting it down, on top of things like the Banshee's Veil and the Cleanse, just makes it so hard to lock those targets down. 100 Thieves now with this top push, controlling this top side river. 4 minutes on the Elder. CFO, their only real way back into this is stalling long enough that Elder spawns, stealing it, and we can see what the power of Elder Dragon can do when you're down in gold. It just turns the tides in an entire game, but 100 Thieves won't let the game get to that point, I expect, as they push in mid here and move towards the Baron.
Yeah, it feels like it's very easy for 100 Thieves, right? Push mid-wave, get your vision control established on top side. Abedage already has that push on top end as well, so if CFO ever try to contest you setting up vision in the jungle, you just take mid-tower, you take the top tower. Or they now have to try and defend their turrets, so you get all that vision you need for Baron anyway. It's so hard for CFO to win.
The only source of life that CFO have right now is this mid-tier 2. It just means that 100 Thieves can't go that deep into the jungle. Their barrier for entry is basically the red buff. They can't go further than that because of the death brushes, but they're starting it over the wall there. The Azir is hitting it over the wall. Huhi and Someday. Closer is not actually in the pit, but he will dash in with the smite. FBI, no Ren stacks right now, but Abedage trying to zone them away. Someday's the one soloing it. 100 Thieves a little bit split right now.
Definitely a bit of a split call. Regen coming in from the ocean is nice to have, and they're going right over the wall. They're trying to kick things off again. Lockdown, so much damage going through onto Someday, but not enough to finish it. Meanwhile, Rest now running. FBI standing on the front line, should doing so much damage. But here comes Abedage! And there it is, another scoop to find the fight. Baron resets, but 100 Thieves taking it again.
100 Thieves find the picks that they need, and they should just be able to turn back over. But look at the base. Minions are conga lining their way in here, and CFO, you got to go back and deal with that. That'll end the game.
Yeah, they're going to get the Baron here. 100 Thieves uncontested. I thought Someday was thinking about TPing into the base, but he's going to TP back in here. Gemini looking for a miracle play. The sweeper should spot him.
Looking for the stun. He's going to find it. Huhi. Play after play after play. This duo, one fumble in the mid lane, but they take the jungler out. They make sure there's no 50-50. They make sure there's no stealing from Thieves.
What a dominating game from 100 Thieves this time around. From bot lane, team play, the macro is good, the cross maps are on point. This is a fantastic first game of the day, especially when you're going up against Genji and RNG later on. This is a big confidence boost for the LCS representatives.
Yeah, especially when you look at the big swap up that we've seen, right? FBI being way more comfortable in this Kalista rather than the Misfortune, being able to play through that strong duo. Closer as well, bringing out more of a carry-oriented pick, so he's able to have a bit more of a fun time. And then when you get to these team fights, you can see despite happening on multiple sides, right? But Someday keeping Koala and Mission out of the equation, so the rest of 100 Thieves can deal with the pressure on the bot side.
And across the board, for now, it feels like 100 Thieves have found a winning formula. Someday, a star performer in week 1 this time, given a power pick to Sejuani, but not necessarily a carry pick. I was initially skeptical, but it's looked so good for the team. The setup has been so consistently clean. Now 100 Thieves looking for the victory march into the base of CFO. CFO some tools to fight back, but it is so hard against this Baron, against this Belbeth, with an inhibitor down, with an Ocean Soul on the opposite side. It feels impossible. Engage now coming in. Shun already forced back. Jarvan off to the flank. Maybe they can burn him down. Massive! But now out of the fight. They're trying to turn. They're trying to burn. They're trying to make everything happen. Rest. Desperate. Fishing for that Gnar ultimate, knowing maybe he can be the difference maker. But for now, 100 Thieves walk away. They're wounded, but they're not out of the exchange yet. They want to burn down this tower. Closer now stepping forward. Closer. Looking for the Endless Banquet. Dashing in and out of the fight. Okay, back.
We blocked.
The eye locked up, but there's no follow-up this time around, but there's so many minions on the base. 100 Thieves, death by 1,000 cuts for the side of CFO.
And they have the Ocean Soul, so they should be able to heal up. Bot lane is respawn. It's still a 4v4. Abbedagge has TP in 20 seconds, so I expect 100 Thieves probably want to stick around.
They want this so badly. CFO doing a good job of trying to defend it, though. Now with the resets coming through for Gemini, they got to be careful. They should be able to get an auto attack onto it and back it up, but okay, nicely done by 100 Thieves. And now with Dragon in 10 seconds, with the Baron recalls, we're going to have another brawl at this objective.
This is CFO's last hope. It's just the Elder Dragon. If Gemini can steal it, if there's a miracle steal from someone like Shun or Mission, they just need to brute force their way in. We're going to see them just sprint down mid lane, try to put down as many walls as possible. The battle lines will be drawn as they both arrive into River at roughly the same time.
Elixir Sorcery just popped there for Mission. They know this is the last fight. Shun as well, now up to 3 items, has that LDR completed, can actually deal some damage to Sunday. This is where they need to make their stand, and this is where they go in blind. No vision at all, but Rest trying to cover for those flanks that Hui has set up every single time we've looked at this objective.
High stakes, single defining fight. Hui again on the flank, but this time they spot it out. This time they know he's coming. Control, we're going to take that vision away. CFO, if they back away, they lose. They mess up going in, they lose. If they wait too long and the minions collapse to their base, they will lose. Everything is stacked against them in this exchange. The Dragon being shredded. Now the jungler going forward. Gemini cut down. The smite is gone. The 50-50 is gone. In this game, CFO are dead men walking because 100 Thieves take no prisoners. Rest, the last name on the list is CFO, will fall to pieces as 100 Thieves will march into their base and find their first win. The last hope of NA strikes first in their final day.
Hui gets into the backline again with a fantastic ultimate, sets up the 100 Thieves, and the Nexus will fall as NA will cheer.
Step 1, check. 2 more games down for 100 Thieves to get that 3 wins. Very tough opponents on the horizon in Genji and RNG, but this 1 win puts them in the race. If they would have lost here, it would have been disastrous. They'd have to pray for a 3-way tie on 2 wins. Now, fate can be in their own hands, and we'll see how they deal with it. Of course, Hui and Abbedagge in isolation, the 3 representatives there on stage. Good game from 100 Thieves. Very, very strong bot side. Good draft. Well played on the macro, on the cross maps, and very decisive in how they set up these dragon fights. Very decisive on, especially Hui on those flanks.
And I was incredibly nervous coming out of draft because the Caitlyn Lux combo looked so impressive yesterday. We know how impressive it can be. Everything came down to Hui breaking that lane open on the Amumu. He made it work. They made it work across the entire game. This is the level of performance we want to see from 100 Thieves. Of course, the gauntlet ahead of them is still tough. CFO not out yet either. Have to see how they can recover from that very crushing loss as we look ahead for the rest of the day. But of course, if you can't make it to San Francisco for the finals, you can catch it all on the big screen at select theaters all around the world. Use the QR code below to grab your tickets. It's more this way. Flowers struggled with this yesterday too. It's hard. It's left is right, right is left when we're doing the camera. We're going to be getting a word from 100 Thieves closer in a few minutes, but now we're breaking down the game with the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you very much. 100 Thieves keeps themselves in the race here.
Woo! Raz has the headline.
Their first win.
Number 1
in first games. LCS number 1 in first games.
Yeah, first game vote.
We're undefeated week 2 in first games.
Let's go. We're doing it.
I gotta say, Azael, it was sovereign. It was very impressive from the get-go.
Yeah, I mean, I think they looked really, really good. This is more of a draft I think makes sense in this meta. They have a really powerful duo here on the bot side. Huhi, a big playmaker for the team here on the Amumu. Him and FBI getting to flex their stuff in that 2v2, getting the straight up 2v2 kill. You have Someday playing weak side on a power pick that can give you engage later on. Abadaga in a control mage matchup against Mission. I think everything looking really, really good for 100 Thieves in this one.
Absolutely, and I think their objective control was strong overall, with Abel Beth focusing on around Rift Heralds. This is post Rift Herald closer looking for a bot lane dive. Immediately after this dive, actually bases, didn't use the Rift Herald bot lane, uses it mid so they can actually use that for second Drake. Overall, they had a pretty focused measured around how they took Drakes in the game.
And what I really liked is that we have seen that CFO, Gen G, suffered from this themselves. If you give them openings in the game, we'll still go for crazy teamfight angles. But 100 Thieves played it out very slow, very methodical, never really gave them any angle back into the game. There were a couple of catches left and right, but they never amounted to much.
And we got to say, when it came to some of those objectives and the play also, they played it correctly, right, Azel?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I do think they were playing it out very well, you know, finding flanking angles, clearing out vision. And because they were playing with lots of forms of engage here, you know, they can punish any misposition that does come forward from CFO. Unlike last time around when they're playing with this Fiora top, they had the ability to get picks and punish mistakes.
Yeah, the casters mentioned it. The flanks that we got to see from Huhi was incredible, and even working off the vision that they had. Being able to secure vision after Drake, even the fourth Drake, I think, was a great example of it. So we love to see that, see it more throughout the day.
We came into the day and you two said, all I want is them to beat Oyster, but hey, you
gotta
dream. You gotta dream. Maybe they can go further, and we will hear from 100 Thieves as Law is standing by with Closer.
Thank you. Thank you, Shucks. Closer, thank you so much for joining me. Congrats on picking up the first win here for the 100 Thieves in the group stage. How good does this one feel?
It feels good to build momentum. We are not out yet, so anything is possible from here.
It's just the beginning, and I can just give it up for them, guys. And you managed to bounce back at the right moment. I mean, you had a couple of days to prep. Tell me about refining your approach, coming here today, and also your understanding you had of the CFO, and how you managed to beat them this time around.
I think our first game against them, we actually played very nervous and scared. And when we went back and watched the game, we were like we can do much better than this. So even though we lost the first game, we were confident.
Was it about the nerves of playing on stage, playing at Worlds, playing in front of your crowd also, you would say?
Yeah, I would say we were pretty nervous.
I mean, you managed to win so convincingly, and also managed to be the first successful team with Belveth today. I want to know more about the champion, because we saw her in the playing stage. Elioya was playing it. I think he managed to grab a couple Ws with this one. But what's your understanding of the champion? How good is it? And why did you think it was such a good matchup here against Draven?
I think it's very good when you pair it with Sejuani.
Yeah.
You are like really good around the Herald objectives and really good 2v2. That's why we picked it up. So, I mean, I'm happy that I got the first win with Ballet.
He's such a good champion and an interesting one. But when I think about the games you played last week, there were some good elements, especially in the setup you managed to put off in the early game. What was different this time? You mentioned nerves, but I want to know more about communication and snowballing this one.
I think last week against Gen.G and RNG, I wouldn't say we played so bad. Like, it was actually winnable. It went down in the third Drake fights. Like, they won our fights. I'm confident we can build a momentum from this win and make a miracle run.
And how different is it for you? Because you have some players that are sick, Abadaga having to stay home, and especially when it comes to the mid-jungle synergy, I guess it must not be so easy for you guys. How did you adapt on that, and did you think it impacted the game and the prep coming in today?
Yeah, I mean, obviously they are not feeling their 100%. I'm also sad that they couldn't be here with the amazing crowds. But they are doing their absolute best, and I'm proud of them. They played well this game.
All right, next one, RNG. How do you feel about this matchup? And how much of a confident boost did you get from this victory?
I mean, we can for sure beat them. They're a scary team, but it's possible, I believe.
Anything is possible. It's best of one. And it's the last day of group stage. Closer, thank you so much for the interview. I'll let you join the team. And we're going to take a short break now. We'll be back in a couple minutes for the second game of the day, CFO versus RNG. Stay tuned.
No pressure, already 0-3. What is that to be pressed about?
Zero pressure, expectation is low.
3-3. Tiebreaker 4-3.
Tiebreaker 4-3.
The 100 Thieves getting involved in the spot lane early.
Good initial stun. Big damage on the Qualic. 9 already taking flashes before. They're just going to cut him down. First blood. They have to go in. CFO or a timer. Now Hui now walking them down. They're instantly changing the back. They're trying to look him down. Oh, they're in the flank. Throwing the bot lane back into the waiting arms of the Thieves. Dragon still standing. 2K, but they take the fight. They take the soul. They send Oysters running. Absolute domination from 100 Thieves.
Behind 21 epic days of epicness. Behind 1 billion hours of drop jaws. Behind every match, every broadcast, every moment at League of Legends World Championship 2022 is the network capable of making it all happen. The Cisco Network, aka The Realm. Cisco, powering the future of esports.
Yeah, that's the most I can give you.
Fine. Then it's time for the ace up my sleeve. My beloved squishy pig with
original holographic cover art.
Hey, Ash, what you selling?
Save the references, Jake from State Farm. I'm saying goodbye. This little piggy went to the game store.
You don't have to sell your favorite games. State Farm has coverage options, so you get a rate that fits your budget.
Thanks, Jake. Hands off the squish.
For surprisingly great rates that fit any budget, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
say it's over if I'm breathing. Racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far and start walking. Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far and start walking.
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Desk and Worlds 2022. Flying Oysters are returning to the stage for a must-win matchup against Gen G. And now it is do or die for the Flying Oyster, as this is their last chance to still keep their dreams alive. But we will see Gen G now in the second week for the first time, Chronicler. So I'll defer to you. How much have they lived up to your expectations?
Not very well, but that's because my expectations were unrealistic in the first place, so that's on me. What I do want to highlight is that Gen G was coming in as one of the absolute tournament favorites. They stomped through the LCK, broke records, and were just as a whole looking like an almost untouchable team. And while they still have been all right, the only real tough loss that they took was against RNG, where they really got kind of dismantled early and were never able to get back into the game. Reality has been that they've been okay. They show a lot of the behavior that came through for them in spring. The issues that they ran into.
That's a nice one.
Well, they're still 2-1, so I'm really nitpicking here. But this is, I think, what comes with being not only the LCK first seed, but also having a summer that was as dominant as theirs. It really makes you wonder, because it's not just the meta, obviously, it's going to play a part.
Yeah.
But there's more to it.
Exactly, and I feel like they took in a lot of pressure. Specifically, Doran was pressured quite heavily early on in some of these games, and then he came in versus the 100 Thieves, actually, and had a great later on team fight. Same thing happened versus C2BC Flying Oysters, where bot lane had like 3 dives or attempted dives, but they played really smartly in backing up. And then finally that one time where Gen G had an opportunity to dive, they took it, and they played well. So I felt like they took in the pressure really well, and they're one of the smarter teams in the tournament.
I mean, this is a team that had an 84% win rate through summer and playoffs, right? So expectations were insanely high, that they come in, that they look flawless, that they you don't give anything up. And I think a lot of the top teams that we had those huge expectations for haven't quite looked as dominant as we were expecting. I think a lot of the third and fourth seeds have been way more competitive. You know, you're looking towards RNG and DRX and some of these teams that I think were counted out, but have been competing with the big dogs.
And I'd like to jump in there and make the connection to, of course, the play-ins and the ability they've had to evolve. And I think generally also the LCK teams and their ability to, in the off days between the group stages, just absolutely extend their playbook. DRX is a great example. Do you have the same faith in Gen G?
100%, because we've seen this from, I think, every single LCK team, besides Damwon, who I think looked really, really good from the get-go. T1 looked very flippy, but then in the second week, it was only head, so it's by nature going to look a lot better. And my expectation is that Gen G will do some reevaluation in terms of drafting and look a lot better individually.
And I mean, I think this has been an LCK classic for as long as Worlds has been around, is that sometimes they come in, they look a little shaky, but they're so good with their adjustments. And Ruler, while he hasn't been as impactful as he is in the LCK, this is a player that I am still looking at as one of, if not the best 80s in the entire world. I think most people have him up there with Viper as the 2 best coming into the tournament. And I do expect him to play towards that level and really showcase his talent, because he has been doing it so consistently for so many years.
And a little bit of this is meta, because it was a Zeri and Sivir meta, so there was a lot of funneling happening towards the bot side of the map. But this is over a long period of time where initially the Zeri and the Sivir were not as high prio as they were at the end of playoffs. And it might not have been realistic to expect Ruler to hold up to that level. The one thing that I really want to see today, disregarding stats, is that one of the key things of Ruler that kind of held back Gen G in spring and even in past years was that we have the Ruler spot. It's in between the tier 1 and tier 2 turret, where he just kind of gets caught without flash or without lands there to save him, goes down, and that can snowball, because he's a player that I think really likes to push his leads. And we saw this even against CFO, where he was the one that got caught off a bunch of times trying to push his leads as Caitlyn.
100%. I will say that one game that they had versus RNG, he had the Senna game, and I felt like Wei tried to pick him apart, tried to catch him as he was going back bot lane.
Yeah.
Exactly. In that draft, I wasn't too fond of the Senna Singed. Didn't really fare well, so I can't wait for that clapback for them to see what the adjustments are. And I think it's going to favor Ruler a little
salty
better.
Run back.
No, I don't want that.
No salty run back.
No salty run back. Well, we saw it yesterday as well, right? Especially that bot lane got so spiced up by DRX specifically. But in general, I feel like we came into this Worlds not being sure how much of agency the bot lane would have due to the changes to the top side of the map. But it has turned out that you can definitely put all your eggs in that basket.
And if there's someone who screams creativity, it's obviously Lehans. He literally got known by being a Singed and Elise 2-trick as a support. The man just played at an extremely high level, and we have seen them rely on that creativity throughout the entirety of summer as well.
Definitely so. Of course, the race for first place is still on in this group. And before we head over to our casters, check out Gen.G's pick All In as a song that represents their playstyle on the official LOL playlist on Spotify. Take a listen as we join Kadril, Dagda, and Dracos for this all-important matchup.
Thank you very much, Shox. And one thing that we're all hoping, I think Chronicler's definitely hoping, is that they're all in again on blind picking Singed, because that worked out great in week 1.
Loved it. In Vilios Leona, I think it was. It was a tough one, yeah. I'm not sure if we'll see any more blind pick Singed. Gen.G learning from those mistakes. Still, big fan of the Singed into things like the Yuumi. But yeah, Gen.G, ever since that loss, have had it all switched on.
I really feel like you have to ban the Ahri here as well against Chovy, because he's a 91% win rate on that champion at the moment, and he absolutely bodied CFO the last time these two teams faced up against each other. So I'm really hoping that for CFO to give themselves a chance, we don't see the Ahri.
And it's tough for CFO because when you play 2 games back-to-back on these final days, and it's always going to happen, some team has to do it. In this case for CFO, they're coming off a loss. So they not only need to rally from the previous loss, not let it affect them, but then focus up and come in with new strategies for Gen.G, who could have adjusted their strategies, their picks heavily from the last time that they played. But as you highlighted, Dagda, it went so well last time. KT score. The throwback. That they don't really have to change anything if they feel like the Ahri was the key to success there.
Yeah, it definitely felt like it. I mean, you could see how well Chovy was able to lean down towards the spot side, keeping Shun and Koala in check. And it felt like every time Shun and Koala tried to make a play, it completely fell apart because Chovy was there. So I think having that control over the mid lane is going to be so important for CFO here.
Definitely is. And we're straight into draft. Gen.G versus CFO. CFO here up on the blue side. Let's not forget, if CFO lose this game, they are locked out of Worlds. They cannot qualify to the quarterfinals, so they need to start turning the ship around. If they win here and put themselves at 2, they can force some kind of 3-way tie for that second place.
And it just shakes up the entire group if they are able to win here. Everything gets so much more complicated, but already we're seeing bans coming out. No surprise to see Silas taking off the board. The Yuumi, God bless, also hitting the bench alongside the Kalista and the Aatrox. See what other priority picks they want to take away. Maokai is still up. Sejuani also doing pretty well across the board. Lots of power picks for either side. Azir, I mean, the list goes on.
Caitlyn as well, especially against Ruler, is such an important pick too. So there, that's the Caitlyn band away. So now we got to see exactly what the first pick is going to be coming through for CFO. As you say, there's still a huge amount that is available.
I wonder what priority they'll lean towards. Mission's been playing more so control mages. AD bans Lucian is just really strong here. I mean, Gen.G haven't shown Lucian just yet, I believe, because we've been having the past 3 days of other groups, but this is where the Lucian is risen to priority. And I'd be very scared if Ruler and Lehans got their hands on Lucian Nami. I think they're probably one of the best Lucian Namis in the world next to Viper and Mako, but that's going to be a Maokai first pick here. A very high presence on the champion, but the win rate's in the 30%. And this is going to be the Lucian Nami. They're going to pick it on 3. Actually, they picked the Nami first, so maybe CFO could just go for some kind of crazy Lucian lane. I doubt it heavily. They're probably just going to match bot with something like the Aphelios.
And this is so interesting. Azir still, of course, up as well. Are they going to take the Lucian away?
Do it without the Nami? That would be pretty crazy if you think about it. What's their options here, Gen.G on Lucian 3 for 80 carries? They're going to have to play some weird Nami lane, but CFO not going to go for it. The Lucian just really weak without that mandate Nami next to him.
Yeah, I still think there's options here, though, as we start to go through to try and take something. I think the biggest problem is, like, when you look at CFO, they want to try and hide where this Maokai's going. You could put it in towards jungle, you could move it up towards top. You could even move it into the support role if you want to. So having that flexibility should be good. So you should see the AD carry locked in here for CFO. Looks like it'll just be the Vamps.
Oh. Yeah, it's a must Lucian here on 3 for Gen.G. CFO debating what kind of AD carry to go for. Both have good setup. Aphelios better late game, Varus a bit better mid game, depending on how the game plays out. But we'll see a Lucian here coming from Gen.G. And my question is, like you were talking about there, Dagda, where does the Maokai go? I really don't want to see Maokai Syndra mid jungle. I think you're just overlapping too much and over-indexing on AP. I would like to see us go top or support and pick something for Gemini like a Lee Sin or Viego.
I like what CFO are going for here, though, right? Because you've got a very short-range composition on Gen G, and you're like, cool, well, Syndra does well with champions that are running into her. Maokai does well. Varus does well. It feels like you've got great PO, great setup for these team fights as Gen G try to go into them. So I'm curious if they start to go towards more of these like mid-lane bans like that Ari we talked about, and just make sure that Chovy's uncomfortable. Even taking things like the Azir away could be really important.
Yeah, and I like that we're seeing on the side of Gen G that they're taking away champions like the Viego. Obviously, Syndra's such insane gank setup. You know, it's something you just cannot afford to let a carry jungler go through. And the Maokai jungle, again, not very menacing. Merc tries to look like an easy buy, if that is the mid-jungle duo they'll go for. And now, some of the engage options being taken away. You have an immobile Varus, you have an immobile Syndra. You cannot afford to give away an Ornn to the enemy team.
Yeah, there's the Viego Lee Sin ban. Smart by Gen G. I think Gemini is going to have to default to something like the Poppy, perhaps. We'll see how far he digs. Vi could also work, depending on what their pick on 4 is, but expecting mid lane to come out here for Gen G on 4. You talked about the Ahri, the Azir is still up as well if Chovy wants to lean into that. It's one of his best champions. They've taken away 2 tanks from Doran.
Oh. There's going to be a lot of confidence there. Akali now coming in.
It's also a flex for Gen G. Doran can pick that as well, so I think this will go into Chovy's hands, but it is a flex, so now CFO have to be a little bit careful. So is this actually going to be a Maokai jungle or Maokai support if they go for this Renekton? A little bit confusing because of the damage share in mid, but we'll hold our breath for now.
Yeah, I imagine it will be the jungle Maokai coming through for Gemini, and then with the Renekton on top side, you've got, again, like, everyone on this Gen G side wants to run into you. So Renekton can actually get a lot of value in these fights, same with the Maokai. Like, I like what CFO are going for, and now that you don't have something for Chovy in the mid lane that can look to roam, maybe you can actually set up these plays a little bit easier for CFO.
We're not going to go for Varus Leona. I think Gen G will probably default something like Gnar here or GP for Doran into the Renekton unless they put the Akali top and pick something like the Azir. But yeah, CFO actually going for the Maokai jungle. A lot of chain CC here. Varus ult, Leona, you've got Maokai, but he's actually going to go for the Gragas to weather the storm against the Renekton, be more of a team fighter, and actually really good disruption now that I think about it against these immobile carries.
Yeah, highly immobile carries. Call it out with the Ornn. Obviously, Ornn the simplest version of that option. The Gragas a little more complex in the execution, but a cast can do so much to interrupt team fights. And we've seen this from CFO before. I feel like when their cards are down, or when their backs are against the wall, they go for a lot of these early game aggressive picks. Syndra a lot of setup. The Varus Leona lane trying to battle back against some of the combat effectiveness of the Lucian Nami. And if this early game goes awry for the side of CFO, it feels like it all falls apart.
Yeah, and that's why I need to really look at Gemini. I want to see him getting involved in this bot side, making sure that you're shutting down Ruler and the Hens. And if they're taking out the equation, it feels like you have so many tools to actually deal with so many other parts of this composition for Gen G. So I think you have options here as CFO. Like, I actually really like what they brought to the table.
Yeah, you'll have a little bit of early mid push. Top should be fine in isolation. It's all about that bot side 3v3. I think hit the nail on the head there. They need to be careful in the mid game of the range of Gen G. The Lucian culling, the Nami ult, the Gragas ult from Fog of War. Akali flanks with these immobile carries. If they can mark it off, their front to back's pretty powerful and their engage and lockdown is really, really strong. If you get hit by a Varus ult with no cleanse on the Nami, Leona's going to follow up, Syndra's going to follow up, the Maokai ult's coming in, Renekton W. There's a lot of follow-up and a lot of lockdown from CFO. They just need to find that right target.
And that's why I think their skirmishing is going to be so nasty coming into this. Like, pretty much any part of the map you lean towards, it just looks so good, and like you have so much burst potential on both sides.
Gearing up again, CFO. After their loss in our first game, in a do-or-die position up against Gen G. Gen G doing their best to barrel to the top of the standings. Try to fight back against RNG and take first seed coming out of this group. So the game, very interesting. Of course, highlighting quickly as the runes come up. Hail of Blades for the Varus. Doesn't definitively mean lethality. Lethality's far out of popularity for a very long time, but can mean more early aggression as it's a very powerful keystone.
So I'm looking at Shun's match history here. He does actually play the Hail of Blades Varus, but he doesn't go for the lethality. Normally you see the lethal tempo build being the on-hit build with Kraken Slayer and Wit's End and Rageblade, and the lethality build normally coming out of Hail of Blades with those quick autos and with the WQ proc. That's the damage out of lethality, but I'm looking at his match history here and he's playing Hail of Blades with on-hit still.
I also think it just makes sense in the lane matchup, right? When you look at the way Gen G want to trade, it's very, very quick, get a full combo in, use the fact you got first strike and like a little bit of extra damage coming through from the summon Ares. So having that Hail of Blades means you can quicker get those procs, start to get a bit of help, but Gen G going for a bit of a late invade here.
Did Mission spot them? I think he did there. Lots of question mark pings coming down, and Gen G realize the top will lose in isolation. They will probably focus towards bot on both sides. So the best thing to do is late invade bot, and it looks like it's going to work because Gemini has to now move into his top side, Peanut's top side. And now you have the situation of a cross map. Lucian Nami in isolation against a melee support means they can push as much as they want. A little bit of poke will come out as a face check, but now they can control the lane as much as possible. Gemini is going to have to do some kind of Raptors red, backtrack through mid and fall behind in camps, perhaps, depending on how bot's situation goes. Not the easiest of dives with Graves, Nami in the early stages, but if CFO take any bad trades, they'll be very vulnerable.
I like isolating them as well in the first 2 levels. You know, Lucianami level 3 onward feels so oppressive. Level 5, even once you get a few more points in your relevant abilities. But Leona Varus is and has been historically a very powerful kill lane, doubly so with the Hail of Blades. So by having a Graves on this bottom side, it essentially says, if you all in CFO, you will die.
And it basically bypasses that, you know, level 1, level 2, where the Lucianami is actually relatively weak because you don't have access to that full combo. So you're giving them that opportunity to kind of stay in a healthy spot as they ramp up into this lane. So nice job here from Gen G to understand exactly how they need to try and set up this bot lane for success, because like we said, this bot lane is going to be pivotal to the success of Gen G if they want to hope for a good mid game.
Yeah, so Peanut's going to clear out the Crux. Gemini is going to do the same. Looks like we might just have a full clear on both sides. Gemini could look top here, but Rest, level 2, doesn't have access to that 3rd spell. Does he have W is the question.
Gemini's willing to bring the flash already on the bottom side. Aggressive trading, just taking a lot of HP away, now getting it. He's going to get knocked back. Doran, the twisted advance following him. Where's he going to go? Not quite the body slam he was hoping for. First blood for CFO.
So this late invade backfires. Gen G are aware that it's a split map situation, but Doran falls to a gank from Gemini. Did the exact same clear as Peanut, exact same gank on both side lanes, but Doran's the one that falls and loses his flash.
And I'm really surprised for this, because Doran, like, you know that you're going to be into this split map scenario, right? You're the one with the information, but his wave is already pushing out, so obviously messing up the way he wanted to set up that wave, letting that shove away from him, now gives the opportunity for CFO to make that play work.
Trading back on the top side. The Renekton getting the early kill so important. Hasn't had the opportunity to spend the money quite yet, so it's not too much of a threat to Doran at this stage. He's already gotten the back, but now the rinse and repeat, the Hex Flash, you love to see it. That vision, not going to spot it until it's too late. He's got to wait. Now he's going to go there. They can body block the body slam. There's just nowhere for the Gragas to go. He doesn't have a flash. Rinse and repeat, baby. It's just so easy, but Doran holding on. Maybe he can just barely make it out. The Sapling running him down. The tiny little Martian. Will he finish the job? No! Doran standing strong. He should not have been able to survive.
Rest invests the flash. They don't get the kill. Here comes the cross map from Gen G. Lehens pulling the wave. Wow, look at the damage.
The Ignite is big. The Ignite is massive. It stops any potential fall. The healing. The kill going over to Ruler as well. Koala. Will they go for the redive? Trying to get back under the tower to deny the Graves damage. You can't see. He's trying to lock him up. Little Hen's taking the tower. It's beautiful so far. Locking up Peanut, but he makes it out. Koala now in no man's land. There's no tower to protect him. And Peanut will take the kill.
Gen G pull off the bot dive and they get a double kill there. 1 for Peanut, 1 for Ruler. Look at the CS difference now in this bot side. This is what Gen G wanted from the cross map. Couple blunders coming out from Doran, but the plan has worked.
And now you need to see the help coming in for Shun and Koala, but it might be too little too late. A massive CS lead. You can see the gold difference on your screen. 1,000 gold in favor of Ruler. This is going disastrously for CFO on the bottom side.
So hard now too. These team missions just run out of mana. Chovy surviving his lane pretty well. Early healing, early sustain from Doran's making things easy overall. And Gemini found plays early game as we expected, but Peanut and Gen G just getting more.
And you can see the level 3 hit from Ruler and the Hens take a couple of good trades and make this nigh impossible for Shun to survive. Cleanse into the auto. Now you get the follow-up, and I love the fact that Peanut ends up going in under here. You can see Koala's trying to guess which way the Graves have gone, because if you can hide behind the turret, maybe you have a chance, but the flash away from Peanut means that Koala gets sent right out from underneath that turret safety. And the problem for now for CFO on this bottom side is Peanut knows all your camp response. Like, he took them all initially, so with this push on bot side, Peanut can just go again into that bot lane.
Rhino's up forward again. Bit of poke laid down. Good follow-up CC. Can they cut down Chovy? Chovy backing away. Low health bars. One more Dark Sphere. Will it be enough? Chovy still standing. This man, absolute patience. No flash burned.
Needs to be careful of Mission, though. He's level 6. 1 flash QR could kill him. Chovy playing with a lot of respect, just trying to get experience from the creeps out of vision. If he levels up to 6 here, he will be able to survive, I think, the full combo. Gonna use W to walk up to get the cannon. Will pick that one up. The level up should keep him safe, but Mission has a lot of kill pressure here, and Peanut knows it, so he's gonna try and help
blood
out.
in his eyes. He thinks he's got the kill in his sights, but Chovy just keeping him baited, keeping him interested. Peanut not able to push for anything else as Mission plays down towards the bottom side. Gemini in the area as well. So many Saplings set up.
You can see Ruler and the Hens playing very aggressive on the wave in that bot side. They knew if that crashed and you happen to push Mission out on bot side, with Gemini there, might have been an opportunity for a dive, but Rest.
Could ult and W here if he wants to go for a full dive. I don't know if he has the damage, but he's thinking about it. Trying to get the plate right now.
Taking his time, just a Crocodile.
Oh, good time by Doran with the body slam. The second he pops the ult instantly CCs him.
But here's that play I was talking about earlier, right? You've already got all these respawn timers on bot side, so now you've got push for Ruler and the Hens. They're going to use that to send Peanut into this bottom side and make sure they can make Gemini's life uncomfortable. So really good follow-up here from Gen G and Peanut.
See what they can do to fight back a bit of this control. Of course, Sapperlings at least let them know that Lahens is there, but Peanut casually strolling into the CFO jungle to take away this red buff. Now they know what's happening, but again, Gemini just going to go for the cheeky smiter up the wall. Of course, doesn't have access, so it's just forced to watch that one taken away as Ruler will actually get donated the red buff. Oopsie daisy.
Takes the red buff from his jungler. Giga Chad Ruler doesn't let Peanut have the second one. Would have leveled up to... No, he actually wouldn't have leveled up to 6. He would have got very close. I think he's hovering in the spot side river now, taking this bot crab. Gemini ignoring the crab, going for the 3v2.
Forward, locking him down, already slow. They're trying to get this done, but Peanut's now coming in. They need to get kills immediately. Halo Blade's doing some work here. Now they need to body block. They need to keep Peanut away from Shun. Do they have what it takes? They're knocking him back. They're keeping him away, but Lahens is a bloodthirsty Nami. He's trying to finish the job himself. Peanut's still standing for now. The knock of Koala. Doesn't step forward. Koala, I think he could have finished the kill, but he backs away.
The 3v3 goes in favor of Gen G. It looks so good initially for CFO, but I feel like they were just slightly split on targets. Koala went on to Lahens, Gemini went on to Ruler, then Shun had to flash forwards to gap close, and Peanut arrived just in time to save the day. Chovy actually killing Rest there off screen.
Oh, that was so close for CFO, but good turnaround from Gen G and good read from Peanut to get down into that bottom side. Just see it here, actually, on the top side, what happened here, because Rest, yeah, gets stunned just outside of turret range, gets a ton of damage, and Chovy then comes up. Oh, great cast. Keeping Doran safe on the top side.
Fade away.
The fade away indeed. Peanut's going to pick up the dragon after that play. Oh, let's see this one again. Yes, we are. So let's just keep track of which targets CFO go for here. So Koala flash stuns Ruler, then lands the E onto Lahens, but then Gemini goes on to Ruler as well. I think they are actually trying to focus him down now. It's just a coincidental E from Koala. Now they're trying to block the auto attacks from Peanut, but he gets enough damage out next to Lahens to get that initial kill. Red buff Nami doing a lot of damage, and sustain keeps Peanut alive.
There's actually a great culling coming through from Ruler as well. Just manages to bypass the Maokai and get a ton of damage onto the Varus in the back line as well. So nicely done by Ruler just before he went down, and then unfortunately the drop bear drops the ball at the end.
Peanut?
I like the drop bear. I wasn't ready for that one. Okay. Not the 1v1 I was expecting to see in this game, but here we are, Gemini rather, zoning. Koala not quite level 6 yet, Shun not level 6 either, so this is pretty difficult to execute. Mission on the way down, trying to force this with a man advantage.
Do they go for it? Gonna back away here, Gen G. Mission not gonna full commit next to Gemini. TP on Doran is maybe swaying them a little bit. Chovy now in the river, looking to see if he can match.
Chovy gonna do a ton of damage to Mission. They have to commit for the all-in, but he just goes invisible. He takes his time. It's so hard for them to do anything. Chovy already with Merc Treads. That's the weakness of this mid-jungle duo, is that you just get so much value out of that early buy.
Lucky phase rush there as well, coming out for the Maokai Magic to get away, because there was a lot of members of Gen G starting to group onto that play. So nicely done at the moment from Gen G, and I mean, Rest.
Rest is trying to get something done. Knock back Doran, has to take the alternative way around now. Flash up and available, and this is so hard because, again, Rest was the one strong point on the map, and while he's still massively ahead in terms of CS, he hasn't been able to push his advantage to any greater lead yet.
And it's actually really interesting, because the way that we usually see this matchup, or at least it used to come out, was you take phase rush on the Gragas, right? Because then you could just belly bop as the Renekton in, get the auto, get the Q, and you back away, and you don't actually get these trades. So going for the Grasp of the Undying has made it that you actually kind of have to stand there and face tank it a little bit more, which made it a little bit more difficult when Doran actually ends up with the end of the trade not going his way.
Getting that flash out early, crucial, and now the Herald started up, and CFO really behind the play. Mission still locked in mid lane, their bot lane wildly behind. Genji so far ahead in this Herald take. Yeah. No response here for CFO. They might try to force the fight anyway, but risky proposition. They've already lost out here. I don't know how much more they can afford to stick around.
It's a bit of a big blunder coming in from CFO here, because what happened was Gen G swapped their bot lane top, got to the Herald first, Shun pushed out a bot wave, but then Doran TP'd to the tower. So that means CFO committed 5 members up towards this top side to get in time for the Herald, but Gen G have already taken it, so Doran can pick up a couple plates. They got Rest Flash, they got the Herald, so a lot of objectives going in favor of Gen G right now. They will eventually match the 2v2, but Gen G got what they came for. They can even decide to just push out top here, base, re-swap back towards the bot side. Herald didn't get a full tower for the Lucian.
And this is tempo hell for CFO. This is CBAT tempo. This is brutal, because in the meantime, Gragas grabs all his plates. They won across the board. There's no counterplay, and now they're fishing for an engage. They're going to try to kill the Leona before anything else happens. Coling now coming up, just forced to stand forward. Graves Not quite the damage.
I think the pink ward's not in the bush, and Gen G saw it. They saw the pink ward go down, not inside the bush, so CFO maybe got a little bit of fake confidence that they had base, so they cancelled their recalls and looked for the pick. Don't get any summoners out of Koala, but they get the heal. They're incredibly low, and they can start pressuring this tower. Herald available, no TP on mission. Peanut channeling the recall. No, he's going to decide to stay around. Is he going to pop the Herald is a question, or is he just here to cover?
I mean, either way, you're getting a ton of plates over towards Ruler and the Hens. They can even go for the reset now if they want to. Go for that play you're initially talking about, Kadro, where you end up getting that gold over towards Ruler even further. And this is a Lucian that has very much been set up to succeed, and Ruler is powering through that advantage that he's managed to pick up.
Such an incredibly difficult game for CFO. It started so positively when they got first blood on the top side of the map, when they were able to make the most of a split map, but that dive inside of Gen G, Ruler, Lehens, Peanut executing flawlessly in that instance, it's all been downhill from there from CFO. They've made 1 or 2 plays to get some kills back, but even then, Gen G has been consistently out-trading them.
And they're out-tempoing them in a sense as well, right? Ruler's running, bots. Rest is going to try his best to get the wave. Chovy's moving from mid to top to catch the wave that's been pushed in. So they're trying to juggle all of these creeps to make sure Gen G can pick them up. And Peanut's going to go for the invade on this red once again. He is alone, though.
Confident man. This is his red buff. Oh, and he's going to let the world know it. Oh, and he's out. Oh, man. Okay.
Oh, Peanut.
All right.
Oh, Peanut. He always did things like this in the LCK as well. Very creative, on the edge a little bit sometimes with things like the Poppy, where he just kind of walks in and takes your camps or flashes over some random walls trying to find an advantage. Now with the Herald, he could drop it on this bot tier 1. If CFO's bot lane stays, they can get the full tower and they're going to have to back away. We'll see how much they pressure here, Gen G, because Dragon's spawning in 20 seconds. The easy play is just to let it crash, push in the wave and go towards a Dragon. Harder play is to look for a tier 2. How hard do they want to force it? Peanut waiting for Gemini, who knows he's there. Herald will die.
Peanut stepping forward, looking to clear out a little bit more of the vision. Just laying down a bit of damage, zoning away, trying to get as much chip as they can. Ruler throwing down the calling, big damage. The Maokai coming in, it will lock up Peanut, but again, there's no follow-up. And meanwhile, on the mid lane, Mission getting run down. Doran landing the cast, the E connection from Toby, getting for clean, but Mission gonna make it at least a 1-for-1.
Gen G are doing such a good job of splitting up CFO. It's divide and conquer is the goal here for Gen G. If you can never get CFO set up as a 5-man group, they can't play to the strengths of their composition. And in skirmishes, Ruler is popping off, Peanut's doing fantastic, and Chovy getting that 1-for-1 trade in mid means now Mission is not available for this next Dragon fight.
What I will say though is 1-for-1 is pretty positive if you take into account that Doran is roaming from top, investing flash and ult. Meanwhile, Rest can get a couple of plates, so his Renekton will get a little bit further ahead. Doesn't get the full tower though. We'll see if he pressures it harder because there's no TPs on Gen G. Should be able to pick that one up, but Gemini.
Red buff, Gemini running, Gemini. Oh, still standing. Not even close, baby. Gemini makes it out.
But this is what I mean, right? The way that Gen G are playing this is, hey, look, if we can get one person, get them low, force them out of the fight, even with the way Peanut came in to contest Red Bull, it means that you end up splitting open. Hang on, let's see if I remembered I got this tool. Actually trying to
draw deck.
The way you're able to look is like, if Peanut actually comes in through here, but then it becomes really difficult for your Maokai to actually come down and contest on the bottom side. And that means that every single time Gen G are able to just have these opportunities where they're splitting open the CFO team and not actually letting this composition work the way it wants.
Really good stun here by Mission. Pops the ult to make sure he gets as many balls on the ground as possible so that the stun will land despite the dashes. Manages to turn into a 1-for-1, but that's a rocket belt. Merc treads, Chovy, level 11, Akali, who will probably go to side lane soon because I think Gen G, after cracking open that bot tower, will start to play a 1-3-1. TP's on cooldown for Chovy, but Doran has his on the Unleashed. Dragon still 4 minutes away. Herald up in 1 minute 20 means that Chovy will push out bot, move towards mid on every wave and try to hover see if Gen G want a team fight around this Herald, see if CFO want to respond and look for that 5v5.
Big credit to Gen G for how they've split the map. You highlighted it earlier, Dagda, shutting down so much of the strengths of the CFO composition as we see.
It's awkward.
One man making away from specific. Doran? That felt personal.
Oh!
What? What did we just... What?
I mean,
hello?
So, I think he didn't have vision there, and he was unsure if Peanut dashed over the Herald wall with Doran and was flanking him. What? I would love to see that from Gemini's vision and Doran's vision, because I think both of them didn't really see the other. Maybe Doran had vision on Gemini, but Gemini did that just in case. Either way, both ultimates are down for this Herald.
That felt like an honor duel where you, like, drop your guns and you decide you're going to fistfight. They're like, we'll do this one without ults. I agree that there's a logical reason, but from our perspective, it just looked very silly. Wave going in. Gonna find one. Bubble gonna follow. Now we're not taking anchor, though. That's maybe gonna be enough. It's done. It's big damage, but no one can follow up. Ruler already fighting back with the calling. Massive damage coming in. Oh, and Gen G, they smell blood in the water. They're ready to get done. Gemini just taken out.
Ruler just dashing forwards. No fear there whatsoever in front of 3 or 4 members of CFO. He knows that they have to run away because of the TP. Manages to find one on the back end. Does CFO look to defend this mid-tier one? Looks like it'll die.
Gonna try to re-engage though, gonna try to force the fight, the flash back out to safety, narrowly avoiding the bubble, but there's just too much damage.
And you still have Chovy pushing in on the bottom side as well, getting that wave crashed in, so even though you don't get the turret in mid lane for Gen G, you're still making sure that CFO are falling further and further behind. Rift Tower going to be taken by Gen G as well. This is dominant from the LCK first seed.
We're looking at the silver lining point of the game now, gentlemen, where I look at their composition on the side of Gen G and I say, well, they're not great at sieging. Well, maybe they're a little bit short range, but I feel like already we're grasping at straws, and it's only 17 minutes into the game. It is so hard for CFO to do anything.
CFO need to start picking up the pace a bit if they want to stay in this game. Gen G are just going to run over them soon. The Varus ult looks good onto the Nami. A little bit more follow-up there, and that's a pick. It will slow down the mid-push. That mid-tower is also incredibly low, so best options for CFO is here. Try to group up, get this mid-tier one, and then play for objectives. Try to play for these dragon fights. Here's the TP invested to make sure that they can get this mid-tower. They know that they need to start controlling the map. Top-tier one's down, mid-tier one's down. Now they can play some kind of mid-to-bot shenanigans and match Gen G when the dragon's up. Need to clear out some vision at the moment, but Ruler, 2.5 items right now on this Lucian. The best Lucian in the LCK, next to Lehens on the Nami. See how much power he has on these mid-waves. Gale Force on cooldown, but it's coming up soon. CFO really need to respect the dash forwards and the mobility of this Lucian.
Absolutely do. You can see, just as we saw in the previous game for CFO, falling behind, struggling, grouping as 5 again to try to reclaim something on the map, but there's always a cost. They're going to lose a few creeps here, a few creeps there. Gold just slowly getting away from them.
Peanut again is just this. He loves this red buff.
They're best friends.
He's gonna try to get it in. He's like, oh,
oh my god!
Even an ult sit as well. He's a jungler, all right. That's just the jungle's favorite.
Your ultimate is just a smite with a longer cooldown.
You know, at this point, it feels like he's achievement hunting. Like, is he playing a different game? Is there hold that thought. Big damage coming in from the coin. The Gale Force now to follow. Just barely able to survive, but they want to turn. Cleanse now coming out. Gemini throwing down the ultimate. Lehens will get locked up. Where's the follow-up mission? Ready to go in, and that's the opportunity. Ruler can't quite finish the job, but CFO can.
Good pick there from CFO. Ruler going a little bit too deep there on mid-wave. Manages to get the Syndra and the Varus flash, but loses his own summoners and loses his support.
It's a huge amount invested, though, by CFO with 45 seconds until that next dragon comes up. The Hens should be back on the map, and you have flash burn from Mission, from Shun, from Gemini as well. The ultimates are going to be down too. This is actually going to give Gen G a good amount of control over this next dragon fight.
And they still have this Herald. Where are they going to put it? They could look to put it on a bot tier too. Koala might be caught out here. No flash. Peanut will probably know that he's
going down. He's turning back. He's trying to run away. There's slow field on the ground, obviously from the glacial, but it's just not enough.
Yeah. He's going to get taken down. 20 seconds on the dragon. Don't think CFO can take that 4v5. Maybe look for something on this cross map top side, but I don't think they have the numbers to do so. There's the Herald placed by Gen G.
And this is what we expected from Gen G coming into this group. Like, this was the Gen G that we saw in the LCK. Incredibly dominant, Ruler popping off, getting the support they need for Pina with some really cool jungle pathing as well. And now they're just getting to reap the rewards. They get full control over this bot side. They get to move back over towards this dragon. You've even seen Chovy pushing in the bot lane. And honestly, Mission, like, it's okay while Chovy's ultimate's down, but the second that Akali's able to ult onto this Syndra, I'd be very scared as Mission.
Certainly would be, but here comes the TP. Desperation play, rest. Just wants to be in the area. TP responding up the side. Dragon getting lower and lower. Gemini can maybe go for the steal. Ulti over the wall. What is the play here? Just trying to steal, just trying to get it. For Peanut, he's not losing a single objective today, whether it be a red buff or a dragon. And the rest of CFO are waiting over the wall. Gemini just goes down. It's a disaster, and now the rest of the team looking to collapse. Trying to finish the job. Chovy playing back. Chovy going forward. Now leaping over the wall. Ruler looking for the 1v1. Backed up by the Nami. CFO just have to run. There's nothing left for them in this game. The Flying Oysters, they've been grounded. They've been shucked. There is nothing left for them on the Rift.
Gen G just gonna wipe them here. Mission will live, but only 2 fall for the side of Gen G. Actually surprised that they actually lost members, given how well that fight started off with Gemini being so isolated. I didn't expect CFO to go for the Dragon contest, but maybe they thought that giving Gen G soul point was as good as over. A little bit too late to the objective means the lack of vision, so the Gemini has to flash in and full commit. Doesn't get the Dragon in time.
Yeah, I mean, just a very big overextension from CFO. Even if you wanted to have Gemini commit for it, right, there's no reason for the rest of CFO to be here. Chovy in a fantastic spot as well to just zone the rest of CFO off. And there's just nothing left in the tank here.
And I will say, great smoke screen from Peanut. He placed it exactly where the Hex Flash landed from Gemini, so he actually couldn't see the objective, so didn't really turn into a 50-50. Gen G then chased him down. Chovy falls here, goes a little bit too deep, but the rest of Gen G managed to clean up.
And boys, it's rough. It's rough when the desperation plays where you're throwing resources to the wind just to try to get something back fall away from you. It feels a bit like despair, and it's hard for CFO because they had some really positive moments in the first week, but today, against 100 Thieves, it fell apart so quickly with the Caitlyn Lux lane. In this game, the split map, again, Peanut, that creative pathing that he was praised for so much domestically, really paying off, and now, yeah, their composition could have been great in 5v5, but at this point, they're just too far behind.
Yeah, just to reiterate, if CFO lose this game, they're out of Worlds. They can't make the quarters. Ruler looking for something there, but very far out of range. The Maokai ult invested to try to lock them down. CFO, can they engage on this? Rest, no TP. Looks like they'll back away.
Even with the Maokai buffs, with the speed up, he can't catch up to that one. So Gen G will just back away. Chovy now actually feel himself against Rest in this side lane. That's never the position you want to see your Renekton in against the top.
On the backside, knocking two back into the team. Now the tidal wave coming out. Ruler sees Mission. He's got his target locked in his sights. He's going to finish that one. Peanut now running forward as well. Gen G splitting apart CFO effortlessly, finding these kills. Will they turn to the Baron or the Tier 3? That's the only question left remaining as Chovy finishes that one.
Oh, Chovy.
Oh, wait a sec.
Go in here.
Done yet. He's feeling himself. He wants a little bit more. Buys time with the stopwatch. A brief moment. How many cooldowns does he have left?
Nice.
The flash out to safety should just go down here. And will get dropped in the exchange, but it will not stop the rest of Gen G from turning to the Baron.
Chovy regrets the follow-up, but at least Gen G will be happy with what happens now. Baron will go over in their favor. They should be able to close this one out nice and easily. Chovy's been totally fine to continue pushing inside lanes. You've got a good opportunity now with the way Ruler's been able to land and punch this culling to start pushing members of CFO off these structures and actually look to finally crack open the base of CFO.
Comes off the back of a barrel from Dora and knocks both carries. Absolutely beautiful. Both no flash as well. Mission is the strongest carry on the side of CFO. He gets focused down, then all attention turns to Shun. He then falls. Chovy goes a little bit too deep on the chase, thinking that, well, they only have two tanks here, the Maokai and the Leona. The Renekton, also quite a bruiser, has the damage to take Chovy down, but maybe underestimating the amount of damage that they put out. And now Gen G with the Baron. They don't get it on Chovy, not the end of the world. They'll have it on the rest of the 4 members, but I think he realized he went a little bit too deep. He's having a bit of fun on the world stage.
He was fishing for the montage. He won't quite find it. Ruler, however, might. Backing away here, trying to outmaneuver on the Maokai ultimate.
Oh, the TP.
Okay, the Graves is hitting like a truck. There's a TP coming in the mid lane. Doran wants to chase down some of these kills. Chemtech now coming out, knocking back Shun. They're not going to be able to find anything else, but Baron buff backing him up. Jungler down. Surely this will be a broken inhibitor.
I mean, just look at Peanuts. 100 CS up in jungle, 3 levels up. He's so strong. I think he's 5k gold up as well last time I saw. Now the Siege coming in. They have 3 range champs to hit towers, but Syndra looking for stuns.
Oh my god. Syndra paying half for life to for the stun. Doran, Mikhail's Crucible coming in clutch from hands. A nice second buy just to make sure that CFO's options to re-engage or engage at all have been limited even further.
Doran?
Doran?
It's a little bit awkward, but he's fine. He's a beefy Gragas. He's just going to walk straight over the tower. 4 versus 2. They have to base their Mission and Koala to regen their health bars. Chovy's hitting that bot tier too, I believe, so that one should fall as well. No Baron buff though. And I guess Gen G is just going to rotate into it to help him out with the Baron buff, or are they? Is Doran going to look... His ultimate's almost back off cooldown.
Right now it just feels like surgical precision from Gen G, splitting the team up. Only pushing forward when they know they've got an advantage, when they know they've got a wave. Not looking to risk anything here. Flash up for Shun, flash up for Mission. Maybe some room to maneuver towards a fight with the side of CFO, but such a difficult position they find themselves in as Gen G retreat back to this jungle that they have so much control over.
And so point as well, right? As long as they can keep CFO away from this, they're actually going to fight them beforehand.
Bursting him down, and the knock-up, the chain CC, wait in the darkness, find the pick. And now the fight continues. It's already the jungler so incredibly low. Chovy looking for the re-engage. Mission getting cut down. Chovy, he's got another one locked in his sights, but Ruler fishing for the kill himself. Shun, I'm so sorry, brother. There is nothing left for you there. Ruler now unstoppable. Rest running for the hills, but Gen G just taking their time as they try to ace CFO. One final member standing. They will find it. They will take the game for CFO. Not the finish to the group that they were hoping for in their final game. They are obliterated by Gen G, and from start to finish, we are reminded why this team won the LCK. Ruler, Peanut, every single member popping off as they take down the Nexus.
Little to none mistakes from Gen G. Clean, calm, and collected. 14,000 gold lead. Had a little bit of fun with some of the fights. Chovy going a bit deep, but CFO couldn't find the plays they wanted in the early game to snowball to an even mid-game state to actually contest up against Gen G. So with that loss, Flying Oysters are out of Worlds.
Yeah, I mean, once they got control over the bottom side, it kind of became unplayable for CFO. Ruler was popping the hell off, and honestly, it was a very similar story to what we saw the last time these two teams faced off, Sans Chovy, where the fact that you just have Peanut consistently moving down towards this bot side, controlling that matchup for Ruler, made it very easy for Gen G to continue pushing the ball forward.
Yeah, and Oysters put up a fight in this group, right? They did manage to take one game of 100 Thieves. Last game maybe didn't go the way they wanted with the Cajun Lux. This time around, a very aggressive comp to try to go up against such a powerhouse of a team, but just the execution just not there.
It was hard. It was a struggle. 2 rough games to start the day. Of course, they will not, or they will have a 3rd game up against RNG. We'll see if maybe they can at least play spoiler. If their final performance on the stage can be one to remember. But for now, we're readying up for a Verizon post-game interview with Peanut. But first, we'll be breaking down the game at the State Farm analyst desk.
Thank you very much. I gotta say, all the fans every day have been like super decked out for their teams. Now,
Yes.
Tiger Nation, of course, for Gen G, but we saw Goat when T1 was playing as well. That was so funny. There was like a Showmaker cosplay as well. It's been great. We appreciate you so much. And Chronicler, I guess you really appreciate Gen G in that match.
I did. I was very happy because it was a lot more of what we expected to see. They had a little bit of early game troubles. I actually think that CFO had a really good approach, particularly towards the top side of the map, actually trying to punish Doran, but bot side and mid, neither of which went very well, were a much bigger problem.
I'm glad you brought it up because every second counts thanks to the reliable Cisco network. Peanut survives, and yeah, it has a lot of influence, of course, what happens here in the bot lane.
It was the counter gank from Peanut, and the lucky number 7 came through because Peanut came through, was able to work with the counter gank, get 2 players, and escape with a sliver of HP. 7 HP, 1 more auto would have killed him.
I mean, Ruler actually got so much damage down before he died in this play that it really kind of set up very, very well here for Peanut, who, as you say, barely able to survive. The last minion auto's coming in there, potions running, keeps him alive.
I feel like he is under the radar a little bit when it comes to how much he gets talked about because of the names on this roster, but such a rich history as well, and it's definitely a pleasure if Peanut is showing up on the international stage.
And that has not always been the case for Peanut. He has been a little bit up and down. No, but what I think is really cool is if you look back to last year when he was on Nongshim Red Force, I'm sure Peanut has taken to the stage based on the chance. He was still regarded as one of the most influential junglers, and that roster was not expected to do well and had a much better spring and summer than I think many people saw coming, and he was a really big part of that.
Yeah, and I mean, he's continuing to be a huge carry force. This Graves performance was one of them, and there's more to come, I'm sure.
Definitely. Oyster, unfortunately, out of the World Championship. Of course, they still have games to play, Azael, but when we look at kind of how this group can evolve, we're going to talk about 100 Thieves versus RNG in a little bit, but 100 Thieves are going to have to turn it on, and of course, RNG and Gen G fighting for that first place.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, still fighting for that first place. 100 Thieves, you know, I think still have opportunities to be able to get out. Obviously, they're going to have to win out and then likely get a little bit of help. You know, might be cheering for some Oysters later on if 100 Thieves can do it. The group will get really interesting if 100 Thieves can actually beat RNG. If they do lose, then they are going to be, you know, out of contention as well. So then it would be down to who's actually going for that first place. So we'll just have to see, you know, can 100 Thieves actually pull off the upset like they did last year against EDG?
We'll see indeed. When it comes to Gen G, though, we are joining Laura on stage with Peanut for a Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you, Shot. Peanut, 안녕하세요. Thank you so much for joining me, and thank you also, Jisan, for joining me on stage. It is a 3rd win for Gen G in the group stage, but I think it's fair to say that you haven't been performing to the expectations, especially coming from being the first seed in the STK. So can you talk me through the difficulties you have been experiencing so far, or maybe the surprises in the group stage?
네, 우선은 젠지의 그룹 스테이지 3번째 승리를 축하드립니다. 조금은 아쉽게도 LCK 1시드로서 이제 월즈에 왔는데 예상한 것보다는 압도적인 퍼포먼스는 안 나온 것 같습니다. 이번 월즈 그룹 스테이지 치르면서 좀 예상치 못했던 변수라든지 아니면 잘 안 풀렸던 부분, 이런 어려운 점이 있었나요?
저희가 너무 오랜만에 경기라 좀 긴장한 것도 있었고, 그리고 좀 단판제라 좀 더 조심스러운 것도 있었던 것 같고요. 그리고 확실히 좀 더 그레이브즈 같은 챔피언들도 이제 메타적으로 약간 좀 느렸던 것 같아서 그런 부분이 좀 많이 작용했던 것 같아요.
So first off, we haven't been playing for a while, so we were a little bit nervous, and also I think speaking of the meta read, I think we were a little bit slow on that. So for example, like Graves, and also I think that was almost the problems that we were facing.
I see, but it surprised me to hear that because you're so experienced, especially, I mean, I think you're the most experienced players within the Gen.G lineup. How do you explain that you were nervous coming here?
조금은 긴장한 부분도 있다고 하셨잖아요. 하지만 젠지 로스터를 놓고 봤을 때 어쩌면 가장 정말 경력이 오래된 그런 선수분 중에 한 명인데 어떤 식으로 좀 긴장되는 부분이 있었을까요?
그냥 저희가 약간 너무 많은 기대를 받다 보니까 약간 좀 더 보여줘야 되나 약간 이런 기대가 있었던 게 기대를 좀 부응하고 싶었던 게 좀 더 그랬던 요인 중에 하나인 것 같고 뭐 지금은 그런 거 없고 계속 경기력이 좋아질 걸 저희 팀원들, 선수단 다 알기 때문에 지금은 좀 더 괜찮아지고 있는 것 같아요, 확실히.
And also to add on to the first question, he also added that because it was best of one, we were a little bit more cautious. So yeah, and about this question, we were a little bit pressured because we were the first seed of the LCK. We wanted to match the expectations, but it's all gone now. So I believe that we're going to perform better from now on.
And I think the fans will be really happy to hear that in the audience. Peanut, it feels so good to have you back in the World Championship, especially since the last run we saw from you in 2020. How good does it feel to have so many fans cheering for you in the audience, and what are you looking to prove this time at Worlds?
이제 피넛 선수가 이렇게 월즈 무대에 다시 돌아와서 너무너무 반가운데요. 정말 많은 팬분들 큰 사랑을 보내주고 계십니다. 이렇게 객석에 계신 분들도 계속해서 소리를 질러주고 계신데 이렇게 다시 돌아오게 된 소감이 어떠신지 또 2년 만에 오게 됐는데 이번에는 본인이 증명하고 싶은 부분이 무엇인가요?
일단은 제가 2016년도 락스 때 이렇게 왔을 때 이런 큰 호응 해주셨던 걸 처음 기억하고 있는데 이번에 왔을 때도 너무 진짜 뜨거운 응원 해주셔서 너무 좀 멋있는 것 같고 팬분들이 그리고 이번 월즈에서는 저희가 좀 더 높은 곳으로 가서 제가 월즈 커리어 중에서 우승이 없는데 우승하고 싶습니다. 네.
So my first experience having this much of a energetic live audience was 2016 when I was in Rocks Tigers, and then now I'm having the same experience again with all the energy from the fans. So I really want to perform well, and at the same time, the only thing that I'm missing in my career is my Worlds trophy. So I hope I can accomplish that.
Let's see if we can get this one this time. Peanut, 인터뷰 감사합니다. 파이팅 하세요. Jason, thank you so much for the translation. We're going to take a quick break now. We'll be back to the third game of the day. RNG versus 100 Thieves. Stay tuned.
Gemini ignoring the crowd, going to the 3v2.
Forward, locking him down, already slow. They're trying to get this done, but Peanut's now coming in. They need to get kills immediately. Halo Blade doing some work here. Now they need to body block. They need to keep Peanut away from Shun. Do they have what it takes? They're knocking him back. They're keeping him away. But Lehens, it's a bloodthirsty Nami. He's trying to finish the job himself. Peanut's still standing for now. The knock of Koala. No, does a step forward. Koala, I think he could have finished the kill, but he backs away. It's a disaster, and now the rest of the team looking to collapse. Trying to finish the job. Chobi playing back. Chobi going forward. Now leaping over the wall. Ruler looking for the 1v1. Backed up by the Nami. CFO just have to run. There's nothing left for them in this game. The Flying Oysters, they've been grounded. They've been shucked. There is nothing left for them on the Rift.
안녕하세요. 담원기아 서포터 갤린 김영규입니다. 일단 8강 진출해서 너무 좋고요. 앞으로 만날 팀이 다른 조에 있는데 되게 기대가 많이 됩니다. 그리고 뉴욕에서 가장 좋았던 거는 풍경들이 되게 이쁜 것 같더라고요. 풍경 봐서 되게 좋았습니다.
大家好，我是 JDG 的 AD Hope， 就是以小组第一出现8强的话，就是挺开心的。然后。
That's cool. It's like you're on FaceTime with them. We just heard from Damwon's Kellen and JDG's Hope. Thanks to our ONE+ cam, of course, they already booked their tickets to the quarterfinals. And the big question is, must be nice, because that's not the case yet for the two teams playing now. 100 Thieves up versus the undefeated RNG. Let's take a look at the standings to see how the lay of the land, how the land lays.
How the lay of the land lays. Here.
It lays undefeated for RNG.
Yes, it does. It does lay undefeated, and it lays quite defeated for 100 Thieves, unfortunately. So they're gonna have to try to bounce back. Obviously, 100 Thieves can't drop any games, and that's the pressure is on them big time now.
Definitely so. When we look at RNG, just so impressive so far. They are playing from isolation today, but just about every metric they've been smashing.
And it's really remarkable for a team that, for so long, their key identity was obviously how well they play around sidelines. They're 1-3-1, Xiaohu roaming, impacting other parts of the map, but they've just been kind of smashing in every single way throughout Worlds thus far. Individually, the players have been performing extremely well. Ming still has been doing the same roaming as always done, but now you also have Breathe and Gala both looking incredibly consistent.
Exactly, and I feel like Ming has been, as you have mentioned, the biggest key to this team.
Look at this.
The roaming has been insane. I really loved his set play throughout this group so far, especially that 7-minute fight that they had around River when they went up against the Flying Oysters, where they just took 4 for 1. He has been a monster.
I mean, and to me, the thing with RNG is their early game was never their problem when I think of the LPL. I think where they have had some issues is mid-game and late game. But the problem is you have to stand up to them in the early game to even get a shot in the later stages, right? And they've been blowing teams out so effectively throughout these early stages.
It seems like similarly to Gen G in this group, the individual leads that they get in these lanes become insurmountable.
And this play was beautiful because not only was he able to get this huge setup, but it was mostly because of that vision play that they had. They were ultimately looking towards the top side to be able to get rest, but then when they found out that, they were out of position throughout mid, they made the rotation. Incredibly smart play from the team.
And Ming will be a good starting point for this bot lane matchup versus 100 Thieves as well.
And stats to point out here is that as low as his laning percentage is, lowest in terms of groups, which is hilarious, he still has a really high duo proximity. So not only is Ming leaving his lane and going out about on the map, making plays, but Gala is following him.
And to be clear, lane percent 16th is not a bad thing. This means that he's roaming constantly from the lane. It's not that he's in last place in how he's performing in the lane. He is moving around the map constantly, so he's spending the least time of any support in the 2v2 bot.
I will admit it, I asked production, I said, what's that ROA? And he's like, roaming? If anyone else is as stupid as me, there you go. In any case, so let's focus in on this bot lane then. I do hear that we have a little bit of time left before we get to those picks and bans. Azael, 100 Thieves opened up the day by being aggressive in that bot lane, taking the matchup. So how much do you want to see that replicated? Do you think they can take Gala and Ming?
I mean, it's obviously a completely different beast, but I think there's two different ways to approach it, right? Either if you're expecting Ming to roam, you either play roaming picks and you try to batch, or you try to play lane dominant and try to punish the roams, right? So I think 100 Thieves have to come in with a very clear plan. Do you want to play to set up dives and really attack bot every time that Ming is diving? Or are you going to pick something like an Ezreal and match roams and try to play elsewhere? And for me, I'd rather see them focus heavily on that bot, put someday on weak side, get closer on a carry, and really focus on trying to punish every time Ming is moving.
Yeah, and Azael, your final message going into game 1 really resonated. Being able to really rely on FBI and Huhi's bot lane domination, where they literally did that versus CDB's Flying Oyster. And for RNG as a team, I thought they looked best when they didn't really play lane domination, where you saw more so the Kai'Sa, which is now great within this composition, or at least in this meta, and mostly focused on Ming roaming, and then team fighting for Gala.
When it comes to the top lane you just mentioned, being safe, of course, we had a really big discussion about priority there, and LPL and LCK top laners and their choices. Some they did go for the Fiora before. Raz Are you in the camp of don't do that and just be safe?
I think if you play well around its timing,
you might get kicked off the deck.
it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. I would naturally say no. I would naturally say no because it's harder in team fights and just harder execution. But I thought Someday played well around it. If they're not going to get an Aatrox, that's the obvious option, or a Sejuani, then I think with how well he has been playing, I'm okay with him on the Fiora.
And I'm liking that we highlight.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah.
No. I'm gonna blow past it because I don't want you guys to get in a fight.
Good.
I'm not gonna blow
Good.
No, I'll hold you back. I'll hold you back.
Good.
So
I appreciate
think
it.
what's important there is highlighting how well Hui did in the previous game and how he was able to set up a lot of the team fights with his Amumu. And as long as they don't go for Fiora, I know we are very much the same. The Fiora and the EMF, both of which not okay.
I thought you were on my side.
No, I'm definitely not. I thought the Sejuani was a way better call, and I hope that they do that
If he has access to it, yes.
No,
it's getting bad.
If he has access to the
There's
Fiora,
like
they should
tanks.
self-ban it. We are not playing Fiora anymore.
Someday.
LCS has won 0 games on Fiora internationally. All time.
They've won very few games in
0,
general.
not very few.
Okay, please, I'm trying to make my point. What Hui did in the previous game will be very difficult to do because he is playing against Ming. And that, to me, is one of the biggest issues that I need to see. How is 100 Thieves going to fix this? Because I think actually getting out on the map earlier against Gala and Ming is going to be astronomically more difficult.
Yeah.
And if 100 Thieves don't get those angles, I don't know if they're going to be able to withstand the amount of punishment that RNG is able to find on the rest of the map.
Great point. Now I'm going to go back to Someday.
No!
Mostly because I would say from week 1, the best performer for 100 Thieves for me has been Someday. Oh, wow. Okay,
Bold
you know what? Reaper top lane.
How's his Fiora?
Better?
Was Fiora, was it available when he was back when he was playing?
It's probably old Fiora.
Yeah,
It was old
okay,
Fiora.
yeah, you're right.
Sorry.
You
You're
call
right.
Fiora old? Oh my god.
And the old, yeah, there we go.
Anyway.
But yes, I thought he was their best performer. And I thought that coming into this tournament, 100 Thieves did a great job at playing around Someday. And it's going to be a natural issue for 100 Thieves fans. Like, would you rather play towards Someday or FBI and Huhi? And during the regular season, Someday has been their best performer.
I mean, Someday is incredible, but it doesn't matter if you win the 1v1 on Fiora if your team doesn't know how to translate it into a win, right? And that's my problem. We literally saw them try this against Cloud9 regionally, where we saw Fudge kind of introduce Fiora in NA playoffs. Then Someday started picking up some of these counter picks. He tried to go towards it, but even when he was doing well in lane, they couldn't actually translate it into victories. And I think we're going to see the same problem here. It's not a slight on Someday as an individual. Fiora is a team-changing pick, right?
Yes.
Your team needs to set yourself up, to really be able to get massive advantages in that side lane, because otherwise you can't actually join the 5v5 and have any success. So even if they're going to play towards Someday, I would much rather see it be on an Aatrox, on a Renekton, on a Gangplank, like anything but.
I feel so guilty that I've thrown this in there. We do have an audio issue. As a reminder, RNG's playing in isolation, so are 2 players out of 100 Thieves. But I like this conversation a lot.
Dedication!
Look at those legends!
Oyster fans!
Legends!
Oh, where are they? That's insane.
Can we see that? Yeah, over there?
Oh,
Yeah.
far side.
Just
that's
randomly
beautiful.
pointing because I actually can't see. This is so great. Once again, thank you so much for bearing with us as well. But this top lane conversation is interesting because I was looking at it specifically also that RNG has also just picked the Jax when the Aatrox was on the other side and won with it, right? So even that is becoming dangerous.
Yeah, I don't think our beating RNG is going to happen through topside. I loved your pitch, Raz, but I'm very much in the Azil. I'm very much in the Azil part of it. Well, I'm trying to be nice.
Let me redirect you. Let me redirect you.
No, keep arguing.
Well, I was going.
You weren't done?
No, because I was actually going to point before I got interrupted by both of you. Xiaohu's champion pool.
Yeah.
I think Xiaohu in particular is essential to RNG functioning and looking as dominant as they have. I'm going back to the game against Gen G, where they were able to dismantle them so early on. It was literally a couple of early bad trades on top side, couple of bad trades on mid, and between Wei and Xiaohu, they completely ran over the entire team. And if he is not on things like the Lissandra or the Galio, I think that becomes a whole lot harder.
Yeah, and RNG's best feat has always been their team fighting. And I think they showed that when they went up against Gen G around Drakes. And that's something that 100 Thieves have clearly improved on from week 1 to week 2. And I think should be a consistent focus around stacking up Drakes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that they need to draft for 5v5. I think that is your best shot. Of course, you know, when you draft scaling and when you draft 5v5, there's always the chance that you just get blown out early. But the reality is I don't think that 100 Thieves are going to be able to execute on a full early game comp to the level that you would need to actually take a win against RNG. You know, and especially when you're looking at that top lane, if you're trying to go aggressive, Breathe has been so outstanding in 1v1s. Like, to me, he is arguably the best Fiora and Jax. You know, at the very least, he's at the very tip of the table with Zeus and with, you know, some of these players. But, like, it's going to be so tough to actually deal with him in those 1v1s.
And I feel like you can say it about every player on RNG just because of the first round that they had. Of course, there's some circumstances right now, and they are playing from isolation. But we saw teams do one of two things, right? They either imploded after the break, or they got much, much better. I'm leaning towards for RNG. I feel like they will just improve on what they have done, but we have to see.
Absolutely. And I think a lot of it goes through their topside play. I know a lot of our conversation has been how 100 Thieves, or at least North American teams in general, not able to play through carry tops. Breathe is a different beast, and I feel like RNG, Wei in particular, has done a really good job domestically and here at this tournament playing through Breeze. If he needs covering, he's been there for him. When they're looking for a dive, they've executed with Xiaohu. So it's going to be a challenge for someday if they're looking towards playing bot side.
Keep talking about it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, for me, you know, one of the things that RNG does so well is how they're enabling it. You're talking about it, you know, and Xiaohu has always been such a centerpiece and such a focal point of this team because of the way I think he enables the rest of his team, because he is playing things like the Galio and the Lysandra and these picks that doesn't necessarily need to be the focal point of the team. He can get push, he can coordinate very well with these roams from Ming or with his jungler, you know, get advantage there, then start moving out to the sides. And RNG really is excellent at actually snowballing the game through the sides once they get control over mid. And I think that's why we see Ming moving from lane so much, because once you get Xiaohu the ability to affect the map, RNG looks incredible, and they have looked incredible for so many years because this guy knows how to play the map as well or better than pretty much everyone in the world.
And they're a team that will force you to change how you think about draft because of what Xiaohu is willing to give up. He'll play a Galio or a Lysandra into an Azir, into a kiteback long-range composition because he has a lot of faith in Ming to be able to roam and give him timings or just execute on the fights and dives when they come. So it's interesting. Definitely Gen G faced it that last week. 100 Thieves are going to face in this game. I want to see what we get.
I love that point because I think this is also kind of a moniker of good LCK and great LPL teams overall when they run into EU and NA counterparts, right? They will be willing to take a trade that you didn't expect them to take, and they will come out with something different that nullifies a lot of your game plan. I think that is possibly one of the hardest things to prepare for. By the way, we still have an in-game audio issue that is persisting, so we're trying to figure it out.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things, you know, when you talk to a lot of the players after they go international is that there are these windows in the game that they're getting punished for where they're making mistakes that they didn't even realize were mistakes because in regional play, there's things that they can get away with, bad habits that are taught and learned because your opponent isn't strong enough to punish you in that way. And when you come here and you have these players that are so mechanically proficient, they are confident to take these matchups that other people wouldn't play in the same way. They play it more aggressively, they take trades, and they'll fight and trade with you in situations where if you're not confident to actually just scrap back with them and have a fight to the death almost, you just have to sacrifice your lane. You have to give it up pretty much immediately.
I remember Impact saying that exact same thing at MSI, being the main takeaway going into that international event. And for me, one of the biggest takeaways for North American teams when they go to international play is, one example, should the top laner be there when, you know, Vision is being contested for Drakes or something like that, or can they TP in? I feel like oftentimes in domestic play, top laners are like, I should be able to get min-max, beyond side waves, TP when I'm needed. But then when you face up against really strong teams that can punish you, they're like, well, actually, maybe I should just be there to begin with.
And what I always find really interesting is that not only is it a question of learning and unlearning those habits, but you also see that players that have come from a different environment, and you guys can both attest to this, with players like Impact and Someday, that even if domestically they do show a lot of these worse habits where it's easier to punish them, the moment that they go up against stronger opponents that go in way harder, that are actually able to punish them, you kind of see them revert back to, I think, a much more higher level of play overall.
Well, and that's why I think adaptation is always the name of the game when you come to international play. It's not just about the meta, it's about how your opponents are actually playing the map, how your opponents are playing the lanes. You have got to be able to change it and mold your play style to really suit what is going on at Worlds.
And I think that is also why this is so behemoth of an... oh, we're ready! Yay! Let's go over to our casters, Kadril, Dagda, and Drake.
Woo! New York!
We got
Let's
there.
do it.
Let's
I'm ready.
get into it.
We're ready. We're ready to go. We've heard every lane broken down. The analyst desk did a beautiful job of setting us up for this one. This is it. The second last dance of the 100 Thieves. They got to the first last dance. Can they get the second, the third? Of course, RNG, a tough opponent, a terrifying opponent. But if they can keep the dream alive, worthy of the title of NA's last hope.
And Gen G fans will be watching this game as well, because if RNG win, then Gen G locks too. Both of them will lock in this singular game. 100 Thieves win, it's anybody's game. But we're straight into draft. Nice. Into the game we go. Small delay, but RNG on the blue side, 100 Thieves on the red. Couple must-bans here. There goes Xiaohu's Lissandra already off the board.
Yeah, I mean, look, this has been an incredibly good pick for them, where they're just able to all in so well through that mid lane pick. Azir being respected against Abadagi as well, not a pick that Xiaohu actually looked particularly good on himself. And again, more respect for Xiaohu, which means we still have things like the Aatrox for Breed, the Fiora for Breed, even Yuumi still up and available. But I honestly think the MVP for RNG has been Ning. So maybe keeping him on these engaged champions might work out a bit better for them.
So many champions are up.
Yeah.
USA Chan's fighting the RNG Chan's. Aatrox is going to be the ban. Yuumi is up. Does RNG first pick Yuumi? 100 Thieves will have things like the Lucian to respond with, the Kalista perhaps, if they want to go down that rabbit hole.
Oh, here we go. Oh. NA risking the gambit. So many teams have fallen flat against this champion. The final death of NA at the hands of a cat would be brutal, but 100 Thieves ready with a response of their own. How will they fire back? This is not a champion you can fall behind against.
And especially when you start to look at like some of the other big picks that are still up and available, like a Yuumi attached to a Fiora, say, for Breathe, or even being able to get onto a Viego for Wei. It feels like you have a lot of opportunities here for RNG.
So this is going to be the Senna Seraphine out of FBI and Huhi, you have to imagine. They have a 100% win rate on this. Huhi pilots the Seraphine, FBI pilots the Senna. But where do they pick the Senna? Do they pick something like jungle here or top like a Sejuani, and then pick Senna on 3? There is an RNG legend on the screen. Never managed to get the world title, but did get an MSI one, Uzi. But it's going to be the Sejuani Seraphine expecting Senna on 3.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the big one. Sorry, I was distracted because actually, fun fact, RNG have finished in every single position at Worlds except for finals. Knocked out, they hit finalists twice, semi-finals, quarterfinals, even knocked out in groups in 2019. The only thing left for RNG to achieve is that World Final.
Well, see if this is the year. It's looking good for them so far, undefeated in the group stage. A little bit of struggle in the play-ins, but they made it, only losing that one game.
And certainly the group stages looked fantastic for them, 3-0 overall. And again, the tools that they have secured for themselves thus far, the Sivir and the Yuumi, a nigh unstoppable combo has looked so good across so many games. If you get late enough, it feels actually unbeatable. But now, Breathes Fiora coming out, and RNG are not holding back. They are laying down the gauntlet for 100 Thieves.
How does they respond? Could go with something like the Orin counter, pick yourself, play weak side, but you have a Senna Seraphine, so you need something up here that can do damage in this top matchup.
Shout out to Cadril. But I think the really interesting thing here for RNG is like you've got really good side lane pressure now, especially when you look towards how you can contest midwave with the Sivir. So you actually need to try and figure out something here for 100 Thieves that can match the Fiora, and they go with the Renekton.
Skill matchup versus skill matchup here. They need a top side to play towards with the Senna Seraphine. We'll see what the mid pool looks like. Of course, Xiaohu's Galio and Lissandra banned away. We'll see if he wants to go for something like the Talia to roam up and help out that top side. But things like Sylas are up, LeBlanc, Akali, if either of these teams want to lean towards it. Sejuani also still up if 100 Thieves want to play Sejuani jungle here on 3 for frontline with the Renekton. I expect RNG to maybe take that one away given the Graves ban.
And I wonder if the Hecarim at all will be any priority. Normally not a champion that I'd really love to see, but so incredibly good with the Senna Seraphine. Makes a lot of use out of their more supportive tools. But for now, you can see a lot of the carry jungle options being taken off the board because they know that bot lane will not be the biggest source of damage for a large portion of the game. So limiting what can come out from Closer's champion pool.
Yeah, I'm curious if they ban away the Vi. It feels like at the moment when you've already got rid of the Lissandra, the Galio, a lot of those engage tools you can use around the mid lane, apart from maybe like something like an Ahri, can actually be put through the mid lane. So looking at the jungle, it feels like trying to manipulate it so there isn't that big engage tool coming through from Wei with the Vi. Could have been the good option, but looks like they're worried about the Sylas here. We'll take that one off the board.
I wonder if we'll see Xiaohu's TF as well. Maybe something global to impact the rest of the map on these in this volatile top matchup. I'll hold my breath for now. Sylas ban coming out. I wonder what 100 Thieves are thinking of. Counter pick mid makes the most sense, but there goes the Sejuani for jungle blind. You could opt to take the strongest jungler here, something like the Poppy, but it's not the greatest into their comp, or just pick something in mid like an Akali or a Victor and then just leave your jungle till 5, depending on how aggressive Closer wants to get.
And this is such a high-stakes pick. Again, you're blind picking something. You're going to be in a difficult situation. Opting to go for the Control Mage would make a lot of sense. Certainly has been one of the premier picks in the tournament. Control Mage meta, mostly the case for mid lane.
Curious if we get the LeBlanc matchup here. I mean, it's something that can do well into the Victor, especially if you do get that jungle help for Xiaohu, and he's already brought it out at the tournament here. Feels like it could be a really good opportunity, especially if they do have Wei going towards more of an engage tool like the Vi that we already talked about. I feel like a Vi and a LeBlanc here could cause an absolute major issue for Abbedagge in this mid lane.
Yeah, LeBlanc, Ahri, anything with dashes forwards. Even Syndra could work pretty well if they want to opt into it. A little bit of a Syndra prio rising up with this Control Mage meta to help you have a stronger mid jungle at 6.
It definitely feels like, at least for RNG, trying to get something that can do well on side lanes is also a big factor here, right? Because you already have mid-wave push, you already have the advantages you need in Poppy, but I think that's the big one here is, look, you can actually start to play the 1-3-1, and it's been the strength of RNG for so long to actually play through these side lanes.
And with these top side champs, I feel like Poppy is a bit of a no-brainer here for Closer to help peel for your carries for the Victor, Senna, Seraphine in the backline with Vi jumping in, Fiora, Akali. Poppy seems like one of the strongest junglers to negate a lot of that. Of course, weak into the Sivir, and she will look to free hit. Hecarim's another champ that can work well with the Seraphine in terms of having that raw team fight. They have a little bit of lockdown with the Renekton W and the Victor stun. You've got the Root, the Seraphine ult. Farming jungler. Is farming jungler the call here?
I don't like the farming jungler. I prefer something that can actually match toe-to-toe in the early stages.
Here we go.
Because what you need to do here is shut down RNG in the early stages. Stop them from being able to play side lanes and play towards your strength, which is team fight. So really good adaptation here with the Jarvan to play both in towards that early game focus, but also add to that team fight later, locking up things like this Sivir so you can deal as much damage as possible to it.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to lock down the Sivir. Will struggle against the Fiora, Vi, and the Akali. Not so much the Vi, but the idea, I presume, here is, you've got the Jarvan ult, the Victor ult, the Seraphine over the top with a Renekton in their face. They've got a lot of tools to stop the top side of RNG from diving onto this Senna Seraphine, but top side is the focus this game. I think the Yuumi Seraphine likely in isolation until 6 when these junglers decide to go down there and lock down those targets. But until then, I think top side's where the focus will be. Renekton Fiora, I mean, that's just a lot of trading in that lane. Both junglers need to hover around.
RNG fighting to lock their spot in the top 2, fighting to lock their spot in the quarterfinals. 100 Thieves fighting for their lives. Every single game must be won today. They got one already over the Oysters. Already made the impossible possible just a little bit, but RNG, a titanic opponent. Can 100 Thieves bring it back? Can they find another win on the day? Pressure on that man on your screen, most certainly. The Jarvan has to impact the early game. The scaling battle, we've seen what it means when there's a Sivir Yuumi in the game. She feels like an inevitability. If 100 Thieves cannot shut this composition down from RNG, they will be run over.
And as Kedro pointed out at the start of the day, this is a team that has consistently been at the top of North American League of Legends. Now going up against the MSI champions, they need to bring it home for North America.
They really do, and this RNG comp, we've seen something very similar in the first day of groups. I believe it was T1 running this exact comp, except with Lee Sin jungle, and they just destroyed EDG with it. Maybe RNG was watching that game and saying, can pull something off similar here if we get the Yuumi first pick. 5 points on both sides on the level 1, no real invades coming in, no bot lane wards just yet. So it might be a slow game in the early stages.
Certainly could be. Keeping our eyes on FBI and Huhi as well, seeing what they can do to stop Gala and Ming from getting any CS, limiting their ability to scale up in this game. But as highlighted, jungler is really going to be everything in this one. Closer especially.
I think we're going to be looking at a lot of action around this top side, especially when you look at the likes of the Renekton. The way this matchup plays, it's so much around the stun coming through from Sunday, and if you can get the riposte. So a lot of agency on Sunday's side. Breathe the early stages, at least getting some good trades in there for the get-go.
That stinks, doesn't it? The Renekton getting a little bit chunked out. So Closer is solo starting on his red here. I wonder what his pathing will look like. You can be creative and do something like red, EQ over the Nash wall, and then look for the enemy blue buff. But this ward right here is so good because it spots both angles. If Closer goes over here or goes around here, that ward will spot both. So good ward from RNG to cover off any kind of cross maps. Thieves pinging the ward, maybe knowing it's around.
Yep, Tri-Brush covered as well for any potential level 2 cheese. Will instead just turn his attention towards Raptors. And right now, Breathe, monstering Someday. And this is such a brutal lane because if you ever have a Vital proc remotely facing the Fiora, it just feels impossible to win trades in the early level.
So a bit confused at the moment because Closer is actually pathing bot. Unless he goes Gromp into backtracking towards top, then his Renekton is going to be very vulnerable to dives if Wei rushes to level 3 and Breathe can stack waves. See what he chooses to do though.
I'm wondering if they're going to try and set up some sort of play with Abbedagge here, right? You've already got the push coming in on bot side. Closer could be there. If you crash this wave with the slow push that you have, maybe they just look to go for a dive on the bottom side early. But, I mean, with the Senna Seraphine, you don't have a huge amount of damage, so it would be a little bit messy. We'll have to see exactly what the plan is.
Someday safe for now. The wave crash while Wei is on his Gromp, so he'll be very happy with that. Abbedagge in this range matchup should have the early push and the early trade advantage, like you said, if he wants to look around the map. Huyi and FBI keeping the bot's wave in, and now Closer and Wei have dinged over to level 3. What's the option then? Closer looks like he's hovering on a backtrack, just finished the blue, gonna go towards the Wolves, and Wei finishing up on his camps too. Abbedagge is gonna get a little bit of vision in the enemy jungle.
See Wei moving down. Abbedagge getting that vision as you highlighted and continuing to trade aggressively with Xiaohu as much as he can. Getting those first strike procs, trying to scale more and more. Level 6, of course, for this lane gets a lot more volatile. Someday hitting level 3, crucial for the Renekton. Now he can actually start to trade. Now he can actually start to fight back. Both champions with all their skills unlocked now means we finally get to the skill portion of the skill matchup.
Closer going to hover around on this bottom side still, though, has full cleared, so moving back down to where he has the push to make sure he doesn't run into Wei, because with the control that Breathe had, could have been a bit of an uncomfortable situation. And just now following up on the vision that already was placed by Abbedagge, just trying to spot out exactly where Wei is on these early stages, and even steal away the Krugs on this bottom side.
Well, Wei moving up to the top side. Really have to try and push the advantage if they want to go for the dive here. Someday with full Fury ready to go. Burning it just to get a little bit of health back. Definitely not an ideal use of the empowered Cole the Meek.
So RNG gonna take away the Krugs. Both junglers have done the exact same pathing. Now Breathe could try to crash this wave if they want to look for a dive. Closer is around bot if they want to look for a dive, but FBI gets chucked out. I think that's going to be a called off dive. So we expected action on both sides depending on jungle pathing, but Wei will find Someday a bit.
Taking Krugs in the meantime, but if this wave gets stacked in, you can see already that Someday's backing off here. It has to be very, very careful.
Just a bit confused at the game plan because the Renekton was picked into the Fiora, so you're basically saying we are going to match you in aggression topside. They're not actually indexing on it too much. Closer pathed away from it. Maybe they said in Champ Select, well, we lose 2v2 early, let's wait till level 6, that's when we can start winning the 2v2. So we'll see what Closer does on the second rotation clear. Someday, though.
Good play from Someday. Level 5 for Breathe. Someday not going to try to push there, but gets the parry out, doesn't burn the stun.
I mean, for Breathe, that's actually a pretty good trade, right? You have held Someday, who's just returned to lane off the TP. Breathe will get to reset and come back into lane himself with that health advantage, even be able to pick up a couple of pots. So, good trade for Breathe when he already wanted to go for that reset regardless.
FBI already out of lane, just going to pick up some souls here as Wei now steps forward. Root now coming in. Closer already used the flag, so doesn't have the opportunity to follow up there as Xiaohu's forced out of lane, at least for now, in mid.
Really nice counter jungling here by Closer. Has the Raptor timing, knows the vibe pathing was the exact same as his. Calls FBI from base to go match with him and gets a ward on the entrance as well. So a lot of vision for the bot side of 100 Thieves. Now Closer's just going to cover his own Raptors, but Wei sneaking towards Abbedagge here.
Abbedagge, no mana. 1, 2, 3. And then big damage coming in. Abbedagge forced to flash away, devastating.
Xiaohu missed the shuriken flip, so actually wasn't able to follow up on the play, and you see with the help bar that Abbedagge had, that could have been this. Now Wei using that pressure in mid lane to try and invade himself. The Closer will be able to steal away a good amount of them, but a mistake from Xiaohu there means they don't get the kill.
Yeah, that should have been a kill for RNG. Wei held it perfectly, just the shuriken wasn't in time. Maybe Xiaohu a little bit too far away, so Abbedagge just basically sidestepped it in the end and then decided to flash away a little bit later on. So here's Closer on this top side, has the pickaxe, but just covering Someday's push out. Things over to the level 6, pink ward in the river won't spot Closer as his bot camps are spawning, bot crab spawning. They probably want to maintain a little bit of this bot side vision, and Dragon is up, so Someday probably going to crash these waves and take a base.
So many of these early plays feel so high stakes now. Abbedagge has to be very, very careful. Xiaohu has ticked over to level 6. You can already see him giving the Akali so much more respect in the laning phase. Xiaohu as well, not opting for any MR. to worry about it too much at the stage, instead opting for Pen. So really wants to try to find these early kills, these early plays, and Breathe just now ticking over to 6 on the top side of the map.
What I will say is this bot matchup's going pretty well for 100 Thieves. The Senna Seraphine has the push, they've got a plate up a little bit in creeps, keeping the Sivir under wraps, which allows Closer to get this bot grab uncontested. He has a little bit of bot push to work with if he chooses to, and level 6, it'll only really get better for the Seraphine when she has a little bit more kill pressure and setup before the Jarvan. Just maintaining this push makes it so there's no real threat of roams towards mid. Of course, Yuumi quite weak in that regard, but keeping your eyes, keeping your tracks on them means that the Vi can't team up with the Yuumi, and Wei's just going to cycle through his next camps on the bot side.
But it feels like, at least on both sides, you're still waiting for these junglers to really get involved. Wei kind of leaning down towards the spot side to see if he can work with Gal and Ming, but they will have to go for a reset of themselves, but could try and use the Dragon, or at least pick up the Dragon now that they have that bot push if they want to. Also, at least a push in mid for the moment, but I think the big winner here is going to be Breathe in these side lanes. Massive CS lead, getting full control against Sunday, because Closer hasn't really paid attention to it. And when we talked about RNG's game plan being, we want to play through side lanes, we want to try and use this big Fiora, it's at least starting off relatively well.
Certainly is Wei going to get that red buff just in time. He's going to go with the Blast Cone, Closer. Ooh, Wei spots him out. They know something's afoot. FBI in the area too, that's one very squishy Senna. But they're not going to go for the play there.
Yeah, Wei thinking about it, but not enough backup. Ming is on the way to match up with the Vi, so they will pair up and look for some kind of bot side vision. Top wave stacking into Someday. Won't net them anything. Now, 100 Thieves don't actually know where RNG's jungler is, but because FBI has moved up here and Huhi has got bot wave in, they're going to start up this Herald. Breathe has the top push, so he'll be around for the next few seconds while Someday catches that wave. Ming is here, Wei very close to that level 6. I wonder if he gets it off this mid wave. If he does, they could look for an engage, but if he doesn't have that level 6 ultimate, it becomes very hard to face check.
FBI hiding in the mist. Makes it hard for Vi if she does get the ultimate to lock him down. They're trying to burn through this Herald. Big confidence inside 100 Thieves. Taking that Herald down is massive for this early game.
And I don't think RNG really wanted to fight that. They were just like, hey, as long as we can force you to commit members to this, we can actually get Gala to take the 2 plates on bot side. And a really good job actually from 100 Thieves so far in controlling vision around this bottom half of the map. It meant that they had basically a clean walkway up for Huhi, so he couldn't get picked off by Wei, by Xiaohu, even with Ming as well. So far, 100 Thieves doing a good job of keeping things in check and keeping it nice and slow and trying to play more for those team fights.
You can see right now, 700 gold lead. Wei just now taking over to level 6, wants to kick the fight off, wants to lock down Closer, wants to get the chain CC, but they've locked him in the gravity field. He's gone invincible, but now Xiaohu trying to clean up on the backside. FBI so squishy, but the ultimate stopping him. Gallo leaping forward, FBI running for his life. Can he get it out? No, Xiaohu on the chase. There's got to be no way. Still standing for now. The lockdown, not nearly enough, and Gala making a montage with the rest of them.
Gala finally gets onto the map with RNG, and they pick up the kills. 2 for Xiaohu, 1 for the AD carry. And just like that, RNG swing the goal back to even.
Really good decisiveness there from RNG to just pull the trigger. Wei leveling up off the big Raptor on the smite, just chooses to flash ult onto Closer. It looked okay for 100 Thieves because it was a 1-for-1, and Abadage was the one who got the first blood, but it's Gala's move that shut them down and picked up those extra kills for RNG. Sivir now 1-0-1, 2 kills over to this Akali. 100 Thieves are doing a great job at leveraging their mid and bot push so they could get first to these objectives, but now kills in the Akali favor will hurt this mid matchup for Abadage.
And now we got to see how 100 Thieves want to try and bring this back in as well, because you do have that Rift Shard on the bottom side. You know that RNG have just reset, so they may immediately just turn this over into either the Dragon or just trying to crack open a little bit more of these plates on bot end. But again, it feels like you should be trying to put a lot of these resources through your mid lane more so than the bot, just because if Abadage does get to that late game a bit quicker, that Victor can do a lot.
So smite on the Raptor, flash ult onto Closer, actually gets the kill here, Abadage, the first blood, but you can see FBI went towards the bot wave because as they were doing the Herald, Gala pushed the wave in and was getting plates. FBI was forced to catch, and that means that there are a numbers disadvantage when Gala moves up this river. 2 kills to Xiaohu, 1 kill over to Gala as Abadage had no flash from earlier on.
Oh man.
Hits him with the pizza.
The New York special, baby, thin crust. Abadage, not a fan.
And now Gala's eating good on this bot side. Kraken Slayer already there for him. Now they start to move through as well. And look at where Vi is. Wei sitting in on this bot end as well. Wants to see if he can catch 100 Thieves as they move back into bot end.
It's interesting how 100 Thieves are still 300 gold up despite being down 2 kills. The Senna gold helping them out there. A couple plates in their favor. CS not super ahead in any specific lane, but able to tie up that gold nonetheless. They still have that Herald. 1/3 left on the timer, and Wei knows that Closer wants to play some on this bot side, so he's looking for him, fishing for information, but Gala has no flash, so 100 Thieves could look for a pick here as Devi and Yumi are teamed up. The Sivir is isolated, but Abadage might be the one isolated.
Abadage needs to make his way out. There's one instantly flashing under the tower, laying down the gravity field. Xiaohu looking for the follow-up, looking to land the shuriken flip. Abadage needs to make his way out. Ult in, trying to get around through the minions, but it's not enough. Xiaohu taking him down. Victor Ult will not finish Wei, and on the bottom side, the play falters as Gala will make it out.
Not even close. I suppose his Wei went very deep on that one with Xiaohu, no way to follow up, but now you know they're low. 100 Thieves will drop this Herald on the bot side, knowing that they have the health advantage, but Yumi exists, and now Wei does
full
well.
combo.
TP.
Wei ready to go in. Flag drag over the wall to knock up the interrupt, stopping Closer from getting anything in exchange. Huhi now backing off. Tower still standing for now. Xiaohu here in the midst of everything. 100 Thieves forced to back away. Now spotted out in the brush as well. So difficult in these exchanges. Ming, despite the fact that he's not playing a traditional roaming support, has been everywhere on the map.
Yeah, teaming up with Wei, making sure he's around Gala and Xiaohu for these river fights. Abadage TP's back mid to get a plate, despite losing his flash and his life earlier on. So it's just a pick here from Wei. I thought that on the bot side, Closer would find Gala with the EQ over the wall, but I think Gala has just enough distance on the minimap to actually run away. And then Abadage ends up falling, almost kills Wei. Xiaohu was a little bit close for a couple seconds, but has the damage take him out, uses the R2 to get out of tower range, and it's easy kills there for RNG. I think Gala actually used the Sivir ult on bot side to run away from Closer as he EQ'd over the wall.
Xiaohu, though, will be spotted on the ward, so just backing away, but that ward will die in a moment, so not at the end of the road that he didn't end up clearing it out, but you can see exactly what RNG's game plan is now. We've already helped out bot, we've got mid very much ahead. Let's see now if we can turn that into some advantages for Breathe as well. Rift Tower going to be open in a minute 20. That, I feel like, is going to be the next game plan for RNG.
Certainly feels like it has to be. Dragon stacking, starting to feel more and more like something that 100 Thieves need to turn their attention to as a potential win con. Still very strong in the fights, lots of AoE CC that can be layered on top of each other, but with a 3-0 Akali, a Fiora who's very comfortably farming up on the top side. Certainly the side lanes are not going to get any easier for the side of 100 Thieves.
100 Thieves comp, the way the team fights will work is they're a death pool, right? They want to stay together as 5, have wards on flanks, make sure they're very aware of where Xiaohu and Breathe are finding angles to enter the fight. They need to lock them down so that this DPS of the Victor, Senna, Seraphine can just use all their spells in tandem on multiple different targets. RNG, you want to find those flanks to split 100 Thieves up. They need to make sure that around these dragons and these heralds, they stay together. 30 seconds on that herald spawn. Does 100 Thieves want to contest it? They could get first break on this bot tier 1 that's incredibly low.
I think RNG are doing the right game plan, though. They know exactly what you said, Cage. 100 Thieves want to group up as 5 and start to look for those fights. So what are they doing? Wei's moving in top side. He's getting vision. They're looking for picks. They're trying to see if they can make a play before the Rift Herald spawns.
They will be able to secure this herald. Huhi has the TP, but FBI's down on the bot side of the map. They're giving up the mid push here. Abadage actually zoned away from his own tower. Maybe Huhi has to invest a TP here to defend these waves, but he's going to push in the next bot wave. First tower over to them. Abadage should be able to hold on to this with Closer being around. Wei won't commit to the dive. No stopwatches on the jungle mid of the 100 Thieves lineup. Waves pushed in, Herald started up. RNG on this top side of the map.
Of course, Huhi on the bottom side, free license to push in another wave as they've spotted every single member of RNG at the map at this stage. But as you highlighted, Herald feels like 100 Thieves don't have the tools necessary to contest this one. Huhi does, of course, have the TP, but not really a strong proposition at this point, as they do not have the vision control or the mid push.
A little bit of an awkward map state here because Dragon's spawning in 30 seconds. RNG have 2 options. Number 1, go top, try to force dives, try to put a herald down here, get this tower, move towards mid and secure 2 towers, or they could just go towards this dragon spawning in 20 seconds, take bases and use the herald as a pressure point on that objective spawn.
And it's super hard to know what the right call is, right? Because you don't really want this dragon stacking to continue for 100 Thieves. No. That's how they get to force fights. But you also are very aware that, honestly, the fact that you can have control over side lanes and get these towers down is the win condition.
Oh, here we go. Gala locked out, forcing the flash early is big. Of course, traded for the J4 ultimate. Closer still has his flash.
Yeah, 100 Thieves probably happy with that trade because they can try to get this mid wave in and they can be first to the objective. Xiaohu looking for those flanks. Wei looking for an angle as well. Jarvanult, relatively low cooldown, but they won't have enough time to wait out the ultimate as the dragon has spawned. RNG want to force. Breathe has no TP. Someday does. So if RNG overcommit here, it could be a 5v4. There's plenty of TP wards for Someday, but he will lose his tower. It's a give and take here for 100 Thieves. Lose your top tower, get a dragon. What's worth it? Someday trading onto Breathe.
Ooh, and some unlucky procs there in terms of RNG spawning right on the side of Someday as he does get chipped lower and lower, but has Gore Drinker, has ultimate. It's difficult for Breed to go for the full dive, especially in the context of the 1v1. RNG continuing to step forward on the bot side. River looking to get control over this Infernal Drake. Not sure what the soul will be yet, but we know it will be crucial.
And it's a good call from RNG to try to spread 100 Thieves thin. Someday loses his health bar to Breed, so Someday's less effective if he TPs in. They got push on bot, they push in mid, forcing 100 Thieves to spread out on the map, which means you can't get the 5v5 rolling for 100 Thieves.
I actually like what 100 Thieves have done here because all 3 lanes are under so much pressure that going to this dragon felt impossible. If they walked in, then maybe Xiaohu could take bot tier 1, Breed would take top tier 1, Gala's keeping these mid waves in, so there was a threat of losing multiple towers there, so 100 Thieves decide to hold onto them and just go even in the dragons. So it's always good for them to keep on scaling here on these champions like Victor and Seraphine.
And I'm curious now how RNG want to try and play this out with the Rift Tower, because it feels like Gala just insta-pushes mid because Sivir exists as a champion. So move Ming with Wei to top side, use Rift Tower there, crack open side lane turret, and then you can pretty much just continue to chip away at this mid turret as Gala, because you already know that you're going to be able to get that one with a single push once you commit members there.
It's interesting, isn't it? Look at the gold there. We just saw there briefly. Xiaohu, 3 kills, 0 deaths. Abbedagge 1 kill. They're actually even in gold. If anything, Abbedagge is a little bit ahead with the creeps, with the plates, with the first strike, matching the gold of this Akali.
And that is important, especially when we look at lane assignments. Once these tier 1s start to break, it'll be that much easier for RNG to throw Breathe or Xiaohu onto a side lane. And Abbedagge is really the one who suffers in that circumstance. We have to keep track as we get later. RNG with the Sivir, more than enough wave clear to stop any pushes in the mid lane. You can see another little death ball here, 3 members strong, looking to hope and catch someone out from the side of RNG. Way locked down the follow-up bear. The damage not quite though.
It's a bit awkward for 100 Thieves. You don't really want to have your Victor on a side lane in bot, so Xiaohu's going to start hitting this tower. Someday though is going to get that top tower. Still a healthy gold lead right now, 400 Thieves. They will lose this bot tower as Abbedagge goes down to collect the wave. We'll see if he gets her in time actually. Wave's pretty small. The longer he can hold on to it, the more time he can buy, but he needs to be careful of Xiaohu finishing off the tower and then threatening a dive, but no W, no E means Xiaohu will back away. Might get it on the next couple of waves. Might even
really
get it right
wants
now.
To finish it.
Abbedagge needs to be careful.
Gravity field now locking him down, throwing the ult, just staying in his own gravity field. Xiaohu happy to grab the tower for now, but Abbedagge still trading very positively. The E misses! The E misses, and that's everything. They're already pulling away though. TP burn just to keep him healthy. Meanwhile, Renekton now going forward. Huhi and FBI holding strong in the mid lane, but Huhi's TP will not resolve, but Abbedagge still makes it out on the bottom side.
TP cancelled there by the Yuumi ult. I think Huhi's actually probably pretty happy about that because that means he can keep defending midway someday.
Ulti's traded.
So they're doing a good job of continuing to stop these backs from Breed. That's why he's got such a big health bar. He's managed to come in. Gala and Ming though on route.
Trying to run in. Breed trying to bait it out. The stun now coming through. Somebody needs to finish the kill. Someday, can he do it? Breed still standing! Someday! He cannot find the kill. Breed with the outplay.
It was so close. One more auto attack there for Someday. He did a very good job of baiting out the Fiora W, but the numbers come in from RNG to defend the play. Herald is all of a sudden in this top lane, so it will get the top tier 1. 100 Thieves don't have much options for a cross map, and as much as we praise Someday for that play, he gets caught off a little bit there, too aggressive.
Yeah, the Rift Tower was about to time out for Wei, so just chucks it down to the top side, knowing that they want to try and get the turret. Wei's already up here on this top end of the map as well, and with Gala situated mid, it makes it very hard for 100 Thieves to actually answer with any sort of pressure elsewhere. There's a TP from Breed to get back onto top side, and this is where RNG gets scariest, when they're allowed to play out these side lanes. And it looks like now with the top turret going down mid, very low for 100 Thieves, they need to find ways to force these fights around the dragons.
And in that last exchange, it was just Divine Sunderer for Breed. But now he's gone back, he's got the Tiamat, he's got the extra longsword, he's got the Bam Scepter, crashing a tower in as well. He's about to be 2 items, and that's where things get so very difficult for Someday. For so long, he had a bit of a sustained advantage in the 1v1, but that will all fade away very quickly.
Abbedagge on the side lane now, catching these top waves. Xiaohu, no TP. Breathe, no TP. So, TP advantage for 100 Thieves. We'll look at this one again, because Someday ease forwards here and baits out the Fiora W. Then ease back in again. Actually, flash W's the Fiora with the Rage. Gets the E2, but not enough damage. If there was no members here from RNG, he could drop the tower aggro by going downwards and then re-enter through top and look for Breathe. But Breathe would run away, but Someday wouldn't lose his life. But good move from RNG to help out their top laner, collapse in and get that kill.
Absolute game of inches. Looks like Divine Sunderer as well as the Grasp proc being that giant source of healing that kept Breathe alive. Tense 1v1, but of course they only gets harder for the Renekton as we get later and later to the game. We know what a scaling monster the Fiora can be. 100 Thieves again grouping up. Wei threatening like he can go in there.
They're sending Someday top with the TP to catch that wave, so they're waiting until that one's cleared before they fully want to try and commit to getting the likes of vision around this dragon. They have a good amount of vision in River at the moment, but would love to get that slightly deeper, especially if Xiaohu or Breathe are looking for these flank opportunities.
Gala, 2 items, has the flash back up. We saw Closer trade his ult for flash a little bit earlier on in the game. That was when the second dragon was spawning. Now the third one's up. Gala's flash is available. Level 11 on the Yuumi, level 11 on the Sivir. Breathe grouping up, doesn't have the TP. Someday moving his way down towards this next mid wave.
Getting a bit of poke down onto Breathe. No CC though, so won't find the stun back in response. 100 Thieves grouping, but RNG priority control over the mid lane. Someday the only one left to clear that wave to try to hold on against this onslaught. Tower will fall. RNG, do they want to push for more here?
Yeah. This is a really good call from RNG. I mean, second dragon for 100 Thieves doesn't mean a huge amount, but again, these towers are so important to the way this composition executes. So now you've got a very long lane that Gala can continue to shove in continuously. You've got access to get vision on both sides of the jungle. So RNG happy to trade that dragon for positioning on the map.
And we saw this in the CFO games, that when you start to fall behind with a composition that wants to function as a death ball in these fights, it just becomes harder and harder to force fights on your terms. RNG taking more and more of the map away from 100 Thieves. And if they group up like this, if they group up as 5, it's so easy for RNG to just do something away from the 5 stack.
Yeah, it's all about pressure points, playing on multiple lanes, threatening flanks. These are the things that 100 Thieves have to be very, very cautious of. In that case, they trade the towers for the dragon. See if that pays off in the long run. Cloud Soul not the greatest, but as many dragons as possible is what you want to look for. As much scaling as possible. 100 Thieves going to get this mid wave in. Topside vision put down to deny any kind of Baron start from RNG, which would be relatively slow, but the Sivir is building towards that Infinity Edge. That's the next break point for RNG.
Certainly is. Louis and FBI scaling pretty well thus far, but always feels impossible to match the Sivir Yuumi as we get later and later into the game, and the value of On the Hunt and disengaging or engaging some of these fights is closer. Taking a big chunk there, the Yuumi's getting stronger.
And this game just feels so tense at the moment. 100 Thieves, we know how much damage they can do, especially Abadage coming from that mid lane. If they can find the fight, they can turn this game fully back in their favor, but one slip up, RNG get another tower for themselves. It feels so hard to continue.
What I would love to see from 100 Thieves here is when Breed's showing bot and Xiao is catching top, just EQ ult onto the Sivir with Jarvan, get her flash, and then do it again on the next mid wave. Otherwise, Gala has so much confidence to step forwards. Breed looks like he might be in trouble here.
Closer on the way down. Waiting, trying to bait out. Now wants to commit fully, has the ultimate, does a ton of damage here, but should just get caught out someday. Relatively low. Breathe now trying to heal back up. It will not be enough. The parry coming through, but he will get cut down. That's a pick, but already RNG in the mid lane looking to fire back.
Moving into top side, they'll get a little bit of vision down here. No top tier 1 to play for, and the wave is very far away from that tier 2. The ping's coming down from 100 Thieves. They realize and they recognize that all of them need to go back to base quickly so they can defend this tower.
You can see the pings coming through from 100 Thieves on a deep ward that they have as well, just at the back of the blue pit on RNG's side. So maybe they look for a super long flank to try and make that one work, but Someday still pushing on bot side. Now going to go back to base, but looks like RNG are going to back away, unsure if they actually had anything behind them cleared out.
So we get a taste of how 100 Thieves deal with these side lanes. They commit 4 people to kill the Fiora, and in a case in 10 minutes time from now, RNG would be able to demolish the base if they had proper waves set up. This is quite early on. The waves weren't in the best of spots. The tier 2 mid was already down, so they had enough room and time to work with that pick, but they need to be very careful when they commit onto it.
What can he do here? Senate Shield now coming in, but there's still so much damage coming in. He's surviving for now. Stopwatch keeping him alive. Someday waiting over the wall. This is it. This is the 5v5. Abadage running into the backline, but he does so much damage. Xiaohu desperate to find the hill. Closer so close to getting taken out. He needs to get out to safety, but again, his stopwatch keeping him healthy. Gala down. 100 Thieves holding on to hope. They've got so much sustain. The death ball is online, and they are descending upon RNG. Xiaohu running, Breathe running, parry will not be enough. Trying desperately to survive. Blasco now to safety, still standing, still running, but he's got no health. He's got no TP. He's got no time. What can 100 Thieves get with this?
Abadage can TP in. NA Faithfuls make some noise. They're going to get the mid-tier 1. Can they get the Baron as well? They don't have a jungler on the map, but that was so many summoners used by RNG. Absolutely everything, including teleports. And 100 Thieves won it. The stopwatches were buying so much time.
And we said all it would take is one fight for 100 Thieves to get control of this game, where they can disrupt the tempo that RNG had built up, and that was it. Now they're the ones that can push outside lanes, get them to RNG side of the map, and in a minute's time, that third dragon is available for 100 Thieves.
100 Thieves have a game state here where they're playing triple TP, all up, triple global against the side lane comp of RNG with no globals. We'll take a look at this one again because Huhi looks like he's caught out initially. Gala invests the spell shield to dodge away from the Seraphine ult. Stopwatch buys time, flashes away. Everyone then commits onto Closer, who then kites away with his flash. And guess what? He has too. A stopwatch as he gets over this wall, and Zhao Hu tries to gap close. All the meanwhile, FBI, Abadaga, and Huhi reposition and get the damage down onto Gala.
And this was so well executed the whole way through from 100 Thieves. As you said, dodging in, diving in, constantly resetting who's the focus from RNG side. And the fact that you managed to take so many of those key abilities like Xiao Hu's ultimate on towards these stopwatch targets means that 100 Thieves can follow through. GA now completed for Closer. He can go ham in these fights to set up 100 Thieves.
Got a Hourglass coming in as well from Abadage. Makes it so much easier, and you can see their RNG overestimating their damage. They thought that they could one-shot Huhi. As we get later, that will become more and more deadly. That potential engage the Sivir as she gets more items, but for now, 100 Thieves pressing the fight, pressing the advantage. Small gold lead, but they need to get more.
100 Thieves will get the dragon. RNG will not contest. Two big points to keep your eye on. Number one, Gala has the Infinity Edge, just picked up from base. Xiao Hu very close to that Rabadon's. Number two, no flash on that Sivir. That means for the next 2 or 3 minutes, 100 Thieves should dominate this map. Gala cannot step up on these mid waves. Triple TP, Jarvan ult, so much gap close. He will die, doesn't have any defensive tools, but RNG are going to wait out that flash, wait out the Rabadons on Xiao Hu, wait out the level 16 as well, and then they will look for round 2, but round 1, baby, it goes to USA.
And you can see how slow 100 Thieves are playing this. They actually commit the jungler to mid to hold the push, and Someday, though, has spotted out that RNG wanted to try and cross that map this, wanted to try and trade for the top side, but now RNG have to run away because 100 Thieves, they're on the hunt.
Are they going to force Baron here? Are they going to try to collapse onto RNG? No tier 1 means that they have quite far to run. Breed is bot with no TP.
Teleport.
100 Thieves have a window to TP in the Renekton here and look for the Baron, but they're going to EQ out, not going to take any risks. The game is in their hands. 3 items on the Seraphine. Badaga has 3 items too. 100 Thieves slowing it down. They have soul point. Don't want to rush anything.
And 100 Thieves as 5 are terrifying. The amount of sustain, the amount of shielding, the damage over time, only continuing to stack in their favor. The threat that you've highlighted so many times is Gala. It's Xiao Hu, Breed if they can dive onto the back line, but Gala at the end of the day is the one who has to bring it home in terms of sustained DPS.
The Rabadon's death cap completed from Xiao Hu, though, is massive. He is really taken over in that one-shot potential. And now you've got major threat onto FBI, on towards the AD carry for 100 Thieves. Still a little bit suspect because Abadage and Huhi both have that Zhonya's Hourglass available, so aren't a huge amount of targets, but he can be such a big difference maker here.
Let's not forget, if 100 Thieves win this, they stay alive in the group stage and they can fight for a tiebreaker. If RNG win, they are out. Genji is locked as well. This is a 100 Thieves roster that not many people had faith in after that first week. This roster's been together for 3 splits. They've made 3 finals, but so hard to have faith in them. But now up against RNG, they have a very good comp for 5v5s. They have control of the map up against the MSI champions. Are they going to look to force Baron, though? Breathe TP is back up.
And you can see what RNG are trying to do. Xiao Hu moving down into that bot side with Breathe. They're trying to see if they can double commit to a lane, catch 100 Thieves with their pants down, but 100 Thieves are playing this slow, they're playing it right, and they're going to start the Baron.
There's no flanking ward. They have to go so deep to get flanking vision. 100 Thieves again pulling back. Blue Trinket used. Buys them so much time. Taking stock. Flash is just around the corner for so many. If they can find a pick, they can force the Baron. Prowling projectile will find one. The Luden's revealing that someone is in the brush.
That might have been the highest value Q I've ever seen from Yuumi, spotting out all the members of 100 Thieves there. The vision behind 100 Thieves that's in the jungle is starting to die out for RNG, so they don't have any way to create these flanks now with that vision. So Xiao Hu hiding off to the side, Someday resetting, can TP in if 100 Thieves decide to go for a fight.
Big item spikes for RNG. Summoners back up. They're ready for a fight if they're presented with one, but it's very hard to find and engage. The Vi going in without stopwatch will get melted. 100 Thieves have so many defensive tools. The GA you talked about, but also the healing coming out of this lineup with the Senna. Seraphine flashes back up as well. Zhonya's on Abadaga. It's really hard to just find that singular target for RNG. 100 Thieves, their main focus, their primary focus this entire game is keeping mid waves in, and if they can keep the mid push and Gala under this tier 2, they're always first to collapse to either side if RNG try to get aggressive onto Someday or Abadage.
100 Thieves, the last hope for North America, the team that's now taking a toe-to-toe against the MSI champions. They have the team fight. They're the ones in control. They just need to try and bring this home. 2 minutes until the Dragon, and that can be where they look for that big fight, where they look to shut RNG out of this game.
Cloud Soul would be really, really useful when it comes to using these ultimates on these mobile carries, that extra move speed to kite out the mobility of the RNG topside. Mid-wave contests coming in.
And so much wave clear with the Victor as well as the Seraphine to push these waves out, to leverage their man advantage, to get mid push, to start to fight for control of this Baron pit again. If you're on top side getting scarier and scarier, Xiaohu's still scary in the 1v1, the 2v2, the 3v3, but the 5v5 is all that the Thieves want.
I mean, but look at where the vision line is right now for RNG, right? You got it all across here, all across here. It's super defensive when you look towards where 100 Thieves are. They haven't been able to get any of that vision pushed up through into River. That's what they're trying to achieve now, and that's giving the opportunity for RNG to push in on bot side, get vision control, and now potentially look for the tier 2.
100 Thieves just saw Vi on their entrance towards Wolves. I'm surprised they didn't go for a Baron rush there. They were contemplating it, but decided to call off. They're threatening a Baron trade here for a Dragon. If RNG tried to deny the stun...
Breathe in the area, Breathe caught out the stun, locking him down. He leaps over the wall. He makes it out for now. Blast going out to safety. Now they have to force. TP available for Xiaohu. RNG, what are they willing to commit to stop this Wei? Looking for the steal. Wei coming around the corner. They have no vision in their own jungle. Their vision line's too pushed forward. Can Wei get the steal? Wei, can you take it away? No! Not today! 100 Thieves standing strong as the death ball. And Seraphine all now coming out. Gala locked, forced to flash away to safety. The back line of 100 Thieves still standing strong. Closer. The GA coming in. Wei descending, getting lower and lower and lower. Xiaohu burning all of his cooldowns. But 100 Thieves still standing. 100 Thieves so much healing. Xiaohu trying to make the play, but no! RNG! Weather the storm! RNG, no! Someday goes golden, but that's gotta be it. They gotta burn through the Renekton. They take him down. The Baron to 100 Thieves, but the fight to RNG.
Gala stands on so little HP. Xiaohu will take down the backline of 100 Thieves, and just like that, 100 Thieves are routed, and the LPL fans erupt.
It's a 4-for-2. They only have one Baron buff left on Huhi. RNG will get the Dragon and deny the soul. If Someday went down a little bit quicker there and didn't get that last kill at the end of the fight, maybe RNG could have done a lot more on the waves in 100 Thieves' base. Wei doesn't get the smite. Closer keeps his cool, but it's FBI that drops really quick into this fight as Wei singles him out. The Senna falls despite the flash backwards, so it's a 4v5 from the get-go. Gala's forced to flash out. Closer chases him and has the GA to buy time next to the carries of RNG, so it's on 100 Thieves to get Breathe and Wei down as quick as possible, but they kite them out for so long. Abadage falls and they lose so much damage.
It's the fact that that ult from Fiora comes across for Xiaohu at the end of that. He manages to stay in the back line, manages to get the healing he needs to kill off the carries for 100 Thieves, and Someday will buy some time at the end. But once more, Xiaohu 7-0 on this Akali. He's putting in heroic work for RNG.
Let's take stock of the game then. RNG deny the Dragon. Baron buff still on this Seraphine for a 10,000 damage! Are you kidding? He did more than his whole team combined.
Xiaohu, so often the facilitator for this team, the Lysandra. He'll play for his lanes, but this game, it is his time. It is his show. Someday has to be careful on the top side. No, Breathe, rather, as he has been caught out. Now has to run for the hills. The stun coming through. The rest of the team ready to follow up. Breathe, so incredibly mobile. 100 Thieves burning everything they can to take down this Fiora. Breathe will fall. 100 Thieves will find the pick, but already you can see RNG looking to make a play of their own, barreling down the main lane. They want to break open the base of 100 Thieves.
100 Thieves are not recalling. Someday is going to drop it now, so they call off this base race. They were considering just running it down top and looking for this tier 2. But RNG barreling down mid. They will lose the inhibitor here. 100 Thieves for that pick. You can see that they're really, really cautious of these side lanes, trying to deny the Fiora with these 5-man ganks constantly. Closer and a Wolf might need to be careful here.
Closer, they're going in and out of Abadage. They're trying to hear the fight in the end. All that matters is Gala, and Gala stands strong, trying to be zoned away. The Victor ultimate is not enough. Huhi is here, but Gala still stands. Gala finally down. Now the Thieves. They can take the fight. They took out Gala away running. Xiaohu. Oh, he's made so many play happens, but it's too late. When Gala falls, the fight falls. And 100 Thieves moving in to clean up the pieces.
RNG thought they could take the fight. You could see the pings on Huhi, the question marks going, right, it's a 4v4, maybe we can do this, but the TP immediately back from Huhi means he's there, and RNG will be pushed back. How much can 100 Thieves get?
100 Thieves backs against the wall, facing elimination in the face, and right now they're putting up a hell of a fight. Tier 2 mid's gonna fall. RNG look for the turn on to Abadage, but the stopwatch buys so much time. And the game calms down for a brief moment. 2 minutes left on these next objectives. This is where RNG look to turn.
And this was so crucial. You could see the pings. They knew that he wasn't there. They jump onto the Victor, but Gala, afraid to step forward, isn't able to finish off the Victor while he CC'd. And this whole time, that Victor ult from Abadage is doing so much work on towards the Sivir. The only person with the DPS falls, and that's where 100 Thieves are able to turn this one around. But now you've got to look at the Dragon that's coming up momentarily. Wards were placed by RNG up mid lane as they started to reset. So you can just see them at the back here. 2 flank wards placed on the way out. And that's what they'll be looking to use now as we start to move in towards their next fight.
But take a breath, New York. Everyone at home. 1 minute and 40 seconds till either objective spawns. You'll have plenty to shout for. Both teams will have plenty to fight for. This is the calm before the storm. Both sides so close to victory. A single decisive team fight could end it either way. The Soul for 100 Thieves, the Baron. They group now, trying to find a pit, desperate to get something before the next fight breaks out.
The dance begins with 1 minute on those objectives. 100 Thieves looks like they're sticking to the same game plan. If RNG want to go bot side and deny this Soul point, then they'll secure themselves a Baron once again. I don't think they'll want to cut it as close as they did last time, leaving it to a 50-50 closer one this time around. Mid-wave contest coming in, constant push here for 100 Thieves, keeping those wards in the lane, making sure they're aware of rotations. First decides to deny Breathe and Xiaohu any kind of push outs, but Xiaohu 8-0-0, level 18 Akali. Abadage, not sure how far he is away from that Rabadon's death cap, but when he picks that up, that's his final spike. GA still on cooldown here for Someday. Stopwatch is picked up for the mid-bot side of 100 Thieves. Defensive items at the ready. Wei needs to find his target and be very careful not to run into a stopwatch and get turned straight on by the 100 Thieves lineup.
This is going to be a massive push-pull. Can 100 Thieves get on to Gala? Can they take out the Sivir? Or will Abadage fall first? As you say, massive amount of damage coming out from this Victor in the backline, and he will be the one that is providing a lot of the damage percent from 100 Thieves right now.
One more mid-wave will decide it all. 100 Thieves want to push it in and go towards Nash. RNG want to push it in and go towards Drake, but RNG cannot afford to give up this Baron. They need to be on their toes, need to be ready if 100 Thieves rush towards it. Someday has the TP ready. Will be matching Breathe on this bot side. The 4-man of 100 Thieves, are they going to start it up? Yes, they are. How does RNG respond? Baron getting burned down way in the vicinity.
Xiaohu off to the side. Xiaohu desperate to work his way to the back line. Baron already taken down 6K, it's getting lower. Are they going to fight or are they going to force it? It looks like they want the 50-50. It's getting lower and lower, way right into the back line. But now the Seraphine coming on. That's going to connect on to Xiaohu, and that's clutch. But already Gala shredding through the front line. 100 Thieves. For now, the back line, 100 Thieves standing strong. Healing massive coming in from Wave. He's locked down for now, but Gala is still alive. Abba is still alive. Abadage cut down. And that should be the fight for 100 Thieves. FBI, it's a heroic effort. But it cannot be enough. Closer buying the space. Closer trying to buy time. But this is Gala's world, and we're all just living in it.
And that for RNG is the turnaround they needed. Abadage versus Gala, and Gala will stand tall as RNG move towards the base and guarantee the LPL another seed in playoffs.
Final moments, the final fight for 100 Thieves. They went toe-to-toe with one of the best in the world, but ultimately they fell just short. RNG take the fight.
Locked into quarters next to Gen G. 100 Thieves are eliminated. This is a team that everyone doubted in the West, saying that they weren't really the hope, but they were showing up in this game and they almost tucked down RNG. They'll be kicking themselves after that one because there was so many moments where it felt like they were in there. It was in their hands this game. But RNG, pincer movement, flanked onto 100 Thieves and they just couldn't deal with it. The front to back wasn't strong enough. The death pool tried their best, but RNG come out on top.
And it was a great flank from Wei at the end there. Manages to walk the whole way around the pit, immediately ults onto Abadage, immediately makes him blow that stopwatch. And it meant that there just wasn't enough then for the rest of that team to carry through as Gala was able to survive on the back of that fight.
And that's what's so devastating, is it's when RNG start the fight first or 100 Thieves start the fight first, it falls apart so quickly. You either burn down Gala or you die. And credit, because Gala at the end of the day doing so much damage from the backline, but the Fiora performance, the Akali performance, immaculate. Xiaohu, a monster in this game.
Just looking at damage dealt here, Someday, 26,000, highest damage of his team. He was buying so much time in that last fight. His Guardian Angel was on cooldown. That maybe could have changed the way the fight progressed because Breed was the one who flashed forwards to get the kill, to get the Fiora ult in the middle of the fight.
I'd just like to point out as well, Xiao has 22,000 damage. That means half of his damage this game came from that one team fight. That one team fight where he absolutely destroyed 100 Thieves. But, I mean, heartbreaking for 100 Thieves. They looked absolutely spectacular. They really pushed RNG to everything that they had, and unfortunately, they just couldn't get it across the line.
Mero Karan does not quite come to fruition, but still an excellent 2 games to start the day. We'll see if they can find more redemption in the 3rd game, even if they can't find their way out of the group stage. We're breaking down that win for RNG at the State Farm Analyst Desk, so let's head over.
Thank you very much, Dracos. And oh my God, it must be such a frustrating one for 100 Thieves and for RNG. Talk about crawling your way back to a victory after being knocked down a few times and just being so incredibly huge for the side of Zhao, who I know you were watching the last fight back just before we came to the analyst desk because you just wanted to see what happened there from both sides.
Yeah, there were like small points within the fight. Just wanted to see how it would actually fare out. Just wanted to see like small things because this fight from 100 Thieves side is really reliant on the Seraphine ulti and its placement. I think it went a little bit too wide to the left, but all in all, it was just overall hard fight because of how strong the Akali was.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's a difficult situation because 100 Thieves are getting split out. They've already lost their mid lane inhib. They realize, all right, we don't have an answer for Fiora bot lane anymore, so we need to force something. We need to find the 5v5. But to me, this is actually where it all went wrong. Abadoga stepped so far forward there. He needed to continue kiting back up. He basically walked down and then just flashed back to where he was, so he didn't actually create any space because there's so much pressure on him to perform. This late in the game, Victor really is your only real threat. And unfortunately, it's that small mistake that I think is going to cost him huge in the fight.
I want to hone in on that because you say it's those mistakes, and we talked about it at the top of the day. You don't get away with anything versus these teams. Is this an example of that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously, RNG is an incredible team-fighting team. They do have a lot of scaling in their comp as well. You know, it's late-game Fiora, it's Sivir Yumi, which is undefeated so far at Worlds. And you just don't get to make any little mistake in positioning, or Victor's going to go down.
And this, to me, is one of the biggest examples where you see how a draft is rated depending on which team is playing it. This is something that's been a recurring theme throughout Worlds. We had in-depth discussion even earlier about Fiora and tanks. And it comes to fruition here again. The Sivir Yumi is the only part of this draft where I think anyone's like, that's really strong. No matter what, you're always going to like that. But a draft with Vi, Akali, and Fiora can completely fall apart, especially in 5v5s. It's not executed well. And I think that this is where RNG really showed how good of a team they are. The fact that they're able to make a composition with a really high skill floor work the way they did.
Absolutely. I mean, it's one of those things where they're attacking from multiple angles and they're splitting up a fight in a way that it becomes a 2v2 over here, a 2v1 over there. It's a 3v3 on this side, right? Like it's all these little skirmishes that are happening at the same time. And to me, that is really what makes their composition work and why it's so difficult to execute. Because 100 Thieves could never really get the cohesive front-to-back 5v5, which is what this comp really kind of wants.
1000%. And we've seen the Serena Seraphine from 100 Thieves domestically. That was been something that they prepared for a lot versus like the likes of TL and stuff. So it was nice to see that that was their response to the Yumi composition, and it was working for a little bit. That being said, there were mistakes being made from the side of RNG, you know, to get themselves in that position. But they did start out strong, and I wanted to start out that one point from RNG. RNG, about like 8 minutes into the game, made the decision towards picking up bot lane, turret, just like I think they denied a wave and took down turret plate while 100 Thieves were getting rift hurled. And what ended up surmounting to, you know, Gala getting ahead. And I like that idea. I think it was a strong sentiment. And it was more so the collapse because 100 Thieves were getting a little bit greedy. They ended up going for the Raptor camp. And it was Xiaohu, Ming, and Wei that really responded strongly in combating that. So I love that. It actually started with a 3-for-1 for RNG, and they actually started this game with an early game lead.
And one of the key things in this composition, I think, is making sure that the Sivir gets the skill comfortably into the mid to late game. Because then, no matter what the game state is, one botched team fight from 100 Thieves, one engage doesn't quite work out, and you can win team fights post free item spikes no matter what.
Well, this is somewhere though where I have to actually give a lot of credit to 100 Thieves, because normally you'd be watching a game like this, it's like, oh, it's close for 8 minutes, and then they got 3 kills and the game ended. But this was a 40-minute game, and even with the kills going over, it was actually them doing incredibly well. This is Sivir in World, so the one loss was actually in play-ins. It was not actually in the group stage proper, where it's still undefeated. You look at the amount of damage it's putting out. Again, a lot of the stats are even better for the group stage. It's over 800 DPM. We saw average DPM of like 500, 600 for a lot of these AD carries. It's just been dominating, and the fact that it's ahead early is criminal.
And you know what? This is not a Sivir this is a Yuumi. This is a Yuumi graphic that we're looking at, because that's the reality. The only time when we've seen Sivir is when it's been combined with that Yuumi, and the combination of those two champions gives you 9 impossible to beat team fights. But we've also seen the laning isn't shabby. Like, outside of getting early dives and really going in hard, in terms of 2v2 lanes, that lane is completely fine. You have the spell shield, you have the double summoner or double combat summoners from Yuumi, so actually punishing it becomes so tough.
And I get you get baited into as the enemy team. You're like, oh, well, didn't get free Roman bot lane, didn't get a couple of kills early. Maybe we can work with this. But we saw RNG was like, no, we'll keep it in the back of their head. We'll give Gala some plates. And this is actually where 100 Thieves, they think, okay, now let's still capitalize on our prowess.
Yeah, I mean, because RNG started out by trying to get the pick on towards Seraphine, and they kited back quite well. It was Gala that was left alone and quite surprised at the damage coming out from the 100 Thieves squad.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, 100 Thieves, I think they did a good job of forcing around objectives, because if you play this game slow and you are too afraid to force, all that's going to happen is you're going to get 1-3-1 down, right? This game had to come down to 5v5s, and I think people are going to be, criticizing them, well, why would you start that Baron? You could have just kept playing. But the longer the game goes, the more opportunities there are for Breathe to just find a window to actually create a kill in the side lane and really pull you apart. So I did respect the fact the 100 Thieves were taking their swings, forcing at Dragons, forcing at Barons, because that's how the comp functions.
Yeah.
You could even see this with how RNG was playing, because every time that you did see the entirety of 100 Thieves go for an objective or even a shove, like 3 people from RNG would hightail for either a mid lane, and they got so many favorable objective trades, and I want to give credit to 100 Thieves for dealing with it as long and as well as they did, because a lot of other teams, I think, would kind of fold there, and they were able to get decent trades, but in the end, it wasn't enough.
No, and I think we can celebrate the fact that we saw proactivity coming out of 100 Thieves as well. They were set up, they kited some of these team fights well, but it's then when you get into kind of the juice of these matchups, the mid to late game, where LPL teams in general and RNG in specific always think they will be able to outfight you, and that's what we saw over and over.
Yeah, you hear it from the casters that Xiaohu was just really carrying the load this game. Yeah. And even though 100 Thieves were doing a great job at being, being able to like take opportunities on side lanes, be proactive and all that, he was just consistently getting kills and picking up gold throughout the team fight. And so that last team fight for me, they always had the threat in the back of the mind. Azale, you mentioned it, that RNG wanted to be able to pick them apart and try and flank. In that last team fight, it was actually the vibe, but then you have to like be constantly figuring out which team fighter you're taking. Are you taking it from the front? Or are you going to be worried about the flank coming out behind you?
Well, I think that was one of the difficulties with the comp that they drafted, right? Is you draft Jarvan here, and I think draft, it functions really well into the Sivir, and it functions really well in the early stages. But in a lot of the fights, Jarvan is diving back into the back line, and then Vi, Fiora, and the Akali are all diving your back line. Jarvan's off on his own. He can't actually win that. Can't really create any pressure there. And then the other squad from RNG is going to win out in their little skirmish on the other side of the fight.
And I like that the risks are being taken by 100 Thieves, as we see here. This is effectively a Baron flip. And initially it looks good for them. But this is exactly another textbook example of what you were talking about earlier, Zil. This isn't actually a 5v5 fight. No. If you have a corridor where you can group people against the Victor, the Seraphine can hit a big ultimate, and Jarvan can lock them up, there's a lot of opportunity. But that's never happening because RNG is really using the available space to them to kind of pull apart the death ball.
Yeah, I feel like that is such a mark of these great teams, and I feel like it's a bait almost, and many times when you see a team that is an underdog in a situation where everything needs to go right in that situation, right? And RNG has already thought 2 steps ahead, being actually we want Gala in this position, and actually we want Wei in that position, because in 3 seconds this fight is going to look like this. And that's just a level of play that is very difficult to handle.
Well, I think that's kind of the beautiful thing about Worlds, right? Is that you get to watch these compositions piloted at the elite level. Literally the best in the world are here competing, because when when you're talking about scaling and when you're talking about team fight advantages, you have to assume some things, right? You're assuming a similar level of play.
Yeah.
You're assuming maybe how difficult it is to set up the team fights. But some of that goes out of the window when you're talking about a team like RNG, or you're talking about a team like Genji or JDG, who are the literal best in the world, because they just always find the perfect setup for their team fights, no matter how difficult it seems to be. And then it doesn't matter if they have a disadvantage.
Yeah, we got to remember, for RNG, they locked their spot in the quarterfinal with their current situation of being in isolation, which will not have helped, your clarity of mind. It's awesome for them that they were able to withstand in this game, I think. Unfortunately, we say goodbye to 100 Thieves, and with that also to Abadaga. I wanted to check in with the mid lane matchup just once more. The storytelling about this guy in the mid lane, Xiaohu, is just unbelievable. The success as a top laner, the success as a mid laner, the success to, in that one necessary fight, get 10,000 damage, on this Akali. He is just such a clutch master.
Yeah, he's playing at another level. And I feel like if you take a step back, we talked about it coming into the matchup that he tends to sacrifice a bit to play towards a greater team fight. But he can also do something like this, play towards an assassin, pull in resources, and then be the guy. And that makes you quite scared about RNG as a team. As a reminder, they took down Genji, Seed 1 team in Week 1, and they're the reigning MSI champion. And it actually speaks a lot towards the depth of the LPL that they came in as 4th seed, and they're coming in really strong. So really interested to see how the rest of the day goes, because you're right, they may have locked in the top 2, but now they got to do it again versus Genji.
It would be great if we get that bout for first place at the end of the day, but as we go to break, we can listen to Take Over, the 2020 World's Anthem, on the League of Legends official playlist on Spotify. Check out more LOL music like Take Over on Spotify in the League of Legends hub. And while you check out more LoL Esports music, we're stepping away, but when we return, 100 Thieves face their final fight on the world stage. See you there.
I believe.
We at the top again now, we lay the crown, but count us higher than a mountain. And we be up here for the long run, strap in for a long one. We got everybody on one. Now you coming at the king, so you better not miss. And we only get stronger with everything I carry up on my back. You should paint it up with a target. Why would you dare me to do it again? Come get your spoiler, but we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you loving my name. You ought to know by now that we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up. Take a lap now, don't be mad now. Run it back, run it back. I got bodies lining up, think you're dreaming of greatness. Send you back home, let you wake up. Why would you dare me to do it again? Come and get your spoiler, but we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you loving my name. You ought to know by now that we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up.
在以后，除了是傻子，还有其他吗？我左右，键盘琵琶在时间滴答着，还不够。你的固执让我来守候，哪怕太迟也不想以后。就在这时放肆的挑逗。I got the heart of a lion, I know the harder you climb, the harder you fall. I'm at the top of the mountain, too many bodies to count. I've been through it all. I had to weather the storm to get to the level I'm on. That's how the legend was born. All of my enemies already dead. I'm born, I'm ready for war. They know I'm ready for war. I told them we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you loving my name. You ought to know by now.
It's already over.
Die with grace.
Don't care much for your kind of wisdom, Yi.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Worlds 2022. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Kobe here for the final 3 or maybe more games of the day.
Tiebreakers at the end, maybe?
Indeed. I mean, it's a maybe because Gen G does have to beat 100 Thieves right here. And we saw 100 Thieves do not go down without a fight.
Yeah, oh my gosh, that last game, getting my heart pumping for real.
I can confirm that from backstage. Kobe's heart was definitely pumping.
Got me so excited. So close there from 100 Thieves. Valiant effort. Now, though, they have the chance to play spoiler to Gen G. Of course, Gen G are looking for that possible tiebreaker at the end of the day, at the end of the group versus RNG. They would have to win their game here versus 100 Thieves and win their rematch with RNG in order to make that happen.
Yep. They also have to do it to make sure that we don't have only LCK teams on one side of the bracket, which would be extraordinarily sad. You get 2 first seeds and 2 second seeds,
True.
and then that becomes a possibility. But here we are, into the draft for our 4th game of the day. Kalista and Azir both removed. I like the Azir ban. I actually heard word on the street. Chovy doesn't really like playing it very much, even though it's very, very good. And so pretty happy not to have to.
That's like me and Karthus jungle.
Yeah, I think it is exactly. It's like there's no reason for you to hate it that much, but you do.
Okay, so they are going to go with the Seraphine ban after watching that last game where 100 Thieves so successfully used the Senna Seraphine combination. This time around, though, 100 Thieves do ban the Yuumi. It's interesting because both these teams have very high affinity for Senna lanes. You know, of course, Gen G very famous for letting Lehens, do the stitch with it as well.
Not to remember that one, Kobe. That's okay. This is definitely what is more flavor of the week, right? The Lucian being locked in alongside the Nami.
No hesitation there. Insta-lock from the bottom lane. I have talked to a lot of AD carries that really like the Aphelios side of this, though, and we're going to pick up the Lulu to go along with it. Of course, that is going to give you some good scaling, but the Lucian Nami there with the healing in lane should be able to chunk away and have a strong lane phase.
Yep, well, so far we've got potentially a top lane or a jungle locked in here in Sunday's position in the Sejuani, and on the other side it is the Sylas picked up for Chovy. So still a lot to think about on 100 Thieves' side, leaving things up in the air a little bit when it comes to the top side of the map. They're going to ban away Peanuts Poppy here. Of course, it was something that you had to get rid of in LCK. And wasn't so much in their game against RNG earlier on.
Yeah, I mean, Peanut definitely an all-star player, a legacy player ever since the Tigers days. But you used to think of it as, oh, we have to ban his carry champs, the Graves, the Nidalee. And now you're like, oh no, we need to ban all of the setup junglers from him. Funnily enough, Graves, one of the most popular junglers, carry jungler, is looking like it's going to go through here to the second round. Of course, 100 Thieves could rotate the Sejuani to Someday or to Closer. Generally, 100 Thieves do like Closer on more carry champions as well, though. So they might decide, hey, we pick up the Graves on 4th pick here, and then let Gen G have the rest.
Well, Abbedagge could go back towards something like a Talia that's been picked into the Sylas quite a few times, but that would leave the Graves up and available. I think picking Graves is actually a little bit dangerous for 100 Thieves because they were flexing the Sejuani until that point, right? So now they get to keep flexing it, decide where the Sejuani goes to protect both their top lane and jungle matchup. Will mean that it's the Victor coming through, and Abbedagge had a good game on it last time around, so we'll see how it is going to go here.
Yep, definitely a high power AP scaling carry here. Sylas, though, has just run this tournament, especially if he can get some good ultimates to seal. Decent ones this time around for him. So let's see what Chovy has in store. All right, what's the reveal? Top lane matchup and jungle matchup. Wow. Throw them down now. I'm telling you, people are now scared just because of the recent play from Peanut in LCK. Obviously, he did so much for all of his lanes. Pathing was immaculate, but this player at his heart is a carry jungler, and he's getting the Graves.
Lance is such a troll. I don't think this is going to be the top lane choice for Doran this time around, but the Graves is going to be locked in. And Graves Maokai, it's terrifying that they made it to 4th and 5th pick on blue side here.
It truly is. It truly is. That's the danger of, you know, flexing so far into the draft. That's when, like, on 4, maybe just snatch it up, take it away from them, because the value of the mystery of your flex pick really drops off when you get 2 power picks back there for Gen G. Maokai, set up top laner, so much crowd control, just brings together these team fights, these objective fights for any team later on. And there's so much damage here in the rest of Gen G's comp that's all they need out of Doran is some CC. So Sejuani should have a pretty good time up there in the matchup, but of course, Peanut on the Graves, baby. Gonna be playing off of mid lane and bottom lane early on, most likely, and see what he can get done versus Closer's Viego. Yeah, this is one of the champions that got him finals MVP as well year back there for Closer, so definitely should be respected along with his Lee Sin.
Yeah, and this is not one of the champions that Peanut's been playing almost all year. Since he joined Gen G, he's been a lot more of that facilitator, like a lot of junglers have this year. But if you remember back to Nongshim Red Force and LGD, that was where, the Graves was definitely something that Peanut absolutely loved, has already demonstrated that he's pretty good still at the champion. But
Peanut
here we are, ready to go.
Peanut will always be a Rocks Tiger in my memory.
Yeah, he definitely will. I don't know, he's been on almost every single team. Like, you know, you could remember back to Longzhu, you could remember back to SKT. There's so many different options for the variety of Peanut that you're looking for. If you needed to buy a Peanut jersey for every single team he's been on, that is a lot of jerseys that you would own. As here we are, Under the Rift for Gen G versus 100 Thieves.
I have no doubt that there are definitely Peanut fans out there with every
100%.
single journey. Definitely has one of the most emphatic fan bases.
You could make a very large quilt out of all of those jerseys, Kobe. Absolutely. But nothing really going to be happening as far as early game setups. So we're just going to be able to hang out here and chill. And you mentioned that the bottom lane, like the Aphelios Lulu, that always was something that was picked into the Lucian Nami. After, you know, the patch changes over the last few, is it still the same way, or how are we feeling?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely got weakened much more on the Aphelios Lulu side with the nerfs to Lulu. They're pretty significant, so we'll see about the early stages and how much it changes there. Still will scale, of course. Lulu is so good for you for later on in the game. Not only because buffing up your Aphelios later, but Lulu is also really good with melee carries like the Viego. And since Closer is a 100 Thief star, you know, when you have the Lulu ultimate to buff up that Viego, help Closer get that extra reset, just that last little bit that he needs. That can give you the hope for some of those team fights as well. So see about who keeping his positioning safe while also being able to support both carries.
Yep, Peanut going for one of the oldest Grave skins in the game, from what I remember. So that's very exciting.
That truly is. I feel like that is like the first one that was released with him.
That was the one of the 2 release skins on Graves, right? And the other one was the Spaceman version. As Closer, he's going to be starting on his red. So topside starts for both of our junglers. Possibly some action in the bottom lane later on.
Definitely as expected here. Pathing away from the tank-to-tank matchup on top side. Skipping Krugs as well here for Closer, so he'll get down to that side a little bit earlier. Of course, there is this ward on the Raptors for Gen G. They just saw the timer for finishing Raptors, so they will have the Raptor timer of 100 Thieves, as well as know that Closer has now transitioned to the bottom side of the map as they push in.
Yep. So, now going to get pushed off this wave. Level 2 going to be gained here by Gen G. Early stages seems to be working out for Gen G so far.
Nice little move here as well from Abadaga. Finds the Raptors are still there. Peanut then passes the Raptors, skipping them so they don't know 100% where he is, but you can definitely, by process of elimination, think that he's back on bottom side. Does avoid the ward for now, though.
Yeah, not going to be spotted. I do like, I kind of like the idea of heading down towards the Krug camp because it is something that we've seen a lot of junglers do on the other side of the rift, right? Move down and steal away that camp while still protecting your bottom lane. Not going to be a chance. And yeah, they might need some protection here as FBI goes down to 50%. Chovy just farming minions as he likes to do. I'm sure Twitch chat are letting us know exactly how much farming he does like to do.
Yep, same thing. Main thing for Victor, trying to get harassment while continuing to farm here. Uses the minion dematerializer there, so he doesn't have any damage on that range minion quite yet to be able to secure it as well. But Chovy doing a good job on Sylas. Trade your full health bar there, push up the wave, teleports right back out with the extra potion and control ward in hand. So worried about the early moves there from Closer. See which side. As Someday moves in here, pops the Scryer's Bloom, and puts my favorite ward for top laners to be able to put.
The Gromp ward?
The Gromp / blue buff ward. If you are a top laner in a pushing matchup up there, jungler will be so happy with that one. Just going to help them, especially when you're playing against Graves.
And part of the reason why we're talking about Gromp wards and things like that is that there's not a whole lot of action outside of possibly here on the bottom side. Lehens is pushed up pretty far alongside Ruler, but not going to eventuate to too much. So, the game is very slow, Kobe, and does that mean that it benefits 100 Thieves, or does it benefit Gen G? We've got a fair bit of scaling on both sides. Gen G have a comp that looks like there weren't any bans, but 100 Thieves do have a lot of late game damage.
Yeah, I mean, especially in the early levels here, there's not really a big swing. And later on, too, there's not going to be a huge difference there. It's going to be about how you operate in these fights, because they both have really strong win conditions here. Through 5-on-5s as well. Ignite top there for Someday, though, on the Sejuani. Makes me think, hey, Closer probably want to make an early play. Viego is one of the best junglers to gank for Sejuani.
Bubble, who's just going to move forward. You can see Ruler trying to find this one out. FBI, he's just going to get dashed on. First blood goes over to Ruler. There's the polymorph eventually, and Hui's actually doing a fair bit of damage back. But man, I think the damage has been done there towards that bottom side. It's going to be very difficult for 100 Thieves now.
Oh, the damage has definitely been done. No jungler necessary there. Ruler just pops FBI. Double summoner spells blown. He got caught a little bit by surprise, it looks like there, as they went in on Lehens and put the Ignite down. But Lehens, just with the heal, backs off with Nami, doesn't even have to flash. And the immediate cleanse from Ruler here, you'll see, he does not hesitate. They're going after Lehens, so he just goes straight back onto FBI, able to cleanse off the purple gun roots, dash in for the kill. Nicely done there by the Gen G bottom lane. And that just boosts this extremely scary lane already into an early serrated Dirk plus double longswords back for the Lucian. So again, you can just continue to dash in, take these trades onto FBI and Hui, and there's nothing that they can possibly do about it. With no summoner spells on FBI now, and of course those nerfs we talked about on Lulu in the weakened state, it's very sketchy.
This is difficult. You can see Closer going to come down, see whether he can assist. Ruler with the wave in a difficult position here for 100 Thieves to deal with. Somebody going to trade back here, gets the permafrost onto the tree, but we don't really need to watch this matchup. It's going to be wet noodles happening up there. Just there will be a lot of fighting, but just not a lot of results.
Those foam noodles are fun to play with, okay? Foam noodles are definitely fun battles to watch.
Well, Ruler is also going to get polymorphed and snared. FBI looking to try and walk this one out. Both junglers in the vicinity.
Yeah, it's just such a massive lead here, though. The kill was at a great timing as well for Ruler and Lehens, and been able to keep that CS lead that they've got over FBI and Hui, so we'll be getting a very, very nice bottom lane control here to be able to push on in. Peanut joins as well.
Yeah, a bit of a plate gank here towards the bottom side, seeing whether they can push this one far enough. Bubble not going to land.
Yeah, really here for security, because they know 100 Thieves are under a bunch of pressure, and a lot of times when your bottom lane is under this much pressure, they go, jungle, please, help, jungle, come! And so, you know, he's there for the possibility of if Closer goes to help, because they win the 3v3 really hard. But I think some good caution there by the 100 Thieves. They don't want to force anything out of desperation, and so Closer does not go into it.
I don't think Lehens is going back this time around. Oh, the polymorph is fantastic, and it keeps Hui alive. FBI with some decent guns, as Gen G playing with fire a little bit. 300 health on Ruler. Piercing Light doesn't land. Still playing pretty far up this lane as the Sentinel goes down.
So definitely looking worse, as we were talking about with the matchup. Ruler now has both summoners back up, so next time he gets polymorphed and they're close to the all-ins, he can just cleanse it off again as he did previously. Now he's got access to culling, actually.
Oh, yeah, FBI. Oh, that is not really what you want to be prioritizing, but he does keep himself alive.
Everyone on the edge of their seats here. Every last little bullet of culling damage there squeezed out.
I like that the turret was almost there in the way, but wasn't quite. Pretty close, though.
It's okay. They did not die. Bottom lane is hanging by a thread for 100 Thieves, and so it leads to a very calm map state here for Gen G. You know, Peanut going in, clearing out the vision here on the Rift Herald, but since it is bottom lane recall timers, they don't fully commit to it until they get this Lucian back out there, because once Ruler arrives with his Noon Quiver purchased up as well, they'll be happy to take the 5-on-5.
Yeah, he doesn't have shoes, but he's got a whole lot of weapons. As here it is, 5 members of 100 Thieves in the area. They've already started off this Rift Herald as Doran's coming around, does have the ulti, uses it immediately. And now Peanut gets towards this Herald. The Glacial Prison comes down, but Someday, not a lot of support right now. As in goes Chovy, he gets Wild Growth immediately. In fact, he Wild Growths himself. But Gen G, they're just going to be able to take the Rift Herald, force 100 Thieves away, and we don't have any more kills.
Yeah, they just strong-arm them off the objective. Again, the Maokai has so much value for these neutral objectives. On top of it, Doran also winning lane up there versus Someday. So comes down, Maokai ultimate sweeps across the map. They do catch Someday. Don't take him down, but that's all they needed. Just catch him, chunk him out, take over the Rift Herald. This progresses the game plan for Gen G. Calmly control these neutral objectives.
Gravity Field comes down. There's the Chaos Storm as well. Chovy will take a fair bit of damage here, especially with minions also available. Decides to take the CS while he's tanking the entire Chaos Storm, but now he's going to walk away.
Chovy's like one of those storm hunters where he's going around chasing tornadoes just to go to the center. Yep. I'm at the eye of the storm, reporting in. I killed all the minions. It's fine. I'm just going to recall.
That was Twister, wasn't it, with Helen Hunt?
I don't know. It was a long time ago. I'm going to say yes.
Perfect. All right. Chovy teleports in. Closer here will be able to slink away. Does have some mist available. Lahen's just patrolling. And now Ruler dashing forward yet again. Has the culling available, so he will press the R button. 300 health on FBI as a result, and Peanut will start off this dragon.
Yeah, just keep on marching forward here with Gen G. Push in bottom lane, get bottom lane advantage off of culling. It's level 7 to level 5. With how often FBI has been forced back to base here by Ruler, dominating team at the top of the gold charts, as well as just securing his team easy objectives, and Abba has the flash.
Oh man, that was pretty close, but still getting the flash. Definitely great news for Chovy. We'll be able to push that wave in yet again. But Abadogger has been playing really, really well today, and will now just be able to back away, holds onto his life, and still within touching distance of the CS.
Man, that thing is gone. Rift Herald will definitely secure first tower here for Gen G. They have been able to take Dragon, Rift Herald, entire bottom turret plate. They got first blood for themselves as well. Can't ask for anything more from the LCK champs.
And they've lost no plate gold at all on their side of the Rift as well. Still a few minutes for that to be an availability, but this inner turret will also get charged. Shelly really putting her work in here today for this early game.
And this is what you want to see from Gen G if you are hyped up and looking for their rematches with RNG at the end of the day, and you're looking for those tiebreaker scenarios. Because Gen G cannot afford to drop any games. RNG are not going to do it before their rematch. So Gen G here taking care of business.
Yeah, they absolutely have to. And Abadogger not going to get stunned by the Everfrost. Takes a fair bit of damage from the Chain Lash though, and Closer is in the area. Chovy not going to go in any further. But yes, we managed to get our best of 3 between JDG and Darmonkia, and we now want it between Gen G and RNG. So definitely very important for the LCK first seed to be able to pick up all the wins that they can. They don't want to be relying on the Flying Oysters to beat RNG for their shot at the first seed.
Yeah, and you're talking about all the other LCK seeds, you know, sitting there with their first seed placings coming out of their groups as well.
Yeah.
Waiting for you to join so you can't get matched up against each other.
Yeah, it's basically like Gen G just desperately trying to get first seed so that it's not 2 LCK seeds. We said this earlier on. Of course, Damwon already not able to take down JDG so therefore not in that first seed position. Doran might be in a bit of trouble here, but 100 Thieves just going to come down and take away as many plates as they can. FBI definitely very happy to have that money.
Yes, get some turret plates. Now, of course, as you can see in the mini-map here, or the picture-in-picture, traded topside. Ruler continues to farm off the swap.
Just hanging out by himself. Up here towards that top side. Someday, still looking for a bit more, but Peanut and Doran, not exactly to be trifled with. Did have Hui and FBI in the lane, so not going to push any further on the Gen G side. And Ruler may just take this. Turret plate's still available. Closer is going to have Peanut delivered to him.
Jungle duel, let's go!
That's a bit dangerous. He can hold. He flashes to get himself out of the way. The heal comes through as well. Tidal Wave is avoided there by Closer, but he's still not able to pick up the kill. Lehens to the rescue.
Lehens saves Peanut there, the 1v1. Peanut able to come out on top. Team diff right there. That is going to be another kill for Gen G. Everything, Atlas, has gone their way.
Yeah,
actually even looking at the perfect game thus far as well.
I was about to say, weren't really keeping track of that one.
It's very early.
It's the perfect disc game as well, because if you don't manage to take any turret plates as well, oh no, that actually requires you to take all of the turret plates. Okay. So not actually available.
But Red Smite here doing a lot for Closer. And then Peanut is always, you have to flash the ultimate here from Viego. Closer fast flashes over the Nami wall from Lehens, but still not enough there against Peanut. Able to kite him back out.
I imagine that was Peanut saying thank you, and Closer saying, you denied me the 1v1, which is just not fair. There was a gentleman's agreement that was broken on the Peanut side. Doran Updog coming down. We'll find the tree. Probably not very killable, as Ruler's going to flash forward. FBI takes most of his health, and there's the rest.
The Gale Force in afterwards for Ruler. So much damage just from this culling as well. And the relentless onslaught that is Gen G will not let up.
Move in. Let's see whether he can grab the kill on the Lulu. No, decides to just steal her ultimate.
Atlas, why did I have to come up for this game? The last one was so exciting, and now I'm just standing here watching the last NAC just get punched in the face over and over and over by Gen G. They are all business.
I didn't try to do this, Kirby, I swear.
Why must he hurt me like this, Atlas?
No,
honestly, though,
the support, I promise.
Ruler here, completely perfect combo. Goes in with Lehens buff right on top of him. Finishes it off with the Gale Force there.
Very, very scary. Now he has 2.5 items, 2 1/3 items. Do we call Serrated Dirk a third? Probably.
Oh yeah, no, Serrated Dirk is actually one of the best like half items. For non-complete items, Serrated Dirk is massive, massive value there, especially for a champion like Lucian, of course, and we've been seeing it with the power of these cullings.
Yep.
Really
so
benefiting from it.
2.5 is what we're going with.
I give it like 2 3/4 even.
Whoa. Okay. 2.75 item Lucian is the final tally. I'm glad we've sorted that one out. Rift Herald being considered here someday, having a look at it, but not a lot of control of the map here for 100.
I think it's actually up to you to start to feed me the copium. So give me some like objective bounty copium here for.
Well, you just gave it to yourself. There are objective bounties available.
Yeah. So they're available.
What 100 Thieves have done here, Kobe, is that they've made sure that all of the plates have fallen. Now the turrets are the easiest to take possible. They also have all of the turrets left remaining, and therefore maximum bounty gold able to be taken. They're just waiting for their item spikes, Kobe. That's what we're doing.
How are Gen G gonna know where they're gonna strike?
They're not. That's
the
beauty of it.
Well, wards might help with that, and I assume we're about to see some ward lines moving very deep because Gen G have just taken the last outer tower, mid lane down, both top and bottom already down. So very easy now for them to move into the 100 Thieves jungle. You start to starve them of those camps. Rift Herald number 2 will be picked up first here right off the map. Clean this one before seeking out the last remnants of the 100 Thieves resistance. Here we are, brush play.
This is actually, it's 17 minutes and 100 Thieves are just camping in this brush to see whether they can possibly find something. Chovy, he was so close to walking in, but decided not to.
Abba act a little bit here. Yeah, he's looking juicy. He's looking juicy.
Immediately runs away, flashes out of the glacial prison. They get Chovy's flash, nailed it.
Yeah, Chovy has some good instincts there. He knew it. He popped his sweeper as he moves towards the brush. Gives him the little bit of an alert that he needs. He preps himself. He flashes the Sejuani ult, gets out alive.
Still, flash down on Chovy's side.
That's definitely step number one, in actually killing him.
Gonna need to do that. As many
prop
cooldowns
deck.
as possible. It is. You can't just do it straight off the bat. As Ruler and the Hens are pushed up to this inner turret, have been for quite some time. Closer and Abbedagge are there as FBI does have to get out of the way. I almost said Gale Force, but he doesn't have that available just yet. Now looking to just go home. Doran splitting here on the bottom side. Who's going to turn up? The rest of Gen G not going to support the tree. Still quite early in this game. 3 minutes until the next Drake. We've got Baron up in a minute and a half. Could be something that Gen G look at relatively early in this one.
Oh yeah, I think so. Gen G feel like they can look wherever they want. Closer though.
Yeah, Closer's going to be the one to find Peanut here. Tidal Wave comes down though. Lehens always seems to be with his jungler, and now Ruler's dashing forward one more time. He somehow dies. I didn't have my eye on him, but he just sort of disappeared, and now Doran going to be flashing over the top. He has the FBI and smashes Sunday back into Peanut's waiting arms. The tree will die, and the perfect game dies with him. Gen G probably not focused on that right now.
That fan right there. There we go. Boom! We're on the board, baby. Got one. Doran down. I repeat, Doran down. Honestly, Gen G though. Whew. Okay, that 20-minute Baron you're talking about, Alex.
Yeah.
This could be the game where they start it right up on spawn. We would definitely already see some control wards here placed in the jungle leading up to it. And Peanut has just taken away the red buff on the backside as well, so prepping themselves already. Closer versus Peanut, round 2, red smite in. This time, Lehens is there with not only the Nami wave, but also the heal on Peanut, so they charge backwards. Ruler dashes in. Oh, he got the auto. It was this just, he got the auto before the Lulu was able to flash out of range, and it was the passive buffed auto there with the double.
It's rapid fire cannon. I know a lot of people were saying it's not a great item. It's a pretty good item.
Great item.
Point. Yeah.
Big range on that sucker. And then, of course, the big 100 Thieves moment of the game. Take down the Maokai that has flashed into our territory. Now,
if at first you don't succeed.
The resistance. Never give up, never surrender. Here we go. Uh-oh, Peanut's on the way as well.
It's unfair.
4v2, 4v2.
Yep, Polymorph is going to come through there as Peanut's lost a lot of his health bar. Does manage to dash out of the way of the ulti. Might need to flash here, but no, Quick Draw is going to be available once again, and Peanut just walks it out. In the meantime, Gen G just pushing minion waves here in the mid lane.
Yeah, and as you can see, like this is, when you're so far behind like this, these are the only types of play that you can go for. Because Gen G are so far ahead, they're always going to push all 3 lanes here. And so you just choose one of those lanes as the losing team, send everybody, and hope you can get a pick. Both times they've chosen top lane. Maybe we mix it up now. We choose a different lane, huh? They'll never see it coming.
Well, we'll see. Doran's going to be an option. There is now a Rift Herald here towards the top side. Closer is trying to clear out the wave, not going to be able to do so, so this inner turret will go over to Gen G. That is an extraordinary gold lead for 21 minutes in this game. I'd even hazard to say that this is a shellacking, Kobe. FBI puts down the turret. It's not going to replace the one he just lost, though, as now Twisted Advance comes through. Chovy will connect the chains. It's pretty easy to do so when Someday is permanently CC'd. Gen G will take the last remaining inner.
Gen G, all business, so focused. That's going to be the signal to go right over to Baron. Okay, 100 Thieves, the moment of hope here. You want to actually let Gen G get the Baron low enough that you can go in and try and make them flip it. It's really hard to pull off that timing without vision. They get a little bit of sight there. You just got to go for it. Roll the dice. It's at 3K.
Dead. The wild growth comes through, but it's not going to be enough. Ruler just chases him down. But most importantly, Closer is still alive. The smite is still available. And now
going in for the
Heartbreaker comes through. He just dies before he can even get enough damage onto the Baron. It was a worthy attempt, but it didn't quite work as FBI may have found it. Ruler tries to turn around. 1,000 gold! And the Ebb and Flow will pick up the kill in the end, but you're 100% putting worth in all chat right now. As Abbedagge, he's behind enemy lines, and Peanut is chasing him down, letting him know that it's his territory. And Abbedagge does not care about it whatsoever. Doran's gonna have to come over, still in his pajamas, but of course, he's in his house, and now the teleport's gonna come forward. Peanut wants to stop him, the bubble! They could have just let him go.
Oh my goodness, they do get the 1,000 gold kill onto Ruler there from FBI. It is now legal for him to type AD carry diff. Smiley face.
Yeah, as long as it has the...
As long as you have the smiley face afterwards.
Otherwise, I would say absolutely.
We'll allow it.
It's 16,000 gold.
Yeah, this game, Atlas, is like Gen.G loaded up into the practice range before their games later in the day versus RNG, and they're just practicing their aim right now. Boom, 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 all on point. Not letting up for a single second. And here you see the discipline. They work down this Baron. They know that there's control word in here, so 100 Thieves have a blink of an eye where they can just charge forward, and Closer goes for it. Really, really close attempt, but Gen.G, they take all their damage off Baron, stop it so that it's not low enough for Closer to ever get a smite off there. FBI then comes in with a big Infernum ultimate.
Oh man, it was actually pretty close in the end there, but really nice positioning for FBI to be able to get that massive injection of gold. Now, can they just turtle up is going to be the question. The answer is probably no. We don't want to deal out too much false hope, but still, they have to continue. This is a good start, as Doran's taking a fair bit of damage. Ruler is here though, so I'd back away. Peanut turns up as well, smoke screen goes down.
Yeah. Meanwhile, all 3 lanes pushing in once again, Atlas.
Yeah.
Minions at these inhibitor turrets. Chovy moves over, Baron buffs these ones up towards mid. Topside already lost their turret. Ruler will be able to finish that one up, no problem. Inhibitor gonna go down soon. 100 Thieves.
Oh my goodness. Okay, well, collateral damage flies through, but the Wild Growth is going to answer. There is still a minion left alive, and that means the turret is going to die. Ruler looking for Someday. Tankiest member of the team, but Ruler still cutting through him. 4 items on this Lucian. Absolutely absurd damage is now Gen.G bearing down on the Nexus turrets. Can they find their avenue in to finish the game right now? Pre-25 minutes as Ruler just throws the culling in. The first Nexus turret goes down. Gen.G looking for the second now. Death Rays not doing enough work there. Look at the damage. The polymorph comes through, but then Ruler immediately out of that one. Everyone on the fountain. The Nexus is ignored for now because Gen.G want more kills. Revenge for Ruler, who he goes down as well. It's a double, and then the Nexus explodes. Gen.G, what a shellacking from the LCK first seeds.
Ruler and Lehens. Lucian, Nami, instant answer there.
I think that might be banned a fair bit as the tournament progresses.
Claps. Yeah, honestly though, they're full grind set mode, fully focused, finish this one up, look forward to the future. And they feel like 100 Thieves left so much out on the field in their game versus RNG.
Yeah.
They were almost exhausted in this game.
I think it's really, really hard to be expected to come back and perform to the same level once again after being that close to being able to take it against the team undefeated in your group. Of course, remember, that was when they were eliminated as well. I mean, this was not exactly a 100 Thieves set up for success in this particular game, but still an honorable effort on the day and being able to get the revenge against the Flying Oysters. Once again, North America take a bow.
They got a win to open the day. They had an exhilarating game versus RNG. Great effort here in week 2.
Yeah, and I really, really enjoyed their game versus RNG. This one definitely was a little bit of a non-starter.
You weren't exhilarated?
No, I wasn't as much exhilarated. But I didn't want to be as well, Kobe, because I have you right next to me. And that was also 100 Thieves suffering a bit of a grueling loss. Gen.G definitely looking good, but I don't know how much we can take from it on their side of the rift as well.
Yeah, I mean, kind of like, I feel like this was like, this is warm-up mode for them. So next up, we have RNG. Them looking to set the stage. If they take care of business versus the Oysters, then everything all hinges on the rematch with Gen.G. Of course, the story for this game was the bottom lane, but nowhere really going the favor of 100 Thieves. All according to plan for Gen.G. I mean, just very smooth objective pickups as well. As soon as they got the first blood on bottom lane without any junglers involved, they go up topside, they get Rift Herald before focusing down onto the Dragons and slowly pushing this one ahead. And there you have it, this group now.
Yeah, what we're hoping for is the final match tiebreaker, guys, as Both RNG and Gen G can be sitting on 5-1 at the end of the day. It will involve Gen G needing to be able to get some revenge against RNG from last week, but that means we do get the best of 3 between RNG and Gen G for that first seed. RNG does need to beat Flying Oyster first, so we'll see whether they can do that. Of course, you can't be riding home before you have a story to tell, but still, it is pretty likely that RNG are going to be able to take that one, and then we will have that rematch in the last game. And Kobe, I want to ask you, right? Based on what we've seen against the other teams from RNG and Gen G, where's your money at for that final game of the day?
Whew, I mean, based on the 2 games right back to back of both of them playing 100 Thieves,
yeah,
I think the answer is clear in that one. Gen G, Peanut fans, push this best of 3 to game 3.
I think so too.
See them all.
But maybe it's like there's a draft diff problem or something like that as well. And of course, RNG do have a habit to playing to their opposition as well. The Breathe and Doran situation can be a rough one. But we do have that interview with Lehens coming up relatively shortly as well, just making sure we get that one set. And I hope there's going to be a lot of questions about his Singed support and getting some answers for that, as well as his Elise support that could potentially come out. Of course, was a very famous Elise Singed 2-trick.
Gen G could unironically take some draft notes from 100 Thieves in their game versus RNG. Leave the Yuumi up, then do the Lehens with Singed support with the Senna, the classic counter there. Throw down the goop whenever Yuumi jumps off, grounder.
I mean, that's how he's been able to find victories on the Singed support in the past. But if you can't make it to San Francisco for the finals, you can watch on the big screen with your friends and family at select theaters near you. And you can use the QR code that is, I think Draco showed us, it's round about here somewhere, but I'm not entirely sure.
All the play-by-plays try and do it.
Yeah,
it never works out. When the colors do it, boom, every time.
Really? Man, you're...
I think I'm the only color that tried to do it.
Well, you're also far more talented than all of us. But now we're joining Law and Lehens on stage for our Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you, guys. Welcome back to the main stage for the Verizon post-game interview. Joining me right now is Lehens. 안녕하세요. Thank you so much for joining me. Let's talk a bit about the draft, because you were hovering Singed, that I know that during your very first World Championship game back in 2019, this is the champion you played. Tell me about your love for this champion and why you didn't go for it today.
우선은 승리 정말 축하드립니다. 가장 먼저 픽밴에 관련해서 여쭤보고 싶은데요. 이제 첫 월드 경기에서도 신지들을 뭔가 좀 플레이했던 제 기억이 있는데 맞을지는 모르겠지만, 그리고 오늘도 신지들을 띄워놨어요. 오늘은 신지들 플레이하시지 않은 이유는 뭐고, 신지들에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시나요?
일단 제가 첫 경기 때 RNG전에서 했었는데 RNG 형님들한테 혼나가지고 조금 주춤하긴 했는데, 그래서 뭐 그냥 사실 오늘 띄운 거는 그냥 열받는다 하고 띄웠던 것 같습니다.
So I played Singed in my first game against RNG this year, and then I got punished. So today I was hovering Singed because I was mad.
Learning from the mistakes. Hopefully you can flex it again in the next game. I want to talk about Lucian Nami also, because that's a bot lane that you've been playing a lot with Ruler this year. And I know that with the recent changes of Mastery, from Electrocute to Airy, I want to know how different is the use of this bot lane now when it comes to playing the early laning phase.
이제 바텀 조합에 대해서 여쭤보고 싶은데, 지금 루시안 나미가 계속해서 많이 등장하고 있고, 사실 룰러 리엔즈 듀오가 이미 굉장히 많이 플레이한 그런 바텀 조합이잖아요. 근데 이제 룬이 많이 바뀌었어요. 원래는 감전 나미였다가 이제는 콩콩이를 많이 드는데, 이런 식으로 룬이 변경되면서 어떤 점이 플레이 스타일적이나 라인전에 있어서 달라졌나요?
일단 예전에는 좀 폭딜 같은 게 많이 나왔었는데 지금 콩콩이로 바뀌면서 나미 자체가 그냥 세지고 루시안에 가는 힘이 좀 약해진 것 같아서 뭐 그런 차이가 있는 것 같습니다.
So back in the days when we were taking Electrocute on Nami, it was more about the burst damage combo, but right now it's Nami just with Airy having relatively more damage and Lucian having less damage right now.
I see. And would you say that it's still as high in prio as it used to be?
그러면 이제 그래도 여전히 굉장히 높은 좀 픽밴적으로 우선순위를 갖고 있다고 생각하시나요?
뭐 나쁘지 않은 픽이라고 충분히 생각하고 있고 또 뭐 저도 딱히 상관은 없습니다.
I want to say it's not bad, you know, it's decent, and I don't really care much.
You don't care much. You just play it anyway. Let's talk about your champion pool, though, because you've been one of the most creative players, I want to say, in the LCK ever since you came to the stage. And I want to know, what is the thought process for you to come up with exotic picks?
그러면 이제 리엔즈 선수는 또 언제나 특이 픽을 언제든지 꺼내는 그런 선수로도 유명하신데 어떤 식으로 이런 특이 픽 등장할 수 있을 것 같은지 생각 간략하게 부탁드립니다.
어떤 식?
뭐 특이 픽에 대해서 본인의 생각이라든지.
일단 충분히 좋다고 생각을 하면 뭐 지는 거에 무서워하지 않고 하는 편이고요. 그리고 뭐 최대한 후회하지 않으려고 그런 걸 하는 것 같습니다.
So whenever I think that specific pick is actually good, I'm not afraid I'm gonna lose, so I just give it a go. And you know, I just want to give all the tries.
And this is what makes a good player. After all, last question for you, Lehens. So many fans were cheering for you in the audience. Anything you want to tell them right now?
마지막으로 정말 많은 분들이 큰 소리로 응원해주고 계신데 한마디 부탁드립니다.
오케이. RNG가 너무 잘하는데 저희가 2번 이기고 1등으로 올라가겠습니다.
RNG looks too strong right now. We're gonna beat them twice in a row, and we're gonna make first seed.
Let's see about that in the last game. Lehens, 인터뷰 감사합니다. Jisan, thank you so much. Shak, back to you.
Thank you very much. What a wonderful interview. Got some insight into the bot lane Cryo, as well as just, he looks so fun.
He's very fun.
He says a very mischievous
He's a
grin
goofball.
at all.
Yeah.
Just hovering it because I was mad.
Goofball in the interview, murderer when it comes to in-game, and I think all of Gen G just absolutely stepped up. I want to kick it off with Ruler, his lane mate, our 1+ player of the game in this one. And I think you could do this for most of Gen G's games also. But yeah, we talked about him at the top of the day, maybe wanting to see even more, and we are being shown his true might today.
Yeah, I jokingly said Ruler ending, but it was actually Ruler beginning and also Ruler mid-game, and then the Ruler ending, because to me, the dominance of the bot lane was the defining factor of this game, because it also freed up the rest of the map so much more. Peanut had a lot of space to play with, and this is also what made them so incredibly tough to deal with domestically.
Yeah, I mean, all these highlights basically show how this game went. A lot of what Ruler was looking for, if he saw an angle, he went straight for it, and the team supported it. It was nice to see the flexibility of what Lucian can do in the mid game. Punishing!
His culling does so much more damage than mine. I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, in any case, I think we should start to take the big picture, right? Because now we're talking about Gen G and Ruler in the context of looking for that title, looking to go deep in this tournament, and more prevalent here, of course, looking to grab first in this group.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you can compare this game to how they actually looked last week, and it's like this is more what people expected, right? And from what I had heard from a lot of players in scrims, Gen G was just feeling impossible to touch. They slam you in every single lane, they win every single team fight, they take every single objective, and then you lose, right? And that's kind of what this game felt like. It just didn't feel like there was ever really a chance for 100 Thieves.
I know. Pretty good opportunity to show how it really went in lane, just because you're pretty much right. After that solo kill bot side, it really expanded to what was a 20 CS lead at 8 minutes right there, as you can see in the bot side of the map. We didn't really get to see what was happening up there for Doran, but it was a silent 16 CS advantage as well.
Yeah, I'm a little disappointed in Chovy. You can do better. Come on.
Can do better.
Disappointed character.
He's like he's playing a melee character into Victor.
Yeah, it happens.
Jokes aside, what we're seeing here is much more, as you were saying, akin to what they showed domestically, because without the bot lane pressure, you do start to see a lot more of the flaws of Gen G, but Doran, when left alone, is still a very adept laner.
When we look at Gen G, and I think generally at more of the LCK teams that we've seen coming back in the second week, we've seen that not only have they figured out their priorities a bit better, but they have also said, we'll throw this and this and this in the mix. The Heimer, of course, comes to mind. We've got the Lucian Nami here again. Not that they wouldn't ever have played it, but they're like, all right, we'll show this as well. So it feels like it's getting more difficult and difficult to go into these drafts versus these teams.
It is, and the core issue that I think Azil was also touching upon is that when a team like Gen G gets an early lead and it's this big, you just never get to play the game, because you're always shoved in. They take very aggressive trades. You get zoned off your turrets, so they get plates, then they back. They have a tempo lead. They turn it into objectives. And from that point onwards, you never really get to do anything. And I think that in the week number 1, LEC teams in particular were really able to benefit from a great meta read. But then once they were moved off of those picks, Odo on tanks is a great one. A Humanoid on Azir was another one. They had to rely on laning fundamentals. And that's where I think the LCK always shines.
Yeah, and you just get choked out. Yeah. And that's when it really feels oppressive, because, yeah, early lane advantage. Like, a lot of the time you're like, okay, at least we still have like a pretty good team fight composition we can rely on. But then if it,
no.
yeah, not a chance. You scared me.
Just grabbing up for the hope and then get
No,
down there. Get the hand away from there.
Not allowed.
Producers were like, we'll just give you this for the start of the segment. Don't use it too much. I'm sorry.
You made a mistake.
So in any case, but yeah, Gen.G in the race for first with RNG. Now, if we pull up the standings, RNG did beat Gen.G last week around. Different beasts all around now. In terms of the stakes, RNG would not lock first place with a win even versus CTBC Flying Oyster. And Gen.G will need to beat RNG in the last game of the day to stay in contention for first. And if Oyster does manage to beat RNG, then Gen.G would lock first if they beat RNG in that last game. Otherwise, if RNG win, Gen.G will need to beat RNG twice. It's a lot. Just win.
Just win.
Just win.
Forehead.
These stakes are also always so, yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, like it's incredibly important matches for these teams, right? I do really believe first versus second is actually such a big deal because some of the beasts that are going to be waiting for you. If you end up falling short in a best of one here, you get second place, you run into the JDG or something like that first round. It's just brutal.
Yeah, Gen.G get first, get drawn versus Tomlin. Imagine that if that was the case. But after the break. Sorry, I didn't want to tilt you. After the break, rather, the Flying Oysters look to rise to the occasion one last time. Do Oysters fly? I don't know. As they face the still undefeated RNG.
As NA, we're not worried about the draw.
There it is.
Doran going to be flashing over the top. He has the... Oh! He got it! FBI and smashes Sunday back into Peanut's waiting arms. The tree will die, and the perfect game dies with him. On Gen.G, looking for the second now. Death Rays not doing enough work there. Look at the damage. The Polymorph comes through, but then Ruler immediately out of that one. Everyone on the fountain. The Nexus is ignored for now because Gen.G won more kills. Revenge for Ruler, who he goes down as well. It's a double, and then the Nexus explodes. Gen.G.
see it's over if I'm breathing. Racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far and start walking. Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far and start walking.
If you could only hear what was happening here right before we got out of break, the singing is so good. Welcome back, everyone. This is State Farm Analyst Desk ahead of RNG versus CTBC Flying Oyster. A little bit of news. There is a swap coming in. Atlan is coming in for CFO Shun. And since both of the teams are playing from isolation, it's going to take a little longer to get the picks and bans because they need to set things up, I assume. That's not a cleared message by tournament officials, so take it with a grain of salt. But yeah, obviously they need to make sure that everything is working properly. So I thought, let's take a bit of a big picture and look at the teams that have locked in already, because now we know everybody that will be playing in those quarterfinals. Yep. We, of course, still have to guess between who will be first seed, between Gen G and RNG Raz, but we've got quite the field here at Worlds.
It's exciting to see, specifically JDG, Damwon Kia. Those are the two teams that a lot of people are pretty excited about. The pace in which JDG plays the game and Damwon Kia really starting to look in form. Those two things I would immediately call out to.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be a very exciting one, right? You know, when I'm thinking forward to potential draws, there are so many good matchups. Already, I think that the big one that you're scared about as far as second seeds is you really want to dodge Damwon.
Yeah.
I think that's the one that is the #1 seed. It doesn't really feel like much of a reward if you pull Damwon out of that. EDG, obviously, you know, strong as well, but I think Damwon looked more like a first seed level.
And the other one for me is Group D. Both RNG and Gen G, with what we've seen so far, regardless of who ends up as first or second seed, look like in a best of 5 they'd be terrifying. As far as what you'd be a little bit happier with, it's probably looking towards Group C.
Yeah, and I mean, kind of picking up on the point on EDG, their team has always kind of confused me. I know during the regular season, you look towards someone like Scout, who's like, okay, he's not having good games, and then the playoff rolls around and he looks stellar. Week 1, little waffly, but then in week 2, they just shut out both C9 in fanatically and emphatic fashion. They're a team that I was like, okay, I don't know what to expect them going into quarterfinals. They could easily beat a team like a DRX.
Yeah, for most teams, it's always about how much can you improve into a best of 5.
Yes.
So we know this is very much the bread and butter of teams like the teams from the LCK, rather, and the teams from the LPL who are used to playing those best ofs. I love that you brought up EDG because the proof is in the pudding just last year at the World Championship, where I think until they hoisted that trophy, they were underrated.
Yes, they were underrated. They were a team that was playing towards bot lane. The meta really kind of started formulate around that, and Viper Mako take over. And it feels like kind of the same story around this tournament, where people were kind of working on what the best meta or what the meta really looked like, and now looking like a bot lane meta once again.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I mean, I think there are some exceptions with teams like maybe like RNG or JDG or T1 that I think can play heavily through top still. But I do think overall, bot lane is feeling more and more important. And a lot of these like dead picks, Severumi, undefeated, Lucian Nami feels like it's stomping as well. You know, those are still alive and well, and EDG could be a threat with it.
I just hope Zeri doesn't come back. Yeah, I can handle Sivir and Yumi, but if Zeri also makes a comeback, well, that's what I thought. That's what I thought about Sivir, and here we are.
Yeah, I know it used to be like, oh, Zeri maybe only with Yumi, and then Yumi, how strong is she really? Now we're like, oh my god, we hate the cat. Like, it's just so strong. In any case, we have a delay as we investigate a remote coach team comms issue. I'm going to throw a spanner in the works question. So we've got our field, right? And I think generally, okay, maybe there's one team that's going to stick out like a sore thumb.
Okay,
but in any case, when you look at kind of all the teams or the top-level teams, you can't really find something wrong with them in terms of a laner that isn't performing that well. But sometimes you can. And I'm not saying this is a bad player or this is a bad lane. But in one of those top teams, where do you see an opportunity for enemy teams?
I think that barring JDG, and maybe Damwon, every team has shown very clear identifiable weaknesses that an opponent can kind of lock onto. And I don't know if it will be enough because it's much easier said than done.
Yeah.
But for DRX, for example, it is still the top side and the inconsistency that they have there, and sometimes they try to outsmart themselves. For T1, it's the fact that in their wins, they look incredible, but if things go wrong for them early, they look much more lackluster.
I mean, wouldn't you say Hope and Missing have been a little bit of a vulnerability? I feel like the early laning phases, they've been punished actually a number of times. So,
I'll take it.
Like,
Yeah,
I think
fair.
that, it's like not to say that they're bad by any means. I think they're going to win Worlds.
Nobody's bad.
But at the end of the day, I do think there's actually 0 teams that have shown like no weaknesses, no holes, right? I think that is what has made this exciting. Between those top teams, between the LPL and the LCK, it feels super competitive, and it does feel like it's still anyone's game.
Yeah, and being able to identify where those weaknesses and cover it up. There we go.
I was throwing that one. I don't want to go.
Covering it up, your weaknesses. Like, EDG won with Flandre a lot of the times playing 2 champions topside and just trying to hold the fort down.
What? That's not allowed. He's playing 2 at the same time? What?
Within a best of 5.
Okay.
Fair enough. And I feel like for Gen G, an incredibly strong
I didn't
team.
know Freak was hosting today.
Doran is a player that I think can soak in a lot of pressure, but still is going to be targeted. So that's one person.
Soaking in pressure and targeted are these key words that analysts like to
Weak
use.
side, soaking pressure, really absorbing the attention.
Who was it? Do you remember? Was it like Steak we said that about so often? Like, oh, he really is a sponge. He soak up so much
He's
pressure.
a real pressure sponge.
Yeah. So on the other side then, because the glass is half full, always, who has impressed you the most? It can also be a duo lane.
Zeka, got it from you.
Yeah.
There we go. I knew you were going to jump on it. I knew you were going to jump on it.
I was.
There we go. Zeka has just been insane. I think he's been one of the best mid laners so far at the tournament, if not the best mid laner. It's kind of hard to not be excited about his growth as a player throughout his career.
I think Zeka's incredible. 369, I was excited for him before the tournament. I'm still excited for him during the tournament. I know coming into, I believe it was the last day, if not the last game, he had a plus 21.6 CSD at 15, which is just disgusting. And the guy has really showcased even better games. That was before his Aatrox game, where he's just absolute 1v9 monster. So I'm just excited to see what this guy's going to do at BO5.
For me, it's Zeus. I want to reiterate that this was a player that was on the T1 roster last year. Didn't see play, of course, then they played with Kana. Still almost made it towards the finals. We're only 1 game away from that. And to come in your rookie year as a starter, be able to play as well in your first Worlds as he has, be a legitimate win condition, either with or without resources, to me, is so incredible. And I think a lot of what T1 has been able to successfully do, even with the resurgence of Guma and Keria, relies on Zeus performing.
How exciting must it be for you and the LCK fans that you're seeing him really grow within a year?
Oh, it's insane. I mean, I shouldn't be asked to talk about Zeus because I'll just keep going. Because like seeing the player debut last year on his NAR was already... There was a lot of promise, but we've seen with Brutal, for example, who's currently sub on Dumb on Kia, that it doesn't always lead to anything. In high-pressure situations, players don't always deal with it as well. And I think it's perfectly excusable, but that makes it even more impressive when a player does end up performing.
See how long we are in this delay, because maybe you can talk about it.
I don't know if we should do that.
But I'd like to broaden it up a little bit. We also, of course... have to take RNG into that conversation about the title contender. And I love what you said there earlier, Azael, about how it does feel, and of course we may be proven wrong in the best of 5s, but that between the LCK and the LPL contenders, you can see it going either way in most of these matchups, right? Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, I think for me coming into Worlds, and something that I think I've been proven wrong on a bit, is that, when I looked at like 3-4 from LCK, I saw a lot of holes in their gameplay, during the regular season and during playoffs.
Me too, man.
Even with LPL, like when you're looking at some of the bottom seeds there, you're looking at EDG and you're thinking, all right, well, this team, they play excellently through bot, but if they can't create massive bot advantages, what are they really doing in the mid game, right? So a lot of these teams did feel like they were maybe a bit one-dimensional. When I looked at Dom1, it felt like if Showmaker wasn't actually getting put ahead by Cannon and he wasn't actually on a playmaker, the team really stalled out in the mid game. And a lot of these teams would just result in like, okay, time to flip a Baron because we don't know how to advance the game state. But it does feel like they have really stepped it up. A lot of these teams, maybe it is because they're just kind of above the level of competition that they've been playing against so far, that they're not being pushed. But I'm really interested to see if some of those holes are going to start showing themselves in a BO5 when they're playing really the elite of the elite.
That's what it feels like. It's so easy when you're just locked into watching domestic play for a few months and you're like, okay, it looks like hard for an EDG or an RNG to create pressure if it's not from their strongest lane. And you're like, okay, well, actually, it's because Xiaohu's like playing against Doumbia and Rookie and all these like top tier players within your own domestic region. And so when you actually come out to this league, you get to show the world how much above you are from the rest of the market.
Yeah, for sure. And the best example of this is DRX, because that was the team that a lot of people didn't have faith in to even make it to the tournament. And Zeka coming out is normally playing against Showmaker and Chovy and Faker, right? So it goes without saying that a player like that, when he is kind of unleashed and playing against what aren't some of the best mids in the world, he gets to show a lot more of what he's made of.
We still have the delay. So I know people love the serious talk. I do. Oh, final ready checks. I was going to play a game with you guys.
We're going to play a game? What was the game?
It was going to be that, so we write a name of a player or a champion, and then, you know, you hold it here, you don't know what it is, and you have to guess what it is.
Overruled.
Don't write anything.
I love that.
Don't edit that. I think we still have 30 seconds, but I think this would be good for a next
We're saving
delay.
it for the next pause.
Yeah, the next pause that's never come, or it is. I'm trying to anticipate.
Well, we got a LCK team up in the game
true,
afterwards as well. So
and fantastic work by the production crew, of course. These are issues that sometimes are hard to workshop, and they're doing their very best. And I hear we're getting close to ready checks.
You know what I'm ready for?
What?
Atlas talking about Atlan. That's what I'm ready for. Saying that name.
Talking about.
I see you. That's what I'm.
narrowly missed out on closer versus closer.
Yes, we did.
That could have happened. Yeah.
What was like the hardest one? 1907 Fenerbahce.
1907 Fenerbahce. I mean, in NA, it's Sven Skaren and Sven, right?
Yeah.
Sven and Sven. Was at least for us a tongue twister. And then we had Blue and River, which turned into some stuff.
That's a good
Blue
one.
and River. Blue is getting the blue from River. River's going to go to the river towards it. You know, like it just became this whole.
Or in the LPL, there's Wei and Wei. I'm just saying both of them are junglers. So if you're making the call for Wei, you have to all,
Yeah.
Get out of the way. Here comes Wei. He's going for Wei.
Yes, exactly.
I love it. Like, I didn't want to go to the silly game because we were almost close, and now we're just in absolute murky. Like,
are we actually close, or are we just going to play the game?
They've been getting final ready checks for 3 minutes. Because I feel bad because we can't start the game, and I also don't want to dive into a deep conversation. Okay, Chronicler, what's your favorite memory from this year in the LCK?
Ooh, that's very tough. I'm gonna say Ruler winning the LCK.
Okay.
Yeah.
Winning
well,
Worlds.
I mean, winning Worlds is a little bit premature.
God.
I am not supposed to talk about that.
Yeah.
No, jokes aside, Ruler winning Worlds to me was such a perfect culmination, especially because it was the entirety of Gen G who had been second place for so many years.
You mean LCK, right?
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, obviously. Yeah. Again. We're getting loopy. And then seeing them be able to do that at the helms of Score, a player who was considered one of the best within the region and who was never able to, until 2018, to actually deliver on that, was just a perfect storyline.
And also my memory, just my favorite memories of this year is just being in live venues again.
Yes.
Like that's for me something that I've sorely missed. It's really hard to kind of remember the things you love most if you're just constantly in isolation. And so being able to come into Chicago, to Houston, and also this crowd has just been amazing all week long. Like, once again, thank you guys, because I know the players and the teams have really felt it.
Oh, yeah.
The GAM chants yesterday were insane. Whenever the 100 Thieves players, or just any player, it feels like that's the one thing that they're leaving, you know, today or just this week with. So that's a big thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was just going to say, in general, also in the interviews, like, you get such a good reception. There's been every single time there's been like an LPL or LCK interview, a fan shouted something in Korean or in Mandarin or in Cantonese, and then they would get it and they would like get giddy and and it's been really great. Keep doing that.
Please.
I'm waiting for the update because I heard something about a game being ready, but I'm not sure.
Soon.
Oh, we can start playing charades.
What?
It's not
Are
really
we gonna
charades.
do it? Are we gonna do a champion?
I want to hear Uzil's favorite.
Oh, my favorite is actually pretty easy. I would say Texas, the Danny Pentakill at Barrett. That to me was just one of those moments where like I got to cast that live, and that's one of those special moments. You know, I put that up with Doublelift. You know, in 2016, the turnaround on Lucian, I got to cast that as well. Those are two moments that really stick out in my casting career, as just the crowd was so loud that our mics were literally blowing out. Like there's a video that was taken of us, and we're casting, and someone was walking by when this moment had happened. So they pull out their cell phone and they take a video, and they're from about me to you, far away. You literally cannot hear us over the crowd, and we are yelling as loud as we possibly can. Like the atmosphere in that venue was just unreal, and it's those kind of magical moments, I think, that make LCS great and make Worlds great, and it's so much fun to be
Because some
part
of these players that are a bit younger have actually never played in front of a crowd, which is so crazy to see.
I've never been in front of a crowd either. This
Ah.
is my first one.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Baby crowd.
Here we are.
You're doing amazing, sweetie.
Oh, look at this
go.
little handsome guy.
Just so all of you guys know, he's bad with compliments,
hates
so
compliments.
please.
No,
don't do the close up. No way.
Zoom in. Just
All right.
pan right in.
So, here we go.
No.
Please.
No.
Yes, there we go. That's another one.
So what I suggest we do is we'll play one round of this and see how far we get. And if people would like us to talk about the series topics again, then we can go back. But I want to make sure there's something for everyone. So the way it works is, should we do it? We're in champ select. Oh.
We were wrapping up.
Let's get over to the caster.
Bye.
Or something like that. It's
Welcome to Champion Select, everyone. We're just here taking some photos and things like that, hanging out.
Let's play a game.
Yeah, let's play a game. Let's. It's called Call Chronicle Handsome as often as you possibly can. That's the game, and I think everyone should do it.
I had a perfect champion to play charades with. I was so ready. Let's get right into the pick and ban.
You'll have to remember it, and maybe we can do it after the game.
Yeah.
Here's pick and ban. Already, Lysandra and Silas have been banned away on the CFO side, and then the Caitlyn and the Maokai
and
have been dealt with.
You know what I really want to see?
What do you want to see?
I want to see those CFO mega fans that were in the audience.
Yeah, that's true. Where are you
They
at?
had flying oysters painted on their chest. Where are those mega fans?
I can see a lot of mega fans, but
they were awesome.
There was some pointing. Yeah, there's a lot of people standing up. There we go. I'm like looking
Syndra
around.
ban against Mission. He's been able to draw the Syndra ban with all their focus on it. Atlan, though, I want to talk about this because this is the big story here for the final game for CFO. They're subbing in Atlan. He, in Champions Queue, has been popping off with these aggressive bottom lanes, so I want to see a kill bottom lane. They're hovering the Lucian that Ruler just demonstrated how to operate.
Yeah, it's pretty good, but the Aatrox was left up, and when Aatrox is up, he is picked. That is how it works. He's 100% present here at Worlds, and so obviously not going to escape first pick. So the answer should be Gala and Ming locking away the Lucian Nami eventually.
You get a Lucian hover for a Lucian hover.
Yeah, it's beautiful. And it will just be straight up Lucian Nami, not wanting to give anything away, not feeling like a priority jungle pick is going to be necessary.
This is so funny, though. This is like an ego thing. This is now becoming the Lucian Nami group. Gen G just demonstrated, you know, Ruler and the Hens are like, this is how you do it. And now RNG are like, okay, hold on a second.
Hold the phone.
We're going to show you some Lucian Nami. It gets answered with Atlan Draven, though. That's a kill lane, baby. We want from this kid. I mean, subs, when you go to Worlds, always play a tremendous amount of extra practice. No, whether it's solo queue, whether it's champions queue. And so I see so much Atlan in there grinding away. And now he actually gets on the stage. They give him the Draven. They give him the kill lane. You're going to want some jungle pressure down there too, though. So it brings into question, for me, the jungle bans that will come in second round here very quickly. Because Gemini has an amazing Poppy. And Poppy was banned against him throughout playoffs like 9 times in a row, every single game. Banned out. He's an extremely strong Poppy, enabling jungler here. Could get down there to the bottom lane, try and gank for them. Because Poppy's very good against Solution. W ganks up. He can flash over the wall and get down there.
I mean, good against everyone here outside of the Nami. And kind of good into Nami because you just kill her, right? Like, that can certainly work out as well. I do want to talk about Atlan just a little bit because sometimes you talk about subs and they don't have as much experience on the main roster, but for the last couple of years, he's been playing with Gemini and Koala quite often. It was only quite recently that Chun actually came in. It was this year at the beginning. And Atlan has played a few games, subbing in here and there. And so it's going to be good to see whether he can make this Draven work as the Nautilus has been banned away from Koala. This feels like an old school Koala pick from like 2020 Worlds. I'm getting some flashbacks.
I like this too because if Gemini is going to go with one of these ganking enabler junglers, you want to ban out the carry junglers that will punish you the most. Do not give Graves over if you want to camp bottom lane and go for a bunch of spam ganks here for Gemini. So definitely don't give over the Graves.
Well, seeing what it's going to be, scanning through some pick percentages, things like that, is okay. Here it is. Renata going to be taken off the board. Koala not going to have access to that one. Would be a pretty scary lane. And the Akali banned away from Xiaohu. So he's not going to pick that one up twice in a row. Last time it was absolutely terrifying. That 10k damage in a team fight, pretty ludicrous. And now, will it be the Poppy picked away? Because, of course, Wei pretty good at that champion also. And so they can take it. Denies the sort of Poppy Emperor's Divide combo as well. No, let's just punch them.
Vi into Draven though, super popular, of course. Point and click. You can't hit you with a stand aside. Ultimate's gonna go through.
Well, now, Atlan, what are we picking up here? Gemini's Poppy available. A whole slew of supports also up and ready to go as well, but will be the Viego considered? So neither team actually heading over towards that Poppy. I thought it might have worked out pretty comfortably on either side, but no, it will be the Viego. And there is the Amumu picked up by Koala.
Kill lane, kill lane, get it! All right, 2 Amumu Qs. Stand aside, as well as Viego stun coming through. Expect some fireworks, Atlas. This is what we want.
And we're going to need them as well on the side of CFO, because if they're not going in, then they're just getting poked down and possibly just dying in that lane. Because Lucian Nami certainly able to offer a lot of that. The Ahri being considered, Ahri and Vi, a phenomenal combo mid-jungle. And this is RNG, a very aggressive draft.
Oof. Yeah, you talk about bottom lane fireworks. That's going to be all fine and dandy, but Ahri plus Vi is guaranteed kills. Vi ultimate plus Ahri at level 6, you can kill basically anyone on the map that you want. It's instant follow-up. Vi ultimate into Charm from Ahri, basically guaranteed. You can get the full combo. That mid-jungle is very scary.
Certainly is, and Ahri has been something picked into his ear all year long. Of course, hasn't been quite as popular here at Worlds, but still does what it says on the tin. Still, I think the CFO are definitely in with a fighting chance here. I like how the draft has worked out, and it's about whether or not that Draven can start getting accelerated. If you believe in Oysters, could still be an opportunity for you here to get that upset over RNG.
There definitely are some Oyster believers here in the crowd today. We saw them earlier, and it's going to be very, very critical how we start out these early jungle paths. Can they get down to the bottom lane very quickly before the levels really start to come in for RNG? Once you get Vi plus Ahri level 6, not only does mid lane and jungle have to worry, but also if those two roam down bottom lane, they want to assassinate Draven, take all the stacks away.
Oh, Church of Chovy just getting ready for our next matchup, but we are very close to the rift here for CFO versus RNG. RNG, of course, let's remind everyone of the stakes. If they win, they do not lock first seed. They could then lose to RNG and have to play the tiebreaker in order to get that first seed. Also, if they lose here, they're not out with a shot as well, because then Genji will have to beat them in order to claim that first seed, but there won't be any tiebreakers. And here we are, under the rift, for possibly our second last game of the day, but also possibly not, as there is that tiebreaker opportunity, Kobe, and that's what we want.
It's 50-50, okay? Either it is or it isn't.
That's true. Everything always is. And Koala's going to find Ming here. All right.
The Portal Combat!
Yeah, there we go. That's Bandage Toss 1. Not Bandage Toss 2 yet, but Atlan, that is a infinity CS advantage.
Got him.
That the Draven has.
Shout outs to my boy Doa. Loving this Portal Combat as always.
Mm-hmm. There's not a lot of people that remember that was Doa coining it. I still have people telling me, oh, that call Portal Combat was great. And I have to tell them, no, that was Doa many years ago.
Always cite your sources.
You have to. You absolutely have to. Gala, not going to be walking into this brush or anything like that. Of course, CFO without any vision of the Lucian.
Ooh, I like it. Delayed invade. Let's go for it.
I was hoping for a blind bandage, but it didn't actually happen.
So you want to try and split the map here for bottom lane to be able to get Gemini more area to work with and really try and funnel Draven. Draven, of course, everyone knows this champion, the snowball champion, where you want to stack up the Adoration, cash in. He's also gone 3 health potions with the longsword start. Splitting the map means tremendous things here for Viego for this bottom lane. And we're going to see Wei come over after his red buff, pop this blast cone, and find Gemini in the jungle. He used Smite to take away blue, so he's not going to be able to finish up that Gromp.
Well, Xiaohu's down to 100 health. Nishan definitely laning very effectively
Jungle
here
going back in.
Ahri.
Look at Gemini as well. He wants to contest on this Gromp. No Smite for either jungler. They're going to fight over it. Koala, there's a ward on him.
Yep, they do know, as there it is. The Vault Breaker comes on forward. Ming's here. Gemini going down very low. The Ignite is still ticking, though. And now Ming getting bloodthirsty for this kill. Still overextending a little. Atlan's going to turn up. He can sense it. Wants to be able to cash in. It's a very early cash in. And there it is! The dash Lost blood to Atlan. Welcome to Worlds, my friends. Already a pretty great start.
Welcome to Worlds, and the Oysters win the war over Grump. Koala finds the bandage toss. Missed the one earlier there onto Wei, but they get this one and they get the kill onto Mig. And the Oysters go wild.
Absolutely amazing stuff to start this one off. But
Wild
I mentioned
flying oysters.
Wild flying oysters? Are there any oysters that aren't wild? Do you have domesticated oysters? Is that a thing?
Oh, yes. You certainly
I guess if
do.
you have flying ones, you could probably have domesticated ones as well. All right, let's check this one out yet again. The jungle battle of the ages.
Okay, so this was part one. And Koala lulls them into sleep here by missing both Qs. First one hits the Gromp, this one goes wide. And then Wei forced to flash out. Ming trying to chase down Gemini. And you see the Draven coming through with double spinning axes here. Koala clears out the vision, and then with the Warden Tri-Brush here, he's able to hit the Q this time. Gemini follows for the damage, and Atlan gets the cash-in. Serrated Dirk start here for the Draven.
Amazing stuff. Of course, often you want to stack up a few more Adoration stacks there, but you'll take first blood at 2.5 minutes any day of the week.
Wei will have Smite. He doesn't complete the invade here quite yet, though, and Gemini is able to get it and get out.
Well, Gemini's going to spot the Vault Breakering Vi. Doesn't actually make it over the wall there, as you can see. No Smite available. He's just dead. Wei's going to punch him. That is going to be the answering kill on RNG's side.
That's actually the second installment of the Gromp Wars.
Yeah.
Gromp Wars Part 2.
It's an epic. It's a saga now, I think.
It truly is. Part 2 going the way of RNG. Even though CFO got both Gromps, Wei was able to get the kill and steal away the blue buff.
Wonder how many more installments there are going to be.
I can't wait for part 3.
No, neither can I.
Settle it. I mean, we're tied right now. We need a Gromp tiebreaker. Honestly, though, I thought Gemini was going to slip up if he had walked up towards top tower, but he did not know. There was no information. They did not know danger was coming. They did not know that the Gromp Wars were going to continue. So
they should have, because we've been talking about the Gromp Wars this entire time. Gemini heading back for another round. Exactly. It's the lonely Gromp.
Spawn.
Part 3 is definitely the lull in the storyline, as this isn't. Atlan taking a lot of damage from Gala, just dashing into the wall to make sure that he gets that double tap as quickly as possible.
RNG have the read. Xiaohu has the read. He's coming down lane for the counter here. Xiaohu knows.
Well, Gemini, I think, is going to get that bad news as he comes in. Oh, the bandage toss begins this one, and immediately Koala's like, nope, I'm out of there. Not going to be so lucky as Gemini. And Xiaohu charms him up and takes the kill. RNG's second one of the game. Wasn't exactly the next installment of the Gromp Wars, but it was still pretty hype.
Wards save lives, Atlas, and sometimes they take them as well. Xiaohu reads it. They have the information. He comes down immediately. Nice counter there from RNG to put that snowball to a stop. And now back-to-back kills racked up here for RNG. Mission still at the top there, though, with the Azir, because Xiaohu going down that lane for the counter did leave open the push.
Yep. Wei now looking to take this dragon, and actually that kill going over to Xiaohu actually very important, because he was suffering a little bit in the lane, falling relatively behind there. Of course, Ari kind of does against the Azir. That's pretty strong in lane at the beginning, but let's have a look at this one yet again. Xiaohu just amazing timing, and just heads up of a map read for the Ari player. Oof. Wow.
The bubble of death. Nicely done there. Getting the counter kill on this jungler. Defensive ward. They knew there was going to be a part 3 here. You see, RNG.
Ooh. Okay, Rest actually doing a fair bit of work here to breathe, but he's looking for a back timing anyway.
It's just better prep work and looking to the future there for RNG. Both on the invade that they pulled off on Gemini on the other side, as well as the counter here. Now, though, control ward placed down by Gemini to try and invade on second spawn of blue.
Yeah, well, looks like it is just going to be Gemini taking this one away, not going to be contested, so we miss out on the Gromp Wars just a little bit, but it will be back, don't you worry. Way up towards that top side, we'll be able to take his Bramble back. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Atlan was thinking about ganking his own lane, but they're just going to wander back in there, take out all those minions, and now we have a little bit of a lull, a little bit of a calm before the potential storm.
And this is impressive from RNG to be able to calm it back down after an explosive start for the Draven lane on bottom side.
Yeah.
With that first blood money, sometimes, you know, rushing Serrated Dirt can get very, very dangerous. But really good prep work, I would say, from RNG.
And straight up in the 2v2, they have been laning very effectively since that happened. As you can see, the flash forward, Gala gets the answering 2v2 kill. Now looking for even more. Aqua Prison goes white. Gemini will turn up, but there's the double. Gala way to make it 3 here as he dashes. Gets another light sling in the flash forward. Gemini not gonna get it, and that's the triple.
Gala says, hey, Ruler, are you watching? The duel over which team in this group will have higher prio on Lucian Nami. Gala and Ming destroy the Oysters.
And remember, this was with a first blood, already picked up serrated Dirk Draven. This is very impressive work. And now, shoes on the other foot completely, Kobe. Now it's Gala having a gigantic advantage. He goes back, gets his own serrated Dirk, and reaches item parity with this Draven already.
I don't even think he just switched feet. He just straight up stole Atlan's shoes.
Yeah, I guess so.
Thank you very much. Takes him down, goes in, flash for the last powered auto there, then chasing down Koala. Look at this cleanse.
Look at the moves.
Look at the moves. And then chases him down. This one is where Gemini makes, he knows he's going to die if they chase him down, so he goes in for the combo. Nicely played by him to get the auto attack reset there off of the stun. Almost enough damage. Clenching though there. Gala picks up all 3.
So now this game has become very interesting for RNG fans. Mission possibly in trouble. Level 6 available here for Wei, so the cease and desist, formerly known as Assault and Battery, could certainly work out. A bandage toss will connect. There's the curse of the sad mummy. Gala not going to be getting out of this one as Atlan holds onto a couple of autos there. Playing with Fog of War was Gala, but they're able to get themselves out.
They're back, baby! They immediately go all in with the ultimate, knowing that Gala has no flash and no cleanse from the previous play. The Oysters, good job tracking cooldowns there. They go right back into the fight, knowing they have the advantage on a Mumu level 6.
Oh, that was so cool from Wei. The charm's going to connect there as well. Good flash. Doesn't get the return, but Shahu's still looking for more. Spirit Rush gets him out, and RNG, the 2v2, demonstrating how scary it is.
Exactly, Atlas. Oh. That was the exact play we talked about in Champion Select there. Guaranteed level 6 with the Vi into Charm.
That was a bit curious. Shahu walking back into the Whirling Death there, but wasn't enough to actually take him down, so no issue there at all.
And Gemini even going for the ultimate there. Now Viego, substantially reduced threat. No ultimate on him. The fadeaway here from Koala as he's walking backwards, hits the Q onto Gala into the ultimate immediately, and they get the shutdown cash in for Atlan.
Amazing stuff, and he had very recently died, so the cash in not necessarily quite as much as it otherwise could have been if they had
the crowd noise though.
No, that's absolutely true, and you do get that with all those adoration stacks going down. Stand Aside does do exactly that. For Gala, that he just wanted to clear out the wave, does so. Atlan still has the most gold in the game.
Yeah,
300 ahead of Gala.
80 carries racing to the top. Quite an exciting one here, and Gala now getting Gale Force done. This is huge, huge power spike. Very scary now.
Imperial Mandate as well alongside it.
Yeah, and he's got Cleanse. So this is a giant power spike for RNG bottom lane. Flying Oysters have to navigate this very, very carefully on bottom side. Don't take the fight. Wei's ultimate for Vi is almost back up as well. He has some pretty interesting choices here. Can either try and go bottom to help out on the power spike with his Lucian Nami, which is the area he's in right now, or repeat on this Azir. This mission has no flash.
Breathe is going to get spotted here by Rest, who makes his way down. A little bit of an idea, I think, as to the excitement that could ensue here in the mid lane. Rest just going to find a bit of a combo onto the Jax, who returns to that top side. Conquering Sands onto Xiaohu. Bit of extra damage, but I think it's going to be absolutely fine, as the fight over the Drake is what we're really interested in. RNG a little bit split for now.
Yeah, and they've got Breathe on top side, so they make the call, hey, Breathe, go back top, split push. We do not want to fight 5-on-5 right now.
Xiaohu might have to ult to get himself out of this one. Fair bit of damage, but no, just holds onto it. He'll walk his way out.
All right, the Oysters pick up the Dragon to even that one up. Turret plate money does go over, though. Wei getting it off in time. Plenty of time there. Chunking down on bottom tower, and Gala as well, chunking off another piece.
Yep, did manage to get the cannon, though, with the ult. So 100% worth there from Atlan.
Plus
exactly what you want.
You always see the minus ones, Atlas.
I know.
But nobody ever gives them credit for the plus ones.
That's what I'm trying to do. I'm making a turnaround.
I like the perspective change.
Well, in the LCK, we have Jonah Strong who observes, and every time a cannon is missed, he does a little zoom. A little zoom. He tries to make it subtle, but we see it every time as the Banish Toss is going to connect. There's the cease and desist into the backline. Allen gonna have to flash to get out of that, but it does not do enough. That's the second kill to come through, but no, denied immediately. There from Koala, but just staggers it. And now Gemini getting dashed on. Gala is so huge. You mentioned this Gale Force. He gets the stun, but it's still going to be another triple for Gala.
Oh my goodness, that answers our question, Gala. Where is Wei going to go with the ult? Down to the power spike bottom lane. Gala gets another triple and the tower.
Yeah, should be able to get max plates out of this one, as well as that first turret blood. This is going to mean that this battle between these two AD carries, who can get the most fed, is right now being very considerably won by Gala. Let's breathe. Gonna have to leap strike to get out of those infernal chains, but not too much of excitement.
I just love
top lane.
I love that this group has become the AD carry ego group.
Yeah, 100%.
Back-to-back games here. Showing off for the fans. Definitely loving it.
And it's also that, are you going to be the one to ban my Lucian group? That's what it's turned into, because both Ruler and Gala are demonstrating that you probably shouldn't give them this champion.
And this is really good, timing from Wei. Comes down, they set up 2 control wards for him to work off of. So Wei comes right through the lane. Good acting there from Gala and Ming. They expose themselves, let the Amumu go all in, hit, and it's immediate focus there. Wei with the ultimate onto the Draven. Then Gala's like, all right, I'm going for 3 again. This Viego stands no chance, goes past the tower with the Gale Force and picks it up.
Yeah, Gala fans in the audience losing their minds. Understandably so as well. He's playing phenomenally. Gonna have to continue to do so as this day goes on, but right now, CFO are in front of them, and they're going to have to knock them down. 6-1-1 now has the rapid fire completed on this Lucian, and it is 3,000 gold lead for RNG, but with so much of the money exactly where they want it, makes it so scary.
Yeah, I mean, especially with Xiaohu also going with the Everfrost setup here for the Ahri. He's got a stopwatch, plenty of playmaking available by Ahri, ready to go. Right now, Wei and Ming going to move up here, though, and contest some vision around Herald number 2.
Yep. Reminder, our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz is going to be up next. RNG versus Gen G. No matter what the outcome of this game is, still going to be very, very meaningful between the two squads. Still, RNG want to make sure that Gen G has to beat them twice.
Yeah. And coming in with a +1 in your best of 3 feels quite nice.
Yeah, real good. Well, Rest not going to be able to land that one on the Q. Umbral Dash has it fade away. Wei's going to have to leave.
Quite possibly one of the fights in this game that had the least stakes.
Yeah, was that actually, that was a Grom fight, wasn't it? No.
There was about 100 damage dealt to each participant in that fight, and either of them could have just left the fight at any time. So.
You've read those, like some of those book series though, right? Where the first 2 are the really good ones, and then the ideas kind of run out towards the end. I think that might have been the Gromp saga. It was just a bit of a downturn in the series. Maybe it'll pick back up again. That's happened before as well. You know, you kind of have some doozies in the middle.
Matrix, just keep making some more movies.
Yeah, keep making more. Yeah.
Trilogy was bad. I don't care.
Did it get better? I don't know. All right. And I do know, but I just prefer not to talk about it right now. As CFO pushing down here on this bottom side. No turret plates available or anything like that, but they want to be able to pick themselves up a bit of that extra global gold, get back towards parity here. It's not quite a 4,000 gold lead yet for RNG, but it is certainly feeling like it's getting closer and closer to this game being very difficult to win. Xiaohu going to be spotted by Mission. He's just lying in wait. Here we go. Emperor's Divide's going to pick him up. The flash out, the Spirit Rush, catching an Ahri so hard. And now Gala, catching Atlan, not going to be quite as difficult for Gala as he just, he's on a rampage. This guy is an absolute monster. You cannot step up to this Lucian.
Oh my goodness, Gala with the Q. Able to pop him once again. Rapid fire cannon done, tower down in the mid lane. I think Wei was going to buy Q, flash forward, and ult to secure the kill. And Gala's like, it's okay, I got
this,
right.
80
carries. This is an 80 carry game. This is an 80 carry group. We're going to take care of our own business. Dragon will be picked up in the aftermath, though, for RNG as well.
Yep, going to be able to grab their second of the game. CFO pretty happy that they managed to get at least one of them, so that Dragon stacking isn't a sole point situation right now.
Yeah.
But still, man, you're looking at this solution, and I'm wondering what the answer is going to be, because RNG, they have the Vi, right? They have the ult to guarantee a lockdown. CFO, not quite so lucky. Mission is going to have to find one of those heroic Emperor's Divides onto a Lucian, which is very, very difficult to do if they want to stand a chance in some team fights.
You know how people always complain about top lane impact on a game? This is one of those games where you forgot about the top laners until I just mentioned it, didn't you?
Yeah, no, wait. Oh, yeah, no, you're right. Okay, well, yeah, now that, Aatrox exists, as does Jax. I didn't forget. Don't you worry. It's not a wet noodle fight, though. It's like...
No!
It's a little bit more damage that happens every time they fight, and it doesn't really mean that much.
Truly is. Definitely want to see. It's also a lot easier here for the Aatrox to play team fights. So we can see Rest begin to have a bigger impact in this game, in these fights, the upcoming ones, if Oysters are to keep the hope alive. And Mission right now, trying to get some money back for the team, should be able to finish up on this tower. Could be a nice little chunk here.
Yeah, Koala standing on a ward as he was backing, so is going to have that one interrupted. But they managed to get the global gold of the outer turret on the bottom side of the map, and not really too much of a cross-map answer. So CFO moving a little bit closer to under 4,000 gold, the deficit.
Quite nicely here. Into the perfect place to the Azir. Closing some distance, trying to get to the Shadow Flame. Xiaohu and Mission both racing to it. See who can get that big spell pen spike first.
Yeah. Atlan actually finishing the collector, so wanting to try and get towards some of these cash-ins. It's a bit more of a bridge item rather than a part of your late game build.
Wow, look at that though. Gala not upgrading his boots because he wants to rush into Infinity Edge. That is going to be a very early Infinity Edge for this Lucian. One, yes, because he's very rich fed.
Yeah.
But also, going straight for it here. We'll see how early he's able to grab it in this game because it's just cresting 20 minutes now.
Doesn't actually need to worry about picking up a serrated Dirk or anything like that. I believe he actually sold that already to get to that 2-item spike with the rapid fire cannon, and we saw that definitely paid for itself. If you were, asking questions about whether or not that was a good decision, I think we can say, based on what happened, that it was.
Does he have enough now? He's recalling right now. Gala going back.
I thought you were talking about the saga that was continuing. But...
No. I'm talking about the Infinity Edge, baby.
Oh my God, he's already
It has arrived. It is straight up 3-item Lucian, done at 20 minutes into the game.
That is absurd. He was already too strong, Kobe.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. All right, we're going to be glued to Gala to see what this new toy that he just picked up is capable of.
Just kill him. Best CC is death.
Yep. Well, there's the culling. Okay. It softens up quite a few members, although Rest relatively tanky. He's dashing after him. Oh,
I love it.
Yeah, I love it too.
Gala sees 4 members in front of him. I like those odds. Dashes forward right into them, and they scatter like the wind.
Oh, that was close. Rest does make it out. RNG, they really, really want to demonstrate the power of this Infinity Edge. CFO not giving them the opportunities that they're looking for. Currently 1-3-1 on this map. RNG just mopping up as many resources as they possibly can. Their composition does this so comfortably as well. And with this solution so incredibly fed, it makes 1-3-1 even better. As now, Ming and Gala just chilling out in this mid lane. And Wei can hover anywhere he wants. That's a death cap done, Kobe. There's item spikes everywhere here for RNG.
Quite nice, yeah. Xiaohu here. Of course, with the Everfrost and Charm, there's so much CC. He can create a lot of space for Gala, but with the death cap now, he's actually going to be able to take some kills for himself as well.
I want to see the auto attack damage, and everyone keeps slinking into Mist and into Fog of War and things like that.
So, Ruler finished the last game 7-1-3.
Okay.
So all that Gala has to do to best Ruler score is get 2 more assists in this game. I think it's a pretty easy wager that Gala's going to end up with a more impressive, more dominant, more bloody Lucian score.
Yep, I think the scoreline will certainly be in his advantage. And if it's not, we're all going to be extremely upset. I just want to see what this Infinity Edge can do to something other than minions.
Oh, I also put Gala for pentakills.
Me
in
too.
The crystal balls.
Me too.
I thought he was going to get one in play-in. This could be the game.
This could be it. Might have the opportunity to do so. Going to need the Aatrox to get out here. Okay, there's the flash. Out of the way, the very dangerous culling as Koala. He will be taken down first. Gala grabs that. Yeah, that's one. Can we find any more? Everyone's in the vicinity. They are going to be backing away. Fighting against RNG with a man down is a suboptimal decision, you could imagine. As Atlan is going to wander away from the charm. He will survive, but they have no control on this map. They can't walk up. It is so scary out on Summoner's Rift here for CFO, but Rest seems to be ignoring it. He will get charmed up. Oh my god, the damage is absolutely obscene. Rest will still make it out.
Yep, sorry, didn't mean it. I'm out of here. They retreat as RNG pick up the objective on the other side of the map. CFO, though, while they're going for Dragon, they're just rushing on this Baron. RNG, no, though.
Yep, that's a decision you can make. A charm is going to connect. Mission will be taken down. Gala wants to get another. Gemini, I mean, it's just one Light Slinger proc, and he is dead. There it goes. In fact, I think got him with the first auto.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of overkill damage.
Yeah, I think that certainly happened, as now it's RNG's turn to go for this Baron. They get themselves Soul Point and are now looking to augment that with the purple buff as well. Things have gone, we were talking about the Gromp sagas, things were back and forth, and now it is looking like an insurmountable advantage for RNG.
I mean, it's only fair. Gen G got their warm-up game versus 100 Thieves, RNG getting their warm-up game here versus the Flying Oysters, both preparing for this giant matchup at the end of the day. Coming up next, can Gen G push RNG to a tiebreaker? This game, of course, is not over. I am counting my Oysters before they've been
flown? Before they've flown?
Either one. I'll go with shucked. Yeah. But
I don't like that word. I know it's a word that's about pipping the oysters. There's a thing that you have to take out of the oysters.
Popping them out of the shells.
Yeah, but I just don't like the word, and I'm not going to say it.
Fair enough. You know, I respect it. I will never use that word again.
Thanks, Gobi.
That's my level of commitment to my co-casters. You don't like it? I will never say it again. Boom, done.
Yeah.
All right, Wei.
Well, Wei is going to at least let Gemini have his wolf camp. A couple of them anyway. And RNG just going to push down this top inner turret. CFO, they're going to go for a fight bot side, going for that cross-map play. A lot of CC on Debris.
Okay.
And Whirling Death, they want to give the cash-in over to the Draven, but they're unable to do so. Still gets the assist. There is at least that. Not going to be able to grab the rest of the money. As Gala is dashing forward, Mission going to soak the entire Emperor's Divide. It's just a little too early, and Wei gets in there, steals away the kill. Gemini wants to get more, and they will get the cash in onto the Draven. I have a feeling it's a little bit too late, but they still get it.
Yeah, that's actually 2 kills back-to-back here for CFO. You know, there is one picked up on the mission here as Wei went super deep for it, but since you're so far behind as the Flying Oysters, you're very happy with getting any sorts of trades like that.
That's an Infinity Edge completed, actually, for Atlan. That's a big deal. Another Bandage Toss flying forward. That's a bit close to Gala, but still, Koala looking for even more. He will die, and Atlan's just going to get 2-tapped by Gala. It does so much damage. The flat, whoa, okay, Gemini looking for a little bit more. The Draven just evaporates at the hands of Xiao, who's doing so much work. The Charm connects one more time, and they can't get to Gala. They managed to stun him, but you will not be able to take this Lucian down, and he'll kill your inhibitor, and he may even take more.
Oh, they're definitely going to take more. RNG are good for 2 inhibs. Breathe back on screen. We get a little more top laner screen time.
Yeah, there we go.
Nice. Popping back. This entire map, though, of course, has already been cleaned. Look at it. Only RNG side Krugs remain to be taken. They have wiped everything off the face of Summoner's Rift. Here it is again. They chunk down Mission so low that Atlan actually flashes way next to Mission. And since he's within the Vi ult animation, you're unstoppable. He does not get pushed back by the Azir ultimate. He flashes for the kill and gives the trade cash in to Atlan, the Draven, the Hope.
Wow, it's not that much hope. There's a Guardian Angel that has just been finished here for Gala.
Hope it either exists or it does not. I would say there's no quantity necessary.
I think it just always exists, doesn't it?
Okay, always exists. Yeah. Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go with that. All right, 1,000 gold kill if you can get either Xiaohu or Gala.
There you go. This is the win condition. Lock down those bounties, claim that extra gold. It is currently a 10,000 gold lead. That is going to make things a little bit difficult here for CFO to fight back with, but they have an inhibitor turret, within the area. In goes Koala, finds himself a couple of stuns, but it's not as much value as he'd otherwise wanted. It's going to be way going down as Whirling Death flies in, but a 1-for-1, you'll take that.
You certainly will. Plus, Xiao has popped the Ahri ultimate, so if CFO can actually clear some minions for a while, ultimate times out for Xiaohu. No more dashes on the...
That is so much damage onto Rest. He's supposed to be the tankiest member of the team. Doesn't look so much like that as Mission. Dashing forward, not going to go all the way. That shuffle could have been scary, but not going to be able to use it just there. Gemini. Xiaohu. The dash out of Gemini here. There's a teleport. Oh no! This could be a teleport into Doom. Another one will come in. If the first teleport doesn't work, just get another one in there. Rest is going to turn up. That is going to deter RNG from fighting this one. But now they have to get out. The bottom lane is a little bit split from the rest of the team.
They're so fast with the Nami splashing passive over there, walking their way out. Gala now with his completed Guardian
minions!
Wow.
Are they able to get it? Okay, thanks Observers for coming back, checking out this Nexus turret that is very, very close to death.
As for the soul...
Partying. Yeah, the soul, I believe, should be going over to RNG right now.
Small fries.
Kobe, I've got something to talk. Oh, okay, never mind. Rest, gonna get taken down to half health. Gala still dashing after him. Stand aside is going to come through, so Gala does have to move out of the way. And I don't really like this Jax skin. Because you know how he says, like, imagine if I had a real weapon? He has a polearm.
We don't have to imagine.
Yeah, it is actually a real weapon. It's my immersion really gets affected.
And he's not doing any better than with the lamppost.
Exactly. As now Mission getting taken down very low by the culling that really is feeling like it can just wipe them out if they stay in it for too long. Still, bearing down on Nexus turrets. All of CFO are here. Rest testing. There it is. The Curse of the Sad Mummy. Ming gonna throw down the tidal wave. Here's the answer from RNG. Wei dashing forward, possibly a little too far, and they've taken a lot of incidental AoE damage. Everyone at 50%, and RNG are gonna back away.
Ooh-wee. All right, back out to the insurance policy of Baron here then. Incidental's been calculated, and CFO have to clear out all these super minions.
Hey, that's money. You know, you've always got to... if you get more items, you stand more of a chance. And RNG, once they have 6, they can't get more.
Exactly.
Right?
Play the inventory game.
Absolutely. You got to look for as many angles as you have. There is, you know, a Mountain Soul, which makes things quite difficult. You can't get rid of that buff. And now with the Baron, 0 inhibitors. The attack speed on these super minions is going to be absolutely absurd. And remember, there's only one full health Nexus turret. The other one is barely limping. Okay, RNG just about to cross some T's and dot some I's. You can see not wanting to make any mistakes that could leave this game open. Xiaohu teleporting in. Now they're going to set up the minion waves and just crash them onto CFO's base. Wei, Vault Breakering forward. You can see Breathe just ushering the minions in. And CFO going to go for the fight early. Koala lands the bandage toss. Not going to commit too much more. Does have his ult just available now. Doesn't land the second bandage toss as Breathe has that bottom wave under control. The other 4 are going to move up. Gala with the culling. Koala almost just taken down immediately. Everfrost not going to find him. He flashes. He gets to the fountain. And now Xiaohu looking for him. He doesn't quite get there. Does get the turret. And the Draven is just left alone. It's a double kill for Breathe now as Gala picks up one. There's one for Ming as well. And RNG will destroy CFO. Claim this Nexus and ask Gen G whether they can bring them to a tiebreaker.
RNG undefeated so far in this group. Only one opponent left.
And that's an opponent that they've already managed to take down the first time of asking.
Now RNG will have the blue side as well, which has been pretty successful here at the World's Group Stage. Certainly was yesterday. And so certainly things looking very, very good for the MSI champions to make it out in first seed.
Gala one-upping Ruler with the Lucian.
I think it was a bit more
game.
than one. What was he up to? I think it was about 13 or 12?
and 8.
Yeah,
so
not a bad scoreline.
Much more than one. But look at that, dwarfing the numbers here of damage done.
Yeah, I think Ruler had something around 40% of his team's damage. This looks like a larger number than that as far as percentage. That was 42,000 damage, not percent, 1,000. That is not too bad. But on the other side of the break, Gen G and RNG will battle to determine their quarterfinal fates in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, so don't go anywhere.
Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Raise it to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far and start walking. Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Raise it to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far and start walking.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah, what? Run me my money. Run me my money. Run me my money. Yeah, yeah. Big bad money maker, working hard for all this paper. Check my stats, I'm kinda major. Can't nobody do it greater. I can make your body rock. I'm the boss, I call the shots. Doesn't matter what it costs, baby. No, I got it. I'm forever popping like the hot grease in the pan. Gotta make them understand. I don't never need no man. I'm a INDEPENDENT chick. Yeah, you haters think you slick. Got it all, never fall. I'm the one they always call. Spend a stack up at the mall. They say I'm the greatest, y'all. I bring all the flavor, yeah. I bring all the heat. If you ain't trying to get money, baby, you can have a seat, yeah. Run me my money. Yeah, run me my money. 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 Yeah, look, they don't want no smoke cause they know I got the vapor. Keeping all my jewelry on me tighter than a taper. I be on my ballin' tip harder than the Lakers. Do nothing for low, I don't do no favors. Came from the bottom, busting out the bag. I'm the girl you never had, never will and never have. All these suckers know I'm bad, know I'm lit. Make these haters wanna quit. I don't want no things you got, not even a little bit. Face pretty, game tight, make you get some act right. Play me once I catch a flight, money Himalaya height. Got no time to be polite, get these broke men out my sight. If you got the cash, baby, we can leave tonight, alright? Run me my money. Yeah, run me my money. 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 Run me my money.
In today's featured matchup, presented by Mercedes-Benz, we have the uncrowned kings of the LPL facing off against a team that has denied them the world title before. This is a deep and old rivalry that goes back to 2014 when Gen.G was Samsung White and RNG was Starhorn Royal Club. But although the names have changed, the bitterness over that loss has not.
Through and Samsung White are on towards the Nexus turret. Look at the damage that they have there. The first Nexus turret is going to fall. Only Lulu really there to stop them. The second Nexus turret falls.
RNG, an organization beloved by all LPL fans, have had Ming and Xiaohu as part of their roster throughout all their highs and lows. And this could be the time for them to finally win the championship they have coveted for so long.
Toby looking to be the difference maker. Xiaohu now taken down, but no, Gala! Monster damage from the Graves and the Aphelios. RNG slaughter Gen.G in the fight.
For Gen.G, they are here to prove that even with new members and new names, they are still the kings of the Rift and are not to be taken lightly.
Toby getting knocked back into it might be enough. They find it someday. Getting the reset on one at least. Toby potentially in trouble, but someday no. They just got nothing left. Ruler, one more tower shot. Ruler.
This is another battle between the LPL and LCK Giants that will decide the final outcome of this group. Who will come out on top?
Welcome back, everybody, to the final day of the World's Group Stage and our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. Gen.G versus RNG, a battle that will ultimately decide the destiny of both teams coming out of these groups. If RNG wins here, they take first, straight up. If Gen.G win, we tie-break, baby. And you know what? Since my loyalties lie just with the best League of Legends, I would love to see 2 games between these teams. But of course, maybe it does not happen. But one thing is for sure, Raz, definitively. I mean, that's even not a strong enough word. The strongest teams in this group by a large margin.
Yes, by a large amount. And so the competition here is going to be great. I just know that we're going to see Gen.G level it up. I know there's been a lot of conversation about the draft the last time they played.
Yeah.
We heard it from the casters just earlier today, and now I know the players have been thinking about it. There's certainly going to be adaptations for Gen.G to make this more competitive.
Remind us, what was the draft like from Gen.G and why did you not like it?
It was blind, Senna, and Singed. And it gave Ruler no agency, and the fact that the Singed early on doesn't really do anything meant that RNG got a really good punish in with an early invade, and they snowballed that to a really big lead.
And the Singed is something that they have actually played a lot, but we were talking about this in the green room. It's something that they use as a specific counter to Yuumi, right?
Yeah.
You know, not just as a blind pick. And I do think that they were trying to really showcase that they could get something done with it, but they weren't able to.
It didn't work out, and as a result, Wei got all the room in the world, is able to force the early flash here on Chovy, and that already creates so much space for Xiaohu down the line.
Yeah, it felt like Wei ran this game. Like, he just took it over.
Yeah.
There were times where you saw Ruler rotating towards the bot side of the map to get back into lane, and then Wei was just sitting there waiting to kill him. And so this was another dive. They were active this game.
Well, and to me, this is RNG at their best. When you actually get Prio through mid, Xiaohu moves around the map with Wei, with Ming. They are such a deadly roaming team. When they're affecting those side lanes, they are really, really tough to beat.
So is it just about Gen.G then to give them a chance here, change their draft? It's probably not that simple.
It's not that simple. The team fights were also just really difficult to deal with because even though theoretically, you see the Azir is like, okay, you have answers with your ulti if they ever look to dive with that composition. But Chovy got blown up in a lot of those Drake fights. It felt like RNG, when they chose to fight with that trigger with the Leona ultimate, the entire team went in at the same time. And so they just have to be on point when it comes to team fighting with the best of them.
Let's talk about the mid lane matchup. Xiaohu versus Chovy, as we saw it last time around. We want this to go a little bit more even, right, this time around?
And I expect that it will. I think that the draft really kind of threw a spanner in the works for that game. And it's the coolest thing to me is how these two laners have had, Chovy's changed a little bit, but previously had polar opposites in how they approach laning. Because Xiaohu, the best Xiaohu looks is when he's not in lane. When he's out on the map, when he's making moves, when he's playing, as was mentioned earlier, together with either Ming or with Wei. Whereas for Chovy, his excellence has and always will be laning, but he's recently tried to move away from just focusing on laning and having more of an impact on the map.
Yeah, I feel like Chovy having that different dynamic, especially with the strong players like Peanut, is going to be and Ruler is going to be the next stage, because for Xiaohu, we saw earlier today his Akali game just wreak havoc, and then in that game, Xiaohu went for a Lissandra game, and he just really was oppressive. There was that one fight around topside river where he got a great Lissandra ulti, stopwatch, bought time for his team to really take over in that team fight.
And I love how, of course, the mid lane matchup isn't ever in isolation, but I love that the stories mirror each other of someone who is so adept at playing the map and the macro in Zhao, who then sometimes also pulls out a fantastic lane, and a Chovy who is known far and wide for how strong he is in lane, now trying to dive into that toolbox to also make his macro play more impactful, right? And it's so interesting that we'll see them facing off.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think when you have that juxtaposition, when you have these opposing styles, you know, it's really, really fun because, you know, they really kind of work against each other in a lot of ways, right? If Chovy's able to dominate the lane hard enough, well, then Xiaohu can't really roam. He can't actually get out on the map. So that's where it becomes important. As you say, it's a team game. For jungle to affect mid lane, for support to affect mid lane, to try to unlock Xiaohu, you know, because getting that prio in mid is really the key to affecting the map.
And I want to go back to what we talked about in terms of draft, and that's that bot lane. Because we saw in the previous game how important it is not only for RNG with Gala. I think you had you checked out how many damage he
so I think this number I was given was incorrect, but it was an astounding amount. It looked like he just, by eyeballing it, did over half of his team's damage.
Yeah, so an insane amount of damage. And we also saw that if Genji can actually generate leads through bot, then that's when everything clicks. Peanut gets way more space to make plays around the map, and then Chovy can actually turn his laning dominance into something worthwhile.
Yeah, and even though in the earlier interview from Genji, like the question that was asked about Lucian and Nami and like how powerful that was, and I feel like he didn't want to give too much of a strong answer, but we're seeing it really be just taking over this group.
I mean, both of these guys had just had monster Lucian games back and forth, right? And you have to wonder how high the priority is going to be for it. Are people actually willing to give it over as a bait and then try to counterpick it? Or is it just going to be like first pick Lucian?
And I feel like we were robbed of this 2v2 matchup last time we saw it, just because of the Senna singed bot lane that didn't play to the strengths, I feel like, but also understandably, maybe they just want to see if they can win with it. It's not going to be the case this time around, though, I feel.
Yeah, and this was really earlier today going up against the 100 Thieves, just absolutely dominating FBI and Huhi, 22 like CS defeat at 8 minutes into the game. And they just played around him, because once you start snowballing in it, you really just don't stop. And so it's nice to be able to recognize that while also remembering what just happened to the Flying Oysters last game, as you were talking about, with Gala just destroying Atlan.
So correct me if I'm wrong. What I'm getting from this is that we're looking a lot at this bot lane to be a lot more competitive out of Gen G. I feel like when we talk about Gen G and their win conditions, we often talk about Chovy. We often talk about the bot lane and Peanut facilitating. Is it correct to say that on RNG, you, at any given game, you can see anyone being able to carry the game, and more often than not?
Oh, that's a tough one, because I think that RNG and Genji actually have a lot of similarities in that they work the best when everyone on the team is fulfilling a specific job. I think with, for example, T1, we've seen them really relying on individual players. Sometimes it's Zeus, sometimes it's Faker, sometimes it's Guma. But these two teams both work the best when they get to do what they want to do on the map. And I think last time Genji didn't get to at all. And then we saw how quickly RNG dispatched of them.
Absolutely. And I think once one of these marksman players gets ahead, they snowball the game so incredibly well. So I did get the correction on the stats. It was 55.8% of his team's damage there for Gala, which is a world's record for this year. The highest percentage of anyone there. So absolutely insane. And we were kind of having this conversation about Lucian, and it's like, okay, so is it actually an early game champion? Is it more of like a one-item spiking champion? And we're almost kind of coming to the conclusion that it just kind of feels more like Lee Sin, where it's like one of those champions that scales with skill. If you're good enough at it, it really doesn't have a point in the game where it's hard falling off, and it's just, can you pilot it to that level?
It's literally, I think it's just level 1. That's like the only point where it's weak, and I'm not even kidding, because after
before
that,
he buys his Doran's play, it's really weak.
But it actually is, and outside of that, as we pointed out, and we've seen this from both Gala and Ruler, laning phase, when played well, can be oppressive. Mid-game, when you get any assassination, especially if you get an early rapid-fire cannon, becomes so hard for anyone to move around the map, and you can continuously poke and chunk out people, so you can't contest for any objective.
Yeah, and that's going to be a fun lane to look at. I think that everyone's going to... I wonder if that's... even the Lucian's going to be given away or if it's going to be banned. For me, it's a focus on Graves a little bit, because especially with how Peanut today has really taken over on that one. The last time they faced off, that was Waze Graves that was just pummeling them. They've kind of tunneled in as being strong carries. I remember in week 1, the counter to it, or at least what junglers were playing into Graves as a Viego, but Viego being played into it today has not been working out. Especially, it feels like you really need to be on the same page as a team working against the Graves. So it feels like the junglers have been
and it's kind of just like the next evolution of pick and ban, right?
Yeah.
You know, we saw at the start of groups, it's like, oh my God, if you let Maokai through, you're trolling. And now it's like, okay, oh, well, if you let Caitlyn through, you're trolling. Now it's kind of like, okay, well, what about Graves? What about Yuumi? What about Lucian Nami? What about all these other picks? Have they risen enough in priority that they're knocking down some of these other must bans that we've seen, which then everything has changed?
And the balance of, okay, I really want to get first here, but how much do I want to show? And it's so interesting to see. That's why I'm so excited for this matchup. And it's also why I've asked for your predictions, which I haven't yet today. So, Raz, kick us off. I
feel like I'm starting to get some faith in RNG.
Oh, finally.
Coming into the tournament, I had Gen G as one of the tournament favorites. Clearly, everyone did. But RNG with this meta has been standout. I think they'll take it to 2-0 in this group.
Yeah, it's Gen G. Of course I'm going to be
Is
anyone going to be surprised? I think Gen G have already shown that they've adapted their pick and ban, and I think if this team actually has a bot lane, they're quite good. So I think that they will have one this time around, and then it won't be a stomp. And I have complete faith in them.
Yeah, I mean, I think that RNG is looking incredibly good. You know, they're 5-0 right now. No LPL team has ever gone 6-0 in the groups, and they're not going to start today because I think Gen G are going to win it. Gen G, I think, are just looking on a different level today. I think when they are playing at their best, you know, they're too much of a complete team. I do think that they can challenge RNG in the early stages, and I think that Gen G, from what I've seen throughout the year, have a more complete mid and late game. They set up their objectives better. They advance the state of the game better, and I think that's where RNG is really going to struggle.
Team fights are going to be fun. I felt like RNG is just right now the strongest team fighting team in the group. I want to see if Gen G can match that.
I love that you called back to the 6-0 for an LPL team, of course, in groups, and if it's going to happen or not. But if it's up to these two gentlemen, we'll see 2 more games. So as we ready up for this clash of League Titans, we're tossing it over to Kobe and Atlas.
Thank you so much, Sharks, and everyone on the desk. It's time for the big matchup between both Gen G and RNG. What we've been waiting for. And will it be a repeat of JDG Damwon, where we managed to get the best of 3 at the end, Kobe? Or will we have our first undefeated team in the World's Group Stage?
I am very excited for this one. I'm going to go with Team Raz because it's 2v1, and I like underdogs. I'm always on the underdog side.
Yeah,
I'm
that's a
go
good
with
call.
Raz. I just hope we don't get another blind pick singed Senna bottom lane like Gen G did last time. I feel like that was just like a throwaway game. The analyst has touched on it. But like that game, the last time these two teams played was just a monster bot diff because Gala got to play Aphelios and got super fed, smashed them because they thought they could blind pick the singed Senna into them and got massively punished. So
I
really hoping
heard
for
some
some
rumors.
even ground this time.
I heard some rumors about that particular game and that particular duo, that apparently in scrims they'd been dominating people with it or something like that.
Who was it? Who tricked them?
Well, I do remember the team, but I don't think that the scrim meta is necessarily something that we should hold too much stock in, and unfortunately for Gen G, they did, and therefore they were punished by not putting ruler on anything with any agency.
One thing that would be cool with the focus on the Lucian Nami now would be if Gen G do give up the Yuumi, and then you get an early pick on Yuumi, and then you would get that counter pick lane from RNG. I mean, RNG are on blue side, so they would have to first pick it.
This is what I'm thinking, Kobe. So there are some really cool lines when it comes to the draft. And I actually asked you off camera a little while ago is whether the Yuumi was going to be banned at all. And the answer is absolutely. And it's going to be RNG banning it on the blue side to try and mitigate that weird singed flex.
Yeah, because I feel like Gen G are the team with the most Yuumi counters for bottom lane. So
they have they've beaten the lane with Yasuo Sejuani and the singed lane as well, with a few different other choices. Samira singed was, I believe, the first time that they busted it out. The Nami is actually what's going to be banned here, and there is Breathes Fiora. So there are so many things left up and available right now.
The last 80 carry ego battles did have an effect on the champ select. The Nami banned out, so breaking the Lucian Nami pairing then puts so much more focus on the other power picks. Yes, Graves is left up, but also look at the mid laner here. Azir, premier champion, been left up for both of them.
I mean, Azir is there, but Akali is available that Xiaohu just was amazing on. Chovy, of course, can play it as well. There is every single mid lane champion still left up, but the Maokai is going to be the priority pick. Sejuani, I'm expecting to come through for either Doran and Peanut just because it has been such high priority. But what else? Is it going to be Chovy back on the Azir once again? Because we know he's not a huge fan of playing.
He's not a huge fan, but he does like winning it with it.
Yes.
So he's happy with the winning. Here we go, the Aphelios. This was the one that was going to be prized after the Lucian Nami has been broken, after the Yuumi has been banned out. Both of these AD carries have over a 70% win rate on Aphelios. 70 and 71% win rates for Gala and Ruler, with it being their top 2 most played as well.
Gala thinking about the Draven. Not necessarily as much of a hard counter as into some other champs, but
Will we get the skill matchup? I love these ones because in the early stages, well, pre-6, definitely flip there for Sylas. Then once you get 6, Akali starts to take over. But then when Sylas gets a couple of items, then Sylas starts to retake over. It's so fun to go back and forth. Akali does have a large stretch where you can look for those all-ins, those assassinations, the perfect execution. But it also depends on what are the other ultimates that Sylas can steal. And whenever you see Maokai on the opponent team, it is a huge value. That is just such a giant team fight changing ultimate to be able to steal. Chovy likes those odds.
Yeah, another one of those ultimates is going to be the Buster Shot as Tristana is locked away. Renata picked up for Lehens. This has been a lane that they've been very dominant with in the past. Renata taking a few hits though, not with quite the health bar that she used to have. So probably going to have to use those bans to protect the bottom lane a little.
Yeah, we've been seeing so much Aphelios Renata or Aphelios Thresh, the 2 premier here. So now we're going to be looking at banning away Graves from the jungle. No power clear here. Premier jungle champ, way too much priority. Will they spread and actually ban out any engage support for the Tristana? Because you see the Tristana lane and you think kill lane. You think Gala wants to go super aggressive there with Ming. The only problem is Tristana can have a lot of engaged partners to go in on the Aphelios Renata with, so it's kind of pick your poison with Ming. The Nautilus definitely would be the first one that jumps to mind, though.
Yep, absolutely. The Graves ban on Gen G's side is kind of curious, just because Peanut, he has the first choice, right? And there has been no jungle locked in, so they could have gone for it. Doesn't feel like the onus was necessarily on Gen G for that one, but now let's see what they ban in afterwards. Rel to be taken away, the sort of classic lane with the Tristana.
And we could see Doran go with the Ornn answer into the Maokai. Ornn has done so well in these tank-to-tank matchups up there.
Or in every matchup, is what it felt like.
Yeah, in a lot of the matchups, but especially since they already see the Maokai. We've had most of the Ornns win that 1v1 lane, plus then it gives you that huge team fight for Gen G.
Well, there's the Poppy ban away from Peanut. That might have been what he was thinking about. And certainly one of the champions that he's been very good at. There is the Renekton. Few eyebrows being raised, mine included. We'll see how Doran's going to do on the blind pick Croc.
Slams it down. Okay, so they banned out the Rel partner for Tristana for that big combo with the AoE ultimate suck-in.
I actually really like Tombush at this point.
I would say keep him benched.
You think so?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't like it with the Tristana in this position, but I actually feel like it should be played a little bit more.
I would say stay on the bench when you're looking at like the AoE engages of the Renata and like a stolen Maokai ultimate. Gangplank picked up here though, so Maokai going to be rotated to support for RNG. They use the flex.
Ooh.
The Maokai
could still be jungle, couldn't it?
It could be jungle. I like as support, you know, W in, get the guaranteed engage.
I love it. I don't want to get too excited just yet, but I think that could be exactly where it should have gone. But that's a blitz. This one could be good. This one could be good.
I like that more, baby. Blitzcrank pulls. Can we get Ming, the God Hand?
Oh my goodness. All right, so a very frightening time. We mentioned that Renata got nerfed, doesn't have as much of a health bar. Well, now she has to contend with the Blitzcrank. Lehens, what are you locking away now for Peanut? Certainly a bunch of different options here. No real true tanks outside of the Maokai, but he's still going to consider the Trundle.
Oh, this is so fun for RNG. Bottom lane, tremendous kill pressure. You slam a Gangplank ultimate on top of a Blitz Tristana lane. There's so much volatility, so much kill pressure there, and Maokai coming through with a guaranteed ganks to lock people up. This is a tremendous bottom lane focus here for RNG. This group had been shaping up with AD carry egos with the last 2 games heading into it, an RNG draft for that bottom side of the map.
Yeah, there's actually ridiculous amounts of skill expression actually on both sides, right? You can interrupt things like rocket jump if you manage to cast your pillar at exactly the right time, but the buffering of it can also help you get out of there if you're on the Gala side of the matchup. Certainly some really, really cool things that could happen on both sides of the rift here, but I have a feeling that RNG got exactly what they wanted out of this draft. I love Gangplank at this point in at Worlds. We've seen Zeus most recently have an extraordinarily good game on the champion, and we'll see whether the Crocodile is going to be able to find a win here.
Yeah, I really like, RNG used the full flexibility of Maokai. They're like, is it top? Is it jungle? Is it support? No, 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 no. All the way down to the end, and you finally reveal. They get the kill lane, bottom lane, they put him into the jungle, and Renekton Trundle does not have great dive opportunities on this Gangplank, so I think RNG are very, very happy with the stages.
Yeah, we'll see how well Gen G will navigate the early game against RNG here, because I feel like as this game goes on, RNG's composition is going to be so scary. Onto the rift we go for what could be the final game of the day. We have to remind you, Gen G can bring this to a tiebreaker. You can hear New York getting behind RNG, the MSI champions. They still have to take down the LCK's first seed to be able to confirm that top spot in this group. All right, but remember, Prime Gaming is giving away 150,000 RP to several lucky fans every single day of Worlds. Make sure you head over to primegamingworlds22.com to enter, and make sure you put in today's secret code to get bonus entries. And also, remember that the draw show will be right after our last game, be it a tiebreaker or this game right now. So make sure you stick around for that one and see who's going to be going where in the quarterfinals.
Ming's ultimate on the Blitzcrank also going to be huge this game for completing the combos. If he's able to land the picks, looks like we're going to get a delayed invade with the sweeper on Renata. They're actually bringing full 4 here. Control ward placed, sweeper saved till they get Peanut all the way up into the red buff. Then they pop the sweeper, take it away without any confrontation. They did put a question mark ping because they saw Chovy come back through the river. So they know there's a possibility here on the RNG side, but they don't have accurate information quite yet. And now they see it. Once the bottom lane enters right back from Tribush, they're aware.
Yep. Going to be straight to Raptors as well. So bottom side clear. Could just have vertical jungling coming through. Certainly works out for the Gen G bottom laner. Xiaohu's coming around. We'll give some popcorn chicken.
I do think it's very necessary for Gen G. You know, they're trying to dissuade Maokai ganks towards bottom side, because if you add in a point-and-click W route to the...
Oh, the chains are going to miss. Xiaohu gets into his shroud, and Peanut just drive by.
Yeah, call it very, very difficult to gank. Xiaohu with the shroud second there. If you do add in the Maokai ganks early on, that's where it gets out of hand. So smart late invade from Gen G to protect their bottom lane, at least for the first few levels there. And they left behind 2 control wards here in the jungle to make sure that they're going to be able to keep track of Maokai. First one gets cleared out here on Raptors as Ruler and Lehens are getting pushed in under turrets. Not going to expose themselves to anything as they know the traverse has been completed. And Wei picks up both control wards back to back. Actually pretty efficient clear for him.
You can see Peanut actually going to give up on his Raptor camp. Wants to be able to find his way into the jungle before Wei can come over. There's the pillar down. Traditional Trundle, definitely my personal favorite of the options right now. You know, it's actually the pillar of filth of old. As Wei, he's coming in. See whether the tree is going to be able to win out on this one. Does get some vision down.
He has the smite advantage. Just needs to get it down to 450. Peanut helps him a little.
Oh, the early smite. You hate to see it, but still, he may not be out of the woods just yet. As Wei... Oh no, it's a big mistake for RNG, but first blood goes to Ruler of all people.
Wait, what are you doing? He does not check the scoreboard. He does not know. Peanut there, able to get it. Wei thought he had the combo on the blue buff to be able to get it, so he went with the combo there to try and burst it.
Oh, Chovy back from base. Xiaohu still with teleport, so just trying to get a few minions.
And Atlas.
Yeah.
That first blood money goes right where RNG did not want it to go, into the hands of Ruler, the Aphelios.
For the RNG fans here, let me remind you what happened the previous game.
Okay. Take me
the
back.
opposite AD carry got first blood. Do you know what happened? Gala only died one time that game, and here is the hook onto Lehens. It is a very dangerous time. He does get the bailout, though, and he is able to keep himself alive. Wait, once again, this time having to flash for his life. Oh my goodness, Lehens, you are playing with death, and it does not arrive.
Gen.G won another game here in group stage. They're not going to let RNG walk to that first seed. They're going to make them fight for it. Doran on top side, those going down.
Oh dear, that ain't it. Bree's going to be able to pick up the solo kill. Peanut not stopping here on the bottom side, is now away. Does Twisted advance, tries to avoid the damage, but Ruler says no. I'm going to pick that one up, and now Peanut walks away with about 120 health. He'll be absolutely fine. Gen.G 4-1 in the kill score, but that top lane could be a problem.
Yeah, Breathe trying to fight back for RNG. Look at that. He breathes hope back into the crowd as they alight with the chance, but it's just domination on the bottom side for Gen.G. This is a massive bottom lane lead here for specifically Ruler on Aphelios, and he still has his flash to work with as well. What a timing here as Peanut runs down the lane, tracking with Wei, answers it. Lehens puts off his bailout right there. He finishes off the kill onto Gala as well to get right back up, and then they chase down Ming as well. He walks into him with the bone plating there as well, and they get the extra kill. Peanut taking that one. Then the 1-on-1 though. Breeze feeling like he's got to do something for the team to get back into it. Barrel chain right onto Doran and burns him right down.
Just insane that Lehens was able to, he had 100 health while he just walked Ming down the lane. I was sure that he was likely to get sniped out, but nope, just knowing his limits there. Here on this top side, though, this is definitely the point of power for RNG. Unfortunately for them, though, it's just not that relevant at this stage of the game. That's going to mean that Gen.G should be able to get this first dragon. And Ming on the rotation. Gonna try and lock something down. Right now, though, Gen.G, they understand something's up. There's the Hex Flash to come through from Ming, but he realizes that there are a lot of Chovy's friends making their way over. Decides that he doesn't want to go for the aggressive play, and Wei is just being bullied in his own jungle. Is Maokai not quite able to get off the ground just yet after that initial fumble. Still will be relevant, right? You've got a ridiculous kit on that champion, and so should still be able to set up for his team. As Doran going to be discovering Breathe here, actually deciding that he wants to slice over, has a blast cone to get himself out.
Yeah, try and whittle down on those jungle ganks, but the junglers are both bottom side right now. Good job from Gen.G. You know, Peanut says, hey, you're super fed now, Ruler, come help me leverage your advantage to steal away the red buff. And then he comes for another counter gank here, just hovering on the outside in Fog of War.
Well, Ming's gonna get another hook, but Peanut is here. Ruler made himself tasty, but he might just be taking down another bailout. Comes in, but this time he's not able to get there because the cannons are raining from the sky, and Breathe gets his second.
Breathe is the hero of RNG. We talked about it in draft. That Gangplank ultimate comes in. They don't get the bailout this time around. RNG make good on that hook.
That was brilliant. I think RNG knew that Peanut might be waiting in the wings, so they just 1-2 punch against Gen.G. here as Doran underneath the turret. Needs to be a little careful.
It's complete brute force, but that's why we highlight it so heavily in Champ Select. Why it is just a giant blinking arrow towards bottom side of the map for RNG. The thing is, Breathe is also making it happen in his own lane with the solo kill. So he takes care of his own lane first. Ming hits him with the hook into the guaranteed Maokai route, and with the Gangplank ultimate on the top, Lehens and Peanut can't go any further. They can't help Ruler try and bail himself out there, so he just goes down.
Really nicely played for RNG to have the answer to what Gen.G were going for there. Wei now thinking about grabbing this Rift Herald. Should be able to do so. No members of Gen.G in the area. A little bit late for Chovy to turn up. Peanut was fresh off a reset, so this should just go over So a big momentum shift back towards RNG. Despite not having a gold advantage, it certainly feels like the game is moving towards their position.
I'm so happy for Breathe to get the spotlight as well. I feel like so often they didn't send as many resources throughout the year towards Breathe as they possibly could have, but he's such a great carry player too, doing whatever the team needs. Taking care of his own lane, ultimate towards bottom side, 50% left on that cooldown.
Yeah, then we'll be able to assist potentially Gala and Ming, as now Buster Shot has to be used by Gala here as Ruler comes down with his Calibrum. Bit of damage there, but the Tristana will be absolutely fine. But still, without the ultimate, not going to have that defensive choice. Still with Cleanse and Flash, so yeah, should be fine.
I want to see, too, the choice, because you can bring the Rift Herald towards bottom side to continue to snowball this Tristana. You know, a Rift Herald plus a Tristana explosive shot, if you're able to gank and get all the way up to the turret, you can just blow that turret up very quickly, try and get your first turret bonus, bunch of tower plate gold. But there is also something to be said for getting the Akali to have a spike. If you get Xiaohu, the Rift Herald towards mid lane, on you know, ultimate timer here for him, can try and go for some of these power plays versus Chovy, versus that Sylas before any of the completed items do come in. Peanut, though, focusing towards this bottom lane.
Yeah, way in the area as well. As Peanut clears out some wards, and they get the shove in. So Genji looking for a bit of a reset here bottom lane. Peanut just clearing out wards, getting vision down where he can as well, as Ruler does have the most gold in the game, but Breathe is very close behind him. Certainly feels like the Gangplank is going to be a big answer here for RNG. You already highlighted how important it was in the draft. Does have his Trinity Force already completed. It's really feeling like we're sitting on a knife's edge. And what I want is just the most League of Legends today. So I am a little bit Genji biased for this game.
Well, this game is also currently itself Genji biased. So they are very happy with the opening to it. Magnificent start on bottom side.
Ooh, chains are going to come through here as Chovy steals away the perfect execution, but very scary stuff. Xiaohu does a lot of work.
Yeah. With Lehens there, Xiaohu knows no longer fair 1v1 in mid lane versus Sylas. The bailout would have come through, so backs right off. And it's gonna now be a Chovy advantage. Chovy has the stolen perfect execution, so that means RNG immediately say, hey, jungle support.
Oh, Moonlight Vigil is going to be sidestepped there by Gala really nicely. He does still have to flash as the pillar comes down. Now Genji looking for a little bit more RNG. Cavalry arriving.
God, you can see the communication in the timing windows here. After the 1v1 towards mid, immediate call for jungle. Hey, help me push out here because Chovy's going to teleport back with the ultimate advantage. And then Genji take advantage of both jungle and mid being mid to get the flash out of Gala. No summoners at all for Gala now as Peanut goes for the second red steal.
Yeah, Wei gonna move on over. Xiaohu does have the ability to move on in here, and Wei is actually gonna secure it. Nicely done by the Maokai as Doran gonna flash on top of Breathe. The turret helps out for one shot, but I don't know whether you're gonna survive this one, Mr. Crocodile, as Doran needs to go through the Cannon Mirage and he will survive. Oh, it's real dicey up there, Kobe.
It certainly is.
And slicey, I guess, for Renekton.
Breathe definitely giving a lot of pause here. Corrupting Potion with the ultimate ticking there. Almost enough to get it, but not quite. It does allow Dragon number 2 pickup for Genji, and now they're chasing Ming.
Yeah, Ruler gonna walk past the turret here. I think Ming is gonna have to flash, and he does so. Buster Shot used there as well from Gala just to make sure that his support stays alive. He's now channeling the back, and Genji will still get control of this bottom lane. But meanwhile, in the top lane, things are an absolute disaster for Doran.
They certainly are, and they're going to get worse. Rift Herald charge number 2, and they're going for 2 turrets. This thing is worth 800 gold for the whole team. They get it there.
Oh, and the hook is going to connect. Lehens is going to be silenced, and they're not going to be able to bail him out this time. Oh, it's absolutely fantastic, but it's a bit late. Peanut flashes forward, picks up that kill in answer, and now Ruler to try and get that damage through. The flash from Xiaohu. He wants to find more. It's red-white guns, though, for this Aphelios. He is very scary. The hook barely grazes Ruler's behind, and he will be able to walk his way out.
Oh my goodness! They win the topside play, getting the secondary tower just as Ming pulls him in. They only get the heal out of Ruler, though. What an exciting dive we have exploding here, causing both RNG solo laners to TP in, and Xiaohu even flashing forward to try and get more out of it.
The thing is, that was a huge win for RNG. They pick up the top lane outer turret, they pick up the inner as well, and now we have a dead even gold game when Gen G did have a bit more. However, Gen G 2 dragons to their name, and we'll see whether they can get towards that soul points. We have a look at this fight one more time.
Yeah, so Ming finds the hook onto Lehens, into the silence here. Then Lehens, though, since the silence was pretty early, still got his bailout to buy some time. Peanut answering the 1-for-1 with his flash bite onto Gala. Xiaohu then goes for the flash play to try and get the extra kill here onto Peanut, into Shroud to get his energy back, but he knows once that one misses, no problem there. Ming trying to fish for another hook, can't quite get it, and with Ruler there, can't go for the extra kill.
I actually really like that Ming holds onto that hook until Breathe arrives, because that would have confirmed that kill onto Ruler if it had have landed. So incredibly close. Now, Gen G, can they fight for this one? As Peanut has dived into the Herald pit. Xiaohu's here, and yeah, it's going to be very difficult for Peanut to survive this one. 5-point strike comes in. He puts down the pillar, though, and the rest of his team have now arrived. Cannon barrage comes through, but the protection is there. Peanut will live. Can they win the rest of the fight, though? The hostile takeover is fantastic. Gala, he rocket jumps, but can he live? It looks like the answer is no, as it's a double kill for Chovy.
And it's huge for Gen G. They're going to get the Rift Herald as well. The adventures of Peanut. He gets back to his own team, running towards Lehens' open arms. He gets there, and Gen G committing to this play for Rift Herald number 2 on top side with everybody. They get the extra kills, they get the objective. Yes, Breathe does get the bottom turret in payment, but Gen G are swimming in money now.
They certainly are. Plenty of standing gold on the map here as well, because of course, RNG are the ones that have picked up the majority of the turrets. But let's have a look at this again.
Yeah, and it's because, look at the mini-map right now. Gen G are bringing 5 to this play, whereas Breathe powering towards bottom to try and push. And since they go to the other side here, RNG trying to pinch Peanut, he just runs back to the rest of his team. Gangplank ultimates here to slow them down, and Ming was fishing for the hook onto Peanut, but he does not grab Peanut, and then he gets caught in Lehens' ultimate there. The Berserk wraps him up, enough damage down onto Gala. He's so far behind on this Tristana. Chovy's able to chase him through. That was a very big power spike difference. During that play, he did not have the full Kraken, and it was Gale Force advantage for Ruler. Now it is turned into a couple of extra pieces here with the extra BF sword coming into play, and just in time for this next dragon, 50 seconds.
Yeah, that soul point as well available here for Gen G. And Peanut looking to try and come with the rest of his team, pick up some vision control. Cannon Barrage going to be available very, very soon, and Buster Shot coming up off cooldown.
Wei's also not very tanky. He actually rushed for the poke build here for the demonic rush on the Maokai. So the little saplings are going to give that burn damage, and the ultimate comes through.
Chovy picking himself up the Blitzcrank ult as Lehens moves himself out of the way of the hook.
Yeah, rush on the Mikhails for Lehens. That cooldown is going to be significant, though.
Oh, Everfrost comes down. Chain Lash doesn't find the mark. Chovy wants to get in there and use that ult, but not going to be working out just yet.
Breathe is such a huge determining factor in if RNG have any say in this dragon. 2-item Gangplank right now. If Breathe can get any barrel chains, he could actually change the face of this fight, but it's all about clearing out the wards. A barrel chain from Brush is much, much more accurate than anything in vision of Gen G. So Breathe gets 1 barrel in the Pixel Brush, trying to set himself up.
Yeah, because they managed to delay Chovy's back so many times, they've now been able to move in, claim some vision back. Gen G with the southern side of this river under their control, but these saplings make things so, so difficult. Peanut just going to come through, look to start this one off. Here's the teleport to come in. Ruler with a decent amount of CC with the weapons that he has. Not the highest damage, though, as Xiaohu, he's teleported through as well. Fresh buy for both mid laners. This could be big. Ming coming on over as well. Okay, Chovy dives in, finds something, but it's just going to be a back away. The reset comes in as well. All right, will this just be a flip? Wei's looking to come on forward, but Ruler says absolutely not. Chovy gets into the hostile takeover, is massive. There's soul point for Gen G, but Xiaohu is trying to win the fight. Ruler stays alive, and it's Doran that picks up the kill. well.
Massive engage from Lehens with the ultimate coming through. He flashes it forward, catches them all. Xiaohu almost pulling out the heroics to take down Ruler, but he doesn't even flinch. No flash blown from Ruler, no heal blown from Ruler. Gen G stand tall. They get themselves to soul point, taking the dragon, taking the kill as well. And here's another look at it. On the top side, big explosion of damage from Ruler onto Wei there, and Lehens immediately follows it up, catches 3 with the Berserk. Nicely done there, leaving Xiaohu alone in the entire Gen G team.
There was a lot of AoE damage done initially there as well, as Chovy did find that angle to come in. Shirley going to be taking down this outer turret in the mid lane. We mentioned standing gold. It means that Gen G, with these advantages that they accrue, they can take a whole lot more, and that is the double charge. So Shelly and Shirley, both of them doing a fair bit of work here this game. RNG utilizing it to get 2 turrets, so we'll be ahead on that score.
Gen G on the precipice of pushing us to a final tiebreaker at the end of this group. Dragon Soul is going to be the determining factor here. Everybody waiting, 3.5 minutes.
Yep, that's the timer. But we have to remember, you know, this is what happened between JDG and Damonkia as well. We want to get as many games as possible. And if we don't, it means that RNG, the only undefeated team to come out of the group stage as the 4th seed from the LPL. Of course, you know, not including play-ins, but Chovy pushing forward. Not going to be able to find too much, just finds a sapling. This way is a little bit frustrating.
And Ruler is very close to Bloodthirster here on the Aphelios as well. I think he's just about got it as he's going for his recall now. Would be a pretty big spike. 2 items to 1 in the AD carry department ever since that early play on bottom side. Gen G with a massive lead over there. Can RNG get a pick though? They've got, again, Breathe, split pushing on the bottom side. The gangplank so powerful here. Ultimate is ready. If you can get the side lane pressure and then ult someone just for the slow to set up Ming to try and get one of these Blitzcrank pulls. Peanut is a great target, Lehens is a great target. If you just gangplank slow, ultimate on top of them, should mean a guaranteed hit for the Blitzcrank hook. There's no flash on either of them.
Yep. Certainly going to be an option, but this is that point in the game that gets a little bit awkward. When you're a little bit behind as a Blitzcrank, you just become kind of that one hook that could potentially change the game. But outside of that, harder for you to have as much of an impact.
Yeah. And especially because Blitzcrank is in that class of champions that's like Fiddlesticks, where you really rely on Fog of War.
Yeah.
If you've got a brush to play off of, if you have darkness to play off of, makes it so much more threatening. If they can set up around the Dragon Soul beforehand, get some control wards there, then you benefit so much. The barrel chains from the Gangplank and the hooks from the Blitzcrank. Gen G not giving it to them, not giving them an inch as Lehens fights that Vision War, moving up their own control wards. They are not going to let any little bit of RNG control seep into this dragon ahead of time.
Oh, and going to get caught out just a little bit. The Chomp going to be used. That's about it, though. Going to find too much more. And you mentioned that Fog of War. RNG are able to win the battle of the brush that has been taking place for quite some time. And all of these saplings. We saw this. It was Pyoshik that really demonstrated the vision prowess that you can pick up with the Maokai. And it's something that Wei is emulating here as well.
Chovy,
dangerous.
Chovy finishes up that top tower, splitting with the Silas here. Should have a little bit of gold for himself to go. He actually has almost 2,000 gold to go back with. If he needs to get his recall off now to be able to get to the dragon ahead of time. Spend that 2K gold.
I think it's very, very scary right now. Has Flash at the ready as well if they want to make a big play. You mentioned the power of Fog of War. He's using it. And RNG moving towards this Drake. 15 seconds for Soul to be available for Gen G. And RNG a chance to stop it, to buy some more time.
And look at this, Gen G preparing for that vision game. This is what you like to see as a coach. All 5 control wards purchased.
I'm remembering Deficio's words in the back of my mind about these control wards. Need to make sure you pick them all up as Ruler slowed down momentarily. The barrel chain's not quite landing, and Peanut just going to walk into that pit, start hitting the dragon. He's not going to get his hand shaken as Chovy trying to find his way in. Didn't even teleport, just went back to base and will now move on over. They pulled the dragon into the brush. Can they get the soul is the question. That's a big barrel to start this one off. Chovy now has the cannon barrage. Doran looking for that backline. Can they steal it? They can! Wei stops the soul, but can they win the fight? They've taken down the crocodile, but can they find more? The Buster shot was massive in the Moonlight Vigil. It's its turn to do some damage. It's not quite that much, but the Gale Force forward will push Xiaohu away, but still, the heist is successful and RNG deny the Drake.
Breathe with some big barrel chains onto Peanut, makes him panic. Flashing into the backside, the Maokai ultimate, and Wei flashes forward, combos the dragon. There's so much extra damage on the Maokai Q now. He's able to get the combo. Smite steals it away. RNG hanging on here in this game. They avoid the Dragon Soul round 1. 5 minutes into the future, though, you get round 2. It doesn't get easier. It continues to repeat.
But as this game goes on, I feel like Breathe is just going to get more and more terrifying. Each one of these barrels.
Oh, yeah. That Infinity Edge.
More and more respect.
The barrels are already striking fear into the hearts of Gen G fans. Next time around, once he finishes up an Infinity Edge, he's gonna do more than that. Xiaohu, though, sees the teleport. Rotation over for Gen G, putting pressure on Baron. They've got control wards inside already, rushing it down.
Yeah, they're just gonna dive on into this pit. Ruler does have that crescendum available. They do so much damage to this Baron. Wei looking to make his way in. The pillar is going to deny. Not gonna be able to taxi too close here with Lehens. They secure the Baron, but can they get more? Chovy, a massive stolen ultimate, but now the real one comes through. Can RNG win the fight and deny these Barons? They do manage to take down the Renekton, and now Gen G on the run. The Everfrost, fantastic to deny the chase, and the pillar is just so good. The ult connects, but the flash out immediately afterwards. And that is the ulti from Breathe as well, and now Gen G feeling like they have an opportunity. That was the biggest deterrent here for Ruler.
Watch Ruler, watch Ruler. He has double summoners available. Gale Force is up as well, fully loaded.
This is 4 versus 5, and they are just chasing them down. They have the Moonlight Vigil. Can he get rid of Xiao? Yes, he can. And now they're not wanting to stop Gen G. Want to take an inhibitor turret. Ruler is a raid boss.
He certainly is. Fully stacked Bloodthirster shield. He hits another one.
The pillar just massive there. They take the inhibitor turret, and the rest of RNG looking to now collapse. It's 4 versus 4, but Ruler has full health and a Bloodthirster. They take the inhibitor, and Doran is now respawned. Are they just continuing to push? What is this?
5v4, 15 seconds left on Xiaohu. 1 minion wave to work with. Mink.
Oh, they managed to stun him up. Mink's just going to be taken down. Way up towards the top side, though. He does have the Nature's Grasp, and Lance just explodes. Breathe. Trades it. They've done it. Gen G just going to take down the Nexus turrets, and we are going to a tiebreaker. Wei's going to go down. Xiaohu, can you do the impossible? The answer is no. It's a triple kill for Chovy. 6-0 on 1, and the Nexus falls. Whoa, that was really close until it just erupted in favor of Gen G.
Holy, that is a spicy setup to our tiebreaker.
Gen G take a well-deserved bow before refreshing themselves and getting ready for another one. It is round 3. We get the best of 3 between Gen G and RNG.
We said this was building up as an AD carry ego group, and Ruler showed up huge in a draft where RNG are completely drafted to focus bottom side and blow it up. Wei, Maokai goes in way too early, gives up the early first blood, and from then on, Ruler never lets go. They completely dominate them. Huge stuff. From RNG side, it was Breathe versus Gen G, basically.
And he did super well.
He made it close.
Yeah, exactly right. I think Doran really was struggling up there towards the top side. We make the handbag joke quite a lot over in the LCK, and it was a handbag example for the Renekton, unfortunately. Next time around, hoping to see a little bit better from Doran, but playing through Breathe certainly seems like a great avenue. And if Wei I mean, he doesn't have games like this all that often. Certainly didn't the last time these two teams faced.
Yeah, that was definitely a rough one. Very costly mistake. They're going to want that one back. But it's also one that in review they're going to point to and say, we can be fine in this rematch.
Yeah,
this
let's not do that.
Let's just not do that. See what happens.
It is easy to identify where things went wrong. But when we return, it is the final clash. RNG and Gen G are going to face off one last time to decide who gets the first seed. And we'll see you back here in just a few.
Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far and start walking. Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far and start walking.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk as we look back on the game that we just witnessed and then look ahead to the epic tiebreaker that stands in front of us. But first, gentlemen, the draft. This was some things as expected.
That is not a B. I'm not going to be accepting
Yes,
this.
it is.
That is not a B.
That is not a B.
It's also not an A.
That is
or an E.
It is not a tiebreaker.
I was under time pressure, okay? Give me a break.
That's fair. Who gave you whiteboards? I'm not shocked. This means I really need to step it up and do my job, or I may never be invited back. Draft, gentlemen. Weird adaptations. There's a Blitzcrank that I know we were pretty big fans of, but thoughts overall?
Yeah, I want to really talk about RNG's approach because I really loved it. What they did was, Caitlyn, goes without saying, is an incredibly high priority pick. But by banning the Yuumi, which you need to ban on blue side because of the Singed counter pick that is available for Gen G, which, believe me, it does work into Yuumi. Don't blind it. And then the Nami also taking away the possible Lucian. You actually set yourself up for a matchup in which, in theory, even though it didn't end up quite panning out, you give Gala and Ming the opportunity to have pressure in that lane.
Yeah, and from the RNG side, the one pick that I really loved was GP. GP Ultimate really can work against the Aphelios angle, and on top of that, just the amount of melee options there in Ekton, good lane there, into Trundle. I thought it could do a lot of good. The problem was the draft was focused to the bottom side of the map with the Blitzcrank, and that was not working out.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing I am kind of interested in is the priority on Maokai. Because Maokai, I think when we came into group, everyone saw like the Odo games, and we saw a couple of good games. Everyone's like, all right, best champion in the game, right? Everyone needs to be playing Maokai. Maokai is now 5-11 in groups. And I feel like it's been a while since we've seen like a particularly good Maokai game. The best Maokai ults that I can remember recently were stolen Maokai ults from a Silas. Where it was like, it was the other team getting better Maokai ults, right? And it is feeling like people have established some pretty good answers to it. In this one, the Trundle was an easy answer. But Trundle, even pushing him into kind of a weird build. We were theorizing, why is he going for Demonic Embrace? Maybe it is because he's playing against a Trundle.
Phase Rush as well.
Yeah, Phase Rush as well. You can't necessarily go Aftershock. So this was a very, very squishy build. It didn't really look like you could frontline properly, but you also aren't really a damage threat either. So it was kind of neither here nor there. When you have like a Sejuani or whatever, at least you still have some long-range passive engage, but it just didn't really feel like it served much of a purpose in this.
And I think if you're ahead, then it's fine, because then you can just use your Demonic Embrace and make sure your opponents can never approach, but that wasn't the case.
And perhaps it is a matter of people just figuring out what the Maokai has done. They know how to respect it. They know how to play it around it. Of course, best of fives as we look forward may be a bigger factor for the Maokai specifically. But when we look at this game, we talked about early game focus in the draft. It manifested in the game as well. So much action around the bottom side.
Yeah, this was really unfortunate there that he wasn't able to pick this one up. And he was getting bullied throughout this game, in fact. This is what I love about Peanut. You see him in any team that he is in, if he gets an advantage, he will really rally the team to work through his lane, or at least, I mean, through his matchup. And so we saw him invading, stealing red from Wei. Wei really didn't have an angle this game.
And even if he does end up getting the blue buff, like PTA Trundle early on is such a menace. And if you get the Trundle head very early on with Peanut Rush, Divine Sunderer, especially with the build that Wei went for in mid-game, he just couldn't really get a whole lot done.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're not going to be able to win in any of those duels. And it just felt like Peanut had such a good read on wherever action was going to be. Peanut, throughout the entire early game, was matching everywhere Wei went. They kept the kill on him, invading on the blue buff. He matches him on that earlier gank where they're flashing forward with the Blitzcrank. They've already hard committed. Here comes a Trundle, and now there's no way out. Then again, on another answer, it just felt like RNG were a little bit easy to read with their game plan. Once Ruler got that free first blood, it kind of felt like, all right, well, now we need to help our bot lane. Now we need to get them back in it. So Peanut's only real job in the early game became, okay, all I have to do is protect my bot lane. They're already winning the 2v2. We're going to win the 3v3. And then it kind of felt like all eggs were really in the GP basket, and RNG's options started getting really heavily limited through that mid game.
And credit to Breathe, because ultimately the GP basket would not have felt nearly as good.
It was a good basket.
It was a very good basket. The man made the basket himself. There was some tasty
cheeses, some nice wines.
Yeah, look, this man made a good basket single-handedly. That's 5-1 KDA. Remember, this is a man who lost the game, and his stats are absolutely out of this world.
And it was also what I think kept RNG in the game for as long as it did, because it was single-handedly, he got the solo kill, got the kill on bot thanks to his ultimate, was still pressuring Doran even though he didn't have that cooldown available, and was such a big pressure point that, as you pointed out already, Raz, for the very short-range composition of Gen G, could definitely provide to be a problem.
Exactly. And so this gives you at least some confidence going into the next game of Breathe's performance going into Doran. At least, like, there's that one solo kill that he was able to get there, so at least now you can create a better circumstance. But I just feel like now you're starting to see a really difficult Gen G. Gen G's looking pretty stacked.
Yeah, I agree. Gen G did look pretty good for that game.
Yeah, I mean,
this smug smile. I feel like I feel like you took this man's fictional draft as a personal offense, Zale. And you're like just not letting it go,
baby.
It was a little more than that, sadly.
Of course, on top of that, there's some of the highlight final moments in this game. Drake Steele and obviously Gen G really coming in clutch to end this one. It still felt within touching distance in many moments, but honestly, across the board, Gen G and these mid-to-late game team fights were just flawless.
Well, and I think one of the other things is Gala's actually just so far behind. You know, even when they were able to create space, you know, less about this fight and more about that final Baron fight, where Tristana's actually free firing for so long. Tristana could never actually get towards IE. You know, actually got pushed back pretty far as the item progression. So they were taking so long to actually punch through this front line that it just felt like even when they made space for Gala, they couldn't do enough with it.
Yeah, and speaking of space, one thing that was really hard for RNG to deal with was not only the Renata ulti, but the Silas stolen Maokai ulti. There was no angle for you to go in, and one thing you loved, Azel, you know, talking about it in the back room, was the Blitzcrank ulti stolen by Silas.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's one of the best offensive ultis I think you can steal. The AP ratio on it is insane. Even at a rank 2 ulti, you know, before you hit 16, it's like a 500-600 damage AoE silence on a very short cooldown, because the Silas ult, the hijack, you know, scales around your opponent's ulti cooldown. So you can constantly steal away this Blitzcrank ult. It's one of those interactions you don't see a lot because Blitzcrank just doesn't get played in pro, but is incredibly powerful.
And what you see here in this in the breakdown is that you both have the angle for RNG, which is top lane, because Doran struggled a lot. I hope rather we're not going to see them run back towards the Renekton. I do think the Sejuani Ben was a really good call as well from RNG. But you also see if you give a single lead to either Ruler or Chovy against Gen G, like that's such a comfort position for them. And if that ever happens, you saw Peanut as well playing very aggressively to make sure that they maintain that lead.
Well, I'm really interested because obviously like Fiora was banned out here, you know, Aatrox was banned out, so they are trying to target, you know, Breathe somewhat. But I would be curious to see, yes, if Lissandra gets banned again, will they go to something like Galio Jax or something and really heavily commit towards topside and just try to play more to neutralize bot? Because it would be interesting.
And I think ultimately the thing that's going to be the most interesting is side selection here. Of course, Gen G do have side selection for the tiebreaker game. It came down to win time. Gen G had the better win time overall. So they selected blue side. So RNG will get the luxury of counter pick on red side. And that's a terrifying prospect, again, in the context of Breathe busting out a Gangplank, which is by no means the S tier of S tier top laner. He becomes truly terrifying if they're giving him that first prio pick in response to something, or if they can save him that counter pick.
Good news is that I just feel like at the beginning of the tournament, I thought there were a lot of options top lane, and it was turning into a top lane meta. But slowly it feels like people can equalize with, I know the Sejuani ban was there, you could talk about it, but we're even seeing a little bit of Gragas. And on top of that, with blue side, if you get the option, and if it's not banned out, Aatrox is just the most broken champion at the moment. So I feel like anything that you can keep Doran safe on.
Yumi Sivir? With like a word?
Ooh, I like that sound.
Why would you like that?
Actually.
No, never speak those words
He's
again.
speaking my language.
No, no, they're banning your language.
I do actually think that you already mentioned because of the win time that Gen G had against RNG was much faster, so they got side selection. I actually think that playing against Gen G on blue side feels really, really bad because they have such a wide effective champion pool, and it's going to make it way harder to deny things like the Sejuani from Doran. And even though I think Doran is still the angle of attack, if you focus all your attention towards that, I do think you're running the risk of Chovy and or Ruler and Lahans getting leads in the other end of the map.
I mean, it's interesting, right? You know, RNG was on blue side. They're going to be on red side now. Like, do they just run back the same first 3 bans to actually try to shut down Ruler? Obviously, it didn't really accomplish anything in this game. But I think it's fair to say, like, from RNG POV, this wasn't actually about the 2v2 at all. Ruler kind of got a free first blood, you know, on this failed invade. Then, you know, it was all just about counter ganks when you're already in a losing position. So to me, I don't think that RNG's draft strategy or anything was necessarily flawed, right? Like, I think that you could easily look at that and say, salty run back, right? Just do it again. So to me, I'm really interested to see if they are going to stick with that prep and try to focus on Ruler and try to play through bot again, too.
It's a good question. Final note, you made predictions earlier.
Yes, I did.
Some of you were embarrassed. Some of you not so much so. We can take a look at those again.
Are we going to look at it again?
It's time.
Oh, we're doing predictions
fresh.
again. Yeah.
I thought we were reviewing, but they're fresh.
I thought we were reviewing as well.
No, you got a chance for redemption. You went RNG.
Are you flip-flopping? This is the Raz Classic.
Are you going to waffle?
Classic. The problem with the Classic is that when I flip-flop, then I'm wrong. And I don't like being wrong on the flip-flop, and I could have just stayed
Are you
the same.
wrong because you're going with your gut here, or are you wrong because you're flip-flopping? You know?
I don't want, this is when you overthink it, so I'm going to stay on the same damn train. It's going to be RNG.
Okay, I got my only prediction wrong because I wrote Raz will waffle.
Thank you. Thank you.
I hear some RNG believers out there. It felt like a safe bet. All right, 90-10. It felt like a 90-10 to me. All right.
Turning over a new leaf.
RNG. Chronicler, what are you feeling? I mean, come on. Give me, humor me. It's like asking people how they feel after a... Yeah, thank you. Okay, all right.
Okay.
Isaiah, were you convinced? Do you believe?
No, I'm still with Gen G.
But you don't believe anymore.
I was not convinced by RNG losing when my prediction was Gen G winning.
Yeah, but maybe you saw the breathe gangplank and you're like, that is a man who knows his way around a pirate. Like,
well, he does.
He does. Yeah, he does. He's got some skill with those oranges up there. But I mean, I think it's going to be really competitive, even with things going bad in bot lane. This was still a very winnable game for RNG almost the entire way through. They're two incredible teams. I think they're going to be a huge threat in quarters, whether they're first or second. But I do favor Gen G. I think they're a more complete team, and I think they can, play more solidly through the mid and late game, which is kind of the same read I had last game.
And at this point, everything on the line for this first seed. Loser will be second. They'll have to face so many Titanic teams. We'll find out who comes out on top as we send it back over to Kobe and Atlas for the call.
Thank you so much, Dracos. And here we are, tiebreaker time. See whether Gen G can make it 2 in a row. So far, in this matchup between these two teams, red side has won every game, and Gen G have elected to head towards the blue side.
Yeah, overall, blue side has definitely been favored, so very low sample size here.
I like low sample sizes, though.
These two to be drawing conclusions. I'm so excited that we do get a final one, because in that last game, there's just a lot of chalk it up to blame the jungler. What the heck? Early invade like that? Oh, my goodness. Getting the early lead. Now we go again. We go again.
I like
tiebreaker.
There's excuses to be made on both sides as well, because you chalk it up to the jungle going wrong in the last game, the previous matchup. It's like, well, give Ruler a champion that he can do stuff on. The center Singe didn't work out.
Yeah.
Things like this.
True. We had 2 throwaways. This is the real one now.
Yep. Okay. We're hoping that this is the real one. Okay.
Also, I might add, in the matchups of these two teams going 1-1, both times the team that had Aphelios won the game.
True. Does that mean that in this day that's been full of Lucian Nami just destroying everyone, that secretly Aphelios is actually the best champion?
I think so. Both of them, both these players, again, over 71% win rates on Aphelios. Let's get into the champion select to determine it for the final game of groups.
All right, already got a couple of bans coming in here as the Lissandra and the Fiora taken away from Breed and Xiaohu. Of course, I think these are two of the most dangerous picks for both of these players to pick up. I do like the respect given, as the Yuumi, of course, having to be banned away. Maokai taken off the board as well, which is interesting. Not wanting to give that one over to Gen G.
Xiaohu's just been so good on so many different styles of mid lane champions. Carry champions, roaming champions. Could still even pull out the Galio. Lissandra's been permabanned against him for that roaming purpose for those engages. But he also always has that pocket Galio to pull out. I don't think it's a great meta for Galio, though, with how strong Akali, Sylas, and Azir all are.
Speaking of which, the Sylas is going to be picked up here. We have actually seen the Galio banned against Xiaohu so far in this tournament, even if he hasn't necessarily put that many games on it this time around. Of course, Chovy's best play of all time was on Galio, so he's also not a stranger to the champion, as Sejuani being considered very high priority picks getting through the draft here. Caitlyn still up and available, Kobe, as well as Lucian Nami. And there is the Nami to be locked away. So where does Ruler and Lehens go when faced with this Lucian Nami, whose win rate today has been just absurd?
And KDA today has been just absurd due to both of these two AD carries picking it up. And in answer, it looks like we will get the foreseen matchup. Come on, Lockett. Get to 72%.
Well, it will be. Aphelios picked up. There is the Lulu as well in consideration. So, this is a matchup that didn't work into the Lucian Nami, but certainly has in the past.
It certainly has. And there are a lot of AD carries that do like this answer into it. Of course, most of them are using the data from pre-Lulu nerf. But it looks like Ruler and Lehens gonna put it to the test once again into Gala and Ming's Lucian Nami. And now we turn our sights towards some more mid lane bans. They can just throw 2 more bans at Xiaohu here. With the early Sylas pickup for Gen G, they can just continue to whittle down on they can ban out the Akali, make sure you can't do that one again.
Yep, ban out do you ban the Azir? Do you ban something like a LeBlanc that Xiaohu has been very good in the past?
I think Silas into LeBlanc, I would actually be fine if he did that one.
The chain battle?
Yeah, I would. Ooh, they banned the Rise.
This is actually one of Chovy's favorites into the Silas. Realm Warp doesn't give you as many battle capabilities.
Yeah, this is actually, I almost forgot about Rise because he has so many bad matchups now. But this is one of the good matchups right now with the Crown Seraphs build.
The other one, when you're just talking matchup specific, is the Talia that's been picked a lot into Silas, giving, like, it's basically anything with a global that doesn't do damage is what they want to take off the board. The Ornn is going to be removed as well here, targeting Doran.
And that has been the punching bag. Breathe versus Doran might be the most lopsided matchup of this whole game. Player to player, and RNG are going to whittle down on some of those safety nets for Doran.
Yeah, I don't know what he's going to be able to go towards next. Of course, his Gragas has been something he's very happy with. But
right there
it is. Gangplank not going to be available. Now what does Gala take away? Of course, Graves kind of sticking out a little bit right now, but that would put Breathe on a tank.
Yeah, it's interesting too, because I'm always torn when you have the Sejuani. You're like, okay, well, I already have the tank, but then you also want a melee champ with it to really get the most out of the early ganks. So that's why Viego, again, because Viego with the passive, your autos are so quick, and popping with your Qs, like the stuns just come out so fast with this combo. Always love the Sejuani Viego duo, and they do go with it again. I think they'll probably go with the Akali then once more for Xiaohu and have this diving short-range comp for RNG. Seeing that and knowing it for Gen G, they lock in for Doran the Camille.
All right, so he's really bringing it here. You can see a big grin on Lahenz's face as well as he locks this one away for his top laner. Galio will be locked. This is what we were talking about. He always has it in his back pocket.
I had an inkling, and the Galio does come out. The Xiaohu Galio, he almost always goes Predator with it, very, very often. And before he even gets an ultimate, he makes this look like a map-wide champion, even pre-6.
The thing that's really dangerous about this, though, is that they've just given Gen G the Camille Galio combo. Because you hijack the ult away, and now that you just throw that towards the Camille.
The stolen Galio. Oh my goodness. And the stolen Galio ult works so well with Vi too.
Yeah.
Stolen Galio ultimate with a Camille and Vi on your team already. Careful, Xiaohu. Careful with showing yourself to Chovy early.
This could certainly work very well because, of course, there is a lot of setup for the Galio as far as frontline, and having Viego slink into the mist and then deliver a gargoyle that way is very powerful. But it is certainly something that Gen G has used in the past to very great effect, and now they have a Silas on top of it that is much more of that damage threat. A really interesting draft here for both teams, though, and I'm mainly focused on that top side with Camille being picked up for Doran, a far more aggressive pick into Breathe, who has been so good.
So I'm expecting we get some Sejuani with Ignite, you know, have that early kill pressure. You have a Viego on your team, you can always bring a Viego into a Sejuani Ignite lane, kill the Camille early on, and set Breathe up with a power top side.
Well, Xiaohu's actually going to go for the phase rush as well. Not going to be Predator this time around, wanting to be more of a battle gargoyle. As here we are, game 3 between Gen G and RNG. This is the tiebreaker to see who is going to be the first seed out of Group D.
I was going to say this also probably means he won't roam as much early on, but he went with Flash Ghost on top of the phase rush to really make these roaming taunts catch up to you a lot quicker.
I actually really like that because a lot of what Phase Rush does is once you're already in there, you can run real fast, right? You've hit a lot of spells, you've been able to proc that, and you go really fast around the fight. But getting there is more difficult. Utilizing the Ghost in order to get in means that you're just going to be real fast all the time, no matter what.
Definitely going to have to watch, though, without the teleport here. See how much Chovy can do in lane. Church of Chovy started because of the lane dominance.
It's absolutely true. But can he utilize the stolen Galio ult to full effect? That is going to be my focus as we get closer to the mid-game. But now it is certainly the realm of Chovy, which is the laning phase.
Offside start for both junglers. Sejuani leashes are godlike leashes, so Wei's going to be really accelerated here on the Viego. Very quick Sejuani leash, red buff start for him. looking towards bottom side. Camille sticks around for a long time too, though. Dorian giving a really nice leash to Vi, so Peanut will be keeping up. And the bottom lanes, these AD carries have been such massive, massive carries for their teams in the entire day, basically, worth of games for both of them.
And I'm going to be glued to Gala and Ming just because this Lucian Nami lane has been so good for everyone that's managed to get their hands on them. As Xiaohu gets a taunt off, there's a Justice Punch. He really wants to go toe-to-toe in this early stage, but mainly just trading.
He goes for the full combo, phase rush right back out against Chovy.
All right, holding our breath here to see who is going to draw first blood. As once again, taunt is going to come through there, lands onto Chovy, who tries to dash out of the way. Does not quite manage to mitigate it. But as this is all happening, we've got Peanut taking the Bramble back, actually skipped the Raptors. We'll see where he's going to go after that.
And this is just so nicely played here by Lehenz and Ruler. On the early stages where you're guaranteed green red guns there for the opening, they take control of the minion wave against Lucian Nami, poking him, pushing him in, staying very, very healthy, getting the harass down.
Winds of War doing a fair bit of damage there. And man, this is actually really exciting in this mid lane with how much trading is going back and forth between Chovy and Xiaohu.
This is what you get with LCK champions versus MSI champions.
And have some backs between the two of them. Of course, this is an opportunity for Chovy to utilize a teleport advantage like you were talking about. Xiaohu could theoretically ghost a lane if he feels like it, but not going to, most likely.
Yep, good crash here for Ruler and Lehenz. They get it all the way in, even with Wei full clearing, all the way down to bottom side and picking up the scuttle. A little bit ahead of Peanut there with the smooth full clear for himself, but he's on double wards, and here comes Chovy.
Yeah, there's the Vault Breaker being channeled as well. Yep, flash out. Wei is not risking it this time around. He'll get to safety. Breathe, taking a lot of damage here from Doran up towards the top side, though, but I'm talking about a top lane matchup, Kobe. It's a mistake.
I mean, honestly, it's the revenge of Doran here with the Camille into Sejuani. Very good early for him, and he's got his CS lead. He's got his top side pressure. Like you mentioned in Champion Select as well, could be a big factor as we get later into the game. We start to see that Camille roaming around, trying to get those picks, working with Chovy.
Yeah. And often you talk about Camille as being sort of this hybrid teamfight and split push type champion. Doran does have a lot of avenues to play this game on Camille once he has access to that Hextech ultimatum, because he can deliver a Sylas into a teamfight if he's able to hijack the heroic entrance.
I also think against the Ignite Sejuani, it's really rough because you have to worry about this kill threat. Viego had just been seen on bottom side, so you're also assuming Viego has reset back to top side of the map. Now I have to give some territory, let him push in, respect the Ignite, respect the possible kill here.
Nice little trade there from Xiaohu, still has full health. And Ming in position. This could be first blood as Peanut's going to come up, see whether he can get it first. Remember, no flashes available. Breathe is going to try and go for the all-in because he knows that he's dead. First blood goes to Peanut. Top of the morning to you, as now RNG will answer with a Drake start.
All right, so first blood for a Cloud Dragon, Atlas. As the Cloud Dragon expert, what's your price on a...
Oh, I think you'd need more than first blood to make up for a Cloud Drake, Kobe, as you know.
Even you, who loves them the most? Okay.
Well, Lehenz is just spotting this out. He's on sentry duty as the Lulu. Not going to find too much here as Ruler has a gigantic wave in front of Gala. Grabs himself a plate for it as well. So RNG, give up a plate as well as that first blood, theoretically, for that dragon being picked up. RNG investing in their future. And also denying Genji the ability to start stacking up these Drakes if they can find these earlier advantages.
Yeah. Nice little window from Peanut. Securing it, really building Doran back up after that last game. Confidence completely shattered, maybe.
Well, Doran has actually been better at bouncing back from these situations. So good to see him playing with still that confidence that we have seen from him.
Yeah.
Nice little dodge on the Justice Punch, but now Ming and Wei back in position yet again. Control wards have gone down, and Chovy, the minion wave to pick up, does manage to secure it. Now, can the taunt land is the question. Chovy really wanted to get a ward in there, but he's not going to be able to. Flashes out, dashes out, and survives.
Nice, quick fingers here from Chovy. He could kind of feel like something was happening there with the little wiggle from Xiaohu, and Wei absorbing level 6 off the minion wave allowed him to go for the attempt at the insta-kill, but it just means a bunch more cooldowns expended. Chovy still lives. Sustaining under tower here with the Kingslayer.
Being able to deny a little bit there, but still should be able to pick up the wave. Xiaohu gets a very nice back, and when he doesn't have teleport, you'll feel very good about having that. Lahen's lying in wait as Ruler is just taking care of the laning. And the ward goes in. They spot out the Lulu. So
now we're going to have a window of jungle difference now, too, with ultimate difference, since Wei used his there at the attempt at Chovy's life.
All right, Culling comes through. Lahen's, that is not the back massage that you wanted. And 50% health. Now, underneath their turret, no one coming around, but we are seeing the power of this Lucian Nami.
Control ward laid down instantly as Riptail pops up. Breathe, pushes in on the Sejuani. Again, though, we would have an ultimate difference here in junglers. Wei no ultimate. You can buy ult, plus you can have Camille coming in. Don't think they want to make the collapse, though. Look at the bottom lane. Bottom lane call has been made early. Aphelios going to try and push on turret plates, and Gala goes back to try and deny him. Yep. Let's see if Ruler can get any money off of it.
What you want to see from Gen G is to be able to pick up 2 plates in order to answer this. We've been talking about it all week, and he's almost able to get 1.
And I would say, too, with the extra 200 gold added after the durability patch, you probably even need more than that nowadays. Even though the experience is quite nice if you're able to push in the waves, but very smart from RNG. They say, Gala, we don't need you. They send him back to the tower, so he also is able to pick up minions at the turret at the very least. So nice brute force play from RNG.
You can see vision being cleared out. Now Wei waiting, looking for an opportunity to take down Doran yet again. Winter's Wrath comes through, not able to use that tactical sweep to get that last minion, and Doran playing with a lot of respect. Has an idea that there could be a Viego in the area. He's going to take the empowered recall, though. Yeah. So Doran's still going to play with respect, even though there is no one there. There's Breathe. It's like, where did you go?
I was hiding.
He was in the brush the whole time.
Happy to be the carry side of the matchup now, though, of course.
It really is the opposite side of the coin. I guess, you know, you're not really a carry on Renekton, but you're not necessarily a tank either.
Yeah, and if you don't have the jungler to help you dive in the Renekton King Kong matchup, then this is going to be a little bit painful. I'm really still waiting on the first Galio ultimate, though.
Yeah, I wonder who's going to use it as well.
True. Will it be original flavor or Silas flavor?
Or extra crispy. Okay, Voltbreaker gets Peanut out of that Dragon Pit. Next one going to be available in 45 seconds. Xiaohu taking a bit of damage. Peanut. Cease and desist up and ready, but the rest of RNG moving over as Gala has to relentlessly escape. It's an awkward ability name when you're using it defensively. Is now Lahen's and Ruler not going to walk towards this Tri-Brush, and a very good idea as well.
Yeah.
Squad was on their way.
You can tell how much caution they're putting in. Don't want to leave that opening to blow this game wide open, because Dragon for the gold lead, and with Rift Herald down here for RNG, they're going to whittle down on that gold lead as well. More money into Gala and Ming.
Yeah. Gale Force is going to be picked up, but this teleport is from Chovy. It's of course not. Ruler making it back down here to get that money from the minion wave. Does manage to pick up his Everfrost. Gale Force there, and some item spikes for Gen G. Now being able to take down that turret to an even level with what Gen G were able to accomplish really does help even things back out again. 1,000 gold means not a whole lot here at this stage of the game. You mentioned that opening, that window to get back in, and we haven't seen it this time. As now, Voltbreaker comes forward. Doran is so incredibly low, has to flash. The hookshot doesn't get the stun, and the cease and desist is there, and Breathe will be taken down. That was close, though.
Peanut, the difference maker again in the top lane. jungle power. Doran baits him in, gets low here on the Camille. It's too juicy for Breathe to pass up, and then Peanut comes in, finishes the job for him.
That's 2-0 now for the Vi as well. Peanut pretty accelerated in this game. As this next Drake going to be taken as well as Gen G not looking too interested in it. And that is going to be the second one. So nice work for RNG answering back with these globals.
And you said the payment on a Dragon's got to be more than just a kill. This one wasn't even a first blood kill. So RNG getting the Inferno as well, but Xiaohu's pretty far into lane. Big rush, Ghost.
Yeah, that's a lot of movement speed, but there is a decent amount of CC here as Peanut was trying to pick the flash, but Xiaohu doesn't do it. He's still going to die, though.
We have flashes from Peanut and Lehens and the ultimate coming through. You're not dodging this.
Is that, so that's all of the flashes as well as 2 kills in trade for that Drake. I think RNG are probably still
That wasn't part of the same trade deal, okay?
All right, okay. It's a different deal completely.
Completely different one. Peanut threatening around mid lane here as Gal is trying to exact further payment, though.
Yeah, this turret falling down prior to 14 minutes means all of those plates will go into the hand of Chovy if he decides to stick around. Not going to, though. Going to respect the fact that RNG were in Fog of War, as we're going to see this one more time.
Yeah, most underwhelming Xiaohu Galio pick I've seen in a long time. They have not gotten anything out of it, and as you pointed out, even might be a negative with Silas being able to steal it later in the game, so very, very big stuff.
But we're giving it some time, seeing whether Xiaohu can find the angles. As of course, it hasn't really been, like, we haven't found that moment for skirmishes, right? It's been Gen G skirmishing and RNG saying, oh, we'll just take this Drake.
Yeah.
We'll look to try and get towards Sol and see what we can do there. But it's starting to move up towards that 3,000 gold lead, and that is where things begin to get dicey as far as the item advantages that you can pick up on Gen G's side.
Xiaohu has earned enough respect to say, you can pick Galio whenever you want.
Yep.
But definitely a little bit of doubt brewing here already. We'll see what comes of the Dragon stacking, though, as you're talking about. 3 minutes on the next one. As we enter the 14-minute mark and turret plates drop here for both teams. And what is it apparently an LCK match?
Yeah, it is certainly feeling that way. Of course, RNG have in the past had a bit of a
LCK tendency.
Yeah, it's a bit of an LCK tendency. It is a bit of an LCK draft as well. So it's all just it's becoming that way. We're just handshaking.
Now we're gonna get some partying.
Well, Shirley, will she be taken down first? Is kind of the question. As Peanut in the river. They have the vision that they were looking for, and here we go. Glacial Prison not going to imprison the Vi right now. As Moonlight Vigil Ruler just taken matters into his own hands. In goes Peanut all the way towards that backline. The Everfrost value is just massive, and here's the Galio finally using that ultimate, but I don't know whether it's exactly what he wants. Doran going to win the fight with Wei, and Xiaohu doesn't make it over with the Blast Cone. RNG do make it out with 3 members alive, but that was not the fight they were looking for.
Oh, no, it was not. On the top of your screen as well, even though Wei got the Rift Herald, Doran soloed him, and Wei failed his flash in the thick part of that topside wall.
Oh, that's gotten so many so far this tournament as well.
Face plant from Wei afterwards.
I think it was plans where there was like 2 in the same day. It's a difficult flash. It certainly is. Certainly in these high-pressure moments, difficult to make that one work. But now Gen G with a real advantage right now, even if they didn't manage to secure the Rift Herald.
More objectives for RNG, but the gold lead just further increases. And this is a good little attempt to turn from RNG. They try and turn immediately onto Peanut and Chovy, but then even after they've gotten the Herald, Peanut goes super deep here with the Vi. Nami disengage makes it look good for a while, and you think with the Galio ultimate it's going to be fine. This is what I was talking about, the 1v1 in the top side. It's the fail flash into the finish on the solo bolo. And of course, the re-engage from Gen G was better. Chovy stuns him out of the blast cone there.
Yeah, I thought Xiaohu may not have quite gotten to the position, and they realized that they had to actually press the button, but no, it was actually the interruption. So still, fantastic news here for Gen G fans, but this Rift Herald will be used to take down this outer turret in mid lane. Mid lane control, very, very good for RNG that do want to be able to utilize this Galio and open up the map for themselves. Definitely the best turret to take, but right now we've got the 1-3-1 in full effect for Gen G.
And they've got to recall immediately if they want to be here for setup. I think maybe with the delay that's coming from Gen G, I mean, they're going to have to start base checking into RNG vision if they actually want to contest this dragon. Breathe does have teleport, so Sejuani pushing out topside for RNG. Brute force from Gen G inside, though. They're just going to engage.
Yep, Peanut just running at them. But RNG are just going to make their way out. Peanut taking a bit of damage. He's not quite as tanky as he was last game.
I guess they make the call for RNG. Let's trade topside turret for this dragon. Gen G brute force it. They save the teleport on Breathe, trade top tower instead. They don't want to risk it here, but it does mean we won't get early soul.
Yeah, and also I think RNG intelligently realizing that they didn't have the item timings. Gala actually needed to go for a reset that was going to be late, and picks up his rapid fire cannon now, but didn't have that available if they wanted to fight for that dragon. So I think it's really smart to just go for what you can get, which is this outer turret on the top side of the map. Identifying that they just don't have the advantage at this point in the game. 2.5k behind and lost that last team fight. It's, of course, not the end of the world or anything like that. RNG reading that just weren't able to get in position.
Yeah, definitely wise.
All right, in goes Ruler, just gale forcing after Gala, and there's the Moonlight Visual to finish it off. Peanut having to flash Bolt Breaker, gets him out of the Aqua Prison, and now a fight happening off to the side. Breathe now struggling against the true damage here that Doran has available, and Chovy is going to collapse. That's a dead Sejuani. And now Lahan's just looking to keep them here. The Glitter Lance comes forward. There it is from Doran, diving on in. He has the Wild Growth to get the triple knock up, and he's been taking the turret for 16 years. Now gets out from underneath, and Gen G just eradicate RNG.
Gen G supremacy here on the day, absolutely blasting RNG. They're gonna run through that mid turret as well. Huge, huge picks. I cannot believe Peanut survived the deepest dive in between the turrets, though. Got the kill, flashes out, and lives to tail the tail.
The crazy thing for me was the fact that Ruler looked like he was the one playing Lucian. Just gale forcing as if it's relentless pursuit.
I'm telling you, Aphelios has won every single matchup here between these two teams. Looks like Ruler's on pace to increase that win rate yet again. And it all starts out with a bubble here onto Peanut, and Ruler says, not my jungler, goes in to punish him. Immediately there with the purple gun, Peanut follows it, and the ultimate sniping him for the extra damage. Then the flash into Q immediately dodges the bubble to get away, and they're not done there as Doran goes to chase down Breathe. Open up an early health lead on him, and Chovy completes the collapse here. Then it's Lahen's. The Glitter Lance slow. Opens up the ult. Oh my goodness, Doran beautiful there to be able to get the flash into stun ultimate and pull him right back.
It feels like the spectator wasn't fast enough for what was happening half the time there. And that's a very happy Peanut. And Ruler also just having a really good time. Great to see grins on these players' faces.
Yeah, Gen G on fire today.
Oh yeah. And remember, it was Ruler that was able to win Worlds, but was never able to win a domestic title. Managed to do that. Peanut, of course, has been able to win domestic titles in the past, and now it's up to Ruler to get a World Championship victory for Peanut, for Chovy as well, who everyone's been talking about for so long, but only just got his first title this year.
So much hype behind this Gen G team coming in, and deservedly so. On the international stage now, really showing what they can do. Thinking back to the last one as well. See about this takeover of the red quadrant and jungle, though. Here they go.
Yep, Ming's going to get discovered here as Doran a little bit far ahead of his team, but my goodness, the damage onto Xiao, who has to back away under that turret. They're not done yet, though, as Tidal Wave is going to interrupt the Vault Breaker, but now Xiao, who's going to be left by himself. Chains are going to land, and that's Chovy picking up yet another kill. The shields are massive as well at the same time here as Gen G take the turret and move out.
Yeah, they've got that timer for Breeze teleport down pat. They make this play with a good 30 seconds left on the teleport cooldown. Breeze showing bottom, can't get there. They just run straight at him. Gen G, the juggernaut continues. They start up the Baron. They're looking for the turn here. Chovy has stolen Galio ultimate. 5v4. Xiaohu, upon revival, will have one for RNG, but they don't have the precious seconds.
Yep, the Hextech entrance possible here, as Doran can dive on in anytime. He's now just playing bodyguard. Decent amount of CCs. He does have to get out of there. The permafrost's going to be available. Wait, diving on in. He is going to get taken down, though, and no more smite is going to be in that pit. They dash on over, but it's just not enough. And there's the heroic entrance, this time from Chovy. It's repeated as Xiaohu tries to show him who's boss, but it's not enough. And the gold lead is just too big. The item lead, too big. A double kill for Ruler. And Doran will be able to nail the stun. And they'll get the ace and the Baron.
The LCK champs make quick work of RNG, not losing a single player on that Baron turn. That was way too early for the RNG jungler. Xiaohu had just gotten up, couldn't get close enough for the Galio ultimate. Genji again. These Baron turns for them. They stop DPS, they kill the jungler, they get the Baron, they get the dragon. They get everything.
Yeah, and it's now an 11,000 gold lead or thereabouts for Genji. That dragon stacking that had stopped just a little while before is going to be evened out here as Genji pick up their second Hex Drake. Oh man, this is certainly an RNG that are on the ropes. They have been able to stall out games in the past, but this is one of those times where Genji have a composition that closes out games very effectively with the fact that you can just force engages with Hextech Ultimatum and Heroic Entrance if Chovy can steal that away.
Yeah. Man. Xiaohu Galio, not the showing you would expect here. Genji just demolishing it all across the map. Peanut, early ganks towards top side. Getting Doran ahead on this Camille. Now they're coming to end it.
Well, they just dive on in. So much hard engage, and that is the Lucian dead. Now Peanut trying to tank this one up, has to get out of there, and he'll survive. Oh my goodness, breathe now. The tank in the backline. Xiaohu just trying to tidy it up, but Doran is just gigantic. And the Galio will be taken down. That is Chovy with another one, as this Sylas has decimated RNG. It's another ace, and Genji will be the first seed coming out of Group D.
Huge stuff from Genji. The LCK champs on top again.
What a performance today. RNG were able to do it the first time of asking, but then in back-to-back games, Genji will claim the first place in the group.
And this one was not close. Doran, Chovy, Ruler all go without a single death. Only 2 kills for RNG there, 20-2.
Only able to kill Peanut this time around, but still, RNG going to be a force to be reckoned with in the knockout stage. And now 3 seeds from the LCK in first, and one Damwon Kia in that second seed position. And our knockouts teams have been locked for a while, but now we're not going to have the LCK kill on one side of the bracket. That is confirmed.
You've got some good teams over there, Atlas. Let me tell you that. I've been around for a while, and I remember the days of the pure LCK dominance. The revival looking good.
Well, we said that last year, and it didn't quite work out. So certainly some dark horses, but Genji looking very dominant. I think JDG certainly also looking extraordinarily powerful. So if I was an LPL fan, I wouldn't, count yourself out just yet.
Excited for this group, to come out immediately afterwards as well. We'll line up our interview and get right into that so we can see about the next stages. But look at this game. Doran!
That's a bounce back. That is a bounce back if ever we've seen one. And if you had have asked me, maybe in like the middle of the year, I probably would have said that Doran, not the player to be expected to do something like this, and now does it on the international stage in a tiebreaker to get them the first seed.
And of course, it was Peanut who got up there on the Vi early. Boom, first blood money. Boom, another kill. Really nice stuff from him. Going for these engages super deep under tower and getting them as well. Just completely enabling Genji all year long since this roster is so stacked.
Yeah.
You've got some of the best carries in the history of League of Legends in Chovy and Ruler. And he's able to enable them so well again on the Aphelios there. Ruler again doing so much work for this team from the back lines. Definitely going to be scary as we move forward.
Yeah, I was a little bit worried about too many chefs in the kitchen. That hasn't worked out every single time, but it's working out here for Gen G. But engaging online is a part of all of our lives, and Riot Games is partnering with IDEO to redefine what healthy online spaces can look like through the Designing for Digital Thriving Challenge. Now through November 1st, we're asking fans worldwide to submit your innovations, designs, or ideas that help build healthy online communities. And winning submissions can take home anywhere from $5,000 to $50,000. Check out IDEO.com for more info while we wait for an interview with our now first seed Gen G.
It's going to be more info in the interview as well.
Exactly.
I'm excited to hear it.
I think our info view is actually ready, so we'll be heading to the quarterfinals draw show a little later on. But before that, we break down the day at Worlds cooldown. We're joining Law and Doran for our Verizon post-game interview.
And we're back on the main stage for the Verizon post-game interview. I'm joined by Doran here. Thank you so much for joining me. 안녕하세요. Jason, thanks for joining me again. Let's talk about these last two games. Back-to-back RNG, back-to-back stomping RNG. Tell me about the approach here and the turnover and adaptation between the two games.
우선은 승리 정말 축하드립니다. RNG와 2연전을 하셨는데요. 두 판 모두 정말 깔끔하게 압승을 거두셨습니다. 두 판을 플레이하시면서 조금 다른 식으로 접근한 부분이 있을까요?
일단 다 똑같은 마음으로 했는데 1세트 때 좀 사고가 나가지고 어쩔 수 없다 생각하고 그래도 2세트 두 번째 경기 다시 더 집중했던 것 같습니다.
So it was pretty much the same, the same mindset, but I think we had a little bit of an accident in the first one, so we just wanted to focus up for the second one.
But talking about the first game you played against RNG, actually didn't go super well, and when I was talking to Peanut earlier today, he told me that you understood so much more about the meta and how to draft over the course of group stage. Would you say that you played as a first seed from the LCK here?
이제 오늘 앞선 경기 피너 선수 인터뷰에서는 사실 RNG와 첫 경기에 대해서 여쭤봤을 때 우리가 메타 해석이라든지 이런 부분이 조금 아쉬웠다라고 했는데 오늘은 굉장히 좋은 모습이 나왔어요. 오늘은 좀 LCK 1시드다운 그런 활약이 나온 것 같나요?
일단 RNG와의 첫 경기 때는 저희가 아직 폼이 좀 덜 올라왔던 것도 같고 이제 메타 적응을 제대로 못했던 것 같은데 오늘 경기에서는 좀 훨씬 더 나은 경기력 보여준 것 같아서 만족스럽습니다.
In the first game against RNG, I think our form was not on point, and also our, meta read. But this time around, I think we stepped up so much.
Yeah, ramping up as it is expected, and I think best of one is not always easy when you play best of 3 all year. But talking about the competition at Worlds, I think it's fair to say that you and JDG, Top Esports also were the favorites coming up to the tournament. What do you make of the favorites now that the group stage is over?
이제 월즈가 시작되기 전에도 많은 분들이 좀 우승 후보로 꼽는 팀들이 있었잖아요. 이제 그룹 스테이지가 다 치러졌는데 지금 우승 후보 어디로 보고 계신가요?
저는 이제 젠지라고 생각합니다.
Gen G, obviously.
Of course, as it is expected, and now you end your group in the top position. So let's talk about the potential opponents you would be facing here. EDG, Damwon, Rogue. What's your choice here?
이제 8강에 가능한 대진들을 놓고 보면 EDG, 담원, 로고 정도가 있는데 의견 어떠신가요?
저는 이제 좀 그냥 누굴 만나든 결국 다 이겨야 하는 상대라 생각해서 그렇게 신경 쓰이지 않습니다.
I don't pay too much attention to my opponents because we have to beat them anyways, whoever it is.
Mentality of a winner for sure. Wow. Doran, interview 감사합니다. Thank you so much for joining me today. Jisun, again, amazing translation. And back to you guys in cooldown.
Welcome back to State Farm Analyst Desk for Worlds Cooldown. Thank you so much, Laura, for that fantastic interview. That's a very happy tiger, in case
By our
you can't tell
powers
what that is.
combined,
We did it together.
have drawn an average time.
Yeah, look at you guys. You can draw 2 tiger, or you can draw a tiger together. You can predict the correct team. Yep. What can't you do? Press, I'm sorry.
We're back to flip-flopping. The chapter was short.
Yeah. That's the takeaway.
Yes,
Always the takeaway. Always
I
flip-flop,
think the real
Rez.
takeaway is that just no matter what you predict, it's going to be wrong.
Well, insult to injury, sadly for you, my dear friend, and for RNG, was that it was a very, very wrong. Genji getting the fastest tiebreaker game in World's history. This was ludicrously one-sided from start to finish.
And I got to talk about Peanut. To me, he was the big difference maker. Peanut, in the past, has had his difficulties in international tournaments, even when coming in with a great amount of expectation. And I think over the course of these last 2 weeks, we've already seen him kind of get back to the form that he was in domestically.
Yeah, and we also saw here a lot of focus on towards the Sylas lane. They tried to kill him early. I felt like the Galio was a bit of an imp pick there. Sylas would just steal his ulti and then hover towards the top side, and even though he wouldn't be using it, that would just signify for Sejuani to just get the hell out of there.
Well, and to me, it kind of just felt like once Viego is falling behind, like once Peanut's having this good of a game, once your bot lane is getting pushed in, who are you supposed to ult, right? Like, are you supposed to ult the Sejuani who's losing the Camille? Like, all the lanes started collapsing so fast, so it just felt like the options were very limited for the Galio. And Chahu did try to go for a kind of a different setup here. He's Phase Rush, he's Ghost Flash, he went for the Night Harvester. I couldn't really find any windows, I think, to just kind of make the big plays, and Genji just crushed them across the map.
And seeing Doran go from having a really rough game, getting solo killed by the or in the Renekton Gangplank matchup, and then playing a game like that on Camille is super impressive, and it's really become kind of a hallmark for him as a player.
Yeah, I think the massive change in performance of Game 1 to Game 2 is just, it's a good thing to watch. It's excellent to be able to say, especially if you look ahead towards best of 5, where you're going to need to be able to pivot your picks, the way that you play, depending on what the team needs. Very good look for Genji as a whole.
Yeah, and you heard it on the stage talking about the growth for Genji, talking about the meta reads and all that. Whoop, like that. And we got the word that this is the fastest tiebreaker in World's history. Like, that is kind of crazy how much Genji just stomped them. Oh, I mean, there's too many squiggles on that. I think it was more of a flat whoop.
Yeah, LCK fans with the diamond hands here. I mean, ultimately,
they won 3 out of 4 of the groups.
Yeah,
right?
It's a good look. And if we can take a look at the group stage overall, we can talk a little bit about upcoming potential quarterfinals matchups. But this was absolute LCK and LPL dominance, no doubt in my mind. But I think also LCK does deserve that special shout-out. Only JDG able to top their group.
Absolutely, but I mean, traditionally, it has been LCK that has been superior in the BO1s. You know, in the group stage, LCK almost always seems to be doing better than the LPL. You know, LPL, unfortunately, for RNG, still never having that undefeated group stage. No team in LPL history has been able to do that just yet, but they always seem to really pick it up in the best of 5s. They seem to have a really good understanding of the changes that they need to make to actually approach some of these matchups against the top LCK teams. And I think it's just going to be so incredibly interesting to see the adaptations between groups and quarterfinals, because there's now so much information, and it felt like even within the individual groups, there was different metas. So you have to really have a read on, like, all right, not just which was the group stage meta correct, which group in the group stage had the correct read on the meta, and how do you really attack these individual teams? So I'm just so interested to see that development.
Absolutely. I think the other thing that we have to talk about is kind of some of the surprise that came out. Because I think for the most part, the teams that have exited, regardless of first or second seed, went as expected. But to me, the big standout, not in Group D, Top Esports. I was ready, gentlemen, at the start of this tournament for absolute LCK, LPL, top 8 undenied. Rogue was barely able to slip in there at the end. And now as we look ahead towards the group draw, I think every EU fan out there is just wondering, what is the best possible draw? How do we survive? And that's where I turn to you, gentlemen, and especially you, Raz, because you just need to tell me who will beat them, and then I know that they will lose.
There we go.
Based on your
I think I have a lot of power here.
Raz is like, wow, with these hands.
Whoa. It's
Who's it going to be?
I don't know. I'm not saying anything. You're not putting it on me.
It's got to be T1. You're hoping for T1. I think they're incredibly strong. I don't think there is an easy first seed by any means. I think that they're all going to be incredibly hard for Rogue. But I do think of the ones that are there, T1 is the one that you maybe feel is the most approachable in current form.
Yeah, I'd actually agree. More so because of how, well, yeah, more so of how, like, JDG, to me, is still looking like the front runner for tournament favorite, even though, as you pointed out earlier,
Oh, interesting.
Well,
welcome.
I like to hear
You're
the
my crystal
side
ball
of you.
pick. I didn't know you were an LPL enthusiast.
This is so good. I feel like you can never say anything remotely
I will always
without someone turning it into you like selling out your region.
Time. But it's okay.
You
it's
can't
okay.
say anything until I twist the words.
Exactly. Everyone knows
misinterpreted intentionally.
When it comes down to it, I will always side with the LCK teams. But what I do think is remarkable is that, as you pointed out, between Gen G, JDG, and T1, to me, T1 is the only one, even with how extremely dominant their wins have been, that in losses also looked like there was no comeback potential. For both Gen G and the AG, I'm like, it doesn't matter which league Rogue gets. Good luck. Like, I don't know how much you need to actually get it done. And I think T1 is really the only team. But then you look at their wins and you're like, well, we could also get 3-0'd in like 60 minutes. You know, it's like you don't know what you're going to get.
Yeah, and there's going to be there's a big chance for, once again, interregional kill. Like, JDG are looking at either EDG or RNG. The one option that they have is, of course, Rogue. But, like, that's going to be a lot of fun for, you know, everyone else. I think the LPL region, the fans are tired of these type of situations.
I mean, I think everyone is, right? Like, even as someone who's not from LCK LPL, you know, I come to Worlds, I want to see that inter-regional play, right? Because it can be really exciting to have those rematches from playoffs. But to me, it's much more interesting to see the clash of styles and see these matchups that I haven't gotten to see before. So, I mean, that's what I'm rooting for. I'm rooting for more, you know, LCK versus LPL. I know all the first seeds, let's be honest, are going to be hoping that they draw Rogue. You know, that is going to be, because they had a bad week too, it doesn't mean that they can't fix some of their problems and perform more like they did in week 1, but because they had such a bad week 2, people are going to be hoping to draw them. And I think, you know, the number 2 seeds are largely going to be hoping to draw DRX.
Agreed.
I think that's kind of the like dream draws, but all the teams are obviously at an incredibly high level. I think Worlds just looks so hard this year, and I don't think any team is unbeatable.
And we are just a minute away from the group draw. We'll send you over there as soon as we're ready. But in the meantime, it is a testament to how stacked this tournament is. When you look at T1, when you look at guys like Zeus, and you're like, oh yeah, that's your best bet.
Yeah.
What? Like, that feels bad in my mouth. That doesn't feel good to say.
Yeah. And what to me is the coolest thing is that normally we have teams, especially in the LPL, that have a very strong identity. And during quarters and the end of groups, we get to kind of get a feel for the meta. But because the meta right now is still so up in the air, we have all these teams with very different styles, and we still don't know who's going to be the best.
This was fun because this is the Worlds where you're seeing 4 seeds from LCK on LPL going through, and so it might be the highest level of play in the quarterfinals. So it's going to be fun to see regardless.
Yeah, let's see what the matchups are going to look like. Let's join Shox on stage as we draw the 8 remaining contenders at Worlds 2022 into the quarterfinal bracket.
Good luck.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Hulu Theater here in New York as we get ready for the quarterfinal draw show. I am really happy to have had the show here the last couple of weeks. The crowd has been awesome, and so is my co-host for this.
Aww.
And the person who will actually be doing the draw, David Freak.
That's true. Can't wait to draw some NA teams into the quarterfinals.
Sorry.
Yeah, okay.
It's not going to be the case.
It's okay. We're all fine. We're still here.
But it's been awesome here, hasn't it? And we, of course, will still be here for the quarterfinals.
Yeah, it's going to be great. You guys have been amazing so far, by the way. Incredible. Thank you all so much. And we're going to do it again next weekend. It's going to be great.
Yes.
Thank you.
But we need our matchups. So before we get into the draw, first the rules. The first place team qualifying from each group will be placed against the second place team from a different group. Now, crucial is that in order to prevent same group matchups from occurring until the finals, teams qualifying from the same group must begin on opposite sides of the bracket. So it may be that you hear that it is an invalid draw. That means we will just have a team jump to the next possible option. I think that's pretty clear. The pool 1 should be pretty easy to do.
There's going to be an order. It's going to be
go
great.
ahead. Pool 1.
All right, here we go. We're spinning them around.
Ooh.
All right. It's a really big deal who's in the top left of the bracket. It means so much. Get ready to cheer. All right, here we go. You ready? Are you ready? It's JDG. Let's go.
JDG. You can keep drawing. JDG, of course, first seed from the LPL, have been very impressive and going to be a formidable opponent for whoever draws them in the first final.
So I don't know if this is the same side or opposite side of the bracket, but our second.
Next up.
Winning. Interesting, interesting.
T1, same side. Same
side, by the way.
Bracket.
So maybe a JDG T1 semi. That was good. I'm graceful. All right.
Next up.
Opposite side. This is nearly irrelevant. All right. Here we go.
You're doing great.
All right, just guess who it is. You're wrong. It's Gen G. Here we go.
Gen G. Going to the other side of the bracket. And then if everything is going correctly, of course,
all right,
we should get the
pop quiz. Who's the 4th team? You're right, it's
DRX. Awesome. Thank
go.
you so much. So now we at least have a little bit of an inclination as to what we may see for a semifinal. But just as a reminder, in order to prevent teams from the same group meeting until the finals, teams qualifying from the same group must be on opposite sides of the bracket. We're going to switch Haru because you, of course, need pool 2. And this is where it gets super interesting. You're going to kick us off?
So
don't draw yet.
We're chilling. All right, I've been told. All right, this is likely JDG's opponent. The chancer for Rogue.
That's impossible. They
So
move
they're going
to the other side of the bracket
'cause,
and will face Gen G since they cannot end up versus JDG. So an LCK versus LCK matchup, Gen G, Damwon Kia.
All right.
Next one.
Here we go. Try again. It's Rogue!
Rogue up versus JDG.
Yep.
Which, as far as I remember, is teams that met actually in the group stage last year, now going up in a best of 5. Go ahead.
Okay. Yep. There we go.
RNG against
RNG
T1.
Let's go.
Valid draw. What a side of the bracket, I have to say. And up for the
All
last
right,
pick.
pop quiz, everyone. You got it right last time. Who's it gonna be?
EDG. Valid against DRX. So I wrote them down. We're gonna get the graphic in just a second. First off, it was in the stars that Rogue was drawing.
Oh, we got some really fun quarterfinals, actually.
What do you think about kind of the halves that we're seeing here? You can read it, I guess.
Oh, that is so hard to see from over here. Oh, thank you. That helps a lot. I mean, T1 RNG is just like, you have to have it, and I'm glad we get it. I mean, it's going to be sad only one makes it through. JDG, I mean, it'd be hilarious if Rogue blue shells them. That would be very hilarious.
They are
that'd be fun.
a team, so
Yeah?
in their branding. So
Yeah.
So awesome. What a fantastic bracket we have for the rest of our World Championship. Thank you so much. We're going to kick it back over to World's Cooldown.
Thank you.
Fantastic for some, perhaps.
I'm sorry.
But not for Europe.
What? I got 3 teams in the same side. You know
You have 4 teams overall. Stop speaking, Chronicler.
You're always going to have that.
You exist in a bubble of privilege. You are living your best life no matter the result.
Okay, so I will give you. It's sad to see Genji versus Dom1 in the first round, but the rest of the matchups are all really, really good, and the potential semifinals, I think, are absolute bangers here. We have some really, really fun matchups.
Yeah, the Genji Dom1 reminds me of KTIG in such a, being such a ridiculous quarterfinals. It just reminds me of that because it's such an insane quarterfinals. The one that seems like the biggest coin flip is DRX EDG, with how well DRX looked like.
But Raz,
how well EDG looked like.
That's my favorite, because the superficial surface level analysis for both these teams coming in was EDG is the LCK-esque LPL team, and DRX is the LPL-esque LCK team.
And you know what this means, Chronicler?
No.
It's the Alpaca versus Mako.
Okay, that's amazing.
Yes.
Love that.
Yes. What did you think I was going to say?
Well, I thought you were going to call them, it's another LPL face-off,
yeah,
because you're going to call out DRX the 5th LPL seed, which
I just
they're
didn't
not.
want to point out the obvious.
Well, no, that versus Mako is actually amazing. And actually, I feel a little better, so thank you, Raz, for pointing that out. That helps a lot.
The question is, and the compatriot duo is, who got the upgrade? And I'm leaning towards Mako. I think Mako got the upgrade, guys. I think
Viper is not bad in League of Legends.
Viper's
kind of sick.
Pretty good, some would say. Someone goes so far.
Is he as good at gacha games as Barrel? I don't think so. I don't think so.
I will say the one thing that we haven't touched on that the historians are just like foaming at the mouth is T1 versus RNG. Just like that is just the oldest rivalry it feels like in League. Season 3, I believe, World's Finals.
Starhorn Royal Club.
So yeah, exactly. So that one has a lot playing to it that people will love.
I mean, absolutely. Like that matchup, I think is going to be the most exciting one probably for me personally for quarterfinals. I think that is incredible potential to be so good with how well these two teams are playing. Faker versus Xiaohu, I think, is always a treat. There's so much history between these two players, and also potential semis on that side. I'm sorry to Rogue, pour one out. He got probably the worst draw he could get. I mean, at least JDG is my pick to win Worlds, so I am going to assume, JDG is massive favorites. But potential semifinals there, also really good. Yes, of course, there's going to be a decent chance for region kills in semifinals, but guess what? That's what happens when the entire bracket is LPL and LCK. Some of them will meet in the semis, so you can't complain about the semifinal ones.
Chronicle,
I won't.
Yeah, I was going to say, Chronicle, you look like you want to complain about the semifinal.
No, I think Azil's right.
True. He's holding it back.
Sometimes you're just wrong.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, that just happens.
Back off.
So T1 RNG, besides the historian region as well, even this year we saw how good of a series it was between them for the finals of MSI. Went to 5 games, incredibly back and forth. So yeah, I given it some time, I'm very sad I'm going to have to sacrifice 2 of my tournament favorites. But then again, as you rightly pointed out, Azil, I shouldn't complain. Because we got 4 teams.
You lose 2, you still have 2. How many does North America have in there?
I don't want to answer.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the answer.
I don't want to go there. I don't want to go there. Why are you putting me on the
spot?
While we're waiting,
they're having a fist fight. While we wait for Mao to come to terms with reality here, what do you got for us?
I just keep looking at the Genji DK matchup, and it's like Showmaker versus Chovy, Ruler versus Def. No, I mean not Def.
I also want to highlight that. In terms of matching Genji, Damwon Kia actually was the only team that came close, right? Like, we had every single best of 5 between Genji and Damwon Kia has been insane. Spring playoffs, Atlas lost his hair because Damwon Kia wasn't able to close out with a 10K gold lead. And even in the last summer playoffs, when Genji looked unbeatable, it was only Damwon that actually was able to stand up to him and bring him to a game 5.
Well, and it feels like the meta is gotten even better for Damwon. Right? So I think that you could see maybe an even closer matchup there. It feels like Graves' priority through the absolute roof in that one. Peanut is spamming it. You already know Candy wants to play it. And these teams do know each other really well, so prep is going to be so incredibly important.
There's going to be a few teams that are just going to be playing against the meta. JDG, although, talking about how strong they are, they're a team that will primarily play through jungle, top lane. They're actively, I know a lot of people are talking about meta reads and changing towards what seems to be strong towards the bot lane. They're going to be a team that's going to be playing against that. And I feel like if they continue to be successful, how many teams that are going to change their strategy when they go up against them?
You know what this also means?
What?
If everything goes right, we get Zeus versus 369.
If everything goes right.
If everything goes right.
I think RNG fans may have
obviously,
something to say about that.
for me, right? But like the fact that it's a possibility.
Oh, I thought you were going to say we get our fantasy top laners playing off against each other round
one. How are you feeling?
Hey, my fantasy top laners.
Yeah, he is.
Look, you believed in Odo. You believed in Odo, and that makes you my favorite.
Thank you.
Good job.
I appreciate you.
I don't know if your faith is well placed. We'll find that out. But of course, while it's a moment of celebration for 8 teams, we could look ahead for them. They qualified for quarterfinals. Unfortunately, we now have to say goodbye to 8 others. And Under Thieves FBI shared some parting thoughts with Lore in our Verizon post-game interview. So check it out.
Welcome back to BSI for the Verizon post-game interview. Joining me right now is FBI. Thank you for joining me. I'm sorry things didn't work out the way you expected them to today, but tell me about coming in today, the first game, the expectations you had, and what didn't work as planned, maybe.
Yeah, I think coming today, we all knew that we were in a pretty tough position in the group, and I think the general mindset we had was to just play each game as it comes and to try to do well, because I think this Worlds has been very disappointing for us, and I think just for NA as a whole, so that was kind of the mindset we had coming in.
It's sad indeed, but I don't think it was an easy group also to be in with Genji, first seed in the LCK, RNG, who were ramping up through the playing stage. What did you think of the group when you were slotted into this one, and the expectations you had back then, maybe, of the results you could have?
Yeah, I think for this World, specifically for all the Western teams, all the groups are very hard, so we can't say that this group was harder than Group A, B, or C. I think the difficulty was just the gap was kind of enormous, I would say, for this Worlds. And Gen G and RNG and Oyster too, they're all very strong teams. And especially with Gen G, the bot differential was a bit disgusting. So take some lessons from the games and move on.
It's about making progress and it's about experience, but we'll touch on that a bit later. I'm happy about what you said though, because it's been so difficult for us, Europeans and Americans here in this World Championship. And I do also think the gap is bigger than ever. What's your take on that? And I don't know, maybe a solution for the West?
I'm honestly not too sure. I think on an individual level for myself, I think I've played a much worse year than I played last year. Well, last year I didn't feel like such an enormous difference between our skill levels, but I feel like this Worlds, especially against Gen G, they were just extremely, extremely hard. So I'm not too sure.
It has been a difficult year with 100 Thieves in maintaining performance, I want to say. So I think you had a nice run qualifying to Worlds and making it so far. And this was your second World Championship, FBI. How much stronger do you feel this year compared to last year? And the learnings you take from playing bot lanes such as Gala and Ming or Ruler in the hands?
Yeah, there's a lot to learn, I would say, from playing these bot lanes. And in terms of last year's Worlds to this year's Worlds, I think on an individual level, performing a lot worse. And it's pretty sad because I think my teammates played very well during the tournament, and it just kind of sucks to be playing so poorly.
Well, you're a very dedicated and perfectionist player. I have no doubt you will bounce back. Thank you so much for taking the time to answer these questions today. I wish you a wonderful off-season, and I'll see you at Worlds next year, stronger.
Thank you.
Back to you, Shucks.
Well, I'm going to be honest, that's a bit awkward because I'm definitely not Shocks.
But Shocks at home.
True. Guys, come on. You can't. I've been here for one day and you're just going to. It's not even cyberbullying. It's real bullying. I mean, real bullying. Okay, yeah, fair. Okay, maybe I earned it.
Yeah,
okay,
you did. We hurt the ones we love.
That's true. That seems not healthy. Anyway,
it's
FBI, I think, honestly, really, really wholehearted, really full, really honest answers. And I think it's great that even in a loser's interview, he was able to speak so candidly and speak so openly about what was a very difficult tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I have so much respect for FBI as a player and as a person. I love his interviews. You know, I think you get some really fun interviews when you get closer in Abadaga, but when you hear from FBI from 100 Thieves, it's no bullshit. It's his real feelings about it. He's going to give you insightful answers into how he feels about the game, how he feels about the meta, how he feels about everything. And you know, it's not easy to give an answer like that, right? Where he's being so self-critical and he's saying, hey, it's kind of on me, you know, big bot lane gap in this event. And I have a lot of respect for that, being able to step up and kind of take responsibility for that and try to learn and grow from that. And I'm confident that he will, because he's shown some incredible games over the years. You know, they were very close to actually taking down RNG here today, which would have been their first loss at the event. Yeah. You know, they've showed that they can compete when they're playing at their best. And hopefully for him, he can regroup and come back and be even stronger in NA next year. Because when you look back to last year, they were really the strongest duo in NA, you know, and I do think they had a little bit of regression, but hopefully they can learn from this and try to get stronger.
And it's something that we have to look forward to. But as much as I'm sad to say goodbye to FBI 100 Thieves, there's one NA member who I am not at all sad to say goodbye to. Stupid.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Boys.
Hey, calm down. What are you going
we got to update the score.
That is an American treasure.
No, it is not. It is a overpriced lawn ornament.
It's a
You don't know the price of that lawn ornament.
I'm not 100% sure.
It could have been a bargain.
But based, we're 5-3, gentlemen? 5-3?
5-3, yeah.
Right,
I've stopped counting a long time ago.
I didn't. I kept the count.
Hold up. Isn't
Wait,
isn't
something go wrong? Side.
What are you doing?
Hey!
He's cheating!
You lost! Give it to us. It's all we have.
It's the only record that they can claim.
I appreciate that.
And he would take it away from them.
I know, right?
How dare you?
You're listening to the real
guys,
European
You're
here.
defacing the Eagle while writing slander and lies.
I do need
upon
them
its
to let me
noble
back into the
brow.
country when I want to come see my mom. So don't say that I'm slandering the country. I can't afford. That's a bit too much for me. Raz, hold the Eagle.
Okay, all right. I'm running with it.
Oh, God, put it.
Goodbye.
Save that Eagle, Raz. Get
Jojo.
Don't say. Put him in the box, Raz.
Put him in the box.
Put him in the box.
Raz, don't run off of the Eagle.
If someone's going to put it in the box, you're going to do it.
Hold on, I gotta get the copium in there too. We're not gonna do that either. Here we go.
Well, hey.
Wait, don't you need that for
you might need that for the quarters, man.
I think that ship has sailed.
Take
boys.
it out.
Okay, copium will stay.
Okay.
All right, fine. Eagle goes. Goodbye, Jojo.
What are you doing?
Jojo has to go, Raz. I'm sorry. I want to tell you
it was a good run.
That we count as representatives of North America, Raz, but we don't.
From Los Angeles to New York.
Goodbye, JoJo!
Paris, thanks, JoJo.
No!
Wait, he tore the wings off this thing.
I'm not proud of it!
You're
Why
a
would you do
monster.
that? He's hurt enough. He's had such a journey.
Goodbye, North American Eagle.
I will say, Trevor treated them much better than you did.
That's true. He did. I can't say anything other than that. But it was a.
I was here.
Except for right
this
here.
This was not okay. I had to.
What?
I had to have a stern talk with Trevor afterwards, and he repented.
I didn't see that,
and it all worked out. I actually was the one who caught it in the video. I was looking out for the eagle.
I was the one who tagged FBI on Twitter to make sure that they were investigating.
Okay, good call.
That's good.
When this gets clipped out,
gentlemen,
it's going to be another tag.
It's been an honor, even if we had to say goodbye to the Eagle. Shout out to the North American teams. It was a tough tournament. We're not going to see you in the next stage, but Worlds 2023, just a year away. So that's going to do it here from us.
There's always
on the
next year.
Desk.
We're scaling.
The music cut right as you said we're scaling. All right, that's going to do it from the Casper's broadcast crew. Thank you for watching. We'll see you next week for more Worlds Best of 5 quarterfinals. Absolute bangers. You better be coming back. Good night, everyone.
Goodbye.
I really want to see 100 Thieves getting involved in the spot lane early.
Good initial stun. Big David on the Qual. Ignite already taking flash forward. They're just going to cut him down. First blood. They have to go in. CFO on a timer. Now Huhi now locking them down. They're instantly changing CZ. They're trying to lock him down. Oh, look at the flank. Throwing the blind back into the waiting arms of the Thieves. Dragon still standing. 2K, but they take the fight. They take the soul. They send Oysters running. Absolute domination from 100 Thieves. Over the wall, Gemini just goes down. It's a disaster, and now the rest of the team looking to collapse. Trying to finish the job. Chobi playing back. Chobi going forward. Now leaping over the wall. Ruler looking for the 1v1. Backed up by the Nami. CFO just have to run. There's nothing left for them in this game. The Flying Oysters, they've been grounded. They've been shucked. There is nothing left for them on the Rift.
I see RNG flags, guys. I see someone holding Felix's head. Like the 100 Thieves fan, 100 Thieves fan. If RNG fan would do that, that would be scary actually.
Look at Kali. Silver. No flash. Keeping on the base. Company, we can win. We can win. No. Silver 1 HP. Come here.
Got 100 Thieves standing strong, healing massive, coming in from wave. He's locked down for now, but Gala is still alive. Abba is still alive. Abadage cut down, and that should be the fight for 100 Thieves. FBI, it's a heroic effort, but it cannot be enough. Closer buying the space, Closer trying to buy time, but this is Gala's world, and we're all just living in it.
To him. Jungle duel, let's go! A bit dangerous. He can't hold. He flashes to get himself out of the way. The heal comes through as well. Tidal wave is avoided there by Closer, but he's still not able to pick up the kill. And now Doran going to be flashing over the top. He has the... Oh! He behind FBI and smashes Sunday back into Peanut's waiting arms. The tree will die, and the perfect game dies with him. They have been laning very effectively since that happened. As you can see, the flash forward, Gala gets the answering 2v2 kill. Now looking for even more. Aqua Prison goes wide. Gemini will turn up, and there's the double. Gala looking to make it 3 here as he dashes. Gets another light sling in the flash forward. Gemini can't get it, and that's the triple. And as the Banish toss is going to connect, there's the cease and desist into the backline. Allen gonna have to flash to get out of that, but it does not do enough. That's the second kill to come through, but no, denied immediately there from Koala, but just staggers it. And now Gemini getting dashed on. Gala is so huge. You mentioned this Gale Force. He gets a stun, but it's still going to be another triple for Gala. Cannon Barrage comes through, but the protection is there. Peanut will live. Can they win the rest of the fight, though? As the hostile takeover is fantastic. Gala, he rocket jumps, but can he live? It looks like the answer is no, as it's a double kill for Chovy. Way up towards the top side, though, he does have the Nature's Grasp, and Lance just explodes. Breathe! Trades it, whatever! We've done it! Genji just gonna take down the Nexus turrets, and we are going to a tiebreaker. Looking to keep them here. The Glitter Lance comes forward. There it is from Doran, diving on it. He has the Wild Growth to get the triple knock-up, and he's been taking the turret for 16 years. Down, though, and no more Smite is gonna be in that pit. They dash on over chance, this time from Chovy. It's repeated as Shalu tries to show him who's boss, but it's not enough. And the gold lead is just too big. The item lead, too big. A double kill for Ruler.